These people were targeting Xiao Bao. Su Ruojin realized this immediately and hurriedly took Xiao Bao into the cabin. A muffled groan was heard as the boatman was hit by an arrow and fell at the front of the boat. Su Ruojin quickly hid Xiao Bao under the table and rushed out to pull the boatman back into the cabin. Jiang Qi and drew his soft sword from his waist and deflected the arrows that were shot at them. The pleasure boat was not far from the shore, and an Yi and the others were hiding in the shadows. Seeing the situation, they rushed out. Protect the prince and the young master. An Yi led several shadow guards toward the archer's hiding spot. At that moment, several men in black jumped out of the water at the bow of the boat, trying to rush into the cabin. Jiang Qi and blocked their way, and a few shadow guards also jumped onto the boat, engaging in a fierce battle. More men in black jumped out of the water at the stern and charged into the cabin, but before they could get close, Su Ruojin had already collapsed from poison. Su Ruojin held Xiao Bao and comforted him, saying, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Bao. Your sister is here, and I won't let anyone hurt you." Xiao Bao, who had been trembling at first, gradually calmed down. His sister had told him that he was a brave boy, and brave. At that moment, several men, although the men in black were numerous, they were no match for Jiang Qi and the shadow guards. Soon, the battle was over. The shadow guards captured 3 of them alive. Su Ruojin warned, "Be careful, they might swallow poison," and air quickly dislocated their jaws to prevent them from biting down on the poison hidden in their teeth. "Take them away and interrogate them thoroughly. Make sure to find out who is behind this," Jiang Qi said coldly. Yes, after such an incident, they could not continue their outing on the lake. Su Ruojin treated the boatman's wounds and instructed him to get medicine from Renai Hall before taking Xiao Bao back to the clinic. Once Xiao Bao fell asleep, Su Ruojin went to find Jiang Qi and young Master Jiang. Those people were after Xiao Bao today. At that time, Jiang Qi was playing the lute on the second-floor terrace of the boat while she and Xiao Bao were on the first floor watching the fish. It seemed obvious that Jiang Qi was the target. If they were after Jiang Qi, most of the arrows would not have hit the first floor. Jiang Qi nodded. "Miss Su, I agree with your view. The weapons used by those people have no markings and we haven't gotten any results from the interrogation yet. Young Master Jiang, I don't know what your and Xiao Bao's identities are, but you're already being targeted. If you stay here any longer, I don't know what else might happen. I think you should leave Yenyang with Xiao Bao right now." The other side had sent 2 groups of people from yesterday to today. Last night, she thought they were after Jiang Qi, but now it seemed they were actually after Xiao Bao. Jiang Qi had martial skills to protect himself, but what about Xiao Bao? The people who came yesterday and today were not many, and they could handle them, but if the other side became desperate and sent more people, Su Ruojin could not guarantee that she could protect Xiao Bao. For now, the best plan is to have Jiang Qianan quickly take Xiao Bao away from Yenyang and return to their own home. Since Jiang Qianan can send so many guards to secretly protect Xiao Bao, it will definitely be safer for him at home than in the clinic. They have failed twice and suffered heavy losses, so they probably won't act again for a while. "It's safest for you to leave now," Su Ruojin said, trying to persuade him when Jiang Qianan remained silent. Jiang Qianan knew Su Ruojin was right. He had wanted to stay another night. Even just one night would be good, but now he didn't need to investigate further. He could guess who was targeting Ear. It seemed that person knew Ear was starting to recover and was getting anxious. Once they returned to the capital, that person wouldn't dare to act against the regent's residence, so it was indeed safest for Ear to go back to the palace. Plus, only by leaving would the clinic return to peace, ensuring her safety as well. "Miss Su, I will take Ear away now," Jiang Qianan said. Hearing Jiang Qianan agree, Su Ruojin sighed in relief. "I'll have Foaming go with you." Jiang Qianan raised an eyebrow. Having Foaming accompany them was good. "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Ruojin called Foaming and instructed, "You will escort them to the capital. I will have people from the Dark Alliance secretly protect you. If you need help, signal them anytime." Foaming looked worried. "But miss, what if something happens at the clinic while I'm gone?" "It won't. Those people are after Jiang Qianan and Xiao Bao. Once they leave, the clinic will be fine. Don't worry, Though Foming was still concerned about the clinic, he couldn't ignore the Mrs. words and had to leave with Jiang Qianen and the others. On the way, Xiao Bao woke up, saw himself in the carriage, and looked around as if searching for something. When Jiang Qianen noticed he was awake, he put down his book, picked up Xiao Bao, and gently said, "We're going home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately burst into tears and choked out, "Sister." Jiang Qianen understood what Xiao Bao meant. He took a small sword from a nearby bag and handed it to Xiao Bao. This is a gift from your sister Jean. She hopes you can protect yourself." At first, Jiang Qianen was worried about Xiao Bao playing with a sword at such a young age, fearing he might hurt himself. But Su Ruojin said, "Xiao Bao is still so young, yet someone wants to harm him. Can you protect him forever? Instead of this, it would be better for him to start learning some martial arts now. At least if someone attacks him, he won't be completely defenseless. Because he is weak, he needs to practice martial arts to strengthen his body." Jiang Qianen was momentarily speechless and silently accepted the small sword. At that moment, An-yi was struggling to hold back his feelings, biting his lip hard. He thought he needed to go back home immediately to tell Hu Qing about this amusing event. The prince was actually scolded by a little girl. Seeing the small sword, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up, and he stopped crying. He carefully took it, and the pain of separation lessened a lot. Though it was called a small sword, it was actually smaller than other small swords on the market, not yet sharpened, and the handle was wrapped in soft fabric. It fit perfectly in Xiao Bao's hand. This was a special sword that Su Ruojin had asked her second master to make for Xiao Bao when she returned to Muan village. Jiang Qianen understood swords. Although it was just a small sword, the quality and craftsmanship clearly showed it was made by a skilled artisan. The sword was unnamed, but if it were sold in the market, it would definitely attract the attention of collectors. Jiang Qianen took out a book from his bag and handed it to Xiao Bao. "This is also a gift from Sister Jean." Took the book, opened it, and saw that there weren't many words. Each page had a little person demonstrating sword movements. This was a swordsmanship practice book specially drawn by Su Ruojin for Xiao Bao. Since Xiao Bao was weak, he couldn't practice like normal boys at first, so she created a practice book that was more suitable for him. The book mostly contained illustrations, so even though Xiao Bao couldn't read much yet, it didn't stop him from practicing along with the pictures. When Jiang Qianen first saw this book, he was also surprised. He didn't expect Su Ruojin to be so thoughtful. She truly cared for Thinking of this, Jiang Qianen felt a bit lost. When would she treat him as kindly as she treated Xiao Bao hugged the practice book and looked at Jiang Qianen, speaking earnestly. "Think. Sister. Learn. Words." Jiang Qianen was a bit surprised. "Wants to learn to read?" Xiao Bao nodded, wanting to understand what his sister wrote in the book. Since came to the prince's residence, Jiang Qianen hadn't found a teacher for him because he was shy around strangers. She didn't expect to take the initiative to ask to learn to read now. "How about we invite a teacher to come and teach how to write?" Although teaching to read and write seems best for him, Jiang Qianen cannot guarantee he will always be at home. If he cannot continue teaching, the learning effect will be reduced. Hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. He had learned to write and could even send letters to Sister Jean, as his brother Yuan Hong had told him before. "All right, once practices well, your uncle will take you to see Sister Jean," Jiang Qianen said. Upon hearing this, eyes lit up, and he extended his right hand to hook his pinky finger. Jiang Qianen also hooked his pinky with him. After their promise, leaned against Jiang Qianen's leg and slowly fell asleep. It is uncertain if it was, as Su Ruojin said, that the other party suffered significant losses and dared not act recklessly again. The journey back to the capital was safe, and once the carriage entered the city, Foming took his leave. Back at the Wang residence, Shunyu was already waiting in the side hall. When Xiao Yanqiu entered, he immediately asked, "Who did this?" Previously, Xiao Yanqiu had sent guards back to inform Shunyu about the events in Yenyang, advising him to pay attention to any disturbances in the capital. Shunyu was very worried, but seeing him return safely eased his mind a little. Xiao Yanqiu sneered, "They are all dead soldiers. and they haven't confessed yet. However, I can't think of anyone else who would target Ear besides her. Why won't she let him go, even after all this? Shinyu asked angrily. Because Ear can speak now. What? Ear can speak now. Shinyu's anger turned to joy. That's wonderful. So what do you need to? Shinyu didn't finish his sentence, but Xiao Yanqiu understood. There's no rush. We still have a year. Shinyu sighed. I hope they don't act foolishly. Xiao Yanqiu changed the subject, saying, I want you to be Ear's first teacher. Ear is shy, and if someone else teaches him, he might not adapt well. You are more familiar with him. Shinyu had once been a student at Ruyan Academy and had even been the top scholar, making him the perfect choice to teach Ear. Sure, no problem, as long as Ear is willing to learn, Shinyu agreed happily. What will you do about the situation? If this doesn't work, I'm afraid they will target Ear again. Xiao Yanqiu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, remaining silent. In Xi'an Palace, Empress Dowager Wei felt an unsettling twitch in her right eyelid. A sense of unease washed over her. She took the tea from Granny Exine and asked, Is there any news? Granny Exine shook her head. Not yet. It had been several days, and so many assassins had come to Yanyang to kill a 5-year-old child. It shouldn't take this long. I just feel that something is off. Your Majesty, the regent would not dare to leave the young prince unprotected. It is possible that those sent out have not found the right moment yet. Let's wait and see. Madam Exine comforted. Empress Wei took a sip of tea, feeling a bit more at ease. You make a good point. Even if Xiao Yanqiu has caught a cold, he should be back in a day or two. If he hasn't returned by tomorrow, we will recall our people. Once Xiao Yanqiu returns, she doubted she could kill Xiao Bingyi right under his nose. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day, the regent suddenly appeared at the court meeting, surprising Xiao Qinyi and the other ministers. Xiao Qinyi forced a smile of surprise. Brother, when did you return to the capital? Why didn't you inform me so I could welcome you in person? Xiao Yanqiu replied calmly. I heard that the young prince was attacked, so I returned early. Fortunately, I was able to save him in time. What? The young prince was attacked? How did I not know about this? Someone, come. Xiao Qinyi called out urgently. No need for Your Majesty to worry. I have brought the attackers with me, Xiao Yanqiu said, clapping his hands, and guards brought in 3 assassins. I will leave them for Your Majesty to deal with. I hope to receive an explanation, Xiao Yanqiu added. Xiao Qinyi clenched his fists. Rest assured, I will give you an explanation. Take the assassins away and interrogate them thoroughly. Once the assassins were taken away, Xiao Qinyi regained his composure. Brother, your trip to the northern border was a great success, achieving peace without any conflict. I will host a celebration banquet for you tonight. After the court meeting, Li Yuanxing respectfully stood before Xiao Yanqiu. Regent, His Majesty requests your presence in the study. Xiao Yanqiu nodded and went to the study. Xiao Qinyi quickly stood to greet him. Brother, please sit. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yanqiu sat down and asked, What is the matter, Your Majesty? Xiao Qinyi signaled for Li Yuanxing to bring the diplomatic letter from the Northern Kingdom to Xiao Yanqiu. Brother, this is a letter from the Northern Kingdom, hoping to form a marriage alliance for lasting friendship between our 2 nations. And what is Your Majesty's opinion? Xiao Yanqiu asked, glancing at the letter. The princess they sent for the alliance is the Emperor's most cherished sister, which shows their sincerity for peace. I believe it is a good idea, Xiao Qinyi replied. Since Your Majesty has made a decision, let us proceed as you wish. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave, Xiao Yanqiu said before standing up to leave. After Xiao Yanqiu left the Imperial study, Xiao Qinyi slammed the state document to the ground, staring intently at Xiao Yanqiu's back. One day, I will take back everything that belongs to me and make him, Xiao Yanqiu, understand who the true Emperor of Dechu is. Li Yuanxing hurriedly picked up the document and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. At this moment in Xi'an Palace, Empress Dowager Wei looked shocked. What did you say? Xiao Yanqiu caught the assassin who tried to kill the prince? Yes, Your Majesty. Today at the court meeting, the regent presented all the assassins to His Majesty, replied Shuangxi, kneeling on the ground. Wasn't he sick? How could he be? at Yanyang saving the prince. Empress Dowager Wei felt anxious, wondering if Xiao Yanchu would realize she was behind the attack. Go. Quickly call the emperor here. Empress Dowager Wei felt a throbbing in her temples. Xiao Chunyi rushed in. Son greets mother. There's no need for formalities, my son. I called you here for an important matter. After Empress Dowager Wei explained the situation, Xiao Chunyi was slightly surprised but soon calmed down, saying, Mother, since they are assassins, it's common for them to take their own lives in prison. You can rest easy. Empress Dowager Wei replied, That may be true, but I still feel this matter is not so simple. Xiao Yanchu dares to hand over the people to you. He might have some backup plan. Mother, he just wants an explanation. We only need to give him that. Empress Dowager Wei said nothing more, hoping it would be so, but she still felt a lingering unease in her heart. At the celebration banquet, when the regent entered holding the young prince's hand, the entire room fell silent. In 2 years, many people in the court had changed. Some newly appointed officials had never seen the young prince and had only heard that the regent had a young prince who had a speech condition and rarely showed himself. Greet the emperor and the empress dowager. Don't be afraid. Your uncle is with you, Xiao Yanchu encouraged softly. Obediently knelt down, saying, Emperor and press dowager, peace. His uncle told him that Sister Jean likes brave children, and by attending the banquet today, he would write to tell Sister Jean about it. Wanted Sister Jean to know he was a brave child. Everyone present could see the child was trying hard to say those few words. Some older officials exchanged excited glances. Empress Dowager Wei and Xiao Chunyi were first shocked, then their expressions turned to excitement. Xiao Chunyi quickly spoke up. No need for formalities. Quickly get up. Then he shouted loudly at the palace servants beside him. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help the young master up. Was startled by Xiao Chunyi's shout and, seeing some palace servants rushing toward him, quickly stood up and tightly hugged Xiao Yanchu's leg. Xiao Yanchu glanced at the approaching servants and coldly said, Step back. With just one look, the servants felt a chill down their spines and instantly stopped, not daring to take another step forward. Xiao Chunyi clenched his fists. How dare these servants disobey him? Who was the true emperor of the great Chu kingdom? Seeing this, Empress Dowager Wei waved her hand to dismiss the servants and smiled at come here to your grandmother so I can have a good look at you. Unexpectedly, turned his head away and ignored her completely. The prince had said that he came to the banquet only to pay his respects, and after that, he didn't need to pay attention to anyone. Empress Dowager Wei's expression became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yanchu picked up saying, Ear's health has just started to improve. The doctor said he needs some time to fully recover, so it's not suitable for him to be too close to outsiders for now. That's truly wonderful, Empress Dowager Wei said, struggling to maintain her smile. This statement implied that she was also considered an outsider. Xiao Yanchu was not here to attend the celebration. He was here to make a statement. She wanted to secretly harm but he insisted on bringing into the public eye, making sure everyone knew could return to normal. While others might not know, many old officials in the court were aware that the late emperor had valued Prince Yu greatly and had hinted multiple times about passing the throne to him. Unfortunately, Prince Yu and the other princes did not survive the power struggle, and only Wei Pin and her son, hiding in a dry well, escaped. After Xiao Yanchu returned to quell the conflict, he found who had been hidden in a water tank in the royal residence and was already unconscious. When woke up, he had become slow-witted. The old officials strongly wanted Xiao Yanchu, the seventh son of the emperor, to inherit the throne. It was Xiao Yanchu who single-handedly went to the border, brought back the Su family army, and quelled the power struggle. His ascension was seen as the will of the people. However, Xiao Yanchu firmly refused, expressing his disinterest in the throne. Several old officials discussed together and ultimately decided that Xiao Chunyi would inherit the throne, while Xiao Yanchu would serve as regent until Xiao Chunyi turned 18 and could rule on his own. It was rumored that before the late emperor died, He had used his last strength to leave behind a will, but Empress Dowager Wei had never seen that will and could not know its contents. If that will truly existed, she believed it must be in Xiao Yanchu's hands. Now, Xiao Yanchu has brought Ear in front of everyone and publicly declared that Ear's illness can be completely cured, which means there is still an heir to the Great Chu dynasty. While others may not understand, Empress Wei and Xiao Chini certainly do, this is a warning from Xiao Yanchu. Now everyone knows Ear can recover, and if anything happens to him, suspicion will fall on them. Xiao Yanchu is truly strategic. Empress Wei smiles, but her eyes are cold. At the banquet, Xiao Yanchu thoughtfully serves Ear food, taking great care of him. Wei Yinfang watches Xiao Yanchu's every move from a distance, noticing how well he treats Ear. After being rejected in her previous marriage proposal, Wei Yinfang is hesitant to approach Xiao Yanchu again, fearing another embarrassing situation. Since direct attempts have failed, she decides to focus on those he cares about. Xiao Yanchu should belong to her. After the banquet, Xiao Chini returns to Xi'an Palace with Empress Wei. Mother, Xiao Yanchu is just showing off, Xiao Chini says, slamming down his teacup. Empress Wei is silent for a moment before saying, starting tomorrow, I will go to Wanfu Temple to pray for 3 months for the Great Chu. Mother, why are you suddenly going to Wanfu Temple? Without his mother in the palace to guide him, Xiao Chini feels uneasy. The late emperor had many sons and Xiao Chini, due to his background, was not considered prominent among the princes. He was always at the bottom of the class during his studies at Ruyan Academy, never favored by the late emperor, and no one saw him as a rival, which is why he survived the power struggles. To him, the throne felt like a gift. When Xiao Chini first sat on the dragon throne, it felt like a dream. At first, he was cautious and grateful to his brother for helping him ascend the throne, treating him with utmost respect and obedience. But once someone tastes power, they can change. Xiao Chini went from being thankful to fearing that Xiao Yanchu might one day take the throne from him. He began to be wary of Xiao Yanchu, even thinking of getting rid of him. He forgot that if Xiao Yanchu wanted to be emperor, he would never have had the chance to sit on the throne. Empress Wei sighed. Xiao Yanchu handing over the assassin for you to investigate is actually telling me that he knows who is behind this. Bringing that young fool to the banquet today was also a warning. My trip to pray is simply to give him an explanation. Wanfuzi Temple is just outside the city, only a 2 or 3 hour journey away. If there's anything, the emperor can always send someone to find me. Xiao Chini looked unhappy. Mother, I am the emperor, and you are the esteemed Empress Dowager. Why do we have to keep giving in to him? Isn't it said that a ruler can demand a minister's life, and the minister must comply?
Ear.
Empress Dowager Wei scolded. You must never say such things outside. Right now, the military power of Dechu is in Xiao Yanchu's hands. We must be cautious. But there's still the Su family army and my uncle, right? The Su family army only listens to the emperor. When the late emperor was alive, Xiao Chini once passed through the Imperial garden and accidentally heard the late emperor tell his older brother, the crown prince, that the Su family army was loyal to the country and never took sides, so he should treat the Su family well. Xiao Chini remembered this clearly and was secretly glad that the Su family was there, otherwise, he would truly be alone. Empress Dowager Wei's face was serious. The Wei family is not strong enough yet. The Su family army only listens to the emperor, but what if one day you are no longer the emperor? Ear, we need to find a way to gain control over the Su family army. It's a pity that the Su family's legitimate daughter went missing when she was young. Otherwise, bringing her into the palace would be a great help for you. Doesn't the Su family have an adopted daughter? Xiao Chini asked. An adopted daughter is not worthy of becoming a consort, Empress Dowager Wei said with disdain. Then she seriously advised Xiao Chini. While I'm away from the palace, send someone to investigate the Yanyang medical clinic. I suspect the medical sage is hiding there and that young female doctor is just a distraction. If you find the person, bring them back secretly. A medical sage can be very useful in critical times. It was hard to believe that a nameless doctor at Yenyang could cure a condition that even the Imperial Hospital and Mujingshan could not. Empress Dowager Wei was skeptical, but if the medical sage was indeed hiding in that clinic, everything would make sense. Yes, mother. The next morning, at the Duke of Dingwa's residence. As dawn broke, the servants were already up, starting their cleaning tasks for the day. A young maid, around 12 or 13 years old, held a broom in her hands, yawning with half-closed eyes as she stepped out of her room to clean up the fallen leaves from the backyard. When she reached the backyard, still not fully awake, she kicked something and mumbled, "Ah Fu has thrown the basket around again. If the matron sees it, she'll get punished." The young maid resignedly opened her eyes, planning to help Ah Fu tidy up the basket. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes widened in shock, and she let out a scream that echoed throughout the estate. Ah! In the backyard lay over 30 bodies of men in black, and blood had stained the stone tiles red. Early in the morning, just as the people in the Empress Dowager Wei's palace finished packing to head to Wanfu Temple, a servant came to report. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Dingwa requests an audience." "Why is my brother coming to the Xian Palace at this time?" Empress Dowager Wei murmured, then instructed, "Let him in." Before long, the Duke of Dingwa hurried in, kneeling to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Brother, please rise." "Why are you here so early? Is something wrong?" Empress Dowager Wei, who had a close relationship with her brother since childhood, sensed something was amiss when she saw his troubled expression. "Your Majesty, this morning, 38 bodies were thrown into the backyard of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. They are all our trained assassins, some sent to Yenyang, and others who remained in the capital." The Duke wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing so many bodies in the backyard had left him trembling with fear. Empress Dowager Wei's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she collapsed onto the couch. This was a warning from Xiao Yenshu. Xiao Yenshu truly knew everything. In the palace, Empress Dowager Wei could not raise assassins herself and had entrusted everything to her brother, relying on him to send them when needed. Now, Xiao Yenshu had silently disposed of over 30 assassins at the Duke's residence, directly telling Empress Dowager Wei that he was aware of her every move. If she dared to act against Ir again, she wouldn't know whose body would be sent next. Empress Dowager Wei clenched her handkerchief and rubbed her temples. "Brother, this matter must not be made public. Please handle the bodies. I will go to Wanfu Temple to pray and refrain from acting rashly for now." "Understood, Your Majesty." Far away in Yenyang, Su Ruojin was unaware of the events in the capital and was enjoying a leisurely life. The business at her medical clinic was thriving. She had asked Ji Hua to purchase the neighboring shop, doubling the size of the clinic and hiring more doctors. With more doctors, she no longer needed to be present all the time and could focus on handling more complex cases. In her spare time, Su Ruojin also taught the clinic's doctors some acupuncture techniques. Every doctor was amazed the first time they saw her perform acupuncture, and they grew to admire Dr. Su even more. Because she has no secrets to hide, her knowledge of medical techniques is extensive and she shares everything she knows. This alone is something few can achieve. Any doctor who has worked at Renai Hall for a while improves their skills. Those with high understanding and a willingness to learn progress even faster. Everyone has started calling Su Ruojin Mr. Su. Once the reputation of Renai Hall spread, people began to come every day to ask if they were hiring doctors. For those studying medicine, being able to work at Renai Hall is a point of pride. Doctors who leave Renai Hall can stand on their own anywhere and are highly sought after by various clinics. Su Ruojin occasionally returns to Muin Village to chat and have meals with a few mentors. After a long time, hearing her fourth mentor play the guqin again made Su Ruojin feel it was not as difficult to bear as before, especially since she could hear new pieces composed by him. Every time she returns to the village, she still offers free consultations under the big tree, telling villagers to come to Renai Hall if they have urgent health issues. Grandpa Xiao, seeing her bring a pile of prescriptions as practice assignments, gets quite upset. However, Every time Su Ruojin brings him some lotus pastries from Zhou's, she sweet-talks him, and he lets it go. Only Wang Xing knows that his master is very pleased with Su Ruojin as a student. After she left, the master once said that her writing is now among the best in the entire Daichu kingdom. The only one feeling uncomfortable with this life is old Madam Lin. She sighs all day, feeling useless. Yuan Hong practices martial arts and studies military strategy, while Ji Hua and Yan Luo manage various tasks at the clinic. The rough chores at the clinic are handled by maids and servants, so when old Madam Lin wants to sweep or wash clothes, someone rushes to do it for her, not wanting her to tire herself. When she wants to do embroidery, Su Ruojin stops her, saying it strains her eyes and suggests she find an embroiderer instead. She used to take care of little Bao, but now that little Bao has returned home, old Madam Lin feels completely idle and doesn't dare go to the front clinic, fearing she might disturb the doctors. When Su Ruojin finishes her work at the clinic and returns to the backyard, she sees old Madam Lin sitting in a lounge chair, bored and soaking up the sun.
Granner, Su Ruojin calls gently.
Old Madam Lin sits up straight and smiles. Xiaojin, are you done with your work? Yes, Su Ruojin replies as she walks over to her. Are you feeling bored, grandmother? Oh, I'm just born to be busy. After working hard for most of my life, I can't sit still now that I have some free time, old Madam Lin reflects. Since she started raising Lin Jingshan by herself, old Madam Lin has become used to doing everything herself. Now that she has time to relax and enjoy life, she feels uncomfortable doing nothing. Su Ruojin smiled and said, Grandmother, if you really can't sit still, how about I find you something to do? She was worried that if old Madam Lin continued to be idle, it might affect her health. Upon hearing this, old Madam Lin's eyes lit up. Great. What can I do? But I'm old. Will I slow you down? Of course not. With you helping, I can take it easier. Then tell me quickly, what can I do? Old Madam Lin looked eager to get started. Grandmother, the herbs in the courtyard have been mostly damaged, so we need to replant some. These herbs are delicate and require careful attention. The servants have a lot to do, and I'm worried they won't take good care of them. I would feel better if you helped look after them. Not a problem, leave it to me. Taking care of herbs wasn't difficult, and old Madam Lin was happy to help. Also, grandmother, the clinic has been getting more patients for herbal steaming, baths, and acupuncture. I need your help to keep an eye on things. If any patients need assistance, please call the servants to help. From now on, I'll teach you some basic acupuncture techniques and how to prepare herbal steams and baths. Once you learn, you can handle the regular acupuncture and herbal treatments at the clinic. I just wonder if you're willing to learn. Old Madam Lin was a bit excited. Of course I want to learn. But at my age, can I really do it? Su Ruojin nodded. Absolutely. I'll teach you, and you'll definitely learn. Old Madam Lin was just over 50 and had been secretly taking care of her health with Su Ruojin's help, so she looked more like she was in her 40s. As long as she put in the effort, there was no reason she couldn't learn. Great, great. This is wonderful. Xiaojin, let's go. Teach me now. Old Madam Lin suddenly stood up from her chair, pulling Su Ruojin to start learning. Grandmother, wait. Let's plant the herbs first. Su Ruojin laughed, noting that old Madam Lin was quite impatient, acting like a child. So, in the days that followed, old Madam Lin was busy at the clinic, and she looked much more energetic than before. Gradually, everyone began to call her Dr. Lin. Su Ruojin thought it was nice for life to continue like this. But in this world, things often don't go as smoothly as one hopes. In the capital, the Imperial study, Xiao Chen was lost in thought as he looked at the report. An older female doctor had appeared at the medical clinic, who was Su Ruojin's grandmother. A female doctor? Could the medical sage really be a woman? Li Yuansheng, take this to Wanfu Temple and quickly bring back the Empress Dowager's reply. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Yuansheng bowed, took the report, and hurried out of the study. After seeing the report, Empress Dowager Wei smiled slightly. This medical sage is indeed well hidden. Everyone thought the sage would be a man. Who would have guessed it would be a woman? Nanny Xian, standing nearby, said, Your Majesty, according to the informant, This old lady Lin is the biological mother of the governor of Yenyang. There has never been any news of her practicing medicine. Why has she suddenly started treating patients now? True experts prefer to remain hidden among the common people. Otherwise, how could that girl Su Ruojin, at such a young age, have learned medicine? Besides, whether she is or not, we can just capture her and find out. She dared not act against Xiaobingyi, but could she not handle a mere doctor from Yenyang? If she were not the medical sage, she could simply have her killed. If she truly were the medical sage, so what? After all, she was just a doctor, not someone to be compared to her, the Empress Dowager of the Great Chu. Nanny Xian had been by the Empress Dowager's side for many years and understood that the Empress had been angered by the regent before. Now, she wanted to vent her frustration, so she said nothing more. Su Ruojin was planting herbs with old lady Lin when Jihua approached. "Miss, Nanny Zheng from the Zhong family is here. She says that Madam Zhong wants to invite you to Jinming Temple tomorrow." Madam Zhong had been diagnosed as pregnant 2 days ago, and now Miss Zhong could walk slowly with assistance. In Madam Zhong's eyes, Su Ruojin had become a great benefactor to their family. "Xiao Jin, you should go. You're a young girl. Don't stay in the clinic all day. It's good to get out for a walk. I heard that Jinming Temple is quite effective for finding love. Remember to make a wish," old lady Lin said. Su Ruojin's lips twitched. Her grandmother never missed a chance to urge her to marry. Su Ruojin understood well that Madame Zhong wanted her company, and given that this pregnancy was a hard one, she would feel more at ease bringing Su Ruojin along. "Jihua, please reply to Nanny Zheng that I will go with Madame Zhong tomorrow." The next morning, the Zhong family's carriage was waiting at the clinic. Su Ruojin got into the carriage with Yan Luo. Madame Zhong was very happy to see Su Ruojin. "Xiao Jin, thank you for accompanying me. Normally, I shouldn't be going out in my condition, but I made a vow to the Buddha. If I don't go to fulfill it, I won't feel at ease. And Zhong, it's not hard at all. I also want to go out for a walk, and it's nice to have company," Su Ruojin replied. Earlier, Mrs. Zhong had asked Su Ruojin not to call her Mrs. Zhong anymore, as it felt too distant. Because Mr. Zhong was worried that Mrs. Zhong would find the journey back and forth tiring, they planned to stay at the temple overnight and return to Yenyang the next day. Now that Mrs. Zhong was expecting, she couldn't climb stairs, so they hired bearers to carry her to the entrance of Jinming Temple. Mrs. Zhong was there to have a golden statue made for the temple, and Master Isin was already waiting at the door. When Mrs. Zhong arrived, Master Isin greeted her, saying, "Amitba, thank you for your kindness." Mrs. Zhong quickly returned the greeting. "Thank you, Master Isin." Su Ruojin also bowed to Master Isin. "Please come inside," he invited. Entering the main hall, Mrs. Zhong handed a stack of banknotes to Ing Chun, saying, "Master Isin, I have come to fulfill a vow and to have the statue in the temple remade in gold." A young monk stepped forward to receive the banknotes, and Master Isin chanted, "To have your wishes fulfilled is the result of your good deeds." Su Ruojin also had Yanluo hand over banknotes. As Jinming Temple was well known in Yenyang for providing porridge to help the homeless during the cold winter months. Master Isin bowed slightly again and asked, "Would you like to draw a fortune? I can help interpret it for you." Jinming Temple was very popular, and Master Isin usually did not offer to interpret fortunes lightly, so Mrs. Zhong was happy to accept. "Xiaojin, you should draw one too. The fortunes here are very accurate." Unable to resist Mrs. Zhong's insistence, Su Ruojin knelt before the statue and shook the fortune box. They handed their fortunes to Master Isin. Mrs. Zhong drew an excellent fortune. Joyful news of a hidden blessing. A divine gift brings good fortune, prosperity for the family, and lasting peace and health. Master Isin smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations, madam. You will have a son. Nurture him well, and he will surely become extraordinary." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhong couldn't hide her smile. "Ing Chun, quickly, donate more for the incense." Her greatest concern was the baby in her womb, and hearing Master Isin say she was expecting a boy who could achieve greatness filled her with joy, as every parent wishes for their child to succeed. When Master Isin saw the fortune Su Ruojin handed over, He paused for a moment, speechless. Su Ruojin asked in confusion, "Master, is there something wrong with this fortune?" Master Isin looked at Su Ruojin and said, "Miss, since you are here, you should find peace. Everything in this world has its own fate. Focus on goodness and follow your heart, and you will find great connections." Ba. Su Ruojin felt a stir in her heart. What did he mean by, "since you are here"? Did Master Isin see that she was from another world? Since waking up in this life, she realized that there were many things beyond her understanding, and she felt a greater respect for the unknown. She wanted to ask more, but Master Isin had already turned to leave. Su Ruojin hurried after him. "Master, could you explain what you mean by, since you are here?" Master Isin smiled slightly. "Don't get too caught up in coming and going. In this world, everything has its connections. A young phoenix hides in the forest, but one day it will sing and shake the land." After saying this, Master Isin walked away, leaving Su Ruojin deep in thought. The young monk following him couldn't help but ask, "Master, what kind of fortune did that young lady draw?" Master Isin replied, "It's the 0 fortune." The young monk was surprised. He didn't know there was a 0 fortune. "Master, is this fortune good or bad?" "Wu Nian, you are too attached. In this world, there is no clear distinction between good and bad. It all depends on the heart. This young lady's fate is shrouded in mist, yet it is tied to the rise and fall of the Great Chu. I cannot fully understand it at this moment." When Su Ruojin returned, Mrs. Zhong eagerly asked, "Jean, what did Master Isin say?" Su Ruojin shook her head. "He told me not to worry too much. Everything has its connections." Mrs. Zhong sighed. "That's true. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Everything is fate." Though it was already April, the mountain air was still quite cool, and Mrs. Zhong went back to her room to rest early. Su Ruojin, along with Yan Luo, strolled casually toward the back mountain of the temple. The air in the mountains was much fresher than in the city. Suddenly, a surprised voice called out, "Cousin Ruojin, is that you?" "Cousin Ruojin." Su Ruojin turned to see the source of the voice, her heart sinking. How could it be them? 3 people approached, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young man and woman, all of whom bore some resemblance to each other. The young woman supporting the middle-aged woman saw Su Ruojin and seemed excited. She let go of the woman and quickly ran towards Su Ruojin. "Cousin Ruojin, it really is you. What a coincidence. Are you here at Jinming Temple to pray?" Yao Huihui said, not caring at all about Su Ruojin's cold expression. Yao Huihui turned around and waved to the man. "Brother, come here quickly. Cousin Ruojin is here. Aren't you always thinking about her?" Yan Luo was not pleased and said, "Miss, please do not tarnish my lady's reputation. Making such a loud fuss about a man thinking of his lady could ruin her name if others heard." Yao Huihui rolled her eyes at Yan Luo. "Your lady hasn't said anything, so why are you butting in? Cousin Ruojin, you should teach this servant a lesson." Su Ruojin replied coldly, "Yao Huihui, I am not your cousin, so don't claim family ties. What Yan Luo said reflects my thoughts. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't hesitate to show you how to speak properly." Yao Huihui was momentarily speechless and looked for help from the others. "Mother, brother, come quickly." Yao Huihui is the daughter of Yao Jiaoda, who is a few months younger than Su Ruojin. Yao Jiaoda also has a son named Yao Qingfeng, who is Yao Huihui's brother. A year ago, when Yao Zhang brought her children to visit the Lin family, Yao Qingfeng saw Su Ruojin by chance and has been unable to forget her since, asking his mother to propose marriage to Su Ruojin. Yao Zhang could not refuse her son, and marrying the eldest daughter of the Lin family, even if adopted, would not be a loss for him. So, she went to Zhao Jiao to propose. The Yao family is a small household, and at that time, Su Ruojin was still considered the eldest daughter of the Lin family, so Zhao Jiao looked down on the Yao family and naturally refused. This matter was dropped. After returning home, Yao Qingfeng could not let go of Su Ruojin, often dreaming of her. Seeing Su Ruojin again today, dressed in white like snow and with a cool demeanor, she seemed even more captivating than a year ago. Yao Qingfeng stared at Su Ruojin intently until Yao Huihui's voice startled him. Yao Qingfeng and his mother approached Su Ruojin. Sister Jean, long time no see. Yao Zhang looked at Su Ruojin coldly. You really lack manners. You don't even greet your elders. Yao Huihui chimed in. Exactly, cousin Ruojin, my mother is your aunt. Su Ruojin glanced at the three of them with indifference. I have no relationship with the Lin family anymore, and am not familiar with you. Please step aside and don't block the way. After saying this, Su Ruojin tried to walk past them. Yao Qingfeng quickly stepped in front of her. Sister Ruojin, if Huihui has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. I know there is a beautiful cypress forest not far from here. How about I take Sister Ruojin there for a walk? Fenger, why bother with someone so rude? Yao Zhangshi looked at Su Ruojin with disdain. She thought Su Ruojin was too charming and only knew how to attract men. In her eyes, even though Su Ruojin was the nominal young lady of the Lin family, she was not a true member of the family, and Yao Zhangshi looked down on her. Her son was willing to lower himself to marry her, and it was outrageous that she had the audacity to refuse. Young Master Yao, I will say it again. I have no connection to the Lin family. Please move aside. Su Ruojin's anger began to rise. Sister Ruojin. Yao Qingfeng tried to say something, but Su Ruojin interrupted him. Young Master Yao, if you don't move, I won't hesitate to make you itchy again. Yao Qingfeng recalled the rash he had a year ago, which had itched for a whole month before it went away. He shivered, and instinctively took a few steps back. If his family hadn't tied him up back then, he would have scratched himself raw. When Zhao Jiao rejected Yao Zhangshi's proposal, Yao Qingfeng couldn't hold back and went to confront Su Ruojin, hoping to develop feelings privately. The result was that he returned to Yuzhou covered in a rash. He never understood why he had developed a rash and thought it was due to the local environment. Hearing Su Ruojin's words now made him realize it was all her doing. So it was you. Yao Qingfeng looked at Su Ruojin in disbelief. Su Ruojin didn't even glance at him and walked away. What a character, Yao Zhangshi scolded angrily. Mother, what does it mean when cousin Ruojin says she has no relationship with the Lin family? Is she no longer the young lady of the Lin family? Yao Huihui also reacted at this moment. Yao Zhangshi hadn't visited the Lin residence in a long time, so she didn't know that Su Ruojin had been driven out. After we finish our prayers, we will visit your aunt, Yao Zhangshi said. If Su Ruojin truly had no ties to the Lin family, then she should stop dreaming of marrying into the Yao family. Yao Qingfeng was 17 this year and had failed the scholar exam 5 times. Yao Zhangshi came to Jinming Temple to pray for her son's future and to seek guidance from Lin Jingshan. The temple always brought peace to the mind. Su Ruojin returned to her room, feeling relaxed, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by a hurried voice. Miss, something has happened. Su Ruojin suddenly opened her eyes, got out of bed, and opened the door. What's wrong? She was returning to Yanyang tomorrow, so if it wasn't an emergency, Feng wouldn't come to find her in the middle of a night. Feng looked anxious. Miss, old Madam Lin is missing. We've searched all over Yanyang and can't find her. Su Ruojin's heart sank. What happened? Didn't grandmother always stay at the clinic? Yes, this afternoon around the 3rd hour, the old madam said she was going to the fruit shop to buy some dried apricots, and she hasn't come back since, Feng explained. The fruit shop was just down the street, not far from the clinic. Even if she chatted with the neighbors, it shouldn't take more than half an hour to go back and forth. Previously, old Madam Lin often went to buy snacks by herself without any issues. But today, she had been gone for nearly an hour. Zhihua went out to look for her, but the shopkeeper said old Madam Lin had bought the dried apricots about 45 minutes ago and left. Zhihua asked the neighbors along the way, but no one had seen old Madam Lin. Worried, Zhihua sent the maids and servants from the clinic to search for her, but they found no news after searching most of Yanyang. Since the miss was not there, Zhihua had no choice but to contact the Secret Alliance using a code. Eventually, they found a bag of fallen dried apricots near a small grove outside the city, scattered everywhere. Everyone then realized something had happened to old Madam Lin. Zhihua hurriedly sent Feng to notify the miss at Jinming Temple. Let's go back to the city. Not wanting to disturb Lady Zhong at night, Su Ruojin asked a young monk at the temple to deliver a message while the three of them rushed back to Yanyang. By the time they returned to Yanyang, dawn was breaking. Su Ruojin asked Feng Ying to find someone from the secret alliance. Subordinate He Huan at your service, alliance leader. A man dressed like an ordinary farmer knelt before Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin waved her hand. Get up and explain what happened. He Huan stood up and said, I brought the brothers from the alliance to search everywhere, and we only found a pile of scattered dried apricots by the river outside the city. Along with this, he took out an item from his pocket. He Huan pulled out a jade and gold earring, a birthday gift Su Ruojin had given to old Madam Lin when she turned 10. Su Ruojin took the earring and held it tightly in her hand. Grandmother couldn't have left the city alone, which meant only one possibility. Someone had kidnapped her. Grandmother had always been low-key, and aside from the Lin family, she had little contact with others, let alone any enemies. Who would kidnap grandmother? Ji Hua, issue the order to the alliance leader to search for my grandmother throughout the Great Chu territory. Yes, miss. Ji Hua knew how much the miss cared for old Madam Lin and immediately sent a message to the Dark Alliance headquarters. He Huan, you and Yen Yang's Dark Alliance brothers continue the search. Yes, Alliance leader. He Huan accepted the order and left. Yen Luo comforted. Miss, don't worry. Since they kidnapped old Madam Lin, they must have a reason. She is likely not in immediate danger. Su Ruojin nodded. That was true. Killing someone is much easier than kidnapping.
Who could it be?
Why would they kidnap an elderly lady who seeks no conflict? Ji Hua, stay at the clinic to see if there are any new updates. Yen Luo, let's go to the Lin residence. Su Ruojin only knew a little about old Madam Lin's past. Perhaps asking Lin Jingshan would provide some clues. As Su Ruojin's carriage passed the prefect's office, Yen Luo, peeking out from behind the curtain, exclaimed, Miss, aren't those the three people we met at Jinming Temple? Su Ruojin glanced over and confirmed it was the Yao and Zhang families, speaking with the guards at the prefect's office. It seemed they were unaware that Lin Jingshan had been demoted to county magistrate and were still looking for someone there. She decided not to get involved and went straight to the county office. When Lin Jingshan heard that Su Ruojin had arrived, he frowned. The Lin family hadn't had any contact with her lately. Why was she here? Recently, Su Ruojin had gained the prefect's favor, so Lin Jingshan did not dare to neglect her. He began to consider whether he should acknowledge Su Ruojin as part of the family. Even if Lin Wanqing returned, Su Ruojin could still hold the title of a legitimate daughter, which sounded much better than being a doctor. In the future, when it came to marriage proposals, her family would likely regard her more favorably. Although Su Ruojin was not as obedient as Wanqing, having her connected to the prefect could still be beneficial. If she asked to return to the Lin residence, he might reluctantly allow it. Thinking this, Lin Jingshan said, let her in. He then sat in his position, waiting for Su Ruojin to ask him for something. Before long, Su Ruojin entered without any pleasantries and asked directly, Lord Lin, do you know where my grandmother's family is? Does she have any enemies? Lin Jingshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Ruojin to inquire about old Madam Lin. He knew very little about her, as he was only 5 when his mother and father were harmed. I only remember my father telling my mother that the Lin family's matriarch came from a wealthy family, but she couldn't bring many valuable things with her. The Lin family depended on her support, so my mother had to be patient. Once they had exhausted the matriarch's money, they would send her away and let my mother become the head of the Lin family. However, my father had no idea where the matriarch's family was. Over the years, her family had not appeared, so they were either in decline or had completely abandoned her. My father didn't care. Why do you ask this? My father replied. Grandmother is missing. She was kidnapped, Su Ruojin said honestly. My father looked shocked.
What?
Why would someone kidnap an elderly lady? Does grandmother have any enemies? Su Ruojin asked again. My father shook his head. I've never heard of any. If she had enemies, they would have come looking for her by now. Su Ruojin realized her father was not lying. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he knew nothing. Excuse me, I'll take my leave, Su Ruojin said, turning to go. Wait, Miss Su, my father called out. Su Ruojin paused and looked back at him with curiosity. Is there something else, Lord Lin? My father cleared his throat and seemed to have made a decision. Well, Ruojin, we've been father and daughter for many years. I see you are struggling on your own. Why not return to the Lin family? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you will always have a place to eat. My father, who had raised my mother with great effort, showed no concern for her disappearance. Instead, he was thinking about how to bring her back to the Lin family to benefit from her. Su Ruojin scoffed, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Lord Lin, your Lin family is too high for me to reach. She turned and walked away without hesitation. Seeing that Su Ruojin was not giving him face, my father angrily threw a document on the ground. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Don't come crying to me later. As Su Ruojin left the government office, she brushed past Yao Zhang and her companions, who had just arrived. Yao Huihui was about to call out to Su Ruojin, but was stopped by Yao Zhang's glance. The little maid led the three of them straight to the backyard. Yao Qingfeng, however, kept his eyes on Su Ruojin until she disappeared from sight. In the backyard, Yao Zhang smiled at Zhao Jiao. Cousin, it's been a long time. The children have been saying they miss you, so I brought them along. Zhao Jiao felt annoyed when she saw Yao Zhang. They were not a respectable family and only thought about taking advantage of her. However, since they were relatives, she couldn't just kick them out, so she casually pointed and said, Cousin, please sit. Yao Zhang sat down and chatted for a bit before asking, Cousin, I met the young lady at Jinming Temple yesterday. I wanted to get closer to her, but she completely ignored me and said she has nothing to do with the Lin family.
What's going on?
Zhao Jiao didn't want her relatives to know she had adopted a daughter, but a year ago, Yao Zhang had come uninvited and seen Su Ruojin. Now that she brought it up again, Zhao Jiao felt even more irritated. The fact that she had adopted Su Ruojin had become a taboo for her. My daughter Wanqing is not in Yanyang, so how could you meet her at Jinming Temple? Zhao Jiao replied. Yao Zhang looked confused. Wanqing? Isn't the young lady Ruojin? My biological daughter is named Lin Wanqing. What you saw was Su Ruojin. She has moved out of the Lin family and has nothing to do with them anymore. Upon hearing this, Yao Zhang understood and felt relieved that her son didn't end up marrying Su Ruojin. Otherwise, she would have to find a way to have her son divorce her. However, Yao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. If Ruojin had nothing to do with the Lin family, then his cousin couldn't decide her marriage. If he could win Ruojin's affection, he could end up with her. Yao Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, Cousin, where is Ruojin living now? Zhao Jiao shot him a glance and coldly replied, What, Qingfeng, are you still thinking about her? A girl without parents isn't worth your concern. Yao Zhang glared at her son and quickly smiled. Of course not. Our Qingfeng is aiming to be the top scholar. He wouldn't be interested in a girl like her. I wonder when Wanqing will return home. As her aunt, I should prepare a gift for her. Zhao Jiao knew exactly what Yao Zhang was thinking. Our Wanqing is going to Ruoyan Academy. Cousin, you should know your place and not have any unrealistic thoughts. Yao Zhang's expression stiffened as she replied, of course, while secretly cursing. Lin Jingshan was just a county magistrate now. Once her son became the top scholar, it would be a different story. Yao Qingfeng didn't care about any of that. He left the county office whenever he had the chance and found out that Su Ruojin was at Renai Hall. He bought some cosmetics and rushed over, only to find she was not there. At that moment, Su Ruojin was already riding fast on her way to the capital. Not long after Su Ruojin returned to Renai Hall from the county office, she received news from the Dark Alliance that a carriage suspected of kidnapping the old lady was heading towards the capital. Su Ruojin couldn't relax, so she entrusted the medical clinic to Jihua and immediately rode with Feng Ying and Yan Luo towards the capital. She was reluctant to enter the capital, as it was a place full of troubles. However, if anyone dared to harm those she cared about, she was ready to confront them. When she established the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, it was for medical research to benefit the people, while the Dark Alliance was meant to provide her with a means of protection. Su Ruojin understood well how difficult life was for common people, especially women, in the Great Chu dynasty. A single word from the powerful could determine a person's life or death. Life was fragile in this era, and she didn't want to be helpless if she ever faced such a situation. Even if the nobles saw her as a mere rabbit, she would ensure that she was a rabbit with sharp teeth, armor, and the ability to fight back fiercely. Su Ruojin rode tirelessly. When her horse could no longer run, she switched to another one and continued. Although she suspected that the kidnappers wouldn't harm the old lady, her grandmother was old, and Su Ruojin couldn't take that risk. Her grandmother was the first person to show her kindness when she woke up in this world, and she couldn't bear the thought of her being harmed. As dawn approached and they neared the capital, Su Ruojin suddenly pulled on the reins, causing her horse to stop with a loud neigh. Fengming and Yanluo quickly followed suit. Yanluo asked anxiously, "Miss, what's wrong?" Su Ruojin pointed to the grass by the roadside. "There's someone over there who seems to be injured." Following her gaze, Yanluo and Fengming saw a person lying in the grass, slowly crawling towards the road. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. "Miss this," Yanluo said, looking troubled. The miss often told them that a healer should never ignore someone in need, but they were in a hurry to find the old lady, and helping this person would surely waste time. Besides, they didn't know who this person was. What if they helped a bad person? "Miss, maybe we should just leave it be," Yanluo finally suggested, clenching her teeth. A stranger was not as important as the old lady. "Help! Help!" The person seemed to sense them and weakly called out. "Fengming, go take a look," Su Ruojin instructed. "Yes, Mississippi." Fengming dismounted and walked towards the man. "Miss, he is an old man and it seems he is in bad shape." Fengming squatted beside the man to observe. Su Ruojin also dismounted and approached him. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and tattered clothes stained with blood, making it hard to see their original color. His face and hands were marked with various scratches, smeared with dirt and blood. The old man's eyes were surrounded by bruises. He struggled to open his eyes and lifted his head to look in Su Ruojin's direction, whispering, "Help! Help!" After that, he lowered his head and collapsed on the ground, completely unconscious. Su Ruojin was taken aback when she saw the old man's face. "Fengming, help him up. We need to go," Su Ruojin instructed as she stood up. When the young lady spoke, Fengming did not question her. Yanluo came over to assist in lifting the old man onto the horse, and then Fengming tore off a piece of his clothing to tie the old man securely behind him. The three continued their journey. Upon entering the city, they found a random inn, and Su Ruojin first checked the old man's pulse. He had severe cuts from blades, and after being frightened, it was unclear how long he had crawled in the woods. He was barely hanging on to life. Su Ruojin first gave the old man a pill, then administered acupuncture, applied ointment, and wrote a prescription for Yanluo to fetch medicine. Once she completed all this, Fengming couldn't help but ask, "Miss, why do you want to save him?" Fengming shared the same concern as Yanluo. In these special times, saving a stranger could lead to trouble, potentially delaying their search for the old lady. Su Ruojin washed her hands and replied, "Don't you think he resembles someone?" Fengming paused. "Who does he look like?" "Take a closer look." After Su Ruojin's prompt, Fengming looked at the old man again, and her eyes widened slowly. "He looks a lot like the old lady." Su Ruojin nodded. "Even if he looks similar, it doesn't necessarily mean there is a connection, but we can't just stand by and let him die." Master Xian once said, "Always strive for goodness and act according to your heart." She wanted to save him, so she did, without needing to explain. If he turned out to be a bad person, they could just hand him over to the authorities. Yanluo entered with the medicine, and since Fengming was a man, he would take care of the old man. "Fengming, take good care of him. Everyone else should take a moment to rest," Su Ruojin said before returning to her room. After a night of travel, she also needed to rest and regain her strength. After resting for a while, Su Ruojin came out of her room, now dressed in white and holding a folding fan, looking like a refined gentleman. Fengmulu, the largest brothel in the capital, was bustling with activity at the entrance. A handsome young man in white stood at the entrance of the brothel, and the girls welcoming guests immediately brightened up, gathering around him. "Oh, what a charming young man. Do you know any of the girls? Let me keep you company." "Sir, I'm Xiao Tao. I can sing a few songs to entertain you."
Sir, I'm Kuriad.
"I can dance. What kind of dance would you like to see?" "I can do them all." Surrounded by the lively girls, Su Ruojin remained calm, smiling as he took out some silver coins to reward them. "Thank you, sir. You're such a kind person." The girls smiled even more, eager to take this young nobleman away. Su Ruojin's clothes were slightly disheveled from being tugged at when a woman's voice called out, "Why are you all gathered here? Go greet the guests." Hearing Mama Qiao's voice, the girls quickly dispersed, though a few still turned back to throw him flirtatious glances. Mama Qiao looked at Su Ruojin, her face breaking into a smile. "Oh, young sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time at our establishment? Let me introduce you to some girls. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. We have a few newcomers." Before she could finish, Su Ruojin handed her a pouch of silver. "I want to see Yin Yang." Mama Qiao paused for a moment, then kept her smile. "Oh, young sir, unfortunately, Yun Yang is unwell and not seeing guests right now. How about I arrange for another girl?" Su Ruojin took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Mama Qiao. "Give these to Yun Yang. If she still won't see me, I'll choose another girl." Seeing the thick stack of banknotes, Mama Qiao's smile widened. She quickly took the banknotes. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." "Xiao Cui, quickly, take the young sir to a private room." An 11 or 12-year-old girl came over and led Su Ruojin to a private room on the second floor, serving tea and fruits. Xiao Cui stood quietly to the side, not saying a word. Su Ruojin took his time, leisurely sipping his tea. Before long, the door opened, and a stunning woman in a red dress with a sheer veil entered the room. Seeing Su Ruojin, her eyes lit up as she swayed toward him, her gaze captivating. As she reached Su Ruojin, she placed her hands on his shoulders, leaned down, her face close to his ear, her lips slightly parted, releasing a fragrant scent with a hint of allure. "Sir, Yun Yang is here. Please be gentle with me." Xiao Cui quickly left, closing the door gently behind her. Su Ruojin smiled slightly, lifted Yun Yang's chin, and softly said, "Return the banknotes to me." When Su Ruojin asked for the banknotes back, Yun Yang's expression changed, and her smile vanished. Angrily, she sat down beside her. "Su Ruojin, you're so stingy. It's just a few banknotes. Why be so tight-fisted? One of them is even fake. There's no fake one. How could I afford the courtesan from the Flower and Moon Pavilion? There are at least 8,000 young masters waiting to send you money every day. Would they even care about my little banknotes?" Su Ruojin casually picked up the teapot and poured herself more tea. Yun Yang, fuming, pulled out a stack of banknotes from her pocket and threw them on the table. "Here, take it. The leader of the Dark Alliance is so stingy. Who would believe it?" Su Ruojin collected the banknotes, blew on the tea foam, and took a sip. "Deputy Leader, this tea is nice. Please pack some for me to take later." Yun Yang rolled her eyes at Su Ruojin. "You won't spend a single coin, yet you want to take some home. Dream on. I heard the northern border isn't peaceful lately. Should I send Rong Qizhou there to see if there's anything interesting happening?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yang's eyes lit up, and a flattering smile appeared on her face. "My dear Jin, Qizhou has been busy every day with matters concerning old Lady Lin. If you send him to the northern border now, it will affect your important plans, won't it? If Qizhou were sent to the northern border, how would she maintain their relationship?" Rong Qizhou was mainly responsible for the Dark Alliance's affairs in the capital, and he had just started to show her some kindness. She couldn't let him be sent away now. That would ruin everything. Su Ruojin set down her teacup. "So, what's the situation now?" Yun Yang wiped the smile off her face and said seriously, "According to the intel, there haven't been any suspicious carriages entering the capital in the past few days. If they did head to the capital, they probably hid the people outside the city. The brothers of the Dark Alliance are already searching the outskirts, but the area is too vast, and it will take time. Yunyang didn't finish her sentence, but Su Ruojin understood. With so many wealthy families in the capital, there were countless estates outside the city. Even the Dark Alliance couldn't search them all in a short time. However, someone saw a suspicious carriage heading to a villa in the eastern suburbs yesterday. That area is a bit tricky for us to intervene, Yunyang continued. What was suspicious about it? The carriage was quite ordinary, with no markings, yet it smoothly entered the Tsuyin villa in the eastern suburbs without any obstruction. Oh, Su Ruojin put down her cup. Whose estate is that? It belongs to the Duke of Dinghua, who is the brother of the current Empress Dowager. Su Ruojin did not want to have too much involvement with the royal power, and the Dark Alliance had not made any plans in that area. Yunyang did not dare to act without Su Ruojin's approval. Royal relatives. After thinking for a moment, Su Ruojin said, "Have someone find a way to sneak into Tsuyin Villa and report anything timely to me. I am staying in room 2 at the Donglian." Yes, Alliance leader. She truly did not wish to deal with the royal power, but if they came to her door, simply retreating would not be like her, Su Ruojin. The Dark Alliance had people everywhere. As long as the Tsuyin Villa needed food and other necessities, they would find a way to blend in. At the same time, in another elegant room at the Fengyue building, Xiao Yanchu was sitting across from a young man. "I wonder why the third prince has gone to such lengths to find me," Xiao Yanchu said, turning the jade ring on his left thumb as he looked at the young man across from him. A prince of a nation coming to another country's capital was quite a taboo. The third prince of Yunqi, Yun Xiao, showed no hesitation and boldly approached Xiao Yanchu. Yun Xiao looked regretful. "I have always heard that the regent does not favor women, and seeing it today is indeed true. I heard that the famous Fengyue building in Dichu gathers beauties from all over, yet the regent shows no pity and sends them away, disappointing many hearts. Since the third prince is nothing else, I will take my leave." After saying this, Xiao Yanchu prepared to stand up and leave. Yun Xiao quickly called out, "Wait, Your Highness, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down. I do have something to discuss with you." After saying this, Yun Xiao clapped his hands, and a servant brought over a carved wooden box and opened it. Inside was a completely white plant, even its roots as white as snow, resembling a dyed wheat stalk. What was even stranger was that upon opening the box, a layer of mist surrounded the white wheat, exuding a chilling aura. Soul-snatching grass. Ever since Su Ruojin mentioned the herbs that could cure the soul-devouring shadow poison, Xiao Yanchu had been studying these herbs. He had memorized the appearance of every herb except for He-Yen soil, so he immediately recognized the soul-snatching grass. Since the Golden Mountain is within the borders of Yunqi, it was not surprising that the third prince had this herb. Xiao Yanchu had previously sent someone to secretly look for the soul-claiming grass in the Yunqi kingdom, but there had been no news. Unexpectedly, today Yun Xiao came to him directly. Yun Xiao secretly observed Xiao Yanchu's expression and noticed that his face showed no change when he saw the soul-claiming grass. This made Yun Xiao doubt the information he had received. Wasn't Xiao Yanchu searching everywhere for the soul-claiming grass? How could he not be surprised at all upon seeing it? It should be noted that the soul-claiming grass had become extinct in Jinshan, and the one in his possession might be the last in the world. The reason it was called soul-claiming grass was not because it could kill, but because anyone who consumed it or got its juice on a wound would suffer from hysteria, losing their sense of bodily awareness, and the pain would be magnified many times over. For an ordinary person, a slap might just be endured, but for someone who had taken the soul-claiming grass, the pain from a single slap could cause them to die from the agony. However, if used correctly, the soul-claiming grass could help those suffering from madness or hysteria return to normal. Although Yun Xiao did not know what Xiao Yanchu needed it for, he must have a significant purpose for searching for it. Using this to exchange for what he wanted, Yun Xiao believed Xiao Yanchu would not refuse. Xiao Yanchu raised his eyelids and said, "Third Prince, if you have something to say, please speak directly. Your Highness, I have a request. If you can help me, I will offer you this soul-claiming grass as a token of gratitude." "What do you think?" Xiao Yanchu did not respond but continued to look at Yun Xiao. Realizing that he would not receive Xiao Yanchu's promise without revealing the matter, Yun Xiao sighed and said, "Not long ago, my concubine came to me in tears, saying her grandfather Zhao Guangtao had suddenly gone missing and asked me to help find him. I have a deep bond with her, and her grandfather is like family to me. I couldn't bear to see her so sad, so I came out to search for him. However, I only found clues that Zhao Guangtao had entered the territory of Dazhou, and since he is within Dazhou, I believe the regent would have an easier time finding him. I only need the regent to help me locate Zhao Guangtao. Is that all? Just looking for someone was worth Yun Xiao making a special trip and offering the soul-claiming grass? Given its rarity, many people wanted it. As far as Xiao Yanchu knew, the Dark Alliance's bounty list already had someone offering 5,000 taels of gold for it. Yun Xiao nodded. That's all. This should not be difficult for your highness. To show my sincerity, I will hand over the soul-claiming grass to you first and await your good news. Farewell." After saying this, Yun Xiao did not linger and left the private room. After Yun Xiao left, Hu Qing whispered, "Your Highness, the third prince of the Yunqi kingdom, is quite the romantic. He traveled a long way to Dechu for the sake of a concubine's grandfather. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Xiao Yanchu glanced at the soul-capturing grass left by Yun Xiao and sneered, "What if Zhao Guangtao is the wealthiest man in Yunqi? How much true love can there be among royalty? Besides acting, it all comes down to interests. Zhao Guangtao is the richest man in Yunqi with a significant amount of wealth. It's no wonder his granddaughter, even from a merchant family, could become a prince's concubine." "Then, Your Highness, do you want to help him find someone?" Hu Qing asked. Xiao Yanchu stood up. "Zhao Guangtao is known as a great benefactor in Yunqi. Last year, during the flood, he donated hundreds of thousands of taels to help the victims. If he truly needs assistance, I don't mind helping. As for the details, they could wait until they found the person." Just as Xiao Yanchu stepped out of the private room, he spotted a familiar figure heading toward the entrance of the Fengyue building. Xiao Yanchu's gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace to follow. "Hey, young master, wait for me," Hu Qing called out, clutching a box as he hurried behind. When Xiao Yanchu reached the entrance, the figure had already disappeared. Could he have been mistaken?
Impossible.
He couldn't have misidentified her. Although the person looked like a young master, disguising as one to visit a brothel was something she could do. "Young master, are you looking for someone?" Hu Qing asked, catching up. Xiao Yanchu pondered for a moment and instructed, "Hu Qing, find out if Miss Su has arrived in the capital." "Huh?" Hu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "What are you standing there for? Right away, I'll go." Hu Qing quickly turned and left. Su Ruojin returned to the inn. The old man had not yet woken up, but his fever had subsided. "It seems he should wake up tomorrow," Su Ruojin said as she withdrew her hand from checking his pulse. Yen Luo handed her a cloth to clean her hands. "Miss, what did Sister Yun say? The Tianyi Pavilion and the Dark Alliance often communicate, so Yen Luo was aware of Yun Yang's identity. When Miss saved Yun Yang from the river, Yun Yang, wanting to repay her, volunteered to manage the Fengyue building after the Dark Alliance was established. After all, there is no better place than a brothel to gather information. Yun Yang mentioned that a carriage recently entered the estate of the Dinghua house. She suspects it might contain my grandmother. I've asked her to investigate, and we should have news by tomorrow." Su Ruojin shared what she had learned. Feng quickly said, "Miss, let me go check the manor right now." Su Ruojin shook her head. "That is the manor of the Duke of Dinghua. Not just anyone can enter. If we alert them, it will be even harder to find grandmother. Let's leave this matter to Yun Yang. Miss, what should we do now? Are we just going to wait?" Yen Luo asked anxiously, worried about what might happen to the old lady. "Let's take a nap. We will receive news tomorrow," Su Ruojin replied. She knew that rushing wouldn't help. It was better to regain her strength. She was skilled with hidden weapons and had learned some martial arts under her second master, enough for self-defense, but she was still far from a true expert. Although Feng was good at martial arts, he wouldn't be able to handle any traps or secret passages. Su Ruojin realized that neither she nor Feng could safely blend into Cueyun Biyuan, so it was better to trust Yun Yang and let professionals handle it. The next day, As soon as Su Ruojin woke up, Yan Luo knocked on the door. Su Ruojin hurried to open it. Is there news? Yan Luo looked a bit strange. Miss, there is still no news from Sister Yun, but young Master Jiang wishes to see you. Young Master Jiang? Jiang Qianan? Su Ruojin only knew one person with the surname Jiang. How did he know I came to the capital? Su Ruojin wondered. Yan Luo shook her head, unsure. Su Ruojin changed her clothes and went to the private room of the inn, where Jiang Qianan was sitting at the tea table, brewing tea. He smiled and gestured to the seat in front of him. Miss Su, please sit. The tea will be ready soon, but before drinking, have some snacks to avoid getting dizzy on an empty stomach. The table was filled with various snacks and dried fruits, including bean cakes, beef tongue pastries, date cakes, osmanthus cakes, green bean cakes, apricot preserves, peach preserves, and winter melon candied fruit, making for a rich spread. Su Ruojin didn't hesitate. She sat down and took a piece of osmanthus cake. When she tasted the apricot preserve, she paused. The familiar flavor made her ask, "Is this from Yueji? How could there be Yueji's apricot preserves in the capital?" Jiang Qianan brought the poured tea to Su Ruojin. At Yanyang, I noticed you liked Yueji's apricot preserves, so I thought they must be good and brought some back to the capital. You have good taste. Yueji's apricot preserves are the best I've ever had, Su Ruojin praised. Jiang Qianan smiled even more. Hu Qing, standing nearby, rolled his eyes secretly. Every once in a while, someone would bring back some dried apricots from the Moon Record Shop, but they just sat there untouched. Others don't know, but he doesn't know either. The prince is simply worried that Miss Su might come to the capital one day and not be able to find a place to buy the dried apricots. Now it has indeed come in handy. Mr. Jiang, how did you know I came to the capital? Su Ruojin asked directly. Yesterday, Hu Qing went out shopping and happened to see Miss Su. Jiang Qianan replied casually. Oh, Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow. Then why didn't he greet me? Because Hu Qing was in a place where it wasn't appropriate to greet Miss Su. Su Ruojin glanced at Hu Qing, understanding everything. Yesterday, she went to the Fengyue building dressed as a man without any disguise. If Hu Qing happened to be there and recognized her, it wouldn't be surprising. Yan Luo also understood and shot Hu Qing a glare. After being so proper in Yanyang, he revealed his true self as soon as he returned to the capital, even visiting a place like that. Hu Qing felt like crying. The prince was really putting him in a tough spot.
So, you found the inn?
Mr. Jiang, you really are well informed, Su Ruojin hinted. Since Miss Su rarely visits the capital, I must be a good host. I wonder if Miss Su is here to visit family, friends, or just for fun. If it's for fun, I happen to have some free time and can show you around the capital, Jiang Qianan asked. I'm looking for someone, Su Ruojin replied straightforwardly. Jiang Qianan paused while pouring tea. Who are you looking for? My grandmother. Jiang Qianan was slightly surprised. What happened to old Madam Lin? She's missing. She must have been taken to the capital. Su Ruojin hadn't intended to ask Jiang Qianan for help, but since he had come to her, his connections in the capital might be useful. Hu Qing, go investigate, Jiang Qianan said firmly. During her time in Yanyang, old Madam Lin treated Xiao Bao like her own grandson. Jiang Qianan would never allow anyone to harm her under his watch. Yes, Hu Qing responded and was about to leave when Su Ruojin called out, Wait, let's hold off for a bit. We might get news soon. At that moment, Feng entered and paused when he saw Jiang Qianan. When he had previously gone to find Su Ruojin, the innkeeper had said she was here, but he hadn't expected Jiang Qianan to be present as well. This guy just wouldn't leave. Others might not notice, but as a man himself, he could tell that Jiang Qianan's gaze towards the young lady was unusual. Mississippi. Feng hesitated to speak. Su Ruojin nodded. It's fine, we're all on the same side. Just say it. Jiang Qianan smiled a bit more at her words, realizing they were all allies. Hearing Su Ruojin say that, Feng stopped hesitating and said directly, Someone was indeed sent to Cueyun Courtyard yesterday, but I couldn't find out where they were held. Jiang Qianan raised an eyebrow. You found out about Cueyun Courtyard? It was surprising that this young girl could uncover information about the Duke's estate. Su Ruojin nodded. A strange carriage entered Suiyun courtyard yesterday. She then asked Fengming, "Did you find out who it was?" Fengming replied, "The news says that person was brought into the courtyard with a cloth bag over their head, so their appearance is unclear, but based on their clothing, they should be an older woman." An older woman. Su Ruojin became even more certain that her grandmother was being held in Suiyun courtyard. Her grandmother hadn't left Yanyang in decades, so how could she have gotten involved with the Duke so far away in the capital and been captured? It was quite suspicious. If there was anything special about this situation, it was. Su Ruojin focused on Jiang Qianan. Out of trust and a desire to avoid trouble, she hadn't looked into Jiang Qianan and Xiao Bao's true identities. However, if their true identities posed a threat to those around her, that would be a different matter. Jiang Qianan felt uneasy under her gaze and instinctively touched his nose. "Miss Su, if you trust me, why not let me handle this? As long as old Madam Lin is in Suiyun courtyard, I will definitely rescue her. What do you think?" Su Ruojin withdrew her gaze and stared at her teacup in silence. Hu Qing, anxious, kept signaling Yan Luo to persuade Su Ruojin. The Duke's estate was not a place for someone like her, a powerless girl from Yanyang, to confront. It would be like an egg hitting a rock. But if the matter was handed over to the prince, it would be entirely different. Yan Luo, not understanding the nuances, looked puzzled and sincerely asked, "Hu Qing, what's wrong? Are your eyes twitching? Do you want Miss to take a look?" Hu Qing immediately deflated and waved his hands. I'm fine. Su Ruojin set down her teacup. "Young Master Jiang, when can you rescue my grandmother?" "In 2 days, Jiang Qianan replied seriously. "Young Master Jiang, the other party is the Duke of Dinghua, the brother of the current Empress. Are you sure you can rescue my grandmother in 2 days? Su Ruojin looked at Jiang Qianan, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Jiang Qianan met her gaze directly, unwavering, and replied firmly, "I will keep my promise." Su Ruojin was taken aback by Jiang Qianan's intense look for a moment. In an instant, she regained her composure and asked, "How do you plan to do that?" Jiang Qianan gave her a reassuring look. "Miss Su, trust me. I will rescue Lady Lin by tomorrow evening at the latest. You just need to wait for my news at the inn." Su Ruojin shook her head, her tone resolute. "Young Master Jiang, since it is my grandmother, I cannot just wait at the inn. No matter what your plan is, I must be involved. Otherwise, there is no need to trouble you." Jiang Qianan was taken aback and tried to persuade her, "Miss Su, although it is just a manor of the Duke of Dinghua, it is not easy to enter. Perhaps you should. Young Master Jiang, if you do not agree, I will find a way to rescue my grandmother myself. You need not worry about me. I will take my leave now." Su Ruojin stood up to leave without hesitation. It was not that she did not trust Jiang Qianan. She believed he could rescue her grandmother in 2 days. However, Su Ruojin never liked to place all her hopes on others and wait passively. Some matters needed personal involvement to understand the situation better. Although the imperial power of Dechu was supreme and the Duke of Dinghua was a royal relative, since he had harmed her grandmother, Su Ruojin would seek justice for her grandmother if given the chance. All of this depended on knowing both sides well. To save her grandmother, she had to be involved. Seeing Su Ruojin truly get up to leave without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Qianan quickly called out, "Miss Su, please wait," he sighed inwardly. This girl was quite stubborn, and he felt helpless. Su Ruojin turned back to look at Jiang Qianan, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Qianan pointed to the seat. "Miss Su, please sit. Let's discuss this." Only then did Su Ruojin sit down. Jiang Qianan got straight to the point. The steward of Suiyun Biyuan, Zhou Renjiang, has a peculiar habit of mistreating young girls. Periodically, several young girls' bodies are sent out from the manor. But because he is a cousin of the Duke of Dinghua, and most of these girls come from poor families, who would dare to confront the Duke when a child dies. However, Zhou Renjiang rarely leaves the estate. I plan to find someone to sneak in and use Zhou Renjiang to locate the whereabouts of Lady Lin. Jiang Qianan didn't say it directly, but Su Ruojin understood. He intended to find someone to pretend to be a poor girl, feigning capture at Suiyun courtyard to gather information. The other party is Duke Dinghua. If we investigate openly, We might alert them and risk losing the person or destroying the evidence, making it even harder to find them again. What kind of girl does Zhou Renjiang like? Su Ruojin asked. Zhou Renjiang manages the estate and cannot go out without Duke Dinggua's permission. He sends trusted people to nearby villages to find beautiful girls aged 8 to 16 to bring back for his amusement. None of these girls survive, Jiang Qianan explained in detail. Doesn't anyone care about his disregard for life? Su Ruojin blurted out, but then realized she was stating the obvious. In this era, the lives of ordinary people are worth less than a dog owned by a noble family. Who would dare to report Duke Dinggua? Even if someone did, what could be done? Then Su Ruojin noticed something odd. Why is Zhou Renjiang just a steward, restricted from leaving the estate? Jiang Qianan looked at Su Ruojin with approval. The girl was indeed clever. Suiyin Courtyard has always been mysterious. There are rumors of many secret passages and dungeons inside, but no one knows the details, Jiang Qianan explained. All right, then I'll investigate Suiyin Courtyard. Su Ruojin narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of determination. If there is something unusual, it would explain why Zhou Renjiang cannot leave the estate freely. Okay, tomorrow I'll find someone to pretend to be a farmer's girl and make sure the people on the estate notice her. We can follow behind, Jiang Qianan said. His plan sounded good, but Su Ruojin rejected it. No, I will disguise myself as the farmer's girl. No way. Jiang Qianan immediately refused without thinking. Although Su Ruojin was not an ordinary weak girl, the situation was dangerous, and he couldn't accept any risks. Young Master Jiang, you can't catch a tiger without entering its den. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. If you don't agree, we can act separately without affecting each other, Su Ruojin insisted. Jiang Qianan was momentarily speechless. He really couldn't do anything about her. All right, but if there's any danger, you must signal. This time, Su Ruojin readily agreed. She wasn't foolish. If there was danger, why wouldn't she signal? After returning and tidying up, Su Ruojin restored her appearance from her time at the Lin residence. She did not tell Jiang Qianan the real reason. She insisted on pretending to be a farmer's girl. Jiang Qianan saw that the little girl in front of him, despite her plain linen clothes and a wooden hairpin holding up her dark hair, still caught the eye with her charm. As long as the people sent by Zhou Renjiang weren't blind, they wouldn't overlook such a beautiful girl. We shouldn't delay, let's go, Su Ruojin said, eager to leave. She didn't know the purpose of the other party in taking her grandmother, and every moment wasted meant more danger for her grandmother. Xiangyang Village, the largest village near the capital. In the village, Wang Erjing's family had a distant niece named Cui Anai. Cui Anai was very hardworking, helping with farm work and bringing meals to her uncle in the fields. This pretty and capable girl quickly became the top choice for daughters-in-law among the village women, who often pulled her aside to chat and ask if she was promised to anyone. From his hiding place, Jiang Qianan watched Su Ruojin blend in so easily. If he didn't know her, he might really think she was a local farmer's girl. She worked the fields with such skill that she didn't seem like a novice at all. After all, Su Ruojin had once been the young lady of the Lin family. How could she be so familiar with farm work? He couldn't imagine that during her travels, Su Ruojin often stayed in simple villages, working alongside the locals and enjoying the peaceful rural life. Though Jiang Qianan was puzzled, he had to admit that if he were to send someone to impersonate a farmer's girl, no one could do it as well as Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin tried every possible way to make her presence known in the village to attract the attention of the people from Suiyin Biyuan. There were several villages in the outskirts of the capital, and no one could guarantee that the people from Suiyin Biyuan would arrive in Xiangyang village today. Feeling anxious, as she carried the freshly washed clothes home from the river, she was suddenly blocked in her path. Looking up, she saw a man with a sharp face and a sly look staring at her. Well, who is this little lady? I've never seen you before. On such a sunny day, you're washing clothes by the river? Your hands are all wrinkled from the water. It's quite heart-wrenching. Come, let me see if your face is tanned, he said, reaching out to touch Su Ruojin's face. The man was known in the village as a troublemaker named Niu Dajuan. He spent his days idly, enjoying food and drink, and whenever he had some money, he either bought alcohol or went to gamble in the city. He often teased the women in the village, from the older ladies to the young girls. Today, after losing all his money at the gambling house, he returned to the village and spotted Su Ruojin, which caught his attention. Could it be that while he lost at gambling, he found luck in love? Nyo Dajuan felt a little less gloomy about his losses. Su Ruojin took a few steps back to avoid Nyo Dajuan's reaching hand and turned to leave. Nyo Dajuan quickly stepped in front of her again, saying, "Miss, don't be shy. I promise to treat you well." He reached out to grab her. Su Ruojin was thinking about how to deal with Nyo Dajuan without raising suspicion about herself and ruining her plans when Uncle Jen came rushing in, swinging a thick wooden stick at Nyo Dajuan. "Nyo Dajuan, if you dare to bother my Chui and I'll teach you a lesson." Uncle Jen was Su Ruojin's nominal uncle in the village. As the stick came down, Nyo Dajuan tried to dodge, but it felt like something had struck his feet, leaving him frozen in place. He was hit hard and fell to the ground. After the first hit, the second and third blows followed relentlessly. "Ouch, Uncle Jen, please stop. I didn't know she was your family." "I'm sorry. I won't do it again," Nyo Dajuan pleaded, covering his head. Uncle Jen, tired from swinging, planted the stick on the ground and panted, "Nyo Dajuan, if you ever bother my Chui and I again, I won't hold back." Nyo Dajuan quickly got up, clutching his stomach and repeatedly saying, "I won't do it again, Uncle Jen, I promise." He then stumbled away. After running a distance, Nyo Dajuan glanced back at Su Ruojin and Uncle Jen with a dark look, which Su Ruojin noticed. This kind of troublemaker was like a rat hiding in the gutter, retreating after a loss but waiting for a chance to retaliate. She needed to come up with a foolproof plan to keep Uncle Jen's family safe. At that moment, Su Ruojin didn't realize that Nyo Dajuan would unwittingly provide her with an opportunity and become her help. As the sun began to set, Su Ruojin wandered around the village for most of the day without feeling watched. What if the others didn't come to Xiangyang village today? What would she do? If there was still no sign by midnight, she decided to investigate Suiyin courtyard at night. After being beaten by Uncle Jen, Nyo Dajuan felt increasingly angry. He had never experienced such humiliation in Xiangyang village. Wang Erjun.
Queenie.
Just wait for me. Thinking of Chui Ni's fair skin and bright eyes, Nyo Dajuan became restless. He decided that since he couldn't have her, he might as well make some money. He endured the pain, got up, and quickly ran to the city. At Xianjinfang, a casino near the outskirts of the capital where Nyo Dajuan often hung out, many people greeted him as he entered. "Dajuan, did you get money so soon? Dajuan, come here, there's a spot for you." "Hey, Dajuan, are you here to win back your losses?" Nyo Dajuan ignored them and looked around as if searching for someone. Finally spotting the person he was looking for, he hurried over and pulled him aside. "Dan, where's Zhengyi?" Dan was a worker at the casino, doing some rough jobs. Dan glanced at Nyo Dajuan and said, "Brother Dajuan, Zhengyi is not someone you can just see whenever you want." Nyo Dajuan gritted his teeth and pulled out his last 2 coins, handing them to Dan. "If I make money after meeting Zhengyi, I won't forget your share." Dan accepted the coins without complaint and pointed upstairs. "Zhengyi is in the dojin room." Nyo Dajuan went to the second floor, but was stopped by 2 guards. Nyo Dajuan bowed and said, "Gentlemen, I have important news for Zhengyi. Please let him know." The guards glanced at him. "Zhengyi is busy and can't see you, gentlemen." Nyo Dajuan looked around to ensure no one was watching and continued in a low voice, "I saw a top-quality item that would surely please Zhengyi." Hearing this, the guards exchanged glances and one of them said, "Wait here." He then turned and entered the room. After a moment, the guard returned. "Zhengyi wants to see you." Upon entering the private room, Nyo Dajuan saw a man in his 30s lounging on a couch, with 2 lightly dressed girls giving him a leg massage. The man glanced at Nyo Dajuan. "What good item do you have?" "It's Wang Erjun's niece from our village. She just came to stay with him today. She's so beautiful that even heavenly beings can't compare," Nyo Dajuan quickly explained. "Zhengyi, this isn't my first time working with you. You can trust me completely," Nyo Dajuan assured him. Zheng Shun waved his hand. "Take him to see her. Mr. Zhou had just scolded him for the poor quality of goods he had sent recently. He was worried about this matter and felt he had to check it out, regardless of whether the news was true or not. If the news was false, then Niu Dajuan wouldn't be alive either. Yes, the two guards left to carry out the order. By the end of the evening, the sky had darkened, and most villagers had returned home for dinner. Su Ruojin finished her meal at Uncle Jen's house and went out to borrow shoe patterns from Sister Li at the other end of the village. As she reached the big locust tree in the middle of the village, Su Ruojin slowed her pace and smiled. Here they come. She deliberately walked toward a secluded area, and as expected, a hand struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint. Niu Dajuan was right, this one is good. Take her back, and there will surely be a reward, said the black-clad guard as he covered Su Ruojin with a black cloth bag and carried her away, not noticing the silver powder slowly falling from the girl's hand. After a bumpy ride, Su Ruojin felt herself placed on a large bed, and the black cloth bag was removed. Perhaps her captors thought she was still unconscious, or they were confident that a young girl like her wouldn't escape, so they didn't tie her hands or feet. Once alone in the room, Su Ruojin sat up and looked around. Most of the furniture was made of precious woods like wangwali and golden silk namu, along with various silks and antique decorations. Each piece was far too luxurious for an ordinary family, even more than what the Lin family had in the past. Su Ruojin got up and began to knock around until she felt a vase on a display shelf was loose. She gently turned it, and the wall behind the shelf split open, revealing a secret passage. Su Ruojin quickly slipped into the passage. When she emerged, she found herself in a dark room filled with whips, clamps, knives, axes, and other tools of punishment. Each tool was stained with dried blood, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. In one corner of the room, a brazier burned, with some branding irons beside it. At that moment, Su Ruojin heard a faint voice. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small door in the northeast corner of the room. The door was unlocked, so Su Ruojin pushed it open and saw 7 or 8 girls lying inside, scattered about. The youngest looked about 10 years old, while the oldest appeared to be around 15 or 16. They were all poorly dressed, with disheveled hair, bruised mouths, and covered in various bloodstains. Su Ruojin hurried over to check on them, only to find that most of the girls had already lost their lives. Only one girl lying at the edge was still gasping for breath. The sound Su Ruojin heard earlier was from her extreme pain. Su Ruojin quickly checked her pulse and saw that the girl was covered in bruises, whip marks, and burns, with blood all over her lower body, teetering on the edge of death. Su Ruojin hurriedly took out a pill and placed it in the girl's mouth. This life-saving pill contained 100-year-old ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and other precious herbs. As long as she had breath left, it could at least sustain her for 3 more hours. After taking the medicine, the girl slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Su Ruojin, her eyes were filled with fear, and she used all her strength to say a few words. Run. Quickly run. If Su Ruojin hadn't been so close, she wouldn't have been able to hear her. The girl was urging her to escape, even though she was on the brink of death. A softness flashed in Su Ruojin's eyes as she softly said, "Don't worry, you won't die. Hold on. I'll come back to rescue you soon." Not caring about anything else, Su Ruojin took off her outer shirt and covered the girl with it. She still had unfinished business and couldn't take her out just yet. Looking at the bodies of the girls who had suffered and the torture devices in the dark room, Su Ruojin clenched her fists. She would never let the culprit go. Su Ruojin left the dark room, restored everything to its original state, and lay back down on the bed. Once she finished, she heard a sound coming from outside the door. The door opened, and a pair of footsteps approached, stopping at the bedside. With her eyes closed, Su Ruojin heard an excited voice from a middle-aged man. "This Xingshun has finally lived up to my expectations. This time, he really sent a gem. I can have some fun with her for a while." Then, Su Ruojin felt a hand reaching toward her face. Just as it was about to touch her, she suddenly opened her eyes, and several silver needles flew toward the man's arm. In the next moment, Zhou Renjiang's arm turned purple-black. He wanted to scream but found he couldn't make a sound, his legs going weak beneath him. Su Ruojin got up from the bed, looking at Zhou Renjiang, who was clutching his arm with terror in his eyes, and scoffed. "So, you're the steward, Zhou? I advise you not to think about running away. The poison you've received can only be cured by me in the entire Great Chu. If you don't want to die, just behave, and maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll cure you." Zhou Renjiang nodded repeatedly.
Good.
"I will ask you a question now. If the answer is yes, nod your head. If no, shake your head. If you answer well, I might consider letting you speak first. How about that?" Zhou Renjiang nodded vigorously again. "Are all the girls in the dark room captured by you?" Zhou Renjiang's pupils narrowed. How did she know about the dark room? Seeing that Zhou Renjiang neither nodded nor shook his head, Su Ruojin calmly said, "You don't have to answer. Just wait until the poison in your arm turns completely black. That will be your time of death. Are you starting to feel tightness in your chest and having trouble breathing?" Upon hearing Su Ruojin's words, Zhou Renjiang suddenly felt breathless, and his face turned red. "I'll ask again, are the girls in the dark room captured by you?" This time, Zhou Renjiang nodded without hesitation. "Did you kill them all?" Zhou Renjiang continued to nod. Since he had already admitted to one thing, admitting to another didn't matter much. A cold glint flashed in Su Ruojin's eyes, and her tone became even colder. "Did you capture an old lady at the village a few days ago?" Upon hearing this question, Zhou Renjiang's gaze flickered, and he instinctively lowered his head, no longer showing any response. Su Ruojin sneered. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal to your master. I wonder if your master would be touched to know you are willing to die for him. You only have a short time left." Zhou Renjiang began to tremble, looking at his increasingly darkening arm, and finally nodded. "Is she still at the village?" With the previous question, Zhou Renjiang nodded again without hesitation. Su Ruojin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was at the village, that was good. "I will let you speak now.
Tell me where she is."
If you try to play tricks, let's see who acts faster, you or me." Zhou Renjiang nodded again. Su Ruojin put a pill in his mouth. After he swallowed it, he tried to speak and found that he could really talk. He wanted to call for help but didn't dare, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. You just need to tell me why you captured her and where she is being held now." Zhou Renjiang fell silent. Su Ruojin smiled lightly. "I believe that since you captured her, you won't kill her right away. Since I can get into the village, whether you tell me or not, I will find the old lady. It's just a matter of time. What I just made you swallow is a poison called 100 Poisons powder. At first, your body will itch, then it will feel like countless ants are biting you, and finally, your organs will slowly rot and kill you. If you want to experience this, I have no objections. By the way, this 100 Poisons powder also contains some antidote ingredients, ensuring that you won't die even if you don't eat or drink for 5 days, allowing you to slowly enjoy the experience." After hearing Su Ruojin's words, Zhou Renjiang began to feel an intense itch all over his body. This itch was not the usual irritation from mosquito bites. It felt like countless insects were crawling under his skin, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Just a moment ago, Zhou Renjiang thought the girl was as beautiful as a fairy, but now she seemed like a demon. If he spoke up, would the Duke spare him? Su Ruojin seemed to sense his hesitation. "If you speak, you might have a chance to live. If you don't, you will die. Choose." The itch grew unbearable, and he scratched at it. The more he scratched, the worse it got. His poisoned hand was now raw and bleeding, with dark blood dripping onto the ground, creating a foul smell. Seeing this, Zhou Renjiang panicked and said, "I'll tell you. The old lady is locked in a secret room under the rockery in the other courtyard. We were instructed not to harm her, and she hasn't been hurt." Having gotten what she wanted, Su Ruojin stood up to leave. Zhou Renjiang called out, "Miss, my poison." Su Ruojin turned back and smiled slightly. "I almost forgot about that." She approached him and put another pill in his mouth. "Take this, and the poison in your arm will be cured." Indeed, Zhou Renjiang noticed the dark color in his arm fading, and he felt relieved. However, as he prepared to call for help, he found he couldn't speak again. This time, not only could he not talk, but he couldn't move at all, lying stiffly on the ground. Zhou Renjiang could only glare at Su Ruojin with his eyes, questioning her trustworthiness. Su Ruojin smiled coldly. Zhou Renjiang, I said I would cure your poison, and I did. But I'm not in a good mood right now, so I don't plan to let you go. Then she shoved him under the bed. Once everything was set, Su Ruojin clapped her hands and looked under the bed. I didn't lie to you. In half a tea time, you will suffer from the pain of being eaten alive by ants, and your organs will slowly rot over 5 days. By the way, there is no antidote for this poison. You'd better pray someone finds you soon and puts you out of your misery. A demon who harmed so many girls, Su Ruojin would never let him go. She wanted him to remain conscious, alone in a hidden place, to enjoy the pain brought by the poison, fulfilling her desire for revenge. What can the cousin of the Duke do? Jiang Qianan might hesitate to act against the Duke's people due to his family background, but she has no such worries. This is also one of the reasons why Su Ruojin insisted on disguising herself as a farmer's girl when she heard about Zhou Renjiang harming young girls. Those who commit evil deeds will surely be punished. If Jiang Qianan cannot act, then she will. Zhou Renjiang couldn't make a sound and could only watch from the darkness under the bed, his eyes red, enduring the pain of insects crawling and ants biting. He was glad he hadn't revealed how to open the secret passage. When that little troublemaker searches for it, a small mistake could trigger the trap, and then she wouldn't be able to escape. Zhou Renjiang didn't believe the poison could be cured. As long as he was discovered by the people in the village, his cousin would definitely be able to invite the palace doctor to help him, and then he would make this woman wish she were dead. After dealing with Zhou Renjiang, Su Ruojin gently opened the door and stepped outside. Perhaps Zhou Renjiang didn't like to be disturbed while working, so the area outside was empty, making it convenient for her to act. She nodded slightly toward the shadows and carefully avoided the guards, heading towards the rockery. As she approached the rockery, 2 guards walked towards her, and Su Ruojin quickly hid behind a pillar. Zheng Shun made a fortune this time. Yeah, today he brought a stunning beauty to Steward Zhou, and Steward Zhou rewarded him with 200 taels. Why can't I ever encounter such good luck? Exactly. I heard it was Niu Dajuan who gave Zheng Shun the tip. Tomorrow, let's invite Niu Dajuan for a drink and ask him to let us know if he hears about such good things again. All right. As the 2 guards chatted and walked away, Su Ruojin stepped out, pondering their conversation. But the priority was to rescue her grandmother. Everything else could wait. Arriving by the rockery, Jiang Qianan suddenly appeared beside her and whispered, I just checked and couldn't find the mechanism. After receiving the news, Jiang Qianan had come to the rockery first, but despite checking all the stones and the ground around it, he hadn't found anything. Su Ruojin remained silent, staring at the rockery, then carefully circled around it. Her eyes focused on 7 inconspicuous stones at the base of the rockery. Following Su Ruojin's gaze, Jiang Qianan said, I've already tried those stones. There was no reaction. Su Ruojin walked over, swapped the 6th stone with the 3rd one, and then placed the 5th stone into a seemingly natural hole in the rockery. In the next moment, the fake mountain silently moved aside, revealing a tunnel. Jiang Qianan was shocked. How did she discover this? Without saying a word, Su Ruojin directly entered the tunnel. Jiang Qianan had no time to ask anything and quickly followed her inside. The tunnel had steps, with torches burning on both sides, lighting the way brightly. As they reached the bottom of the steps, they found a small room. The room was not large and had only a wooden bed, a stone table in the middle, 2 stone stools, and a couple of wooden chairs against the wall. On the table were a wine jug and some food. An elderly woman in a dark blue dress was sitting on the stone stool with her back to them, seemingly eating. She wore a white magnolia hairpin that Su Ruojin had given to the old lady last year on her birthday. Grandmother? Su Ruojin called out tentatively, her voice filled with excitement. That's great. Grandmother is safe. The old woman turned around, her face filled with surprise. Who are you? Someone. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Qianan swiftly threw a stone that knocked her out. Seeing the unfamiliar face in front of her, Su Ruojin became anxious, her eyes reddening. She's wearing my grandmother's hairpin, but grandmother isn't here. Where's she? If someone else is wearing grandmother's hairpin, could something have happened to her? Noticing Su Ruojin's distress, Jiang Qianan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured her. Jin, don't worry. Let's keep looking, there might be other secret rooms. The old lady will be fine. Su Ruojin was too focused on finding someone to notice that Jiang Qianan had changed how she addressed her. Yes, let's keep looking. Grandmother must be here. After Jiang Qianan's reminder, Su Ruojin took a few deep breaths to calm herself and began to examine the hidden room. The room was arranged according to the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Su Ruojin started to walk in strange steps around the room. Left 4, right 3, left 7, right 2. Finally, she stopped next to a seemingly ordinary chair in the room and began to spin it. 1 turn to the right, 3 turns to the left, and then 4 turns to the right. When she stopped, the wall in the northwest direction opened up, revealing not a passage, but another room. This room was much larger and had not only a bed and table with stools, but also rows of herb shelves. An elderly woman was searching for something on the herb shelves. Hearing a noise, the old woman turned her head, and Su Ruojin rushed over to hug her, her eyes instantly turning red. Grandmother, I finally found you. Seeing Su Ruojin, the old lady was filled with joy, but quickly urged, Xiaojin, why are you here? You must leave quickly. This is not a place for you. Grandmother, let's go, Su Ruojin said, pulling the old lady's hand to head outside. The old lady shook her head. Xiaojin, you must go. I cannot walk. At that moment, Su Ruojin noticed something was wrong with the old lady. The old lady had been sitting in a wooden wheelchair the entire time and hadn't stood up even when she saw Su Ruojin. This could only mean one thing. The old lady had a problem with her legs. Grandmother, what happened to your legs? Su Ruojin asked. The old lady sighed. I don't know. They kidnapped me, and when I woke up, I couldn't move my legs. I can only sit in this wheelchair, and they sent an old woman to take care of me. Su Ruojin quickly checked the old lady's pulse and examined her legs, feeling relieved. Grandmother, it's okay. They just used silver needles to block the points in your legs. Once we get out, I can help you. Worried that her grandmother might panic, she didn't mention that there was also a kind of poison in the old lady's body. This poison wouldn't be deadly but would weaken her legs, and over time, she would completely lose her ability to walk. Grandmother, I'll carry you out, Su Ruojin said, bending down to lift the old lady. Jiang Qianan stepped forward. Let me help, Lady Lin. I apologize. He then lifted the old lady onto his back. Su Ruojin didn't argue. Given Jiang Qianan's tall stature, he was indeed more suitable for this situation. The 3 of them hurried out of the dark room. The cooling villa was still quiet, and no one had noticed that Zhou Rinjiang was in trouble. After closing the secret door behind the rockery, Hu Qing, who was waiting outside, came to assist. Su Ruojin instructed him to rescue the girl, and the group quickly left the villa. Back at the inn, Su Ruojin treated both the old lady and the young girl with acupuncture, then had Yan Luo prepare medicine for them to drink, finally feeling at ease. Grandmother, what happened back then? Su Ruojin asked as she entered the old lady's room. The old lady recalled, that day, I was thinking of buying some dried apricots for you, and on my way back, I was suddenly knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in a carriage, not knowing where I was. While they weren't paying attention, I threw some dried apricots and an earring out of the carriage to leave a mark for you. Later, when they realized I was awake, they gave me some medicine. I don't know how long it was until I woke up in this room, unable to move my legs. The old woman outside is taking care of me and watching me. Why is there a shelf of herbs in your room? Su Ruojin asked, puzzled. If they wanted to imprison someone, they could just lock them up. So why is there a shelf of herbs in the grandmother's room? They asked me to create an antidote for the corrupted heart pill, but I don't even know what that is, so how could I make an antidote? I told them I needed herbs for research, and they bring me different herbs every day based on what I say. Although the old lady didn't know their true intentions, she understood that delaying was a good strategy. Su Ruojin fell into thought. The corrupted heart pill, as the name suggests, causes the heart to decay and die within half a month. During that time, the poisoned person endures severe pain as their heart is slowly corroded, and there is currently no cure. However, the materials needed to make the corrupted heart pill are rare and expensive. If someone wanted to poison another person, there are many cheaper poisons that would have a similar effect, so not many people would bother making this particular poison. Over time, few people have even heard of this poison, let alone researched an antidote. Why would they want the grandmother to create an antidote for such an obscure poison? Grandmother, did they force you to make the antidote right away? Su Ruojin asked. The old lady shook her head. No, they don't seem to be in a hurry. They bring me whatever herbs I ask for. The old woman outside who is watching me even asked me to make a dragon young pill and urged me to finish it in 2 days. Grandmother, it's okay now. You should rest well, and I'll come to see you again tomorrow. After closing the door for the old lady, Jiang Qianan approached. How is the old lady? Su Ruojin shook her head. She's fine, young Master Jiang.
Can we talk?
Jiang Qianan nodded, and they went to Su Ruojin's room, where Yanluo served them tea while Hu Qing stood by. Late at night, she was worried about letting Jiang Qianan stay in the same room as the young lady. If word got out, it could harm the young lady's reputation. Young Master Jiang, what do you think about this? Su Ruojin asked. Jiang Qianan was silent for a moment before apologizing. I'm sorry. This situation arose because of me. I put old Madam Lin in danger, and I will handle it properly. Jiang Qianan was not foolish. He understood the situation and guessed that it all started when Su Ruojin cured Ear's condition. Young Master Jiang, do you know why I never ask about your background? Su Ruojin took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Before Jiang Qianan could respond, she continued, It's because I know you and Xiao Bao are not ordinary people. I'm just a regular doctor who wants to heal and help others without getting involved in too much trouble. But now it seems I can't stay out of it. Having barged into Tsuyin Villa and killed Zhou Renjiang, the Duke of Dingguo would not let her off the hook once he found out. Jiang Qianan felt a tightness in his chest and quickly said, Jean, you don't need to be afraid. I can send someone to protect you, and with Renei Hall, nothing will happen to you. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Qianan with a vague expression. Jean, he said it quite naturally, as if he had called her that before in the villa. Never mind. It was just a name, and Su Ruojin didn't want to dwell on it. Young Master Jiang, you can protect me for a moment, but can you protect me forever? I, Su Ruojin, am not someone who needs protection. Since I have done certain things, I am willing to face the consequences. But right now, I need to know everything, including your and Xiaobao's true identities, so I can understand what I am facing. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is key to victory. Jiang Qianan did not hesitate and revealed everything. My name is Xiao Yanchu, and Ear is Xiao Bingyi, my older brother, the last remaining bloodline of the former Prince Yu. 2 years ago, there was an incident in the palace, and the entire Yu family was slaughtered. Ear witnessed that scene, which caused him to become withdrawn and stop speaking. The current emperor, Xiao Chun, is my 9th brother. Because of Ear's special identity, I was afraid it would bring unnecessary trouble to the clinic, so I did not intend to hide it. Jiang Qianan is a name I used when I trained at Qinghua Mountain, given to me by my mother. My mother's surname is Jiang, so it's not a false name. If Jean has any questions, feel free to ask. I will not hide anything. Jiang Qianan, wishing for peace and health. It contained a mother's wish for her son. Su Ruojin fell into a long silence after hearing this. Beside her, Yanluo was so shocked, she almost cried out. She could naturally tell that Jiang Qianan was different, and she had privately guessed his identity, thinking he might be the son of a wealthy merchant or a young master from a government official's family in the capital. She never expected him to be the regent prince of the Great Chu, Xiao Yanchu. The legendary warrior, Xiao Yanchu. Surprised, Yanluo glanced at Hu Qing beside her. So, Hu Qing is the regent prince's personal guard? In terms of rank and status, he was much higher than her, but he still seemed a bit foolish. The regent prince's taste doesn't seem very good. With that thought, Yanluo became calmer. Su Ruojin's silence was completely different from Yan Luo's thoughts. If Jiang Qianan, oh, now it's Xiao Yanchu, knew what Su Ruojin was thinking, he would probably be speechless. 2 years ago, during the power struggle in the palace, Su Ruojin had heard about it. She knew that Xiao Yanchu, who was still the 7th prince at the time, had urgently called back the Su family army to enter the palace and quell the rebellion. However, she was not clear about the specific details and did not want to delve into them. Royal secrets are always a taboo in any dynasty, and being too curious is not always a good thing. None of that mattered now. Su Ruojin felt that her biggest headache was. However, her way of solving problems was to face them directly. So, Su Ruojin spoke up. Your Highness, I don't like kneeling when I meet people, so let's not meet in the future. If you need something, just have your guard send a message. As long as she didn't see him, she wouldn't have to kneel. After saying this, Su Ruojin sighed internally, slowly stood up, and was about to perform a kneeling gesture to Xiao Yanchu. After all, he was indeed the regent prince of the Great Chu. She didn't need to verify it. Who would dare impersonate the regent prince in Great Chu? Since coming to this world, apart from her grandmother, Grandpa Xiao, and her master, she hadn't knelt to anyone else. It was so annoying. Getting treated for an illness had brought about a huge trouble. The dreadful Royal Power Society. Xiao Yanchu could see the unmistakable resistance in Su Ruojin's eyes. So, she refused to meet him just to avoid kneeling. Xiao Yanchu felt a bit helpless. He never intended for a Jin to kneel to him. He pulled Su Ruojin back. A Jin, you don't need to kneel to me, now or ever. Su Ruojin's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up straight, brushed off non-existent dust from her dress, squinted her eyes slightly, and smiled. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Everyone says you don't need to kneel. She wouldn't want to make things difficult for herself. The regent is so generous, and the name, a Jin, sounds much nicer now. Xiao Yanchu cleared his throat and clenched his fist, wondering if the girl needed to show her feelings so clearly. Will we be able to meet often in the future? Xiao Yanchu asked, his voice revealing a hint of caution he didn't even realize he had. Su Ruojin waved her hand dismissively. As long as I don't have to kneel to meet, we can see each other when needed. Hu Qing widened his eyes in surprise. When did the prince become so humble? Previously, the prince hid his identity, but now that Miss Su knows who he is, he even asks her if they can meet. Oh, Prince, what should I say to you? Thinking about the time the prince has spent with Miss Su recently, Hu Qing's gaze towards Su Ruojin changed, as if he was pondering something. Perhaps the royal family will soon have a new princess. A regent princess who is skilled in medicine and knows about poisons. That sounds quite good. With such a princess, the prince's illness might be cured. Remember to tell an E and the others. They must not offend the future princess. Ajin, if you don't want to kneel, I have a way for you to avoid kneeling to anyone in the entire Jiuzhou continent, Xiao Yanchu said, his words carrying a hint of temptation. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin became interested. What method? Marry into the regent's residence and become the regent princess, Xiao Yanchu replied casually, as if he were commenting on the roundness of the moon tonight, though his hands were tightly clenched in his sleeves. Su Ruojin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Yanchu. She had imagined various possibilities about his suggestion, even thinking about seizing the throne of the dead Chu kingdom to become an empress, thus not needing to kneel to anyone. But she never expected that Xiao Yanchu's idea was for her to marry him. Seeing Su Ruojin's shocked reaction, Xiao Yanchu felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Well, I don't have much time left. If you marry me, you will be the regent princess and won't need to kneel to anyone, not even the current emperor or empress dowager. After marriage, I won't interfere with your freedom. You can do whatever you want. When I pass away, everything in the residence will belong to you. I will write a letter of release for you, allowing you to remarry freely after my death. How does that sound? In the Daichu kingdom, a woman who receives a letter of release has a status equal to that of an unmarried woman and can marry freely without facing discrimination. Su Ruojin blinked her eyes. This didn't seem like a bad idea after all. With the title of the regent's wife, she wouldn't have to kneel to anyone and could do as she pleased in the land of Dechu. Once Xiao Yanchu was gone, she could enjoy his entire fortune, live freely, and find a few handsome men if she wanted. It sounded quite nice.
Wait.
Su Ruojin shook her head, dismissing the thoughts influenced by Xiao Yanchu. What a mess of ideas. Seeing her hesitation, Xiao Yanchu tried to persuade her further. As the regent's wife, you could. Su Ruojin quickly raised her hand. Stop, stop, stop. Your illness, I will find a way to cure. With me around, you will live a long life. I never planned to marry. Raising a family sounds exhausting. I'm fine on my own. Once everything is settled, I will return to Yenyang with my grandmother, and I won't have to kneel to those noble families. Xiao Yanchu felt a bit disappointed. Sigh, his attempt to entice her had failed. Why wasn't she falling for it? He couldn't be sure if he could cure his poison, as gathering the 5 antidote herbs was already quite challenging. But if the young lady was willing to marry into the regent's household, even if he didn't have much time left, he would do everything he could to ensure her safety and comfort, enjoying wealth and honor. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested. But there was no rush. Time was on his side. Changing the subject, Xiao Yanchu asked, Ajin, do you understand formations? Su Ruojin nodded. I know a little. Her second master had realized she wasn't suited for martial arts, so apart from teaching her how to use hidden weapons, he had her study various yin-yang formations and military strategy books. After being exposed to it for so long, it was hard not to understand. Xiao Yanchu smiled slightly. He had found a treasure in her, a young girl skilled in medicine, poison, hidden weapons, and formations. Who could be more suitable for the position of regent's wife than her? As for why she knew these things, he wasn't in a hurry to ask. She would tell him when she was ready. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin continued to analyze. If I'm not mistaken, my grandmother was captured because they mistakenly thought she cured Xiao Bao's illness. It seems they don't want him to recover. After hearing everything Xiao Yanchu had said, and knowing her grandmother had been taken to the estate of the Duke of Dingwa, Su Ruojin was smart enough to guess who was behind it. Xiao Yanchu nodded. Exactly. Suddenly, Su Ruojin stood up and yawned. Your Highness, dawn is approaching. I need to go back and get some sleep. I am just an ordinary person, and do not want to get involved in royal matters. I will leave the rest to you. However, the more they want to prevent Xiao Bao from recovering, the more I want him to get better quickly. I won't return to Yenyang until Xiao Bao is fully back to normal. Ajin, why not stay at the prince's residence? It would be easier to take care of Yi-heir. Xiao Yanchu said, pleased to hear that Su Ruojin would not return to Yenyang for now. Su Ruojin thought about it and agreed, saying that treatment would be more effective in an environment familiar to Xiao Bao. Okay, prepare a room for me and I will move in tomorrow. All right. Xiao Yanchu smiled wider as he watched Su Ruojin yawn and leave. Hu Qing shook his head secretly. Oh, Prince, look at how happy you are. Even a great warrior can't escape the charm of a beautiful person. Su Ruojin returned to her room and had not slept long when she heard arguing outside. Soon, Yan Luo knocked on her door. Not good, miss. The person we saved is arguing with the old lady. Su Ruojin quickly opened the door. What happened? Yan Luo explained. This morning, the old lady felt her legs could move and wanted to go out. But as soon as she stepped outside, she ran into the old gentleman we saved. He grabbed her and insisted she go home with him. The old lady said she didn't know him, and they started arguing. The old lady was so upset that she cried. The old gentleman had woken up yesterday. Su Ruojin had gone to Xiangyang village, leaving Yan Luo and foaming to care for him, so she didn't expect this to happen. Let's go see, Su Ruojin said as she hurried out. Although her grandmother had regained feeling in her legs, the remaining toxins in her body had not been fully cleared, so it was not a good time for her to be overly emotional. Due to a shortage of guest rooms, Su Ruojin was staying on the 3rd floor, while the old lady and the old gentleman were on the 2nd floor. When she reached the 2nd floor, she saw the old gentleman holding onto Lin Lao Furen tightly, his eyes slightly red. Sister, our father has passed away. I came out specifically to find you. Come home with me. Sir, you have mistaken me for someone else. I have always lived in Yenyang and am not the sister you are looking for, Lin Lao Furen said, her eyes also a bit red, unsure if from anger or worry. Grandmother, Su Ruojin called as she quickly walked over. Seeing her, Lin Lao Furen exclaimed, Xiao Jin, come quickly. This man keeps saying he is my older brother, but I truly do not know him. Su Ruojin looked at old lady Lin, and then at the old gentleman. When she saved him earlier, she noticed they resembled each other. Now that they stood together, the resemblance was even stronger. Could such similar-looking people really not be related? Su Ruojin approached and supported old lady Lin, saying to the old man, Sir, can we talk inside? Your injury hasn't healed yet, and it's not good for you to stand for long. Normally, the old man shouldn't be getting out of bed, but he seemed anxious to leave. He struggled to get out of the room just as Foaming was leaving and happened to run into old lady Lin. Due to their argument, many guests in the inn opened their doors to see what was happening. The old man seemed to realize something and quickly nodded. All right, let's go inside and talk. They all entered the old man's room, and Yen Luo served tea to everyone. Sir, why are you so sure my grandmother is your younger sister? My grandmother is from Jiushu and has always stayed in Yenyang, never going anywhere else, Su Ruojin asked. The old man kept his gaze fixed on old lady Lin. No, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Little sister, come home with me. Father kept calling your name before he passed. Old lady Lin's eyes turned redder. Sir, you have mistaken the wrong person. Su Ruojin looked at both of them and asked, Sir, could you explain what's going on? Zhao Guangtao sighed and slowly began to speak. My surname is Zhao, and I am a merchant from the Yunqi kingdom. Many years ago, my sister came to Dechu for a visit and got lost, losing contact with our family. Recently, my father passed away, and his last wish was for me to find my sister, which is why I came to Dechu. Unfortunately, I encountered bandits on the way, and all my attendants were killed while trying to protect me. If it weren't for this young lady's help, I would have met the same fate as my father. After such an incident, I wanted to find my sister even more and return to Yunqi. When I first met this lady, she looked very much like my sister, which is why I approached her in a moment of urgency. I apologize if I have offended anyone. At this point, Zhao Guangtao had some tea, and his emotions calmed down, no longer as impulsive as before. May I ask how old your sister was when she left home? Su Ruojin inquired, feeling a sense of doubt. There seemed to be inconsistencies in what Mr. Zhao was saying. If his sister got lost, why didn't he search for her back then? Why was he only looking for her now? It didn't make sense. Perhaps he was hiding something. 17. So, she should be 52 this year, born in the year of the dragon, Mr. Zhao replied. 52? Born in the year of the dragon. Su Ruojin secretly glanced at old Madam Lin. Old Madam Lin, however, appeared calm, as if she had no connection to the situation. By the way, this is a portrait of my younger sister, old Master Zhao said as he took out a picture from his pocket. The young woman in the portrait resembled old Madam Lin, differing only in age. No wonder old Master Zhao mistook her for someone else. Su Ruojin nodded. Mr. Zhao, your sister does look like my grandmother, and the ages match, but many people in the world can look alike. This alone cannot confirm she is your sister. Do you have any other evidence? I do. My sister had a hairpin that was a dowry gift from our mother. This is the only one in existence. Anyone who possesses it, even if not my sister herself, must be related to her. Old Master Zhao then took out a slightly smaller piece of rice paper, which depicted the hairpin. Seeing the hairpin in the drawing, Su Ruojin's eyes flickered. Wasn't this the white jade hairpin her grandmother wanted her to sell to raise money for a clinic? She looked again at old Madam Lin, but old Madam Lin continued to stare ahead, her expression unchanged. Su Ruojin sighed inwardly. Mr. Zhao, my grandmother's family is from Jiushu. Both my grandmother and I are from Yenyang and have never seen such a hairpin. You might truly have mistaken the person. Old Master Zhao sighed heavily, lowering his head, disappointment in his eyes. Yes, after so many years, it is indeed not easy to find someone. Madam, I apologize for my rudeness. After saying this, old Master Zhao stood to bow to old Madam Lin but stumbled due to his injuries and nearly fell. Old Madam Lin quickly stepped forward to support him, her eyes filled with concern. You're badly hurt and still running around? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You need to lie down. Su Ruojin also stepped forward to help, assisting Zhao Guangtao onto the bed. Once settled, Zhao Guangtao looked at Su Ruojin. Miss Su, if it weren't for you, this old man would have been in serious trouble, Mr. Zhao. Anyone would have done the same in that situation. You don't need to be so polite. I rushed out without bringing anything. Please accept this small token of my gratitude, Zhao Guangtao said, pulling out a thick stack of banknotes. The stack looked to be at least 5,000 taels. Su Ruojin quickly refused. Mr. Zhao, it was just a small effort. You don't need to give me so much. If you really want to thank me, just give me 10 taels for the consultation. Zhao Guangtao smiled wryly and shook his head. Miss Su, you are too modest. I have suffered multiple injuries, and I know well that if I hadn't happened to meet you, I wouldn't even know if I would still be alive. If you refuse to accept this, it would mean I, Zhao Guangtao, am ungrateful. Zhao Guangtao. Su Ruojin's eyes flashed with surprise. So, her act of saving him actually helped the richest person in the Yunqi kingdom. What about her grandmother? Seeing the banknote Zhao Guangtao handed over, Su Ruojin understood it was his way of expressing gratitude and testing her. If she showed even a hint of greed, he likely wouldn't reveal his full name, as he had only introduced himself by his surname. Su Ruojin had more important matters to attend to and decided not to dwell on the money issue with Zhao Guangtao. Then I will respectfully accept. Sir, your injuries are not fully healed. You should not force yourself to get up. The misunderstanding has been cleared, so we won't disturb your rest any longer. We will take our leave now. After signaling Yanju to take the banknote, they left the room. Su Ruojin asked Yanju to prepare medicine for the old gentleman while she supported the elderly Mrs. Lin back to her room. Others might not notice, but Su Ruojin could feel Mrs. Lin trembling slightly. Once the door was closed, Mrs. Lin seemed to lose all her strength and slumped into a chair, resting her hands on her forehead with her eyes tightly shut. Su Ruojin kindly massaged her temples in silence. After a while, Mrs. Lin sighed. You noticed, didn't you? Hearing her question, Su Ruojin nodded. Yes. How is his injury? It's nothing serious. He just needs to rest for a while, Su Ruojin reassured her. In reality, if Zhao Guangtao hadn't met her, he likely wouldn't have survived, let alone be able to get up after just a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin sighed in relief, tears streaming down her face as she trembled even more. After more than 30 years, I never expected he would come looking for me. Grandmother, if you don't want to acknowledge him, then don't. You still have me and Yuanhong, Su Ruojin comforted her. When Zhao Guangtao revealed the design of that hairpin, Su Ruojin knew he had not mistaken her identity. It was just that her grandmother was unwilling to recognize him. She didn't know what had happened all those years ago. She only knew to respect her grandmother's decisions. If her grandmother was willing to return and reconnect with her family, that was fine. If she did not want to acknowledge Zhao Guangtao, Su Ruojin could ensure her grandmother would live comfortably in her later years, without any worries, and her life would be no worse than if she returned to the Zhao family. Madam Lin was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. The Zhao family is the richest family in the Yunqi kingdom, and I am Zhao Yunji, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. My roots are in Jiushu, but that was just a lie I made up to mislead others. When I was 17, I heard that the Great Chu was thriving, so I begged my brother to take me with him when he went there for business. Little did I know that this trip would completely change my fate. That day, while my brother was discussing business, I went with my maid to enjoy the scenery outside the capital. I saw a man collapsed by the roadside and felt pity for him, so I saved him. As we spent time together, we developed feelings for each other. I had been spoiled since childhood and had no understanding of social status. I believed that one should marry the person they love. I told my brother that I wanted to stay in Great Chu and marry Lin Jingyi, and I asked for his support. But after investigating Lin Jingyi's situation, my brother firmly opposed it. Lin Jingyi came from a poor family and had run out of money for his journey to take the Imperial exam. He had collapsed after being bitten by a snake while resting by the roadside. He was already engaged to someone else, and after his exam, he was expected to return home to marry her. How could my brother trust me to marry someone like him? Lin Jingyi knelt before me in tears, saying that his engagement was forced by his parents and that he did not love that girl. His heart belonged only to me. If he could not be with me, he would rather never marry at all. I was moved and decided to elope with him. As long as he treated me well, I didn't mind living a simple life. I could give up being the daughter of the Zhao family. So, we secretly ran away to Yenyang at night. At first, Lin Jingyi kept his promise and treated me well as his wife. But unexpectedly, what I thought would be a lifelong partnership lasted only a year before he brought back Lu Yueying. I can only laugh at myself for not listening to my brother and for misjudging people. Since the day I left the Zhao family, I have let down my father and brother, and now I have no face to reunite with my brother. I never expected that this farewell would be my final goodbye to my father. At this point, Madam Lin broke down in tears. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth to her, and it was her father who raised her and her brother. Yet, for a man who was not worth it, she missed seeing her father one last time. How could Madam Lin feel at peace with that? Su Ruojin understood better than anyone how her grandmother had lived these years. Clearly, she was a wealthy heiress who should have enjoyed a life of luxury, but because she trusted a heartless man, she was led astray for a lifetime. But how could all of this be solely her grandmother's fault? "Grandmother, do you want to go back?" Su Ruojin gently asked while hugging her grandmother. From her grandmother's words, Su Ruojin could sense her regret and longing for family. After all, having endured so much alone in this world, how could she not miss her family? The old lady did not answer but continued speaking. "Actually, I had hoped that after marrying Lin Jingyi and having children, I could return to the Zhao family with him and the kids. My father cared for me deeply, and as long as Lin Jingyi treated me well, he would surely forgive me for the sake of the children. Even if Lin Jingyi did not achieve fame, he could learn to do business for my brothers and still succeed. But I never expected that in just over a year, Lin Jingyi would reveal his true nature. That Lu Yueying was not just a chance encounter. She was actually the fiancée he had before." Su Ruojin suddenly thought of something important. "Grandmother, did you tell Lin Jingyi your true identity back then?" The old lady shook her head. "No. I was worried that knowing my identity would put pressure on our relationship, so I lied and said I was just the daughter of an ordinary merchant with a small fortune." Su Ruojin understood. Lin Jingyi was desperate and saw the Zhao family as a lifeline. At that time, Zhao Yunji, even if she eloped, brought wealth that was far beyond what an ordinary girl could offer, which was a major reason Lin Jingyi was willing to marry her. That Lin Jingyi, he deserved his tragic end at the hands of bandits. "Grandmother, this is not your fault. Uncle Zhao, despite his age, came all the way from Yunchi country to find you, showing he truly wants to bring you back. I found him barely alive in the bushes on my way to the capital. If I hadn't stumbled upon him, he might not have made it to see you. The wounds on Uncle Zhao are not something ordinary bandits could inflict. It seems someone wanted him dead." "What did you say?" The old lady looked up, shocked, staring at Su Ruojin. The old lady thought her brother was attacked by robbers, not realizing someone was scheming behind the scenes. Su Ruojin nodded seriously. "Grandmother, I suspect someone learned about Uncle Zhao coming to the capital to find you and set a trap to take his life. Otherwise, how could ordinary bandits dare to act so openly in the capital?" Before, Su Ruojin did not know Zhao Guangtao's identity, and they were just strangers. She didn't want to care too much. But now Zhao Guangtao is her great-uncle, and she cannot ignore it. "Who is it? Who wants to harm him?" Old Lady Lin murmured. Su Ruojin shook her head. She didn't know either. Zhao Guangtao is from the Yunchi kingdom, and he is the richest person, managing the large Zhao family business. Many people might have reasons to target him. "What should we do?" "My brother is the head of the Zhao family. If something happens to him, the Zhao family will be in chaos. Old Lady Lin said anxiously. She felt guilty about not wanting to return to the Zhao family, but she couldn't bear to see them in trouble. To understand the situation and protect the Zhao family, we need to return to my great-uncle's side. Grandmother, you. Su Ruojin hesitated. Old Lady Lin was stunned and couldn't find her words. She knew Su Ruojin was right. After more than 30 years apart, she had no idea what the Zhao family was like now, and how could she know who wanted to harm her brother? But did she really want to go back to the Zhao family? Old Lady Lin fell silent. Su Ruojin understood that this was too sudden. If it were her, she might not be able to decide right away either. Her grandmother needed time to think. What she said earlier was just to encourage her grandmother to see her own feelings clearly. She gently left the room, closed the door, and gave Old Lady Lin space to think. Just as she closed the door, Yan Luo came over. Miss, Hu Qing is here to see you. Su Ruojin then remembered her agreement with Xiao Yanchu to move to the regent's residence today. Hu Qing must be here to take her there. But now with the sudden appearance of a great-uncle, Su Ruojin was worried about bringing her grandmother to the regent's residence. Her grandmother probably wouldn't want to go either. The regent's residence is not an ordinary place. It is not convenient to enter and exit. Su Ruojin asked Yan Luo to bring them to her room. Soon, 4 people arrived. Besides Hu Qing, there was an old woman and 2 young maids. When Hu Qing saw Su Ruojin, he knelt on one knee and greeted her. I have come to see you, Miss Su. The old woman and the 2 maids also bowed and knelt. We greet you, Mississippi. Su Ruojin was taken aback. Hu Qing, what are you doing? Please get up. After Hu Qing finished his greeting, he stood up respectfully and said, I am here on the prince's orders to invite Miss Su to move into the residence. These 3 are here to help you pack. If you need anything else, let Nurse Zhang take you to the shops for purchases. All expenses will be covered by the regent's residence. I have to say, this arrangement is quite suitable. However, it's really not convenient for me to move into the palace right now. Feeling a bit apologetic, Su Ruojin said, Hu Qing, something unexpected has come up on my end, so I can't go to the palace for now. Please inform the prince, and once I handle my matters, I will go to the palace. Hu Qing was slightly taken aback. The prince had repeatedly instructed him to ensure that Miss Su was comfortably settled in the palace before attending the morning court. He had even arranged for the most beautiful room, Yunwu Courtyard, closest to the prince's residence, to be prepared for her. Last night, the prince returned late, and with this order, everyone in the palace had hardly slept, working through the night to prepare Yunwu Courtyard. The prince also had precious gifts, like East Sea corals and West Sea pearls, moved there, fearing he might neglect Miss Su. It's worth noting that Yunwu Courtyard had never been occupied since the prince established the palace. The 3rd princess and Princess Fingxi had only stayed briefly in Yalan Pavilion under the pretense of visiting the Dowager Jiang. Hu Qing remembered how Princess Fingxi had tried every way possible to stay in Yunwu Courtyard but failed. Now, Miss Su hadn't even entered the palace yet, and the prince had already arranged everything for her. The difference between people is indeed significant. Now that Miss Su said she couldn't go to the palace for the time being, Hu Qing couldn't imagine the prince's expression when he returned and found her missing. Miss Su, why don't you take care of your matters first? I can come back to pick you up later today, Hu Qing suggested, hoping that if she could stay in the palace today, the prince would be pleased. Su Ruojin shook her head. I really can't go in the next few days. Please tell your prince that once I finish my matters, I will come to the palace. He doesn't need to arrange too many people for me. Having Yan Luo with me is enough. Too many people would make me uncomfortable, but Hu Qing racked his brain for reasons to persuade Su Ruojin to go to the palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to report back to the prince, and he would be the one to suffer. Suddenly, Hu Qing had a bright idea. The young master knows you were supposed to go to the palace today and has been waiting for you. If you don't go, he might be sad. How about you visit the young master first? In fact, when he and the prince returned to the palace last night, the young master was already asleep. This morning, the prince went to court, and Hu Qing came to the inn to pick up Su Ruojin, so the young master was still unaware of the situation. However, as long as Miss Su can visit the Wang residence, he won't be punished by the prince to guard the borders. It's not that he can't endure the hardships of guarding the borders, but after so many years, it's the first time he's seen the prince show such warmth, and Hu Qing doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would regret it for life. Young master, please don't blame me. I'm doing this so you can see your sister Jean sooner. Hu Qing silently apologized to the young master. I must say, Hu Qing's reasoning is quite good. Su Ruojin truly can't bear to see little Bao sad. A trip to the Wang residence won't take much time. She informed Yan Luo and then followed Hu Qing to the Wang residence. This is Su Ruojin's first visit to the Wang residence, and the golden characters, Wangfu, at the entrance show the owner's extraordinary status. Upon entering, Hu Qing led Su Ruojin directly to Yunwu courtyard. Miss Su, please wait a moment. I will bring the young master over. Su Ruojin looked around Yunwu courtyard, which was arranged in a fresh and elegant style. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that every item in the room was exquisite. There was a Wangwali folding screen with a phoenix pattern, a golden silk Namu dragon-patterned basin stand inlaid with precious materials like agate, turquoise, Shoshan stone, and gold, as well as a Zeton screen inlaid with jade and various antique vases. Even the flowers in the room were precious varieties like peonies and orchids. She couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder it belonged to the regent, as even one courtyard was so luxurious. Sister. Before Su Ruojin could finish looking around, a small figure rushed towards her and hugged her legs tightly. After a short time apart, Su Ruojin noticed that little Bao, who had finally gained some weight, had lost some of it. Is the food in the Wang residence not as good as at Yan Yang's? She picked up little Bao and placed him on her lap, smiling as she asked, Did you miss your sister? Little Bao nodded vigorously. Missed. Sister. Su Ruojin happily kissed his little face. Little Bao is so good. In a few days, will you let your sister come to the Wang residence to keep you company? Little Bao's eyes lit up at this, and he clapped his hands. Yes, sister. Accompany little Bao. Su Ruojin gently checked little Bao's pulse, her brow furrowing. What happened? Little Bao's stomach was clearly better before. Why has it worsened again? Is Mu Jingshan just for show, unable to follow her prescription properly? Fortunately, it's not too serious, and it won't be a problem to wait a few more days for treatment. Little Bao, sister has some things to take care of these days, so I will need a few more days before I can come to the mansion. Can you wait for me there? Little Bao nodded understandingly. Okay, I'll wait. For sister, since sister had things to do, he would patiently wait. Just like in Yenyang, when sister was treating patients at the clinic, he would play in the yard until she finished and came to find him. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "The prince has arrived." With that announcement, Xiao Yanqiu, dressed in a formal robe, strode into Yunwu courtyard. He had just come from court, and his attire added a sense of authority and seriousness to him. Seeing little Bao clinging to Su Ruojin, he frowned slightly and said, "Your sister Jean is tired. Come to your uncle." Little Bao, however, did not move and instead turned to hug Su Ruojin's neck tighter. Noticing this, Xiao Yanqiu frowned even more. This little guy, now that he feels better, is getting a bit mischievous. Su Ruojin chuckled softly. Your Highness, it's fine. It's been a while, and I miss little Bao. It's okay to hold him for a bit. Hearing this, Xiao Yanqiu relaxed and sat down. I heard from Hu Qing that you will be moving to the prince's mansion a few days later. Yes, there was a bit of a situation with my grandmother, and I want to wait until it's resolved before coming over, Su Ruojin replied. Do you need my help? Xiao Yanqiu asked. Not for now. If I need anything, I will definitely let you know, Your Highness, Su Ruojin declined. Although it would be easier for Xiao Yanqiu to investigate Zhao Guangtao's assassination in the capital, it involved her grandmother's identity and family matters, which Su Ruojin was not ready to share. After all, her grandmother had not made a decision yet. All right, if you need anything, Jean, feel free to come to me, Xiao Yanqiu said, knowing Su Ruojin's temperament. Once she made a decision, she would not change it. My grandmother's health hasn't fully recovered and I'm worried, so I will take my leave now. Having said enough, and with little Bao having seen, Su Ruojin stood up to bid farewell. Hu Qing sighed in relief. Glad to have cleverly avoided trouble, the prince's mood was clearly different when he saw Miss Su. Just as Su Ruojin was about to leave the prince's mansion, a luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance. Wei Yinshuang had just gotten out of the carriage when she saw a young woman get into a carriage bearing the emblem of the regent's mansion, and then it left. Who was that woman? How did she get into the prince's carriage? Xiao Yanchu's carriage had never carried any young women before. Go, find out who that woman is, Wei Lin ordered with a dark expression. Yes, my lady, the maid replied, and turned to leave. Wei Yinfang put on a gentle smile and entered the royal residence. Butler Zhang saw Wei Yinfang and quickly approached her. I greet you, my lady, Wei Yinfang softly asked. Butler Zhang, has the prince finished his court duties? Yes, my lady, the prince is finished and is currently in his study, Butler Zhang replied honestly. Then I will go to the study to pay my respects to the prince, Wei Yinfang said, turning to head towards the study. Butler Zhang stepped forward to block her path. My lady, the prince has instructed that no one is to disturb him in the study without his permission. I hope you understand. Wei Yinfang's expression changed slightly. Did brother Yanchu not want to see her? But she knew Xiao Yanchu's temperament. If she interrupted him without warning, it would only annoy him more. Then I will go visit the Grand Dowager. Please follow me, my lady, Butler Zhang led the way. Yesterday, Princess Fingxi had sent someone to say she wanted to visit Grand Dowager Jiang, and the prince had not opposed it. Arriving at Elan Courtyard, Sulan came out to greet her. I greet you, my lady. Wei Yinfang did not dare to act high and mighty in front of the Grand Dowager's trusted maid and quickly said, You don't need to be so formal, auntie. How is the Grand Dowager feeling? Sulan replied, Thank you for your concern, my lady. The weather has warmed up recently, and the Grand Dowager is feeling much better. That's wonderful to hear. You have worked hard taking care of the Grand Dowager. This is a small token of my appreciation, Wei Yinfang signaled to her maid, who quickly stepped forward to hand Sulan a pouch of money. Sulan did not refuse. Thank you, my lady. Wei Yinfang entered the room and saw Grand Dowager Jiang standing behind the desk practicing calligraphy. She respectfully greeted. Yinfang pays her respects to the Grand Dowager. Grand Dowager Jiang looked up at Wei Yinfang and put down her brush. You've come, my dear. You are so thoughtful to worry about this old woman. Yinfang signaled for her maid to hand the supplements she brought to Auntie Sulan. Grand Dowager, you are not old at all. Others would think you are my sister. I brought you 100-year-old fire ginseng. The doctor said it is very effective for treating cold symptoms. Grand Dowager Jiang smiled. You sweet-talking girl, you are so kind. Sulan, go get my white jade hairpin for Princess Fingxi. At my age, I shouldn't wear it. It looks better on young girls like you. A hint of surprise flashed in Yinfang's eyes, and she quickly thanked her. Thank you for your generous gift, Grand Dowager. Yan Chua is very filial to the Dowager Jiang. Once she secures her position, if the Dowager asks Yan Chua to marry her, he will surely comply with her wishes. Yin Shuang walked over to the Dowager Jiang and admired her recent calligraphy. Your handwriting is strong and lively, like a dragon or snake in motion. If I could write half as well as you, I would be very satisfied. The Dowager Jiang waved her hand dismissively. You flatter me, my dear. I'm just writing for fun, to pass the time. This handwriting was praised by the late emperor as the best among women. I wonder if I have the fortune to become your student and learn calligraphy from you. Wei Yinshuang looked hopeful. If she could be the Dowager's disciple, she would often visit the regent's residence and see Yan Chua. The Dowager Jiang sighed. My writing cannot compare to Master Ji An's. I hear you will soon attend Rue an academy to study. Director Qin's calligraphy is also excellent, so you should learn from him. I wouldn't want to mislead you. Wei Yinshuang felt a bit disappointed but reminded herself that attending Rue an academy was still something to be proud of. Once she shines there, she believed Yan Chua would see her in a new light. After chatting with the Dowager Jiang for a while, Wei Yinshuang took her leave. Once she left, Aunt Sulan took out the money pouch. Princess Feng, she is quite generous, giving 100 taels of silver at once. The Dowager Jiang smiled and said, If she gives it to you, just take it. The Wei family doesn't lack for silver. Aunt Su Lan didn't say more, putting away the pouch and massaging the dowager's temples. It seems Princess Feng, she hasn't given up on the prince. The Dowager Jiang replied coldly, the Wei family would love to tie him down. Even if she weren't from the Wei family, a woman with such schemes is not a suitable match for him. Last night, there was quite a commotion in the residence. It seems this Dr. Su, who is coming to the estate, is highly valued by the prince, Aunt Su Lan said. It's rare for him to care so much about a girl. I'd like to meet this doctor. If she has good character and he likes her, marrying her into the family wouldn't be a bad idea. If she could give him a son or daughter, that would be a great achievement. Alas, I feel I've burdened him, the Dowager Jiang sighed.
Don't say that, Dowager.
The prince has his own destiny, Aunt Su Lan comforted her. Let's hope so. The Dowager Jiang closed her eyes and fell silent. After Wei Yinfang left Yilan Courtyard, she did not leave the estate, but went directly to Yunji Courtyard. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, Mama Li greeted her with a big smile. The old servant pays her respects to the princess. Wei Yinfang gave a glance, and the maid beside her handed Mama Li a pouch of money. Mama Li accepted it naturally, her smile growing wider, almost making her eyes disappear. The old servant thanks the princess. Is the young master here? Wei Yinfang asked. Yes, the young master is reading. Please come in, princess. Mama Li quickly led the way. Little Bao was inside, focused on the sword training book that Su Ruojin had drawn for him. Though he had started to recognize some characters, he could only barely understand a few simple words in the book. Even so, he enjoyed flipping through it every day, slowly memorizing the moves inside. Yinfang greets young Master Anping, Wei Yinfang said as she entered the room and bowed to Little Bao. The sudden appearance and voice startled Little Bao, causing the book to fall to the ground. In the past, he would have cried and hidden away, but now he remembered what Sister Jean had said about being brave and not crying easily. He gritted his teeth, slowly picked up the book, and then turned to grab the sword beside him, aiming it at Wei Yinfang. Sister Jean had told him to teach anyone who scared him a lesson with his small sword. Little Bao's sudden action startled Wei Yinfang, making her pale and causing her to shout as she stepped back. Fortunately, the maid beside her caught her in time, preventing her from falling. Little Bao was still small and had just started practicing, so his strike was more for show and lacked any real strength. Mama Li's expression changed dramatically as she rushed over, snatching the sword from Little Bao and throwing it aside. My good young master, Miss Fingxi came to see you out of kindness. How could you act against her? After taking the sword, Mama Li whispered in Little Bao's ear, Young master, if you don't behave, you won't see Sister Jean anymore. Upon hearing this, Little Bao's expression changed, his eyes turning red as he stood still, lowering his head and ceasing all movement. When Little Bao first arrived at the royal residence, Mama Li resembled his wet nurse, so none of the servants could approach him except for her. The prince had assigned Mama Li to take care of him. Mama Li often told him that if he didn't eat well, he would never see his father and mother again. But he couldn't control himself and would throw up every time he ate, and indeed, he never saw his father and mother again. Now that Mama Li said he wouldn't see Sister Jean if he misbehaved, Little Bao dared not move again. Seeing the young master listen to her, Granny Li showed a proud expression. Could she not manage a child? Princess, I apologize on behalf of the young master. His sword is not sharp and won't hurt anyone, Granny Li quickly explained. Wei Yinxian placed her hand on her chest to calm her emotions and shot a fierce glare at the little boy. This child, who had no parents, was not worth her attention if it weren't for brother Yanchu. Despite her thoughts, Wei Yinxian forced a smile and said softly, Young master, I am your sister Yinxian. I brought you a gift. Would you like to see it? She waved her hand, and a maid brought out a tray filled with toys like rattles, plush tigers, soccer balls, and wooden swords that boys usually like. The little boy seemed to ignore her, keeping his head down and not looking up. A hint of annoyance flashed in Wei Yinxuan's eyes, but she patiently took a small wooden sword from the tray, crouched down, and tried to place it in the little boy's hand. You like to practice swordplay, right? Try this sandalwood sword I brought you. It's made of wood and won't hurt anyone. The little boy clenched his fists tightly and refused to take the sword. Feeling awkward, Wei Yinxian turned to Granny Li for help. Granny Li understood her intention and quickly took the sword, pushing it into the little boy's hands. Young master, take it. This is the princess's kind gesture. If you don't listen, your sister Jean won't like you. Upon hearing this, the little boy slowly relaxed his fists and reluctantly accepted the wooden sword, tears streaming down his face. Wei Yinxian smiled with satisfaction. Young master, you're so good. How about I take you out for a walk tomorrow? Seeing no response from the little boy, Granny Li discreetly pinched him at the waist and said sternly, Young master, you should respond to the princess. The little boy slowly shook his head. He didn't like this woman and didn't want to go out with her. Wei Yinxuan's expression changed, and she glanced at Granny Li. Granny Li threatened, Young master, I heard that your sister Jean will be staying at the manor. If you keep being disobedient, she might not come. The little boy looked up, tears in his eyes, filled with fear. He didn't want his sister Jean to not come to the manor. If he went out with the sister, would that mean his sister Jean could come? In the end, he nodded. Wei Yinxian smiled. Then I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Thank you, Granny Li. After Granny Li escorted Wei Yinxian out of the courtyard, Wei Yinxian took off a gold hairpin from her head and handed it to Granny Li. Granny Li, who is that Sister Jean? She clearly heard Granny Li mention Sister Jean 3 times just now. Is this someone the young master cares about? For some reason, Wei Yinfang thought of the woman she saw earlier at the door. Although it was just a glimpse, from her clothing and figure, she seemed to be a young woman. Could she be the so-called Sister Jean? She would not allow any young woman to be near Brother Yanchu. Granny Li smiled as she took the hairpin, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered, Your Highness, I heard that a doctor from Yenyang was supposed to come today to treat the young master. Last night, everyone in the mansion was cleaning Yunwu courtyard, but for some reason, they said he would come in a few days instead. After the young master returned to the mansion, Granny Li occasionally heard him mention Sister Jean and guessed that she was someone very important to him. She tried to use this name to persuade him to behave, and it worked every time. Later, she learned from Mu Jingshan that this Sister Jean was a female doctor from Yenyang, but she didn't know what she looked like. When Suruajin came to the mansion before, Granny Li had been away and did not meet her, unaware that the Sister Jean the young master mentioned was the same girl she had falsely accused of being a human trafficker. So it's a young woman who is going to stay in Yunwu courtyard? Wei Yinfang's voice was icy. What right does a doctor from Yenyang have to stay in the royal mansion, let alone in Yunwu courtyard? Granny Li quickly wiped the smile off her face and responded cautiously, That should be the case. Once she arrives, I will inform your highness immediately. Arrive? Haha, I want to see if she even has the chance to enter the mansion. Wei Yinfang sneered coldly. Granny Li quickly lowered her head, pretending she hadn't heard anything, afraid to say another word. Let's go to Yunqi courtyard. Wei Yinfang flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Granny Li wiped the sweat from her forehead, watching Wei Yinfang's departing figure, and a triumphant smile appeared on her face. Granny Li knew very well that she relied on the young master's dependence on her to thrive in the royal mansion and could not let anyone like Sister Jean take her position. Although it was said to be a temporary stay, who knows if that person would use it as a stepping stone to remain in the mansion. After all, working in the regent's mansion is much better than being just any kind of doctor outside. Granny Li understood that, in the end, she was just a servant and could not interfere with her master's decisions. But Princess Fengxi was different. With Princess Fengxi's abilities, she wanted to see if that female doctor could still enter the royal mansion. She heard that the daughter of the Minister of Rights only glanced at Xiao Yanchu a couple of times, and when she went out of the city to pray, she encountered bandits and was blinded. The Dali court investigated for 3 days and eventually caught a few bandits to close the case. In the circle of powerful people in the capital, who wouldn't guess that this was actually the work of Princess Fengxi. However, due to the power of the Duke of Dinggua's family, the Minister of Rights had to swallow his anger. Since then, The daughters of ordinary officials in the capital have kept their distance from princes, fearing they might bring disaster upon themselves and their families. When Wei Yinfeng arrived at Yunqi courtyard, she smiled at Hu Qing, who was blocking her way, and said, "Hu guard, I have already spoken with the young master, and he agreed to go out tomorrow. I came to inform the prince, so please let him know." Hu Qing looked doubtful. Although the young master's health had improved and he was willing to meet outsiders, he probably wouldn't want to go out with Princess Fengxi. However, since it concerned the young master, he didn't dare to be careless. "Please wait a moment, princess." He turned and went inside. A triumphant smile flashed in Wei Yinfeng's eyes. She knew that as long as it involved the young master, Xiao Yanchu would definitely see her. "Wei Yinfeng wants to take ear out?" Xiao Yanchu put down the documents he was holding. "Yes, Princess Fengxi said the young master has agreed," Hu Qing reported honestly. "Let Princess Fengxi in and ask Granny Li to bring ear over." "Yes," Hu Qing replied and went to carry out the order. Wei Yinfeng entered the study and bowed gracefully to Xiao Yanchu, her voice sweet. "Fenger greets brother Yanchu." Xiao Yanchu raised his eyelids and coldly replied, "Princess Fengxi, I am not your brother. If you cannot understand your position, I don't mind having the Duke of Dingwa teach you a lesson." Wei Yinfeng's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head. "I apologize. I hope the prince can forgive me." "You say Ir is willing to go out with you?" Xiao Yanchu asked directly. "Yes, I just visited the young master at Yunji courtyard, and since the weather is nice, I thought to take him out for a walk," Wei Yinfeng explained hurriedly. "Who allowed you to see the young master without permission?" Xiao Yanchu's voice suddenly deepened. Wei Yinfeng was so frightened that she immediately knelt down. "Please calm down, my prince. I didn't mean to go to Yunji courtyard. I was visiting Lady Jiang today and I happened to see the young master practicing swordsmanship, so I spoke a few words. Please don't be angry." Wei Yinfeng was not worried about Xiao Yanchu seeing through her. She had to pass by Yunji courtyard anyway, and that silly boy wouldn't speak, so Granny Li wouldn't betray her, or she would face punishment herself. As expected by Wei Yingxuang, the cleverly mama who arrived next said that the princess had a chance encounter with the young master. On the way, Li Mama quietly told Xiaobao that following Princess Fengxi out of the house could lead to meeting Sister Jean. "Ir, do you want to go out with the princess?" asked Xiao Yanchu. Xiaobao lowered his head. He didn't like this princess, but he really wanted to see Sister Jean. As long as he could meet Sister Jean, he was willing to go with anyone, so he nodded. Xiao Yanchu remembered that Su Ruojin had once mentioned that if Ir was willing, it would be good for him to interact more with outsiders to help with his condition. Although Wei Yingxuang was from the Wei family, she would never dare to act against Ir in broad daylight, as it would bring her no benefit. Xiao Yanchu understood Wei Yingxuang's feelings, but chose to ignore them. However, he still felt a bit uneasy about Ir and said, "Tomorrow, I will go with Ir." Wei Yingxuang was very excited. This was completely unexpected. She intended to please the young master to show Xiao Yanchu her good side, but she didn't expect him to be willing to go out with her. If she had known, she would have invited the young master earlier. It seemed she needed to treat Li Mama better in the future. The next day, when Su Ruojin sat by the window on the second floor of Moliangju, she saw Xiao Yanchu holding Xiaobao and a young woman in fine clothing walking down the street. Her eyebrows raised slightly. The woman wore exquisite silk clothing, clearly from a good family. Every glance she cast at Xiao Yanchu was filled with deep affection. Anyone could see her love for Xiao Yanchu. "Oh, Xiao Yanchu is out shopping with his beloved, and he brought Xiaobao along to help him accept this future princess consort." For some reason, Su Ruojin felt a strange discomfort in her heart. Xiao Jin, what are you looking at?" Lady Lin noticed Su Ruojin staring out the window and asked curiously. Su Ruojin came back to her senses and quickly shook off her discomfort. It was none of her business who Xiao Yanchu went shopping with. "Grandmother, it's nothing. I heard the fish at Moliangju is quite good. You should try it." She then placed a piece of fish into Lady Lin's bowl. After yesterday's care, Lady Lin's health had improved significantly, so Su Ruojin took her out to stroll around the capital. As for whether her grandmother would recognize Zhao Guangtao, there was no rush. On the street, no matter how hard Wei Shuang tried to find topics to discuss, she only received Xiao Yanchu's or no response at all. She felt very embarrassed and had to turn to chat with Xiao Bao. "Young master, there are candied hawthorns over there. Shall I go buy some for you?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Bao just hugged Xiao Yanchu's neck, resting his head on her shoulder, and ignored her. Wei Shuang cursed silently. "You silly boy, really giving you face. If it weren't for Brother Yanchu, who would carry you?" Suddenly, Xiao Bao seemed to sense something and turned to look at the upper floor of Maoyang residence, just in time to see Su Ruojin getting up to pour tea for old Madam Lin. Xiao Bao excitedly raised his hand, pointing towards Maoyang residence, and called out, "Sister."
Sister.
"Jean's sister." "Sister." Xiao Yanchu followed Xiao Bao's direction and indeed saw the little girl's figure. Without saying a word, he picked up Xiao Bao and walked quickly towards Maoyang residence. Wei Shuang didn't react in time to what was happening and had to lift her skirt to chase after them. "Your Highness, where are you going?" "Your Highness, wait for me, Grandma." "Grandma."
Jean. Sister.
"Yen." "Sister." When they reached the second floor, Xiao Yanchu put Xiao Bao down and Xiao Bao immediately ran towards the three women. Old Madam Lin saw Xiao Bao and was filled with joy. "Oh, Xiao Bao, is that you? How did you come here?" "Come, let Grandma hug you." Xiao Bao happily ran over and hugged old Madam Lin, giving her a kiss on the cheek, making old Madam Lin extremely excited. Su Ruojin was also very happy to see Xiao Bao, but she wondered why he was upstairs when he was just out shopping. She looked up at Xiao Yanchu, half smiling. "Your Highness, weren't you out shopping? Did you come to Maoyang residence for a meal?" Xiao Yanchu raised an eyebrow, noticing the unusual tone in the little girl's voice. It seemed she had seen him shopping with Wei Shuang. He suddenly found Wei Shuang, who was following behind, somewhat more agreeable. She had some value after all. "You said it was good for Xiao Bao to interact more with outsiders, so I brought him out for a stroll." "Ajin, don't misunderstand," Xiao Yanchu explained, his voice carrying a hint of unnoticeable affection. Su Ruojin rolled her eyes at Xiao Yanchu. "What is there to misunderstand?" "It's your Highness's freedom to shop with anyone." Wei Shuang, following behind Xiao Yanchu, felt her mind go blank, her body slightly trembling. Last night, the dark guards of the Duke's residence had already confirmed the identity of the Jean sister, mentioned by the young master. She was a doctor named Yan Yang, without parents, who had been driven out by her adoptive family. Before Wei Shuang could think of how to deal with this doctor, she unexpectedly encountered her today. From the moment Xiao Yanchu saw Su Ruojin, he rushed over with a smile on his face and called out, "A Jean." If Wei Yinfang couldn't see that Xiao Yanchu was interested in Su Ruojin, then she might as well not have eyes. It was the first time she had seen such a gentle smile on Xiao Yanchu's face. How could this be? How could this happen? A doctor from the Yan family actually dared to have thoughts about her brother Yanchu. Wei Yinfang couldn't help but scold, "You bold commoner, how dare you not kneel before the prince and me?" Hu Qing, who had been following Xiao Yanchu, quietly moved closer to Yan Luo after seeing her. Hearing Wei Yinfang's tone questioning Su Ruojin, he nudged Yan Luo with his elbow and whispered, "The princess is going to get in trouble." Their prince had only ever shown special kindness to Miss Su. He had never been nice to any other woman. The princess dared to reprimand Miss Su like this. With the prince's protective nature, she wouldn't come out unscathed. Yan Luo glanced at Hu Qing with disdain, as if you can do anything. Still, she began to worry about her young lady since the other party was a princess. Upon hearing Wei Yinfang's words, Su Ruojin felt a headache coming on. This was truly the capital. Even a falling brick could crush several high-ranking officials. She just went out for a meal and ran into a princess. In the Great Chu Kingdom, a princess held a high rank, and she indeed had to bow to Wei Yinfang. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespecting royal authority. Su Ruojin cursed the terrible royal society in her heart. If she had known, she would have packed her meal to eat back at the inn. If she couldn't afford to offend, could she not avoid it? "I allow them not to bow to me. Does the princess have any objections?" Xiao Yanchu said coldly at that moment. If one didn't need to bow to the regent, how could a mere princess expect to do so? Xiao Yanchu's meaning was clear, and Wei Yinfang didn't dare to say anything more. Her face turned paler, and she bit her lip, glaring at Su Ruojin where Xiao Yanchu couldn't see. Su Ruojin must be dealt with. Su Ruojin didn't care what Wei Yinfang was thinking, as long as she didn't have to kneel. She gave Xiao Yanchu an admiring look, thinking he was quite clever. Xiao Yanchu noticed the girl's gaze and smiled even wider. Being praised felt pretty good. Su Ruojin wasn't foolish. If looks could kill, this unknown princess would have already torn her apart. But why would she care? You dislike me, yet you can't do anything about it. In the Great Chu Kingdom, there aren't many who could take her life, as long as they don't use the Imperial Army's power. The person in front of her definitely isn't one of them. Wei Yinfang held back her anger and said with a hint of grievance, "Your Highness, a new chef has arrived at Yilongshuan, and he makes a wonderful 8-treasure congee that would be great for the young master. Why don't we go try it?" No matter what, she just wanted to get the prince away from Malian residence first. Xiao Yanchu seemed not to hear her and turned to Old Lady Lin, saying, "Old lady, do you mind sharing a table?" Old Lady Lin was not inexperienced. She had always had a good impression of Xiao Yanchu. It was quite an honor for her, as the regent treated her with such respect. "If your highness doesn't mind, I would be delighted to have you." "Thank you." Xiao Yanchu naturally took a seat. Su Ruojin secretly glanced at Xiao Yanchu, thinking he was quite familiar. Xiao Yanchu called for a waiter and ordered a few more dishes. Besides fish, their crab meat lion's head is also good. "If you like spicy food, we can go to Shizawai tomorrow. Their chef comes from Jiuzhou and makes authentic Sichuan cuisine." Wei Yinfang felt ignored, unsure whether to sit or stand, her face alternating between green and red. But she couldn't just leave. She worried about that little vixen trying to win over the prince in her absence. So, she decided to sit down as well. Xiao Yanchu glanced at her, as if just noticing her. "Princess Fingxi, you haven't left yet? I received permission from the host to sit here, but you sitting down uninvited is quite unbecoming of a princess." Hearing Xiao Yanchu's address, Su Ruojin raised her eyes to look at Wei Yinfang. Princess Fingxi was the legitimate daughter of Duke Wei Qiming, known in the capital as the first talented woman, often referred to as a living bodhisattva. It seemed this talented woman had feelings for Xiao Yanchu. From a status perspective, Princess Fingxi and the regent seemed quite well matched. However, Su Ruojin glanced at Xiao Yanchu and met his amber eyes, which only reflected her image. Her heart trembled slightly, and she quickly looked away, taking a bowl to serve some soup for the young master. As for whether Princess Fingxi stayed or left, she didn't care. A princess wanting to share a meal with her was no burden. But it seemed that the feelings were one-sided. Xiao Yanchu was so cold to such a beautiful woman. However, thinking about Xiao Yanchu's illness, Su Ruojin understood. This person was afraid he wouldn't live long and didn't want to hold back the girl. Sigh. Once grandmother's matters are settled, I need to find a way to gather the herbs quickly and cure Xiao Yanchu's soul-devouring poison. Then he can marry and have children with peace of mind. After hearing Xiao Yanchu's words, Wei Yinfang's face turned beet red. She was a princess, yet she was being called someone who came to mooch food. But since it was Xiao Yanchu, she didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, Old Lady Lin was kind-hearted and thought that although Wei Yinfang was a bit spoiled, she was just a young girl. She smiled and said, "If the princess doesn't mind, let's eat together." Wei Yinfang then sighed in relief. Originally, there were 3 people at a square table, but now there were 5, which clearly wouldn't fit. Su Ruojin asked the waiter to bring them a larger table. Yan Luo and Hu Qing were used to Su Ruojin's style and sat down directly. Wei Yinfang's personal maid was too afraid to sit down. If she did, returning to the Duke's residence would mean more than just a scolding for her. At the table, Wei Yinfang picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Xiao Yanchu's bowl, saying, "Your Highness, try this." Xiao Yanchu glanced at the bowl and then pushed it away. Hu Qing quickly got another bowl for his prince. Seeing this, Wei Yinfang's eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. She then pretended to be strong, holding back her tears, and offered half a crab to Xiaobao, saying, "Young master, try this." Su Ruojin took the crab from Xiaobao's bowl, saying, "The young master has a weak stomach. Crabs are cold and shouldn't be eaten." This plate of crabs was ordered by Su Ruojin for Yan Luo, who loved crabs. First, Xiao Yanchu refused the food she offered, and now even a little doctor dared to reject her. Wei Yinfang was filled with frustration and couldn't hold it in anymore. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, "Su Ruojin, what do you mean by this? I see you are doing it on purpose." Su Ruojin looked up at Wei Yinfang. "Oh, this princess has done her homework. Otherwise, how would she know my name when Xiao Yanchu hadn't introduced me?" "Princess, if you don't want to eat, you can leave," Xiao Yanchu said calmly, which startled Wei Yinfang. "Your Highness, you." Even with her thick skin, Wei Yinfang couldn't stay any longer after being embarrassed repeatedly. She stood up and ran downstairs crying, with her maid hurriedly chasing after her. Su Ruojin fed a piece of fish to Xiaobao, smiling slightly. "Your Highness, you really don't know how to cherish beauty." Xiao Yanchu picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Lady Lin's bowl, saying, "Lady, the white-cut chicken from Emolienju is quite good. You should try it." Then he looked at Su Ruojin, his amber eyes sparkling. "There are many beautiful things in the world, but not every one of them is worth my attention." Caught in his gaze, Su Ruojin momentarily lost her focus, her hands pausing as she awkwardly smiled. "Then I wish you find your precious gem soon." Xiao Yanchu added a piece of meat to Su Ruojin's bowl, looking at her with determination. "I will." Yan Luo felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, but couldn't pinpoint why, glancing curiously at Hu Qing. Hu Qing focused on his meal, fully aware of the prince's subtle intentions. He wouldn't dare stir up trouble at this moment. Lady Lin observed the two thoughtfully, while Xiaobao happily enjoyed the food Su Ruojin served him. "Dr. Su, is that you?" A voice filled with surprise broke the moment, and Su Ruojin turned to see who it was, smiling in recognition. It was none other than the fifth young master Su Yiting, who had delivered medicine to the clinic. Beside him was a girl around Su Ruojin's age. She wore a light green dress that flowed like clouds, adorned with peonies, and her hair was decorated with delicate ornaments, exuding both elegance and grace. Su Yiting noticed Xiao Yanchu and quickly bowed. "I greet your highness." The girl beside him followed suit. "I greet your highness," her movements reflecting the poise of a noble lady. "Young Master Su, Miss Su, no need for formalities," Xiao Yanchu said, setting down his chopsticks. Su Yiting introduced. "Let me introduce. This is Mu Yao, the divine healer who saved my grandfather, Dr. Su Ruojin. Dr. Su, this is my younger sister, Su Mu Yao. She wanted to try the food from Emolienju, so I brought her here, and it's a coincidence that we met you." Su Mu Yao bowed gracefully to Su Ruojin. "Thank you, Dr. Su, for saving my life." Her eyes showed genuine gratitude and a hint of surprise. She had heard her father and brothers speak of the dangers in Yenyang, and if it weren't for Dr. Su, they didn't know what would have happened to their grandfather. Seeing her in person, she hadn't expected this doctor to be so young and to resemble her mother somewhat. Su Ruojin also stood to return the greeting. After the initial greetings, Su Yiting excitedly asked, "Dr. Su, why didn't you let me know you were coming to the capital? I could have come to pick you up. Are you planning to open a clinic here? I have a cosmetic shop on Jingren Street that hasn't been doing well. If you don't mind, you can take it over for your clinic. I can have someone go to the government office to transfer the shop to your name right away. What do you think?" Shuruohin. She hadn't said anything yet, and this young master Su was already making plans. Hu Qing sensed that his lord's expression was a bit off. The prince was not happy. He glanced at Su Yiting and thought, "Young Master Su, please stop talking." His lord had already prepared a shop for Miss Su. He just hadn't had the chance to say it. How could you steal his thunder? Sure enough, Xiao Yanchu spoke up. "There's no need for you to worry about the shop, young Master Su. I have already prepared one for Dr. Su, and we are just waiting for her to choose a good day to open." When did Xiao Yanchu prepare a shop for her? She had no idea. And when did she say she wanted to open a clinic in the capital? Why were both of them so eager to give her a shop? Brother Du from Yenyang had also been insisting on giving her a shop ever since Madam Du got pregnant. Su Ruojin couldn't refuse him, so she ended up buying the shop for 1,000 taels of silver. Du asked for 100 taels, but Su Ruojin insisted on paying 1,000. Otherwise, she would have to rent a shop again, and Du had to agree. Now she was just in the capital for a matter, and suddenly there were 2 shops being offered to her. Ahem. Su Ruojin cleared her throat. Thank you, Your Highness and young Master Su, for your kindness, but I'm only here for a short visit and don't plan to stay long in the capital, so I won't need a shop. What a joke. The capital is a place full of troubles. If it weren't for her grandmother, she would stay as far away as possible. Why would she come here to open a clinic and make things difficult for herself? Su Yiting's face showed disappointment. It was a shame that such a good doctor couldn't stay in Yenyang. Xiao Yanchu, however, remained calm. There was no rush. There was plenty of time. Dr. Su, may I invite you to my residence to take another look at my grandfather?
Su Yiting asked.
Since his grandfather returned from Yenyang and took Dr. Su's medicine, his old illness hadn't relapsed this winter, and his sleep had improved greatly. The palace doctors said he was in much better health than before. Now that Dr. Su has come to the capital, Su Yiting naturally hopes she can visit his grandfather again, which makes him feel more at ease. This is a simple task, and Su Ruojin agrees, planning to visit the general's residence after finishing her current matters. Su Yiting doesn't disturb her further and takes Su Muyao to another table. After Su Ruojin and the others finish their meal, the shopkeeper informs them that young master, Su, has already settled the bill. Xiao Yanchu glances at Hu Qing, who looks troubled. He was hoping to add more dishes later and settle the bill at the end. Little did he know he would run into young Master Su, who was so quick to pay. Su Ruojin doesn't mind. She still needs to check on General Su, so she considers the meal cost as part of her consultation fee. It seems that Jin and young Master Su are quite familiar, Xiao Yanchu casually remarks. Su Ruojin, holding Little Bao's hand, replies. When Renei Hall opened, young Master Su sent a cart of medicinal herbs as a congratulatory gift. We've only met once, so I wouldn't say we're particularly close. Then why is he offering you a shop after just meeting you for the second time? Xiao Yanchu responds lightly. Young Master Su is well known. Xiao Yanchu knows he wouldn't just offer a shop that isn't valuable. Su Ruojin stops and looks at Xiao Yanchu curiously. Your Highness, what's the problem? I saved your life before, and you wanted to give me a shop. I saved someone's grandfather, so why is it strange for him to want to give me a shop? Little Bao, come on, sister will take you to buy candy figures, Su Ruojin says, ignoring Xiao Yanchu and leading Little Bao to the candy stall. Hu Qing's face turns red. With Miss Su around, the prince always seems to be at a loss. Watching the scene is quite entertaining. Xiao Yanchu seems to sense something, stops and looks at Hu Qing, who is nervously fidgeting. Yen Luo supports the old lady and chuckles to herself. Little Bao picks a warrior candy figure and runs to Xiao Yanchu, saying, Uncle, it looks like you. Xiao Yanchu lifts Little Bao, asking, Do you like it? Little Bao's eyes light up. I like it. At that moment, Su Ruojin notices Feng Ying hurrying toward them. Feng Ying, what happened? Earlier, she had taken the old lady and Yen Luo out while Feng Ying stayed at the inn to care for old Master Zhao. If Feng Ying has come to find her, something must be wrong. Feng Ying looks guilty. Miss, old Master Zhao is missing. He had given Mr. Zhao his medicine earlier and then returned to his room to eat something. However, when he finished his meal and went to check on Mr. Zhao, he found that he was gone. Xiao Jin, what happened? Lady Lin noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. Grandmother, Mr. Zhao is missing, Su Ruojin replied. Lady Lin immediately panicked. Did he leave on his own? Su Ruojin remained silent. According to Feng Ying, Mr. Zhao had just taken medicine that was supposed to help him sleep, so he shouldn't have woken up so soon. Moreover, even though Mr. Zhao didn't say it, he clearly still didn't want to believe that Lady Lin was not his sister. Until he was sure he wouldn't leave the inn. Let's go back and check. Su Ruojin turned to Xiao Yanchu and said, "Your Highness, I must take my leave for now." Xiao Yanchu nodded without saying anything. After they left, Xiao Yanchu glanced at Hu Qing. Hu Qing nodded and turned to leave. Back at the inn, Su Ruojin went to Mr. Zhao's room, where there were no signs of a struggle. Either Mr. Zhao had left on his own, or someone had taken him while he was asleep. Lady Lin was beside herself with worry, tears streaming down her face. "Xiao Jin, what should we do?" While Su Ruojin was comforting the old lady, Yan Luo approached and whispered in her ear, "Miss, Rome Qizhou has brought Mr. Zhao back." Su Ruojin's eyes lit up. "Qizhou is here? Quickly, let him in." A young man in dark attire entered the room, kneeling on one knee and cupping his fists in salute. "I greet the leader." "Qizhou, how many times have I told you not to be so formal?" "Get up," Su Ruojin said, feeling a bit of a headache. Her Dark Alliance's left envoy was great in many ways, but he was very rigid for someone so young. No matter how she taught him, he always adhered strictly to etiquette without a hint of error. With his personality, it was no wonder Yan Yang had yet to find a handsome partner. "Thank you, leader." Rome Qizhou stood up, bowing his head respectfully. "Now, tell me what happened," Su Ruojin said, focusing on the matter at hand. "Leader, I know you are staying at the Dong Lion, so I secretly had people watch over it. Today at noon, when the Wind Guard went to eat, 2 in attendance disguised themselves and entered Mr. Zhao's room. Before long, one of them carried Mr. Zhao out of the room. The guard brothers were afraid of hurting Mr. Zhao, so they didn't dare to act directly to rescue him. They followed him to a house in the city, waiting for a chance to bring him back." "You really think of everything," Su Ruojin praised. This was also why she felt safe leaving Rong Qizhou in the capital. His personality balanced well with Yun Yang's. One was calm while the other was lively, making their teamwork seamless. "Did you find out who took Mr. Zhao?" Su Ruojin asked. Rong Qizhou replied, "According to the brothers who returned, the 2 guarding Mr. Zhao wore clothes of the Great Chu Kingdom, but their accents sounded more like people from the Yun Qi Kingdom. I have sent someone to investigate their identities." "People from Yun Qi Kingdom?" If that's the case, it makes sense. It seems someone from Yun Qi has indeed targeted Mr. Zhao. After Rong Qizhou left, Su Ruojin went to Mr. Zhao's room. He had been brought back, but was still unconscious. Old Madam Lin was beside him, wiping her tears. When Feng saw Su Ruojin approach, he said, Mr. Zhao was given a sleeping drug, but he has taken the antidote and should wake up soon." Su Ruojin nodded and walked over to old Madam Lin, comforting her. "Grandmother, Mr. Zhao will be fine. He will wake up soon. Those people didn't harm him." Old Madam Lin sighed. If he were in Yunqi, even the emperor would respect him, and no one would dare to harm the Zhao family. "Your uncle came to Great Chu for my sake, which gave them the chance to act. Grandmother, if you truly do not wish to recognize Mr. Zhao, once he wakes up, I will have someone escort him back to Yunqi. I fear that if he stays in Great Chu, it will become increasingly dangerous," Su Ruojin said. Before old Madam Lin could respond, there was movement from the bed. Mr. Zhao had woken up. Mr. Zhao saw old Madam Lin sitting beside him with red eyes and grabbed her hand. "Little sister, you must be my little sister. Let's go home with Big Brother. Father in heaven wishes for your return. You have been away for so many years, and Father often cried while looking at your portrait in the study. Little sister, please don't blame Father. He had no choice but to sever ties with you back then. After you left with Lin Jingyi, I returned to the Zhao family and learned that Prince Yi had come to propose to you as a concubine. Only by removing you from the Zhao family tree could we protect your life. Prince Yi was the 4th prince at that time and is now the emperor of Yunqi. If he had known that the Zhao family's legitimate daughter eloped with a poor scholar from Great Chu, he would not have tolerated it. But if Zhao Yunji is no longer the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, she won't dwell on this matter, as what he values is merely the Zhao family's wealth." Old Madam Lin could no longer hold back her tears and choked out, "Elder brother, I was wrong. I am sorry for you and Father." Su Ruojin glanced at Yan Luo and Feng, and the 3 of them quietly left the room, giving this pair of siblings, who hadn't seen each other in over 30 years, some space. When old Madam Lin, with swollen eyes, came to Su Ruojin's room, her first words were, "Xiao Jin, I want to return to the Zhao family." Su Ruojin smiled slightly, feeling relieved inside. Grandmother had finally let go of her worries. Besides herself and Yuan Hong, grandmother now had true family again. Over the years, she had often seen her grandmother secretly take out that hairpin and touch it, as if trying to see someone through it. She had thought it was a token of love from her grandmother's youth, but now she realized it was just her grandmother, missing home. "All right, grandmother, I will accompany you back," Su Ruojin said. It was dangerous for the head of the Zhao family to visit Dechu, so how could she let her grandmother go to Yunqi alone? "No need. You promised the regent to enter the palace and help little Bao with his illness. This matter cannot be delayed." Elder brother said he had already sent a message back, and someone from Yunqi will soon come to take us back. This time there will be no danger. Old Madam Lin refused Su Ruojin's company. She hadn't returned home in many years and was unaware of the situation in Yunqi. She feared bringing Su Ruojin into unnecessary danger. "Grandmother, will you come back?" Su Ruojin asked the question she was most concerned about. In a way, the Zhao family in Yunqi was her grandmother's true home, and if she wished to stay there forever, it would be understandable. However, after all these years of companionship, Su Ruojin felt a bit reluctant to part with old Madam Lin. But she wouldn't force her grandmother to stay in Dechu. It wasn't necessarily a good place for her, filled with many painful memories. If necessary, she could take Yuan Hong to Yunqi a few more times. Old Madam Lin seemed to sense the reluctance and affection in Su Ruojin's eyes, and her heart warmed. "You child, what are you thinking? Of course I will come back. After all, there's you and Yuan Hong, and I still need to come back to help you with the children." Su Ruojin. "Grandmother, at this emotional moment, there's no need to indirectly urge marriage. Then I will have Foaming accompany you. I will feel more at ease." Su Ruojin would not fully trust letting old Madam Lin go with old Mr. Zhao alone. Besides Foaming, she would also have Rong Qizhou send some brothers from the Dark Alliance to secretly protect old Madam Lin until she safely returns to Dechu. Old Madam Lin wanted to refuse, but Su Ruojin stopped her. "Grandma, you don't want me to worry, right? If I'm too worried to eat or sleep, it will only make you sad." Old Madam Lin laughed and scolded, "You have a sharp tongue. I can't argue with you." "Fine. Let Foaming accompany this old lady to Yunqi, even if it's a bit hard on the child." "It's okay. I'll give him a big red envelope to reward him well," Su Ruojin said with a smile. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Ruojin thought it was Yen Luo, but when she opened the door and saw the visitor, she was taken aback. Standing at the door was Xiao Yanchu. What was he doing here? Su Ruojin was a bit confused. "What brings you here?" Xiao Yanchu looked a bit frustrated. Why did this girl look so disdainful upon seeing him? Su Ruojin didn't actually dislike Xiao Yanchu, but it had only been a short time since they parted. Why was he back? Did the regent of Dechu have so much free time? "I know who took Zhao Guangtao," Xiao Yanchu said directly. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, are you keeping an eye on me? Otherwise, how would he know that Mr. Zhao had been taken and find out about the person behind it so quickly?" Xiao Yanchu cleared his throat and said, "I didn't send Hu Qing to invite you all for dinner. He accidentally learned about this and thought he could help." "Hu Qing. So this person who was secretly watching Miss Su had to be involved." Su Ruojin rolled her eyes at Xiao Yanchu. Such a flimsy excuse was surprising coming from him. Never mind, she didn't want to argue with him. With old Madam Lin in trouble, having Xiao Yanchu's people watching over them wasn't a bad thing. He wouldn't harm his own grandmother.
"Come in."
Xiao Yanchu entered the room. Old Madam Lin stood up to bow, but Xiao Yanchu stopped her. "Old Madam, you are a Jin's grandmother, and thus my elder as well. You and a Jin do not need to bow to me." This was true. By age, old Madam Lin was indeed Xiao Yanchu's elder, but it sounded a bit strange. Su Ruojin poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yanchu. "Your Highness, my tea can't compare to that of the royal residence, but please make do with it." Xiao Yanchu picked up the cup and took a sip, his eyes flickering slightly. This tea was the unique Hongshan Maojian from Fengjila. Hongshan Maojian tea comes from Hongshan in southern Dazhou, and it is only produced for 1 month each year. The entire mountain has been bought by Fengjila, so if you want to drink Hongshan Maojian, you can only do so at Fengjila. Moreover, for those who are not valued guests of Fengjila, it is extremely difficult to enjoy Hongshan Maojian. This young girl stays at an ordinary inn and casually has a pot of Hongshan Maojian. Xiao Yanchu calmly set down his teacup and said, "It was my people who took Mr. Zhao away." Su Ruojin. Old Lady Lin. They had calculated everything but did not expect it to involve Xiao Yanchu. However, if it was Xiao Yanchu's people, finding Zhao Guangtao within Dazhou and quietly taking him away from these inn would indeed be easy. "Why did your people take Mr. Zhao away?" Su Ruojin asked in confusion. Did Xiao Yanchu want to force Zhao Guangtao to hand over the Zhao family's wealth? That seemed impossible, as Zhao Guangtao was the richest man in Yunqi Kingdom, and Xiao Yanchu's reach could not extend that far. Even if Zhao Guangtao agreed, the Emperor of Yunqi Kingdom would not allow it, as it involved a conflict between two nations. The third prince of Yunqi Kingdom, Yun Xiao, came to me last year. He said that his concubine's grandfather went missing within Dazhou and asked me to help him find Zhao Guangtao in exchange for soul-capturing grass. Xiao Yanchu did not hide this. The third prince of Yunqi Kingdom? Concubine? Soul-capturing grass? Su Ruojin and Old Lady Lin exchanged surprised glances. So Mr. Zhao's granddaughter is the third prince's concubine? Su Ruojin asked. Yes, the third prince's concubine, Zhao Jingyi, is the daughter of Mr. Zhao's son Zhao Juan's concubine. She married into the third prince's residence last year, Xiao Yanchu explained. Zhao Guangtao married after Old Lady Lin stayed in Dazhou, so she was not very clear about his children. A concubine's daughter can become a concubine? This third prince has quite the ambition, Su Ruojin remarked thoughtfully. Xiao Yanchu nodded in appreciation. The Emperor of Yunqi Kingdom passed away last year, and the former second prince ascended the throne. However, this second prince was injured in his youth and is not in good health, so there could be unexpected events at any time. Currently, there is a lot of tension among the princes. The first prince, Yun Xian, is the queen's biological son. The second prince, Yun Hao, is born of a lesser concubine with a weak family background, and the third prince, Yun Xiao, is the son of a favored concubine. The other princes are still too young to be a threat, and most officials in the court favor the first and third princes. With just a few sentences, Xiao Yanchu clarified the situation of the Yunqi royal family. Did Mr. Zhao come to Dazhou secretly? Su Ruojin thought about the issue. Otherwise, why would Yun Xiao ask Xiao Yanchu for help in finding someone? Xiao Yanchu nodded. I have sent people to investigate, and Mr. Zhao indeed left without any information. Su Ruojin sensed something was off. Both the former emperor of Yunqi and Mr. Zhao had passed away. Zhao Guangtao came out to find his sister. But what was he hiding? Xiao Yanchu added. Mr. Zhao's son has died, and his only legitimate grandson, Zhao Tingyi, fell off a cliff a year ago and has been in a coma since. If something happens to Mr. Zhao now, the Zhao family will fall to his illegitimate grandson, Zhao Tingsong, who is the elder brother of the third prince's concubine. Su Ruojin suddenly understood. No wonder Zhao Guangtao wanted to keep his whereabouts secret. Wealthy families really have a lot of troubles. It's exhausting, even having to be wary of their own relatives. At this moment, she regretted sending her grandmother away. Although her grandmother had encountered a heartless man, her life had been relatively simple over the years without too many worries, at least not having to constantly guard against threats to her life. However, her grandmother was considered an outsider, just returning to visit family, so it should be fine. With this thought, Su Ruojin felt a bit more at ease. Are you planning to hand Mr. Zhao over to the third prince? Su Ruojin asked. If Zhao Tingsong and the third prince were in cahoots, secretly eliminating Zhao Guangtao and Chu would allow them to take control of the Zhao family's assets. It seemed that Zhao Guangtao's assassination on the road that day was closely related to Zhao Tingsong and the third prince. Anyone who could devise such a vicious plan could not be a good person. Xiao Jin. Old Madam Lin also understood the key point, her eyes filled with worry. It seemed that her elder brother was in grave danger in Yunqi. Su Ruojin patted old Madam Lin's hand to reassure her. She needed to know Xiao Yanchu's stance before deciding what to do next. If Xiao Yanchu sided with Yin Xiao and intended to hand Mr. Zhao over, then she wouldn't hesitate to sever ties. According to intelligence from the Dark Alliance, her nominal uncle was a great benefactor in Yunqi, and now there was an additional layer of family connection. With her grandmother's relationship, she absolutely would not allow a good person to go unrewarded. Xiao Yanchu noticed the sharpness in the girl's gaze, as if a wrong answer would lead to dire consequences. She was protecting Zhao Guangtao. He found it somewhat amusing. If I had such intentions, I wouldn't be here. Zhao Guangtao is an upright person and well-respected among the people of Yunqi. I would never hand him over to the third prince. As the regent of the Great Chu Kingdom, Xiao Yanchu understood the complexities involved. You still took their soul-seizing grass, Su Ruojin said, somewhat in disbelief. After all, the soul-seizing grass could save his life. Sacrificing others for one's own life is common for those at the peak of power. Xiao Yanchu replied nonchalantly, I never promised to find Zhao Guangtao for him. Besides, everyone is plotting against me, so taking a soul-seizing grass as interest isn't too much to ask. If he really handed Zhao Guangtao over to the third prince, and Zhao died within the Great Chu Kingdom, it could likely spark a dispute between the two nations. As the regent, he couldn't just stand by. How do you know Mr. Zhao is with me? Su Ruojin asked. Xiao Yanchu smirked. Your people follow mine, so mine can follow yours. He was increasingly certain that this young girl was not just an ordinary doctor. How could a simple doctor manage to have people follow his own and find a place to hide Zhao Guangtao so quickly, while also rescuing him? This was in the capital, not in Yenyang. He was somewhat familiar with the poison that had incapacitated the secret guards. However, she didn't speak, and he didn't ask. He believed that one day, she would tell him. Su Ruojin shot Xiao Yanchu another glare, realizing that everyone was playing their roles well in this game of deception. Why do people have a Yunqi accent? Su Ruojin recalled that Rong Qizhou had told her the guards spoke with a Yunqi accent. Well, they are Yunqi people looking for him, so isn't it normal? Su Ruojin understood now. Xiao Yanchu was quite the clever fox. So you have people who are skilled in various national accents. Xiao Yanchu smiled but did not confirm. Why do you protect Mr. Zhao so much? Xiao Yanchu asked, expressing his curiosity. His people were ordered to find Zhao Guangtao, and after discovering him at the Dong Lion, they sought an opportunity to rescue him. It was only after Zhao Guangtao was saved that Xiao Yanchu realized it was Su Ruojin's doing. Su Ruojin remained silent, only looking at old Madam Lin. She had no right to make decisions for her. Old Madam Lin sighed, because Zhao Guangtao is my brother. A rare look of surprise crossed Xiao Yanchu's usually calm face. He never expected that the elderly lady living in Yenyang would be the sister of the richest person in Yunqi. As far as he knew, the illegitimate son raised by old Madam Lin did not treat her well. She could easily leave him and return to Yunqi to live as a wealthy lady. I wonder what expression Lin Jingshan would have if he knew the true identity of his disliked stepmother. Then what do you plan to do next, Jin? Xiao Yanchu asked. Su Ruojin looked at the old lady Lin. Once my uncle's health improves, I want him and my grandmother to leave Dechu and return to Yunqi as soon as possible. Once they are in Yunqi, they will be safe. If the richest person in Yunqi can't protect himself in his own country, the Zhao family would have been wiped out long ago. Xiao Yanchu nodded. That's best. As long as Mr. Zhao is in Dechu, the danger increases. I will have someone follow the old lady to ensure their safety. Old Lady Lin quickly said, the Zhao family has already sent someone to pick us up, so there's no need to trouble the prince. To put it simply, she was just an ordinary woman and didn't want to bother the regent. Old lady, having more people means more safety. This way, Jin can stay in the capital with peace of mind, Xiao Yanchu said. Su Ruojin didn't refuse. With the regent's people and those from the Dark Alliance, her uncle and grandmother would be even safer. After that, Xiao Yanshu took out a black jade token from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruojin. The token was entirely black, with a faint glow, and the words, Suwang, were engraved on both sides, surrounded by 2 golden dragons. Xiao Yanshu explained, "This is the pass token for the regent's residence. With it, you can enter and exit the palace anytime. In the capital, besides the emperor and the empress dowager, you don't need to kneel to anyone." Su Ruojin was taken aback. She didn't expect Xiao Yanshu to give her something like this. The importance of something that allows entry to the regent's residence is obvious. "Your Highness, this token is too precious. I can't accept it," Su Ruojin refused. Xiao Yanshu urged, "Ajin, it's just an ordinary pass token. Little Bao thinks about you every day. With this, you can visit him anytime." Seeing Su Ruojin still hesitating, Xiao Yanshu added, "If it's a problem, you can return it to me when you go back to Yanyang."
Yu Sanyang laughed.
"There's nothing I can do. It's all because my Qiao Qiao is too good. Even with a husband and children, others still think of her. But I've talked to Tian Shaoan. He knows his limits, so don't worry." "Worry about what?" Ji Yanren walked in calmly, looking relaxed. "Nothing. Please, young master, take your time. I have to go and get busy." Yu Sanyang winked at Sheng Qiao and smiled softly as she left the private room, kindly closing the door behind her. Sheng Qiao laughed and pulled her down to sit. "You're not just a wall-climbing gentleman now. You've learned to eavesdrop too. The regent's residence is obvious. Are you feeling jealous?" "Huh. Just a childish young boy, daring to covet my person." Right, you're not childish. You're the mature one who makes me sing lullabies every night." "What are you laughing at?" Ji Yanren raised an eyebrow and kissed her lightly before moving up. "Don't be silly." Sheng Qiao giggled and moved away, pouring him a cup of tea. "Let's get serious. How's everything at the other courtyard?" "Everything is going smoothly. What about Ji Yanchuan? Any news?" Ji Yanren set down his teacup and gently kissed the back of her hand. "Of course, the matter he wants to investigate has already been sent." Sheng Qiao took a deep breath. "All right, then I'm ready too. Let's move forward. Are you nervous, Qiao Qiao?"
"Of course I am."
"It's not just your family. Mine doesn't know either. My dad and brother will definitely scold me." Ji Yanren pulled her into his arms, kissing her forehead softly, his voice low and playful. "It's all right. As a couple, we'll face the scolding together." "Are you silly? Who would dare scold you? The young master?" After spending time together, they were no longer inexperienced. Their playful banter was filled with affection. "Stop." Sheng Qiao pushed away the lingering kisses and "I just stepped out for a moment. I still need to go to the kitchen to prepare a couple of dishes for my sister-in-law." You're so sweet. Just one more kiss." "No, if my lips swell, I'll have to blame innocent mosquitoes." Ji Yanren paused, burying his face in her neck and chuckling softly. "Oh, you have such a low laugh threshold. What will we do in the future?" The large kitchen was on the second floor. Sheng Qiao prepared 2 sour dishes and packed them into small containers. She smiled and said goodbye to the busy chefs, then walked down the bustling second floor. On her way to the stairs, she glanced at a row of "Brother Rong, this is delicious. You should try it." "Thank you, third sister. You should eat too." Ji Qingru looked happily at the person in front of her and noticed the cloud-patterned fragrance pouch tied at his waist, her smile faltering slightly. "Brother Rong, are you free tomorrow?" Xiang Rong set down his chopsticks and took a sip of tea. "I don't have anything planned." "Why do you ask?" "I heard the maple trees in the suburbs are blooming. I want to go admire them, but it feels boring to go alone." "Brother Rong, can you come with me?" "I'm sorry, third sister. I don't really like crowded places." "Swell, I'll have to blame innocent mosquitoes." Ji Yanren, you could invite some friends to go with you. Ji Qingru looked disappointed and lowered her gaze. "Okay, I knew Brother Rong wouldn't take me." Xiang Rong glanced at her, silently sipping his tea. He already knew Ji Qingru had feelings for him, but one was a county princess, and the other was a commoner. There was no comparison. Back at home, Sheng Qiao rested her chin in her hand, watching the pregnant woman happily eating. She asked, "Sister-in-law, Are you familiar with the second young master of the Xiang family? Somewhat familiar. We met when we were young. This spicy and sour shredded pork is really amazing. What do you think of him? He's quite nice, gentle, and humble. Zhaoyan took a bite of rice and chewed. Actually, Xiang Rong has it tough too. The Xiang family doesn't hold a high position, but they have a long-standing friendship with the Qin family. His mother and Aunt Qin were close friends, which is why he and Qingya have a verbal engagement. Although Aunt Qin and Qingya don't mind, there are always rumors outside, saying the Xiang family is trying to get close to the Duke's family. Later, when Brother Xuanan achieved military merit and earned Qingya a county princess title, Xiang Rong hadn't entered the official ranks yet, so the gap seemed even larger. When Qingya was first titled, the Xiang family didn't dare to approach the county princess anymore, thinking the engagement would end there. But Aunt Qin and Qingya insisted it would remain, and the Xiang family was grateful, preparing the betrothal gifts early. They're just waiting for Brother Xuanan to finalize things before formally asking for Qingya's hand. Sheng Qiao nodded thoughtfully.
I see.
Since this second young master Xiang is familiar with you, does he know Ji's sister and her other sisters as well? Zhaoyan set down her chopsticks, contentedly rubbing her belly. Xu Fei is much older than Qingya and later entered the palace, so she hasn't seen Xiang Rong much. Ji Qingru has known Xiang Rong since childhood, so they should be quite familiar. Oh, Sheng Qiao pondered, lowering her gaze, still not revealing what she had seen and heard today. She had recognized Xiang Rong and Ji Qingru at the old lady's birthday banquet, and she was surprised to find Ji Qingru's face and eyes openly showing her affection for Xiang Rong. What shocked her more was Xiang Rong's attitude. It was similar to some modern people who neither reject nor accept, enjoying the attention and admiration from the opposite sex. Should we find a chance to privately tell Ji Qingya about this? For the first birthday party of his two nephews, Sheng Yuan specially took 2 days off. The night before the party, the family went to pick up Han Lan and arrived at the villa. Since Sheng Qiao mentioned that the party was organized by Yu Sanyang, both fathers assumed that the villa belonged to her and admired the newly decorated elegant courtyard. Zhang Mama, along with a few maids, was busy serving the family with smiles. Miss, all the guest rooms have been prepared. Thank you for your hard work. Sheng Qiao stood up and, with her brother, helped her sister-in-law take a walk to aid digestion. Still not revealing what she had seen and heard today. She had recognized Xiang. Dad, brother, there's a hot spring pool at the back. After we digest, let's go soak for a bit before sleeping. Shang Lian nodded with a smile. Haha, it's been a while since we visited a hot spring since that time in Yichuan City. We should enjoy it today. Sanyang, when did you set up this villa? It must have been expensive. Yu Sanyang chuckled and shrugged. It was a gift from someone. Uncle Sheng, feel free to treat it like your own home and come to play whenever you have time. Sheng Qiao glanced at her with a hint of guilt and helped Zhaoyan back to their room. Aunt Lan, Sister Luo, Mama Cui, our guest room here also has a small pool. Was busy serving. Later, let Sister Yu take you to soak a bit. It's said to be good for your health and legs. Xiao Dong and I will stay with my sister-in-law to take care of the children. Thank you, Mississippi. The pregnant woman leaned against her sister-in-law, pouting. I haven't soaked in hot water for a long time. Can I join you? Not a chance. Sheng Qiao shook her head with a smile. Where was I in water margin? Oh, you were talking about delaying taking medicine. I almost forgot. Xiao Dong, go get some snacks. Let's listen to a story, okay? The family had a lovely sleep and, after breakfast, gathered in the bright main room to chat and laugh. As noon approached, the whole family arrived. Except for Lu Shui, who was about to give birth and couldn't go out, everyone else was present, and servants began bringing in gift boxes. Let me hold the 2 birthday stars. The Zhao couple quickly picked up the children, delighted. Bai Malalai, who usually loved to grab the babies, happily pulled Sheng Qiao to the window. Qiao Qiao, from now on I'll call you the Divine Doctor. Sheng Qiao was taken aback, her eyes wide in surprise. Really? That's wonderful. Sure, it's just been diagnosed. Only the in-laws and husband know for now. All right. Sheng Qiao smiled happily and leaned close to her ear, saying, Congratulations, second sister-in-law. Which method worked? Since Bai Molly had not gotten pregnant yet, and the doctor said both she and her husband were fine, Sheng Qiao thought she would try some common modern methods for preparing for pregnancy. She secretly suggested that Bai Molly give them a try. Bai Molly playfully hit her and stammered, I tried the methods you mentioned, but I don't know which one worked. Hee hee, second sister-in-law, you're amazing. Congratulations, I admire you. You naughty girl. Zhang Mama entered and reported. Sheng Qiao straightened her expression and quickly followed her father and brothers to greet the guests. 2 carriages arrived, and Ji Yannan, dressed in a dark blue robe, sat gracefully on horseback, smiling gently at Sheng Qiao. The Zheng and Qin families, along with Ji Qingya, also dressed formally, got off the carriage with smiles, warmly chatting with Sheng Qiao as they entered the guest house. The following carriages unloaded festive red wooden boxes one after another. Sheng Lian and his son respectfully welcomed the young master, but unexpectedly, he suddenly bowed to them. Uncle, brother Yunji. I tried the What? The father and son quickly returned the greeting, looking confused. Wait, what did the young master just call them? Once all the guests arrived, Zhang Mama and others began to get busy. The hosts gathered in the main room to chat and laugh, all familiar faces, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. The twins wore festive outfits hand-sewn by Haning Lan, complete with tiger shoes and hats. They wobbled around, chattering happily, drawing admiration from everyone. Worried that the children might call him Dad, Sheng Qiao had previously asked Ji Yannan to sit a bit farther away. However, the playful round child couldn't resist showing off, wobbling around in the crowd's praises, proudly heading straight for his father. Grandpa. Cough. Ji Yannan couldn't hide his smile as he glanced at the child's mother, reaching out to pick up the child. The round child shouted clearly, and before anyone could react, he let go of his uncle's hand and ran straight to his father, grinning widely. Daddy.
Crash. Puffed. Ouch.
Qin Shi knocked over a teacup. Zhao Yan sprayed milk everywhere, and Sheng Lian, who was discussing martial arts with his in-laws, stumbled and nearly fell. In the sudden silence, Sheng Qiao and Xiao Dong both lowered their heads in silent distress, while Yu Senyang turned her head to cover her face. Tiger shoes and hats. The children's father remained calm, holding one chubby child in each arm, smiling contentedly. Yanning and Yanzhe are good boys. Wow, Dad. Daddy, look. Mississippi Zhang Mama nervously walked in. Miss, we have guests outside. It's the carriage from the Duke's residence. Everyone was still in shock. Ji Yannan glanced at Sheng Qiao and nodded slightly, then stood up to hand the child to the dazed Xing Yuan before turning to leave the main room. Please sit down. Uncle. The twins were patting their unmoving uncle, stretching their short legs and twisting to get down. Their mother, who walked over, gave them a gentle smack, and they immediately settled down, smiling. Wolf 7 all wolf. Sheng Yuan stared blankly at his sister. Seeing her bite her lip and blink, he felt a tightness in his chest and gasped. How could it be? Grandmother, mother. Ji Yannan stepped back into the main hall, and surprisingly, the old duke, the duke himself, and Ji Yanchuan with his arm in a sling followed him in. But 2 of them looked very serious, and one had a grim expression, which didn't seem like a visit of congratulations. Zhang Mama had already led the servants out, leaving only the family in the room. Zheng and Qin families were still staring at the twins, and Ji Qingya suppressed her surprise and stood up. Ji Yannan glanced at Sheng Qi. Grandfather, father, why are you here? Isn't it because of your reckless brother's trouble? Ji Shangyan said angrily, startling the curious twins, who pouted and began to whimper. Zheng came back to her senses, frowning at her son in confusion. Today is the children's first birthday banquet. Why are you here with such harsh words? Ji Shangyan glanced at the twins, his expression darkening. Before he could speak, Ji Yanchuan stepped forward, looking serious. Grandmother, please calm down. Grandfather and father are here because of Xian. And Qin looked at her son, who was also looking back at her, and her trembling hand went to her chest, and her excited gaze fell on the twins. Could it be? Could it be? Zheng bit her lip, showing a hint of excitement on her face. About Xianan? What is it? Ji Yanchuan glanced at Sheng Qiao, hesitating before speaking. It's about Xian and the relationship with the Sheng family's daughter. Everyone was still processing the earlier words of Daddy when they collectively gasped. Ji Qingya furrowed her brows tightly. Elder brother, be careful with your words. Zhao Yan also stood up, looking angry. Brother Jingji, you can't say such things without proof. Sheng Lian and his son immediately darkened their faces. Eldest young master, our younger sister is innocent. How can you slander her without evidence? Everyone, please calm down and let me finish speaking. Ji Yanchuan sighed. In the past few months, Xianan has been going to Wannan Building almost every day to meet secretly with the lady from the Sheng family. Ji Shangyan, extremely angry, waved his sleeve. Mother, how can a noble heir like him be secretly involved with a married woman? This concerns the reputation of the Duke's household. How can I not be furious? Everyone turned to look at the two main characters. Sheng Qiao lowered her head, playing with her fingers as if it had nothing to do with her, while Ji Yan, Father, you are mistaken. I have a marriage contract with Sheng Qiao which is legitimate, and we have 2 children, Yan Ning and Yan Zhe. How can this be called an affair? Crash. Zheng Shi stood up and knocked over a stool. Nonsense. What are you talking about? What marriage contract? What legitimacy? Ji Shangyan suddenly paused, his eyes widening as he looked at the twins. They are you. Ji Yan'an turned around, holding Sheng Qiao, and solemnly knelt down to bow. Grandmother, mother, Xianan and Sheng Qiao have known each other for a long time, but due to Xianan being poisoned and unconscious at that time, Sheng Lian and his son nearly dropped the twins in shock, gasping and widening their eyes. Qin Shi hurriedly stepped forward to help them up, looking astonished. What poisoning? What unconsciousness? Xianan, how could you be poisoned? You never told your mother what happened. Ji Yan'an turned and looked calmly at the shocked Ji Yanchuan. Then you should ask your elder brother. Ji Yanchuan pretended to be shocked. Xianan, what are you talking about? When were you poisoned? I had no idea. Mu Ning. Yes. Mu Ning turned and waved at the door, and soon Dong Lin helped in a hooded figure. As the hood was pulled back, everyone gasped, and Sheng Lian hurriedly covered the twins' eyes. Ji Yanchuan's face turned pale as he took 2 steps back. Ji Shangyan was also startled by the terrifying scar on the left side of the person's face and focused his gaze. Yang Yi, with eyes distorted by burn scars, coldly glanced at Ji Yanchuan, then suddenly knelt before Ji Shangyan. Old Duke, it's me, Yang Yi. The old Duke was astonished. You were supposed to be dead. Yang Yi's voice trembled. Yes, I have died once. If it weren't for my strong will to live, I would have perished in that great fire. You never told your mother what happened. Ji Yan'an, unfortunately, my wife and 4 children could not escape the hidden killer's pursuit and were left in the wilderness. Ji Shangyan looked surprised. Hidden killer? That's right. The killer is someone I have always been loyal to. 2 years ago, I received a secret order from him to gather assassins from the martial arts world in Yandong. When the young master arrived in Yandong, they set a trap with poison to make him ill, followed by a long ambush lasting over half a month.
Bang!
Qin slammed the table, breathing heavily, her eyes red. I had no choice but to hide in the martial arts world. The hidden killer lured me to a remote mountain area and then set the mountain on fire to kill me. I was seriously injured but managed to escape. When I went to find my wife and children, I discovered. Yang Yi gasped, trembling. I discovered that the person who claimed to share life and death with me had brutally killed my wife and children and left their bodies in the wilderness. Ji Yan'an signaled for Yunong, who was holding the child, and Xiaodong to retreat to the inner room. He took a seat with Sheng Qiao, slowly sipping his tea. Ji Shangyan looked terrified and suddenly turned to his eldest son. Ji Yanchuan struggled to suppress his panic, quickly thinking of a response. But before he could speak, Yang Yi stood up and walked in front of him, his face twisted with rage. I know very well that you have harmed countless women and acted cruelly, yet I still supported your marriage to my sister. I offered half of the Yang family's wealth. assisted you in the murder case in Yu County, helped with the corruption in Yangzhou, and even searched for resources for you as the prince's aide, all while harming innocent people. I, Yang Yi, have done everything to support you. Have I ever wronged you? Wife and children, I discovered. I helped you commit terrible acts without regret, hoping to lift my family from generations of lowly merchant status and secure a bright future for my descendants. Yet you showed no regard for our friendship or your marriage to my sister. You ruthlessly extinguished the lives of my entire family and lied to my parents, claiming I died far away, casually sending back a body, crying and pretending to be heartbroken, forcing my sister to give you the only life-saving pill from the Yang family as a gift to a mere eunuch beside the prince. Meanwhile, my grandfather died from illness after losing the pill. Half of the Yang family's wealth, assisted you in the murder case in Yu County, helped with the corruption in. You are speaking nonsense. Ji Yanchuan was shocked and shook his head. Grandfather, father, Jingji would never do such a thing. No, I had no idea. He is slandering me. Yang Yi, are you being forced by someone to accuse me? I am your brother-in-law. How could I harm my wife's own brother, the uncle of my children? Sheng Qiao narrowed her eyes, looking disdainful. At this point, still using his sister and nephew as leverage, he would never change. Ji Yannan chuckled lightly and said, Is the person you are referring to not me? Ji Yanchuan fell to his knees, clutching his grandfather and father's grandfather. Father, you know best what kind of person Jingji is. Although my stepmother and Xianan have always disliked me because of the concubine, I have never held a grudge. I understand that my biological mother took your heart away, so it's natural for my stepmother and Xianan to resent me. How could I possibly harm Xianan? Someone must be plotting against me, trying to make Yang Yi accuse me. Shut up. Qin's eyes widened with rage as she raised her trembling hand. You are maliciously harming my son, and even now you slander us mother and son. You are shameless. The old duke glared at his proud, illegitimate grandson. Are you being— Not to mention that you dared to harm the heir of the duke. Let me ask you, you are involved in the corruption cases of disaster relief funds and the bribery scandal in Yangzhou, yet you once knelt before me and swore you were not involved. Is that true? Of course it's true. Ji Yanchuan quickly shook his head. Grandfather, you raised me. How could I commit such heinous acts? You must believe me. They have no evidence, just the empty accusations of a man who faked his death for 2 years. Please trust your grandson. Bang. The door to the main hall was pushed open. I am the evidence. I have all the proof of Ji Yanchuan stared in shock at the person who walked in. What nonsense are you talking about? You have no right to speak here. Get out. Are you afraid, husband? The newcomer was Yang Manyun, her eyes red and swollen as she held a wooden box and knelt heavily before Ji Shangyan. Father, this is the evidence of the many troubles Ji Yanchuan has caused over the years, including all correspondence and witness testimonies. Please review it and reveal Ji Yanchuan's true nature. You. Yang Manyun, have you gone mad? I am your husband. You are right. I've gone mad. Yang Manyun looked at her brother, she turned to face her husband, filled with deep resentment. Ji Yanchuan, since I married you, have you ever treated me as your true wife? Have you shown any respect for me, my parents, or my family? You have harmed countless innocent women. How many souls are hidden in the dry well of the plum garden? You have always used our child to threaten me, forcing me to help you clean up your mess. The Yang family may have sought to flatter the duke's residence, but my brother served you loyally, giving his all without complaint. Yet you cruelly killed his entire family and pretended to care, leading to my grandfather's death. Now you even think of giving my younger sister to the elderly prince of you. Ji Yanchuan, you are a complete monster. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Ho stood up, his face dark as he stared at Ji Yanchuan. For years ago, the case of the corpse in the dry well at the plum garden caused a stir. His Majesty ordered me to oversee the investigation, and you volunteered to help me. Those 2 merchants you found were just your scapegoats? Ji Yanchuan clenched his teeth and glanced at Ji Yannan, then rushed to kneel at Ji Shangyan's feet. Father, she's gone mad. She's talking nonsense. She and Yang Yi were Father, Jingji really doesn't know what happened. You have to believe me. Enough. The old duke threw a stack of letters at him, trembling with anger. You've caused such a disaster, and yet you keep denying it. How could I raise such a treacherous child? Ji Shangyan grabbed his eldest son's collar, shaking old letters in his hand, his expression filled with fear. Was the corruption case involving the military funds of the Jinwang's family a trap set by the crown prince? Were you the one behind it? Do you know how serious this crime is? It could lead to the destruction of your entire family. Father, I didn't. Investigation, and you volunteered to help. Ji Yanchuan shook his head in shock. Be quiet. Ji Shangyan harshly pushed him away, staggering back. Though you are a son born out of wedlock, I treated you like a treasure, teaching you carefully. When you claimed innocence in the Yangzhou corruption case, I believed you. I even thought of using Xuan'an's marriage to help you. I considered recognizing you under your mother's name to inherit the Ji family. I can't believe this. Sheng Qiao looked up, glaring at her angry father, her fists clenched in fury. Just then, a warm hand covered hers, soothing her. Ji Yan'an turned to her, pleased to see the fire in her eyes. Once there was a grandmother, a mother, and a sister who cared for him. Now he has a wife who might even hit him. It feels really good. But you reckless child, with your wild ambitions and audacity, how could you hide such a terrible crime from me that could ruin our family? Have you thought about me as your father? Have you considered the future and safety of the duke's household? Father. Ji Yanchuan, unable to hide any longer, rushed forward and tightly hugged his father's legs, tears streaming down his face. Father, I was wrong. I feel ashamed for not following your and grandfather's teachings. I even thought of using Xuan'an's marriage. Father, please save me, and also save my stepmother. She is the one you love the most. She could have been the main wife, but she became a concubine because she loved you. Father, I was wrong, terribly wrong. Please forgive me for my stepmother's sake. She has faced so much scorn and hardship. I am her only son. Please, I beg you. Qin Shi had regained her calm, ignoring her husband's face filled with sorrow and regret. She noticed her son holding hands with Sheng Qiao and was momentarily taken aback by the furious expression on the woman's face, then her eyes turned red. Her son finally had someone who cared for him, and now there was a child. A child. Her grandchild. Mother, let's go see the little one. No, let's go see your great-grandson, all right. Zheng Shi closed her eyes and slowly nodded, no longer looking at her husband or son. She took her daughter-in-law's hand and stood up quickly, heading into the inner room. Inside the room, Luo Niang and Xiao Dong stood nervously, while the two brothers slept soundly on the soft couch, completely unaffected by the outside world. Qin Shi instantly burst into tears, choking up as she sat on the edge of the bed, carefully touching her two grandsons' brows, faces, and little hands and feet, overwhelmed with joy and pain. Please, I beg you. Qin Shi had regained her calm. The hatred she had just managed to suppress surged back. If it weren't for that beast, her son wouldn't have suffered so much, and her daughter-in-law wouldn't have been forced to become a widow, enduring criticism while giving birth alone. Her poor grandsons wouldn't have to live in such poverty. Zheng Shi's eyes also turned red as she watched intently. No wonder we felt such a connection with the children right away. They seem to love us too. Haha, it turns out it's in their blood. My two great-grandsons. Madam, my lady. They turned to see Sheng Qiao and Ji Qingya helping Zhao Yan enter, and they immediately. Sheng Qiao has committed a wrongdoing. Please punish me, madam and my lady. Children, get up. Qin wiped her tears and reached out to help the person up, her eyes filled with guilt as she carefully looked at her face. Child, you have suffered. Sheng Qiao was momentarily stunned, then smiled and shook her head. I haven't suffered. I've always had my two treasures with me, so it hasn't been hard at all. Instead, I feel ashamed that I knew you were hoping for a grandson but couldn't honestly tell you. How can you blame yourself? I know Xian An's character. He would never act recklessly without ensuring your and the children's safety first. As Qin spoke, her eyes turned red again. I just feel heartbroken for Xian and you for the two children who have endured so much. I wish I could. Beside them, Ji Qingya was already in tears, leaning against her mother and looking at the two sleeping children. No wonder my brother told me a while ago that he wouldn't care about what our father thinks anymore. He said he would fight for the people he cares about, feeling that he owes it to you both. Madam, Sister Ji, please don't cry. Sheng Qiao bent down to pick up the round child and placed her in Qin's arms, then lifted the other child and handed him to Ji Qingya, her smile bright. I couldn't honestly tell you. Look at this little chubby one. Does he look like a child who has suffered? Their father appeared just when they started recognizing people. I think they are very happy. They will have great-grandmother, grandmother, and aunt to love them, which makes them even happier, right? Qin looked at the little round one in her arms, joyfully nodding with tears of happiness. Yes, just like their little names, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Ji Qingya also smiled, wiping her tears and gently patting the little one's bottom while looking at Sheng Qiao. Why are you still calling me Sister Ji? It's time to change that. He would fight for the people he cares about, feeling that he owes it to you both. Madam, Sister Ji. Sheng Qiao, unsure, touched her nose and thought about what to call her. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman beside them, with her red nose, suspiciously spoke up first. Hey? What should I call Qiao Qiao in the future? Sister-in-law? Or little aunt? After becoming a bit silly during her pregnancy, Zhao Yan successfully made everyone laugh. The laughter woke Tuan Tuan, who, without any morning grumpiness, opened his little pink mouth to reveal his small white teeth and snuggled up to his sweet aunt. Aunt. The two children had previously called Ji Qingya aunt, but now it sounded completely. Ji Qingya couldn't hide her excitement, nodding repeatedly and gently kissing the little one's head, filled with joy. Ta-da, good Tuan Tuan, so well-behaved. Yuan Yuan was still sound asleep. Qin leaned her face closer to Tuan Tuan, eagerly anticipating. Tuan Tuan, can you call me grandmother? Tuan Tuan confidently reached out to hold her chin and skillfully planted a kiss on her cheek. Gotcha. Oh, Tuan Tuan, you're amazing. Tuan Tuan, can you call me great-grandmother? Wow, yes, gotcha. Oh, Sheng Qiao felt a sense of pride. No wonder he is her son. He knows how to— Congratulations, sister. Zhang brought by Molian, smiling as she watched the touching scene between grandmother and grandchildren, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Just the other day, you said you envied me, but now you're holding two beautiful grandchildren. You got them much earlier than I did. Qin nodded happily. Sister, come listen. My grandson can already call me grandmother. Really? Oh, now I should be the one envying you. Outside was already quiet, and Sheng Qiao pulled Bai Moli aside. What happened outside? Bai Moli pursed her lips. They all went out. Sigh. The young master, too. Why did he have to report that person on such a happy occasion? It turned a joyful day so heavy. Sheng Qiao shook her head with a smile. You misunderstood the young master. It was my idea. I wanted all three families to be present to see that Ji Yanchuan's mask come off. Besides, Tuanzi and Yuanzai's first birthday party is the day they recognize their close family, which is quite auspicious. Bai Moli looked at the delighted elders and nodded with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect you and the young master to have such a connection. Oh, by the way, your brother's father hasn't gone out yet. He seems a bit scared. I think you should go out and explain things to him. Oh. Sheng Qiao touched her nose, turned, and went outside, finding the father and son sitting in chairs, looking dazed. Dad, brother. Sheng Lian looked up, his expression complicated. Qiao, come sit down and explain everything clearly. Okay. Sheng Qiao sat down, poured herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat, and slowly explained how Ji Yannan had been poisoned and fainted, delaying his search for her. In short, it was a misunderstanding. Later, he found out about our family and told me directly about that night. Only then did I realize it was him, but since so we decided to keep it a secret until we had all the evidence against Ji Yanchuan to reveal the truth today. Sheng Yuan frowned and pursed his lips. So, for the past few months, you've been going to Wan'an building almost every day just to meet him. Sheng Qiao nodded. Brother, don't be angry. I was really scared when I first found out. I was afraid he would take the child away and force me to be a concubine. But he didn't use his power to pressure me. He agreed to give me 6 months to think about it. So, I agreed to let him see the child every 3 days, but I was still planning to escape. Come sit down and explain everything clearly. Even figured out the route and location. Then, as time went on, I realized he liked me, and I found out that I liked him too, so I didn't run away. Sheng Lian's expression softened slightly as he nodded. It seems the heir is indeed very good to the children. Sheng Yuan still frowned. Then what about the marriage certificate he mentioned? Was that just to deceive his father, something he said casually? No, Sheng Qiao felt a bit guilty. We both signed it, and it has the names of his family elders, our grandparents, parents, and brother, along with the official seal. It should be real. I'm going to Wan'an building almost every day just to meet him. Sheng Qiao nodded. Brother, don't be angry. The two brothers exchanged glances. If that's the case, are you now the heir's legitimate wife? Sheng Qiao blinked and nodded. I told him that the Sheng family has a family rule. Better to be a humble wife than a high-status concubine. Sheng Lian had already cut ties with the Sheng family, so where did this family rule come from? The heir must know about the severed ties, so he must truly want to marry my sister as his legitimate wife. Sheng Yuan finally relaxed his expression and looked at his sister helplessly. Now you have such big ideas, even hiding something so important from us. Mentioned? Was that just if the heir is really someone who uses power to bully others, you were planning to secretly take the child and leave us, right? Sheng Qiao grabbed her brother's sleeve and shook it playfully. Well, at that time, I had no choice. But that's all in the past. By the way, brother, I heard the heir mention Qin Ruiwen, who was involved in the exam fraud. He was her classmate in Qin County, right? Sheng Yuan looked up and nodded slightly. Yes, it was him. Sheng Qiao bit her lip, staring at her brother's calm expression, and sighed softly. When she first arrived, she was puzzled. Scholars in ancient times held a high status, and even a child scholar was respected. Sheng Yuan had already passed the scholar exam, so it didn't make sense for him to live such a miserable life. It wasn't until a few days ago when she heard about Qin Ruiwen from Ji Yannan that she finally understood. A scholar from a wealthy family, backed by officials, could easily gather followers to bully a poor scholar with no support, making it easy to cut off his path. Her foolish brother had never mentioned a word to her or their father, silently enduring everything, which forced him to leave the county school and wasted several years of his time. Do you know why Qin Ruiwen and his uncle Qin Zhuang fell from grace so quickly? No choice. But that I heard someone provided solid evidence of Qin Ruiwen cheating on the exams. As Sheng Qiao spoke, she noticed Sheng Yuan smiling and nodding, and she blinked. Was it you, brother? Sheng Yuan relaxed his expression. After I returned to the county school, Qin Ruiwen had already moved to Yandong City. During the provincial exam, I took some time to investigate some unusual behaviors of Qin Ruiwen with Zhang Jingxuan and Hong Tao. Although I didn't find solid evidence, I remembered an examiner who had private contact with him. Zhang Jingxuan and Hong Tao, though they didn't pass the palace exam, secured official positions due to their status as tribute scholars and are now assigned to local duties. Sheng Yuan smiled. When the prince came to find me, I revealed the name of that examiner, which led to solid proof of bribery and cheating involving Qin Zhuang and Qin Ruiwen. The prince sought you out privately. Sheng Qiao paused, looking at Sheng Yuan. Brother, do you mean? Sheng Yuan smiled and nodded. I have studied hard for over 10 years, determined to serve my country and assist a wise ruler. Compared to that corrupt prince who uses power for personal gain, I would rather support Prince Jin, who is wise, brave, and cares for the world. When Ji Yannan returned, he saw Sheng Qiao leaning against the door, squinting at him. The prince is truly thoughtful. You were already thinking about my brother when you promised to give me time to consider. Shang Qiao glanced at the fox-like figure who readily accepted it. To be honest, with the emperor aging, it's uncertain when he might ascend the throne smoothly. Are you so sure about Prince Jin? Ji Yanran took her hand and sat down on a bench under the eaves, looking calm. A man should protect his family and country and assist a wise ruler. Forget it, brother is just repeating the same old lines. As a woman, I don't understand your ambitions. I just hope for peace in the world, no wars, and to live my small life. Shang Qiao glanced towards the door. Did your father and the others leave? Aren't you going to see them? Aren't you worried your grandfather and father might soften their hearts and let Ji Yanchuan go? No need. Ji Yanran gently rubbed her small hand, his fingers lingering on the cute pink crescent shape. With the fair and strict Zhao Ho around, he cannot escape. Shang Qiao sighed and shook her head. What I regret the most is Yang Manyun. In her family, she was just a pawn, manipulated by her parents, brothers, and in-laws. She endured 6 pregnancies, but suffered greatly due to her husband's hidden habits, only giving birth to 2 children. Sat down on a bench under the eaves, looking calm. A man should protect his family, and her body and mind were hurt, and it was remarkable that she could endure until now. Ji Yanran gently kissed the back of her hand. Thanks to your help, I wouldn't have been able to gather so much evidence in such a short time. I was just anxious, worried that your sister's marriage would be delayed. The longer it takes, the more vulnerable I and the children become if the crown prince and Ji Yanchuan notice, Shang Qiao said with sympathy. At first, I didn't expect Yang Manyun to agree to cooperate so easily. I was afraid she might turn against me, but when I saw the new and old scars on her and her children, I finally understood her determination. Greatly due to her husband, for many years, she hid in fear for her family and children. The death and revival of her brother, Yang Yi, gave her a reason to resist. Perhaps for her, we are the lifeline pulling her out of hell. Ji Yanran nodded slightly. I had looked into the Yang family before and knew her life was far from glamorous. I just never thought she would fight back. It's thanks to your wisdom, madam, that you understand how to touch people's pain and fears with your words. Exactly. So don't argue with me in the future. I can make you speechless. Shang Qiao laughed and then glanced away. Young master, please don't call me madam, when we haven't even had the wedding yet. Who is your madam? Ji Yanran chuckled and playfully nibbled on her fingers. You're mistaken, my dear. With the marriage certificate, we are officially husband and wife. The wedding banquet is just a formality. You should change how you address me. Come on, call me husband and let me hear it. TSK, you're so picky. Why do you like biting so much now, just like your 2 little ones? Shang Qiao said, wiping her hands on his sleeve, raising her chin proudly. Dream on. I won't do a simple wedding. The bride price and formalities must be complete. You need to know that I am not just someone who comes easily. I am very precious. You understand how to touch. Huh? The handsome man smiled brightly, stood up, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully. I will follow my wife's orders. Well, that's better. Shang Qiao elegantly placed her delicate fingers on his outstretched hand and stood up leisurely. Children's father, let's go. It's time to prepare the ceremony for the kids. Yes, children's mother. 3 tables were set up beside the garden, where the autumn breeze was cool and pleasant. No one mentioned what had just happened, happily gathering around the wooden table to watch the children pick their items. On the table, a large red cloth was spread out, neatly arranged with various small, exquisite objects, including books. Although she registered, she soon realized during the preliminary exam that her medical skills were nothing special in the capital. In Yenyang, with the titles of the Lin family's eldest daughter and the disciple of the famous Dr. Kai, many praised her, making her feel confident in her abilities. However, at Rian Academy, all the candidates aiming to enter with medical skills had solid foundations in diagnosis and treatment, with some already being well-known doctors. When compared to them, Lin Wanqing's shortcomings became obvious. During the herbal identification exam, she studied hard and managed to recognize common herbs. My dad always said Yuan is a natural at martial arts. Tuan Tuan, careful not to step on anything, slowly walked over to the pile of writing supplies, sat down, and picked up an item. Then he stood up and walked back to his dad, proudly smiling and shaking it. Haha. Ji Yanran picked up both sons and lifted them high, laughing heartily.
Good.
They are truly my wonderful sons. Haha. Wow, haha. Daddy, look. Qin Shi widened her eyes in surprise. Tuan Tuan picked up the private seal of the heir of Xian. Zheng Shi was also astonished. How did Xian and seal end up there? Sheng Qiao smiled and explained. The heir secretly placed it among the writing supplies just now. Known doctors. Tuan Tuan must have seen it and picked it up to return it to his dad. Such a clever little boy, always knowing how to please his father. Everyone realized and admired the joyful bond between the father and sons. One is scholarly, and the other martial, a perfect match. Yes, what a blessing. Congratulations. The gathering was joyful, and the first birthday celebration was a success. As night fell, the Zhao family and Yu Sanyang took their leave, leaving the space for the two families that had just reunited. In the warm room, Zheng Shi and Qin Shi each held their tired, sleeping children, while the others sat quietly. That's how it all happened. Ji Yanran stood up and bowed respectfully to Sheng Lian and his son. Uncle Sheng, Brother Yin, I'm sorry. My negligence has caused Qiao Qiao to suffer so much. Please rest assured that in the future, Xian will do everything possible to make it up to Qiao Qiao and the child. Sheng Lian quickly raised his hand. Your Highness, your status is too important for such things. Yuan, help the prince up. Sheng Yuan reached out to assist him, his expression moved. Your Highness is sincere. My father and I understand this, and we will certainly believe. From now on, my sister's lifelong happiness will be entrusted to you. Xian will not go back on his word. Time flows gently, and the years are joyful. Good days are here, and the new winter is not cold. The first snowfall of the year has arrived. The old duke suddenly fell ill, and Duke Ji entered the Imperial study, holding a wooden box. When he came out, his eyes were red, and his back was hunched. After returning to the residence, he also fell ill and took leave from court. The next morning, during the court session, Lord Zhao led the Minister of Justice and the Chief of the Supreme Court. The gray-haired monarch forced himself to examine the documents and testimonies one by one, then turned to the pale-faced crown prince and immediately ordered him to be confined to the Eastern Palace. He commanded Lord Zhao and others to re-examine and rejudge the old cases before making a final decision. The situation in the court quietly changed significantly. Meanwhile, Sheng Qiao was at the palace gate, getting into a sedan chair heading to the Moonlight Palace. The ancient palace, the place of supreme imperial power. Although Sheng Qiao is a modern person without servility, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous looking. 3 sedan chairs passed through several long palace paths, circled around a colorful garden, and stopped at the steps of a palace door. 2 maids dressed in gray-blue palace robes approached, kneeling to greet the 3 who got off the sedan. Madam Tai, Madam Duke, Madam Prince, the noble consort is already waiting for you inside. Please enter. It's not public yet, so why are they calling her Madam Prince? Sheng Qiao paused slightly, lowered her eyes, and followed Qin Shi inside the hall. For this palace visit, Ji Qingya had spent several days teaching her palace etiquette, but Ji Yanran said his big sister was broad-minded and family, so it didn't matter if she lost some manners. When she saw the beautiful consort descending from her seat, Sheng Qiao was stunned. Wow, the beautiful woman looked nothing like someone over 30, yet she was matched with a man in his 60s. What a waste. Greetings to noble consort. This is palace etiquette. Regardless of blood relations, one must pay respects to the consorts. Sheng Qiao came back to her senses and quickly knelt down. Sheng Jia Qiao, pay my respects to noble consort. Don't be formal, get up quickly. Ji Qingru opened her eyes wide, looking at the child in her grandmother's arms, surprised. Grandmother, they really look a lot like Xian and Tuan Tuan tilted her head curiously, examining the person in front of her. Aunt. Yuan immediately treated her like her favorite aunt who always fed her delicious treats. joyfully reaching out for a hug.
Wow. You can talk now.
Oh, come give me a hug. Zheng Shi handed the quieter Tuan Tuan to her, smiling helplessly. This is your brother Tuan Tuan. I taught him to call you aunt on the way here, thinking he would recognize you as their little aunt. It's okay, just teach him slowly. What a beautiful child. Even more handsome than Xianan was at his age. They really look alike, so lovely. Of blood relations, one must pay respects. Come on, let me hug Yuan too. Don't rush, Your Highness, sit down first. Yuan can be quite lively, and her little legs are strong, so be careful she doesn't kick you. Of course. Yuan is going to be a great general in the future, so being strong is good. Oh, I'm so happy. How can there be such a beautiful child? Li Mama, quickly go to the West Garden and bring the 12th princess over, so she can meet her 2 little brothers. Yes, Your Highness. Sheng Qiao looked at the joyful faces and then at the large, cold palace, feeling a bit sad. Ji Qingru entered the palace at 8. Now, with a change of dynasty approaching, Ji Qingru's bright youth would be spent in this cold palace. She had once asked Ji Yannan why Ji Qingru entered the palace when the emperor was already over 50. Even if she had 2 sons in 3 years, she couldn't compete with the already grown and powerful princes. Why did she still want to become a consort? The answer made her angry. It was that irresponsible father's idea. Just to save face, he sent his flourishing daughter into the palace. No wonder Qin Shi and Ji Yannan hated him so much. After finally getting enough cuddles, Ji Qingru placed the child on the soft couch and smiled gently, reaching out to Sheng Qiao. Old palace, feeling a bit sad. Ji Qing, look at me. I was so happy to see the children that I left you aside. Come here and sit so I can see you. Sheng Qiao obediently stepped forward and extended her hand. It is the children's blessing to bring joy to Your Highness. It is your blessing too, and Xianan's blessing. Ji Qingru smiled as she looked at her. Just as Xianan said, you really are a lovely child. It's rare that he, with such a serious nature, could say something like this. It shows he truly cares. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Sheng Qiao showed a bit of shyness and did not return the compliment. The aging king was often unwell, and soon, 2 young palace maids brought in the 12th princess. The 11-year-old girl had a pale, thin face, looking like she was only 7 or 8. She curiously stared at the 2 chubby children on the soft couch, but first walked properly to greet Zheng and Qin. Great-grandmother, grandmother. Good, good. Yuer is well-behaved. Qin reached out to touch her granddaughter's small face, full of concern, and sighed quietly. Yuer, this is your little aunt. It's her first time meeting you, little aunt. Hello, Princess Yuer. Sheng Qiao quickly stood up and took out a small square wooden box from her pocket. I didn't know what the princess would like, so I prepared this small gift. Would you like to take a look? Princess Yuer opened the box and took out a small ceramic figure, her eyes widening in surprise. It's Mei Yang. Mother, look, it's Mei Yang. Sheng Qiao was taken aback. The princess knows this doll is Mei Yang. The girl excitedly touched the pink bow on the ceramic sheep, nodding happily. Yuer has heard the story of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. My uncle gave me 3 soft dolls, Pleasant Goat, Lazy Goat, and Mei Yang. I like Mei Yang the most. When Yu Sanyang's shop launched those animated series dolls and pillows, she didn't expect it to have spread to the palace. Impressive. I'm glad the princess likes it. I'll make a whole set for you to send later. Is that all right? Thank you, little aunt. Ji Qingru was delighted to see her daughter smile so brightly. Yuer, come and see. This is your uncle's child, your little cousin. Princess Yuer walked over to her mother, curiously looking at the 2 children who were also looking at her. She handed the wooden box to her mother and cautiously reached out her hand. Zha, round, cheerfully grabbed the older sister's hand without hesitation, pouting and leaning in to give her a kiss. Princess Yuer was startled, but did not pull away. She stared at the doll's cute round face and reached out to touch it, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Mother, the little brother is so cute. He looks like my uncle. He doesn't he? Ji Qingru was also happy to see her daughter smiling so joyfully. It seems Round really likes you as his sister. And this is Tuan Tuan. Does Tuan Tuan call you sister? Sister, sister. Oh, did you hear that? Tuan Tuan called you sister. I heard it, mother. The little brothers are so cute. Everyone was playing with the children. As evening approached, the carriage finally stopped in front of the Sheng residence, where Sheng Lian and his son were waiting. Mrs. Qin kissed her two grandsons on the forehead and handed them to Xiao Dongluo before getting out of the carriage. She smiled and gently patted Sheng Qiao's hand. Qiao Qiao, you've been wronged. There's a lot going on right now, and we shouldn't hold a wedding banquet that draws attention. After the new year, I will start planning so you can settle in comfortably. Sheng Qiao laughed, and the heir has already explained everything to me. I'm not wronged. I'm just worried that you'll be too distracted by the children, which might delay things in the household. I also fear that the old lady and you will tire yourselves out. Ji Qingya told her that since Ji Yanchuan was locked up in the criminal department for an investigation, Wei Mingfang and Ji Qingru went to find Ji Shangyan every day, crying and causing a scene. Mrs. Qin ordered them to be locked in the West Wing and took charge of the household again. Mrs. Qin shook her head with a satisfied smile. I'm doing well. My heart is at ease. I just want to hold my grandsons when I open my eyes. No matter what happens during the day, I'm always happy. Zheng Shi nodded and smiled. Yes, we know your filial heart, but Sheng Qiao chuckled helplessly. If the situation allowed, I would love to let you hold the children. I would enjoy a little break myself. Hee, once the engagement is official, I will definitely take my grandson home to watch over him every day. You two can go wherever you like, but don't come complaining to us about missing him. Nighttime, when Ji Yan'an entered the bedroom, Sheng Qiao was sitting at the table with her half-dried long hair, writing something. Is Madam painting? On the paper were colorful little figures. Ji Yan'an curiously sat beside her and gently kissed her ear. It tickles. Sheng Qiao tilted her head away. Don't disturb me. I'm designing ceramic dolls for Princess Yu. I heard from Mother that the big sister and the princess really like you and the children. Yes, I like them too. As Sheng Qiao spoke, she put down her special little brush and looked at him with pursed lips. Although I don't understand medicine, I can see that Princess Yu is too thin and looks unwell. She has a medicinal smell on her. Does she have any health issues? Ji Yan'an took a handkerchief and wiped the ink stains from her fingers, nodding slightly. Yue was born prematurely. The physician said she has a weak constitution and insufficient heart blood, which can only be managed with medicine and cannot be completely cured. Sigh, such a gentle and lovely child. It breaks my heart to see her. Sheng Qiao sighed, realizing that insufficient heart blood likely indicates a heart problem. This is troubling, not just in ancient times, but even today. When I walked into that luxurious and spacious palace today, even with so many palace maids and eunuchs attending to me, I felt an unusual coldness and loneliness. The noble consort wore exquisite clothing and had a beautiful face, yet she will be trapped in that cage for the rest of her life. Honestly, I still feel uncomfortable about it. Cage. Ji Yan'an looked at, although my grandmother, mother, and I did not want the eldest sister to enter the palace. The harem is undoubtedly the highest place of admiration for women in the world. How can Xiao Qiao think of it as a cage? Isn't it? How many women in the harem, no matter what, are involved in schemes and rivalries for favor or status? To the king, they are just a group of birds in a cage. Those outside only see their colorful feathers, but do not see the twisted darkness hidden beneath. As Sheng Qiao spoke, she leaned on his shoulder, lazily playing with her damp hair. This reminds me of later, when he successfully ascended the throne. Everyone expected him to make her his queen. But unexpectedly, he broke up with her and married her off to a loyal minister. Do you know why? Ji Yan'an's eyes flickered with seriousness. Was that minister of service to him? Everyone thought so, including the woman he loved. Sheng Qiao looked up at him and slowly shook her head. During his reign, this king was diligent and loved his people, achieving great things and having many children. To the common folk, he was a good king. When he was old and about to pass away, he summoned the wife of that minister who had enjoyed a prosperous life and said something. But do not see the twist. twisted darkness hidden. He said he did not want his beloved to see him sharing his affection with everyone, nor did he want their pure love to dissolve in the palace's struggles. So, he personally chose a good husband for her, wishing for her to live happily and peacefully with someone for the rest of her life. He said that from the day he ascended the throne, he bore the heavy responsibility of the world. He was no longer just himself, but the ruler of the realm. Ensuring a strong harem and many heirs was an unshakable duty in his life. He could have great love, but he could not have small love. To neglect one person would be to neglect the whole world. Ji Yannan's eyes flickered with seriousness. Was that minister of service to him? I've gone off topic. Sheng Qiao smiled and sighed. This story, which is both sad and complete, reflects the common experiences of women in the palace. I can't help but feel for the fate of the noble consort.
Huh?
What are you thinking so deeply about? Ji Yannan looked at her intently and shook his head with a smile. Nothing, I just think your words are wise and reasonable, showing that you have a clear mind. Just some reflections after reading. Sheng Qiao laughed and played with her long hair, suddenly tilting her head to look at him. I almost forgot to ask you. There's a maid named Qiu Sang by the princess's side. Is that your doing? Absolutely not. Ji Yannan instinctively straightened his back and shook his head seriously. My only flower is you. Sheng Qiao squinted at him for a moment before lazily waving her hand. All right, I believe you. I need to sleep now. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the kiln workshop with Sister Yu to quickly make those ceramic figurines for Princess Yu. Okay. Ji Yannan sighed in relief and gently picked her up to the bed. Sheng Qiao lay on the pillow with the blanket, looking a bit helpless at him as he slowly took off his outer garment. Even though we have a marriage certificate, we haven't had a public ceremony yet. To him. This makes me feel like we're sneaking around. Sneaking around? The handsome man, half undressed, raised an eyebrow at her. All right, don't get excited. Forget I said anything. Just lie down and go to sleep. Ugh, don't mess around, or you'll end up feeling restless. Xiao Xiao will help me. Ugh. She only felt sympathy for this charming man after he pinched her forehead. Her hands would be sore again tomorrow. The complete set of ceramic dolls made in a hurry was delivered to the palace, and in return, they received 2 large boxes of gifts. One box was for the children, and the other was for her. Ji Yannan instinctively straightened his back, and the golden, shiny gifts almost dazzled her eyes. Sister Yu admired a shimmering piece of fabric and said, "This is the priceless Yunlu silk from the palace's textile bureau, and these jewelry pieces are also from the palace's treasure workshop. The noble consort has quite a generous hand. Priceless." Sheng Qiao was taken aback. If I wear this out, wouldn't I become a moving target? Haha, you are the esteemed wife of a noble heir. What can't you wear or have? Sister Yu carefully placed the golden hairpin back in the box and pulled her down to sit. On to serious matters, I have news about the matter you asked me to investigate. How could an old servant want to enter the Duke of Dinggua's residence with her? However, since she still needed her, Lin Wanqing patiently reassured her, "Granny, don't worry. You are just going back temporarily to bring someone for me." Hearing this, Granny Zhang felt relieved. "Miss, don't worry. I will make sure to handle everything well for you." After receiving Lin Wanqing's letter, Zhao Jiao was thrilled to learn that her daughter had become friends with the Princess Fingxi of the Duke of Dinggua's residence. She called Lin Jingshan back from his duties. "Master, Qing'er is truly our family's lucky star. Look, she has only been in the capital for a short time and has already become close friends with Princess Fingxi. Now she is living in the Duke of Dinggua's residence. With the Duke as her support, your promotion is hopeful. Truly a blessing from our ancestors." Zhao Jiao clasped her hands together, walking back and forth in excitement. Hearing this, Lin Jingshan was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. Qing'er is indeed capable. Once he was connected to the Duke's residence, he wouldn't have to stay in a small place like Yanyang anymore. The capital would surely have a place for him." Amid his happiness, Lin Jingshan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Madam, has Qing'er been accepted into the Ruyan Academy?" Qing'er mentioned in her letter that the chief examiner values her highly and personally interviewed her. They're still waiting for the results. The Ruyan Academy's selection process requires 3 rounds of assessments, and Lin Jingshan calculated that it was indeed not yet time to announce the results. However, being valued by the chief examiner and receiving a personal interview meant that Qing'er was almost certain to be accepted into the academy, right? Lin Jingshan felt a sense of comfort. Thankfully we found Qing'er. Indeed. A daughter is always better when she is our own. Once Qing'er establishes herself at the Ruyan Academy, I will find a way to get Yang'er in as well. Zhao Jiao looked pleased, as Qing'er was born from her. Master, Qing'er mentioned in her letter that there is something she needs us to do. She said if we complete it, Princess Fengxi will reward us greatly. As long as it is for Princess Fengxi, we will do our best. If you have any difficulties, just tell me, and I will help you, Lin Jingshan said, waving his hand. Others might seek connections with the Duke's residence for a fortune, but now they had a chance to assist Princess Fengxi and build a good relationship with the Duke's residence. They couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Zhao Jiao showed a hint of confusion. Master, this task is not difficult, but why is Princess Fengxi's matter related to Su Ruojin? This was something she couldn't figure out, and Qing'er hadn't clarified in her letter. Lin Jingshan was also puzzled. Su Ruojin was just a somewhat famous female doctor, completely different from Princess Fengxi. How could they possibly be connected? Zhao Jiao waved her hand. Never mind, I will handle this personally. I will go to the capital and ask Qing'er directly. Thank you, madam. On Su Ruojin's side, the assassins had not yet been identified. The palace reported that the attackers confessed they were local bandits. Seeing the young master dressed in fine clothes, they thought he was the son of a wealthy family and planned to kidnap him for ransom. After confessing, these men, knowing they faced certain death, committed suicide in prison. Xiao Yanchu was not surprised by this outcome. Xiao Chen was only capable of this much. He couldn't even tell a good lie. He merely wanted to warn the mother and son. Everything else was not important. Zhao Guangtao was recovering quickly under Su Ruojin's care. After the Zhao family's guards arrived in the capital, Zhao Guangtao planned to return to Yunqi. The distance from Dazhu to Yunqi was not too far. It would take about half a month by carriage. The night before their departure, Su Ruojin visited the old lady's room and noticed she seemed restless. Having not returned to her homeland for over 30 years, the old lady inevitably felt a bit anxious. Oh, Xiao Jing, I haven't been back to Yunqi in over 30 years. I wonder what the Zhao family is like now. In over 30 years, many changes could occur. Besides Zhao Guangtao and a few old servants, not many people would still recognize the old lady. Grandmother, don't worry. You go ahead and see for yourself. Once I take care of Xiao Bao's health, I will come to Yunqi to bring you back, Su Ruojin reassured her. This was something the two had agreed upon earlier. Old Madam Lin just needed to return to Yunqi for a while, and after some time, Su Ruojin would go to bring her back. Old Madam Lin nodded. You need to be careful while I'm away. The capital is not like our Yanyang. Grandmother, don't worry. I know the regent and General Su in the capital. If I ever face danger, they wouldn't just stand by and watch after I once saved them, Su Ruojin replied with a smile. Old Madam Lin sighed. Still, they are outsiders and can't always be by your side. Perhaps you should leave Fengying here. Grandmother, you can rest easy. This is the capital of Dechu, the safest place in the whole country. I'm just a small doctor from Yanyang. How much danger could I really be in? To avoid worrying old Madam Lin, Su Ruojin did not tell her about the encounter with the beggar. Xiao Jin, I've been through this before. I notice the regent treats you differently. People say that once you enter a noble family, it's deep like the sea. After several encounters, old Madam Lin found Xiao Yanchu to be a good person, but his status meant he would likely have multiple wives. Deep down, old Madam Lin did not want her granddaughter to compete for a husband or spend her days in the inner chambers scheming against others. She would prefer Xiao Jin to marry an ordinary person and live a simple, stable life. Now that she had reunited with her brother, with the Zhao family's wealth, ensuring Xiao Jin's comfortable life would not be difficult. Su Ruojin sighed. Oh, my dear grandmother, he is the regent of Dechu, while I am just an ordinary citizen. Do you really think someone like me could marry into the regent's household? Besides, you know me well, I love the vast world outside. I wouldn't want to be confined to a deep mansion for my whole life, so you can rest assured. Old Madam Lin gently tucked a strand of hair behind Su Ruojin's ear, her eyes filled with love. I don't ask for anything else now, just that you and Yuan Hong can be happy together. Su Ruojin held old Madam Lin's hand firmly and said, Grandmother, you can trust me. Yuan Hong and I will definitely be happy. The moonlight was bright, and the shadows of the trees swayed, casting patterns on the windowsill, while a nearby candle flickered. The next morning, Su Ruojin bid farewell to her grandmother and uncle, and when she turned around, she saw Hu Qing along with the maid and servant behind him, making her smile slightly. It was a seamless transition. Hu Qing, accompanied by the maid and servants, stepped forward to greet her. I have come to see Miss Su. The prince sent me to escort you to the residence. Su Ruojin sighed. Hu Qing, you really didn't need to come. My grandmother has passed away, and I will go to the prince's residence myself. Hu Qing chuckled. Miss Su, the young master has been thinking about you. It's true that the young master misses Miss Su, but the prince asks about her situation several times a day and wants to know how things are at Yunwu courtyard. It's hard to say who misses her more. Su Ruojin had planned to go to the prince's residence today, so when Hu Qing came to pick her up, she didn't hesitate. Wait a moment, I need to get ready. All right, Miss Su, I will wait for you downstairs. Hu Qing replied respectfully. Soon, Su Ruojin and Yan Luo came down. They had rushed out before and didn't bring much, just a small bundle between them. Hu Qing naturally took the bundle from Yan Luo. Miss, why not pick up a few more things from the shop? Hu Qing had seen many young ladies from noble families in the capital who always packed several large trunks. It was rare to see someone as simple as Miss Su. No need, this is enough, Su Ruojin replied, and they both got into the carriage. Hu Qing drove them back to the prince's residence. Butler Zhang personally came with a group of servants to greet them. Greetings, Miss Su. Butler Zhang was surprised that the young girl he met on Yanyang Street was actually the doctor who cured the young master's illness, and he treated Su Ruojin with great respect. He led them to Yunwu Courtyard. Miss Su, everything is ready in Yunwu Courtyard. If you need anything, just let this old servant know. A quick glance was enough for Su Ruojin to see that everything was in order. She would only be staying for a short time, so she didn't need anything fancy. Butler Zhang, this is perfect. Thank you. Seeing that Su Ruojin was satisfied, Butler Zhang felt relieved. Not a bother at all, as long as you are happy. These maids and servants are from Yunwu Courtyard. Feel free to ask them for help. The 2 elderly maids and 3 young servants hurried over and knelt to greet her. Greetings, Mississippi. Su Ruojin didn't like kneeling or having others kneel to her. However, she had to respect the customs of the De Chu kingdom, especially since this was not her home. She had to follow the rules of the household, so she said, Please get up. I will only be staying for a few days. Just do things as you normally would. Yes, Mississippi. After the 5 people finished their greetings, they left the room to attend to their own tasks. Do you have any other instructions, miss? Asked Steward Zhang. Su Ruojin realized she hadn't seen Xiaobao yet and asked, Steward Zhang, may I know which courtyard the young master is staying in? Is it convenient for me to visit him now? The young master is in Yunji Courtyard. The prince has instructed that you can visit him anytime. According to the time, he should be in class now, replied Steward Zhang. All right, I will go see the young master shortly. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. I will take my leave, Steward Zhang said politely as he exited the room. After Steward Zhang left, Yan Luo walked around the room and couldn't help but exclaim, Miss, this regent's residence is truly extravagant. Everything in this room is remarkable. Having spent many years at Tianyi Pavilion, Yan Luo had seen many fine things and could tell at a glance that everything in the room was rare and valuable. As Yan Luo prepared to tidy up the clothes, she opened the wardrobe and was stunned. The wardrobe was filled with dresses of various colors and styles, all the latest fashions in the capital, made from exquisite materials like silk, cloud brocade, shoe brocade, and soft gauze. Moreover, each piece was tailored to the size of her young lady. Miss this. Seeing Yan Luo's shocked expression, Su Ruojin also approached the wardrobe and was somewhat surprised. If the furnishings in the room were from before, then these clothes, all in her size, were they prepared for her? Or did someone similar to her stay in this room before? There were many women in the Great Chu Kingdom with a similar figure, so it wouldn't be surprising if there were others in the regent's residence. No matter, let's just organize our own things. Yes, Mississippi, once everything was tidied up, Su Ruojin checked the time and figured Xiaobao should be out of school, so she took Yan Luo and headed to Yunji Courtyard. When they arrived at the entrance of Yunji Courtyard, just as she was about to enter, someone called out to her. Stop! Su Ruojin halted and turned around to see a maid around 17 or 18 years old glaring at her. However, her clothing was clearly of much finer material than that of the other maids, indicating she was of a higher rank in the residence. Who are you? How dare you enter the young master's courtyard?
Kui Ping asked aggressively.
It was normal for the maids in the residence not to recognize her, so Su Ruojin patiently explained, I am the doctor here to see the young master. I have come to check on him. As a first-class maid in the royal residence, Cui Ping knew that a female doctor was coming to treat the young master, and she even prepared a room for the doctor in Yunwu Courtyard. To her surprise, the doctor was very beautiful, which made Cui Ping feel uneasy. She looked Su Ruojin up and down and said arrogantly, since you are a doctor, you should follow the rules. The master hasn't summoned you, so how can you just enter his courtyard? If something happens to him, who will take responsibility? Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, wondering why this girl was hostile when it was their first meeting. She didn't want to argue. Please inform the young master then. Cui Ping rolled her eyes at Su Ruojin. The young master is busy and doesn't have time to see you. With that, she ignored Su Ruojin and entered Yunji Courtyard. Yan Luo was a bit anxious. Miss, what should we do? What should they do?
Of course they should go in.
Didn't Butler Zhang already say she could visit Little Bao anytime? She had shown enough respect, and if the other party wanted to be rude, why should she tolerate it? Su Ruojin walked straight to Little Bao's study and heard voices inside, indicating he hadn't finished school yet. She wasn't in a hurry and waited outside the door. Cui Ping came over with a bowl of bird's nest soup and, seeing Su Ruojin outside the young master's study, felt a surge of anger. Because she was the daughter of Granny Li, everyone in the residence called her sister Cui Ping. Few people disobeyed her, and she acted like she had authority. Now, an outsider dared to ignore her and intrude into the young master's courtyard. She couldn't tolerate that. Furious, Cui Ping approached Su Ruojin and, since the tutor was still in the study teaching the young master, she could only lower her voice and shout, How can you be so inconsiderate? Didn't I say that outsiders cannot enter Yunji Courtyard without the young master's summons? If you anger the young master, who will take responsibility? Yan Luo couldn't hold back any longer and understood why Miss Bai didn't like coming to the capital. A maid from the royal residence dared to speak to her mistress like that. The prince has said that the miss can visit the young master whenever she wants. You're just a maid. How can you act like you're in charge? Cui Ping had never been confronted like this in the royal residence, and she was so angry that she was about to retort when she heard the study door open. Seeing the door open, Cui Ping had to swallow her words, glaring at Su Ruojin and Yan Luo before turning to put on a gentle smile as she approached. Young Master Shen, you must be tired. Have a bowl of bird's nest and take a break. Hearing this, Su Ruojin's eyes flickered as she glanced at the bowl of bird's nest in Cui Ping's hand, realizing it was meant for young Master Shen, not for Little Bao. A smile appeared on Su Ruojin's lips, but it didn't reach her eyes and held a hint of coldness. Shinyu did not accept. Thank you, Miss Cui Ping, but I don't like bird's nest. Please give it to Little Master to help him regain his strength. Cui Ping's face turned slightly awkward. There's more in the kitchen. I'll bring some for Little Master soon. This was specially prepared for young Master Shen. Someone doesn't want to eat but is still rushing to serve him, while the master goes without. TSK, this royal residence is truly eye-opening, Yan Luo remarked, noticing the awkwardness and directly mocking the situation. Upon hearing this, Cui Ping's face turned red and pale in quick succession as she hurried to explain to young Master Shin. Young Master, it's not like that. You are little Master's teacher, and the prince instructed us to take good care of you. At that moment, Shun Yu noticed the two people Cui Ping had been blocking. Who are these two? Su Ruojin performed a respectful greeting. Young Master Shin, I am Su Ruojin, a doctor here to treat little master. Yan Luo followed suit with a bow. When Shin Yu heard Su Ruojin's name, his eyes brightened. She was the legendary Su Ruojin. The young girl wore a light blue cotton dress. Though the fabric was simple, it fit her perfectly, highlighting her graceful figure. She had a single peach blossom hairpin in her hair, and her attire was plain yet elegant. Her small face held eyes that seemed wise beyond her years.
Wise.
Shun Yu thought of this word, the kind of wisdom that comes from experience. Yet this young girl was barely of age. How could she possess such depth? Strangely, Shun Yu felt no discomfort at this contradiction. Instead, he found it irresistibly intriguing, making him want to learn more. Seeing is believing. No wonder Xiao Yanchu, that tough character, cared for her so much. Shun Yu returned the greeting. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Shun Yu from the Duke of An's residence, and I am currently little heir's tutor. Jean, sister, little Bao, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out to see Su Ruojin. Seeing little Bao, Su Ruojin's face softened. Little Bao, sister has come to the residence to keep you company. Little Bao nodded seriously and said, Okay, I will.
Try hard to learn
Characters. After a pause, he pointed at Shin Yu and added, First, teacher. Su Ruojin understood his meaning. Little Bao wanted to tell her that he was now seriously learning to read and write with Mr. Shin. Little Bao is doing great. I brought you a gift, Su Ruojin said as she took out a puzzle and explained how to play. Little Bao happily accepted it, saying, Thank
you,
sister. Little Bao, can I check your pulse first? Su Ruojin asked. Little Bao nodded and pulled Su Ruojin toward the study. Su Ruojin smiled apologetically at Shin Yu, who nodded, indicating it was fine. This Dr. Su is interesting. It seems I should visit the Wang residence more often. No one paid attention to Cui Ping, who felt ignored and tightened her grip on the tray she was holding. She had heard her mother say that the young master was particularly fond of this sister Jean, and seeing them together, she indeed looked quite charming. Thinking about how the prince had specially arranged the Yunwu courtyard for Su Ruojin, Cui Ping felt even more uncomfortable. This charming girl must be trying to use the young master to attract the prince. No, she needed to think of a way to drive Su Ruojin out of the Wang residence. In the study, Su Ruojin checked little Bao's pulse and noticed he still seemed a bit weak. What could be the reason? She needed to ask Mu Jingshan about it. Little Bao, where is Dr. Mu? Little Bao looked up, thought for a moment, and shook his head. He hadn't seen Dr. Mu in a long time. Never mind, she would ask him when Xiao Yanchu returned. Little Bao eagerly took out his practice sheet and handed it to Su Ruojin, looking at her with anticipation. Su Ruojin accepted the characters he had practiced. They were just simple numbers, and the handwriting was still a bit childish, but for Little Bao, it was already a big step. Little Bao, you did great, Su Ruojin praised sincerely. Little Bao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and he smiled adorably. Then he took out the small sword that Su Ruojin had given him and danced it for her. When Xiao Yanchu arrived at the study, he saw this heartwarming scene. Little Bao was earnestly practicing with the sword, while the little girl watched with a smile, occasionally giving pointers. When Little Bao struggled, she held his hand to guide him and correct his movements, and he practiced very seriously. Xiao Yanchu didn't know how long it had been since he had seen such a warm scene. He paused at the door, afraid to disturb this moment. When Ear finished practicing and was sweating, Su Ruojin called out, Little Bao, that's enough for today. Come here, let me wipe your sweat. Look at you, all sweaty. Little Bao happily lifted his head for Sister Jean to help wipe his sweat and turned to see Xiao Yanchu, smiling as he called out, Uncle. Su Ruojin followed Little Bao's voice to the door. The man had clearly changed into court attire, wearing a long blue robe, his seemingly cool expression softened by a smile. Su Ruojin stood up. Did the prince finish court? Yes. Are you satisfied with Yunwu courtyard? Xiao Yanchu asked. It's quite good. If you're not happy with the clothes I prepared, I'll have the seamstresses from the embroidery workshop come to the residence to measure you for a custom fit. Xiao Yanchu noticed the thin cotton dress Su Ruojin was wearing and frowned slightly. Such fabric was not something noble ladies in the capital would wear. They would consider it too poor. Su Ruojin was taken aback, realizing that the clothes in the cabinet were indeed prepared for her. She had to admit, Xiao Yanchu was quite thoughtful. No, it's fine. I just didn't feel like changing. Do you think I look inappropriate like this, Your Highness? Su Ruojin started to understand. She didn't care much about clothes. As long as they fit well and felt comfortable, she was fine. This dress was handmade by her grandmother. Anything made by her grandmother was precious to Su Ruojin, and she often wore it, which made her grandmother happy too. However, the noble ladies in the capital saw things differently. Many judged a person's status by their clothing fabric, which explained why she had been challenged by a maid before. Xiao Yanchu shook his head, his eyes sincere. You look good in anything. He just hoped she would wear the clothes he gifted her. Su Ruojin was momentarily speechless. His unexpected compliment left her unsure of how to respond. The most awkward silence came, so Su Ruojin quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, is young Master Mu not at the residence lately? Xiao Yanchu nodded. With the weather warming up, my mother has been feeling much better. Mu Jingshan took some time to go to Shinyu Mountain to gather herbs. Shinyu Mountain is a large mountain connecting the borders of Daju and Xiaoya Kingdom, known for its rare medicinal herbs. However, Shinyu Mountain is not only steep, but also home to various fierce beasts. Legends say there are many ancient caves formed within the mountain, where one could easily fall in and not come out. Most herbalists only dare to gather herbs on the outskirts of Shinyu Mountain, avoiding the deeper areas. Mu Jingshan goes to Shinyu Mountain every year before the rainy season to look for rare materials for his research on medicine. When Su Ruojin traveled with her master, she also visited Shinyu Mountain. She wanted to explore the mountain, but her master insisted she was too young and wouldn't allow her to go, so she gave up. Su Ruojin thought about sneaking away to visit later, but with all the matters at Tianyi Pavilion and the changes in the Lin family, she kept postponing her plans. Now that she heard Xiao Yanchu say Mu Jingshan went to Shinyu Mountain, she felt tempted. Maybe after bringing her grandmother back, she could go see it. Calculating the time, it would be at least 2 months from now. Sigh, time really isn't enough. Su Ruojin returned to her thoughts and asked if young Master Mu is away, who is in charge of Xiaobao's medicine and meals. Before Mu Jingshan left, he arranged for ears medication during this time. There is also a physician in the residence who will take care of ears medicine. As for meals, Granny Li is responsible. Is there a problem? Xiao Yanchu knew Su Ruojin wouldn't ask these questions without reason. I'm not sure what the specific problem is, but Xiaobao's health isn't as good as it was during the banquet. Didn't you notice he has lost some weight? Xiao Yanchu also noticed Ear had lost weight, but he thought it was normal since Ear had been practicing swordsmanship and getting more exercise. He didn't think much of it. But now, hearing Su Ruojin say this, he realized it was due to health issues. Is it serious? Su Ruojin shook her head. It's not very serious. With some care, he can recover. But we need to find the cause. Please keep this quiet. I want to observe him in the residence. Xiaobao's health couldn't have deteriorated for no reason. If they didn't find the cause, even if she helped him now, he might get worse again after she left the Wang residence. Su Ruojin wasn't sure if Xiaobao's issues were due to changes in climate or diet, or if it was something else. She needed to investigate further. She recalled the bowl of bird's nest soup that Cui Ping had given her earlier. Xiao Yanchu nodded. Thank you, Ajin. Let's have lunch together. Seeing the time, it was indeed time for lunch, and Su Ruojin didn't decline. Xiaobao hugged Su Ruojin tightly, looking at Xiao Yanchu with clear intent. He wanted to join too. Xiao Yanchu smiled. All right, Ear can join us. Someone, please have the kitchen send lunch to the young master's courtyard. This prince and Miss Su will dine here. When lunch arrived, Granny Li followed as usual. Your Highness, I'm here to assist the young master with his meal. When Li Momo saw Su Ruojin, she was stunned. She never expected the doctor visiting the residence would be this young girl. She was actually the sister Jean that the young master mentioned. Li Momo recalled how she had embarrassed herself in Yenyang, and she was sure this little girl was behind it. With that thought, her gaze towards Su Ruojin turned somewhat cold. Since the prince was present, Li Momo suppressed her anger and smiled as she served the young master porridge and vegetables. During the meal, Su Ruojin also offered some dishes to the young master, who ate everything she gave him. In contrast, the dishes Li Momo served were left untouched. While this was normal in Li Momo's eyes, it meant Su Ruojin was deliberately trying to take away her right to care for the young master. What a scheming girl. After the meal, Li Momo returned to her room with a gloomy expression. When Suiping saw her come back, she quickly brought a bowl of bird's nest soup and asked, "Mother, what happened?"
Who upset you?
"Drink this bird's nest soup to calm down. Who else could it be but that Su Ruojin, who just entered the residence? I embarrassed myself last time in Yenyang, and she was probably behind it," Li Momo said, taking the soup from her daughter and slamming the bowl on the table. Suiping was indignant. "Mother, she's just rude. She barged into Yunji courtyard before and stared at young Master Shun like a fool. She's really shameless. How dare she question why Li Momo didn't serve the young master bird's nest soup? The young master was so small, eating bird's nest would only upset his stomach. It was better for them to help care for him." She was just thinking of the young master's well-being. The masters in the prince's residence all had their meals in their own courtyards. The young master couldn't eat much, and at first, he would even throw up after eating. Eventually, many good dishes ended up in Li Momo and her daughter's stomachs, and they got used to it. Even now that the young master was a bit better and had a good appetite, if there were any good dishes, they wouldn't go to him anyway. After all, he was still young and didn't understand anything. What he ate was still up to them. Even if he knew, could a child who couldn't even speak clearly complain? "We need to find a way to get her out of the prince's residence. If the prince really let her stay to care for the young master, how would they survive in the residence?" Li Momo's eyes turned as she thought of Princess Fingxi. She didn't understand why the princess hadn't acted yet and even allowed Su Ruojin to stay in the residence. As long as the princess knew about this, Su Ruojin wouldn't have a good outcome. "Cui Ping, go to the duke's residence and find Princess Fengxi. Just say." Li Mama whispered a few words in Cui Ping's ear. Cui Ping's eyes lit up. "Mother, I will go right now." At her age, Cui Ping was not yet promised to anyone because she only wanted to be the prince's woman. She knew that with her background, it was impossible for her to become the main wife or a secondary wife, but being a concubine was not a problem. Unfortunately, the prince had not yet married, so she could only wait. In Cui Ping's eyes, Princess Fengxi was the future princess consort, and by pleasing her, she could smoothly become the prince's concubine. As for Su Ruojin, the woman who suddenly appeared in the prince's residence, Cui Ping thought she should stand with Princess Fengxi to drive her out. To say she was there to treat the heir was ridiculous. In terms of medical skills, could a small doctor from Yenyang compare to Dr. Mu or the palace physicians? It was clear that last time the prince went to Yenyang, Su Ruojin seized the opportunity to follow him back to the residence, trying to get close to the prince. Did she think she was worthy of being one of the prince's women? What a dream! Since the last incident, Wei Yinfang had not dared to act again, fearing that Xiao Yanchu would discover something. Now hearing that Su Ruojin had truly moved into the regent's residence, she smashed a Ru-kiln porcelain vase from the previous dynasty. "Lin Wanqing, when will your cousin finally arrive in the capital? How many days has it been?" Wei Yinfang's face was dark with anger. Lin Wanqing felt quite wronged. It took at least 5 or 6 days to travel from Yenyang to Yuzhou, and then from Yuzhou to the capital would take another 10 days or so. It couldn't be done any faster. But she didn't dare to argue with Wei Yinfang and could only say, "Princess, my mother wrote that she has already gone to Yuzhou, so the timing should be close. However, I do have a plan to drive Su Ruojin out of the residence." "Then hurry up and tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense." Wei Yinfang scolded. Once Lin Wanqing shared her plan, the frown on Wei Yinfang's face eased considerably. She glanced at Lin Wanqing. At least you are somewhat useful. Do it as planned. If it succeeds, this princess will reward you handsomely. Wei Yinfang said to Cui Ping. Cui Ping quickly knelt down. I will obey. When Cui Ping arrived at the duke's residence to deliver the news, Su Ruojin was investigating in the prince's residence. She walked around the heir's small kitchen and asked the cook about the recent meals prepared for the heir. Everything seemed fine. Then she called for the house doctor to check the heir's prescriptions, and there were no issues there either. So where was the problem? Su Ruojin's eyes darted around as she called for Yan Luo and whispered a few words. Yan Luo nodded and went to find Steward Zhang. Before long, Yan Luo changed into the clothes of a maid from the Wang residence and started working in the kitchen. Cui Ping returned to the Wang residence and conveyed Princess Fengxi's message to Granny Li. Granny Li clapped her hands and praised, "The princess is indeed clever. We just need to cooperate well with her." When it was time for dinner, Cui Ping came to serve the meal, bringing several young maids with her to deliver dishes to the young master. Yan Luo quietly followed behind, keeping her distance. Halfway there, Cui Ping stopped, and the other maids followed suit. Cui Ping walked to each maid, opened the lids, checked the dishes, and then said, and you take these dishes to my room." Yes, the maids seemed used to this, and those called took their plates in another direction. The remaining maids carried the dishes to the young master's room. Granny Li was already waiting and, seeing the dishes were ready, took out bowls and chopsticks to serve the young master. Little Bao looked displeased and seemed to have no appetite. "Young master, if you don't eat well, you won't see Sister Jean." Granny Li used her usual tactic. Little Bao reluctantly picked up a small spoon and began to eat. Yan Luo hid behind a pillar outside, watching everything with a frown. The food Little Bao was eating was too plain, mostly just vegetables, radishes, and rice porridge. At his age, he should not only be eating vegetarian dishes. Receiving Yan Luo's feedback, Su Ruojin tapped her fingers on the table. If Little Bao was treated like this often, it was no surprise he would lose weight. She never expected that someone would dare to play these tricks right under Xiao Yanchu's nose in the Wang residence, making her feel even more sorry for Little Bao. "I'll observe for another day," she decided, wanting to see if these servants were this bold every day. The next day, after finishing breakfast, a young maid came to report, "Miss Su, Aunt Su Lan has come to invite you to Yilan Courtyard. The Empress Dowager wishes to see you." The Empress Dowager? Xiao Yanchu's mother? As a courtesy, Su Ruojin was a doctor here to treat the young master, considered an outsider. Normally, she wouldn't disturb the Empress Dowager unless summoned. Since the Empress Dowager sent someone to invite her today, she would not refuse, as she was Xiao Yanchu's mother and an elder. "Greetings, Aunt Su Lan." When Su Ruojin met Aunt Su Lan, she respectfully performed a bow. Aunt Su Lan looked at the young girl before her and found her quite impressive in appearance. "Dr. Su, my Empress Dowager wishes to meet you. I'll take you there now." "Thank you, Aunt." On the way, Aunt Su Lan asked questions and Su Ruojin answered respectfully, without any flattery. Besides responding to Aunt Su Lan's inquiries, Su Ruojin never asked about the Empress Dowager. Su Lan felt that the young girl was very calm and developed a liking for her. When they arrived at Yilan Courtyard, Su Ruojin knelt to greet the Empress Dowager. This humble girl pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager gestured to Su Lan. Su Lan, quickly help Dr. Su up. "Dr. Su, please sit. I called you here to ask about Ear's health," the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Su Ruojin stood up and replying to the Empress Dowager, "Ear is recovering well. In some time, he should be just like any other child." The Empress Dowager was very pleased. "That's wonderful. Dr. Su, you must thank Su Lan for me." Aunt Su Lan brought forward a tray with a golden hairpin adorned with gemstones. "Dr. Su, this was a gift from the late emperor to me. I am too old to wear such a hairpin for young girls, so I hope you won't dislike it," the Empress Dowager said, indicating for Su Lan to present it to Su Ruojin. Who would dare to refuse a royal gift? Su Ruojin didn't want such a royal item, as it could only be worn by herself and couldn't be sold or easily exchanged. If it were lost or damaged, she would be held responsible. Wearing it would draw too much attention. In the entire Great Chu Kingdom, she might be the only one to dislike a royal gift. However, she couldn't refuse the Empress Dowager's kindness and quickly stood up. This humble girl thanks the Empress Dowager. Dr. Su, since you are a doctor, could you check my pulse as well? The Empress Dowager kindly asked. This Dr. Su was quite young, and upon seeing the royal hairpin, she showed no reaction, as if it were an ordinary item. Such composure was rare. In fact, this was one of Su Ruojin's reasons for visiting Elan Courtyard. She had heard that the Empress Dowager had health issues, which were being managed by Mu Jingshan. The soul-eating poison from Xiao Yanqu was transmitted through the Empress Dowager, and as the carrier of the poison, she wanted to investigate if there were any residual toxins in the Empress Dowager's body and if they could be detoxified. Or perhaps the Empress Dowager's poor health was due to the soul-eating poison. Even if the Empress Dowager hadn't invited her today, she would have asked Xiao Yanqu if she could check the Empress Dowager's pulse to satisfy her curiosity. Now that the Empress Dowager had brought it up, she naturally agreed. After checking the pulse, Su Ruojin remained silent. The Dowager and Aunt Su Lan exchanged a glance, and Aunt Su Lan nervously asked, Dr. Su, is there something wrong with the Dowager's health? The Dowager often lived in cold and damp conditions when she was younger. After giving birth, she even soaked in cold water during winter, which caused coldness to enter her bones. Every winter, she suffers from coughing and bone pain. Aunt Su Lan looked surprised. Dr. Su, you are right. Is there a treatment? Previously, Dr. Mu from the residence took care of the Dowager. His methods are gentler and can ensure that her condition does not worsen, as well as relieve her pain during episodes. But it won't cure her. Su Ruojin didn't say everything, but both the Dowager and Aunt Su Lan understood. Aunt Su Lan cautiously asked, Dr. Su, is there a way to cure the Dowager? In response to Aunt Su Lan's question, Su Ruojin pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps, but the treatment is quite intense. The Dowager's body cannot handle it right now. She needs to be in better condition first. Actually, Dr. Mu's treatment method was not problematic. It was a conservative approach that took time. It wasn't that he lacked skill, but the Dowager had deep-seated coldness in her body, and due to her age and status, many doctors were hesitant to take risks. There was also a more important issue. As she suspected, even though the poison from the soul-devouring shadow had transferred to Xiao Yanqu, some residual poison still remained in the Dowager's body. While it wouldn't be life-threatening, it would cause her to suffer more than usual during cold weather, whether from coughing or bone pain. Dr. Su, are you saying my illness can be cured? The Dowager was a bit incredulous. Her condition had been examined not only by Dr. Mu but also by the Imperial Hospital, and they all focused on gradual treatment. No one had ever mentioned a cure. Dowager, please continue taking the medicine prescribed by Dr. Mu. During these days in the residence, I will come to give you acupuncture to relieve the hidden pain in your body. As the weather warmed, the Dowager's cold-related pain would improve significantly, but on rainy days, it would still hurt. What Su Ruojin could do now was to suppress the pain as much as possible. To completely cure the Dowager's illness, they would need to find the antidote for the soul-devouring shadow first. Upon hearing that Su Ruojin would perform acupuncture on the Dowager, Aunt Su Lan showed a worried expression. Given the Dowager's status, she was unsure of Su Ruojin's medical skills, and with the prince still in court, she didn't dare to make a hasty decision. Su Ruojin noticed Aunt Su Lan's hesitation and understood, so she didn't rush her. It was up to the Dowager to decide. Mu Jingshan's prescription is quite good. It can control the Dowager's condition without any issues. The acupuncture is only to ensure that she won't feel pain when the rainy days come. Not doing the acupuncture won't cause any fundamental problems. The Dowager Jiang understood Su Lan's concern. As someone she valued greatly, such care was not wrong. Dowager Jiang smiled and said, Su Lan, it's fine. Let Dr. Su give me the acupuncture. But Dowager, Aunt Su Lan still felt uneasy. It's all right. I trust Dr. Su. Come on, Dr. Su. Since Dowager Jiang trusted her, Su Ruojin did not hesitate and skillfully began the acupuncture. After seeing Su Ruojin's technique, Aunt Su Lan felt much more at ease. Once Su Ruojin finished and helped the Dowager sit up, a little maid came in to report, "Dowager, Princess Fengxi requests to see you." Dowager Jiang exchanged glances with Aunt Su Lan, wondering why she was here. "Let her in," said Dowager Jiang. With a waft of fragrance, Wei Yinfang entered and greeted. Yinfang pays her respects to the Dowager. "Why has the princess come to visit today?" Dowager Jiang asked with a smile. "Yesterday, I received some fine bird's nest and thought to bring it for the Dowager," Wei Yinfang said, handing the bird's nest to Aunt Su Lan. She hadn't glanced at Su Ruojin since entering, as if she didn't exist. Su Ruojin was pleased by this and pretended to follow Aunt Su Lan in greeting while standing aside, trying to be unnoticed. After a casual chat between Wei Yinfang and Dowager Jiang, she stood up to take her leave. "Dowager, please rest well. I will come to see you another day." Once Wei Yinfang left, Su Ruojin took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Su Lan, saying, "Aunt, this medicine in the bottle is for nourishing blood and energy. The Dowager should take one each day. Since she just had acupuncture, it's best for her to rest with her eyes closed for a while. I will take my leave now." The room fell silent as Dowager Jiang signaled for Su Lan to give her the medicine. Su Lan hesitated, saying, "Dowager, should I have the palace's physician check it first?" "No need. I see that this child has a good character, and I trust Chuer's judgment." Chuer would not easily let someone stay in the palace. Moreover, Dowager Jiang had grown fond of this young girl through their interactions. Whether with her, Princess Fengxi, or Aunt Su Lan, the girl showed no signs of nervousness and remained calm. At her age, Dowager Jiang had never possessed such composure. Su Ruojin left the Yilan courtyard and saw Princess Fengxi and her maid still waiting at the entrance.
Were they
waiting for her? Sure enough, when Su Ruojin appeared, Wei Yinxuang approached her with a hint of pride in her eyes. "I've heard that Dr. Su has excellent medical skills. Would you mind checking my pulse?" "Don't worry, the payment will be generous." Su Ruojin's eyes flickered slightly. "If the princess trusts me, I would be happy to help. Please, this way." Su Ruojin led Wei Yinxuang to the Yunwu courtyard. Seeing that she really lived there, Wei Yinxuang clenched her fists tightly, filled with jealousy. When she had accompanied the third princess to visit the Dowager, she had wanted to stay in Yunwu courtyard, but was outright refused. Now, a mere doctor could stay there, with the beautiful Persian glass vase and the red coral ornament gifted by the emperor, things she had once asked the prince for, but was denied. However, thinking about what was to come, Wei Yinxuang suppressed her anger. "Su Ruojin, let's see if you can keep living in Yunwu courtyard." "Princess, please," Su Ruojin said, setting up the pulse pillow and gesturing for Wei Yinxuang to sit down. With a hint of annoyance, Wei Yinxuang slammed her hand down on the pulse pillow. Su Ruojin took her pulse and soon indicated for her to switch hands. After finishing, Su Ruojin took the handkerchief from Yan Luo to wipe her hands. "Princess, you don't have any major issues, just a bit of excess heat in your heart. Drinking some honeysuckle tea should help." Wei Yinxuang didn't linger, standing up and saying to Qing Yun, "Dr. Su's skills are nothing special, similar to the court physician. Qing Yun, pay her, let's go." Qing Yun stepped forward and placed the money pouch on the table, then turned to follow Wei Yinxuang out. Yan Luo watched, puzzled. "Miss, what is the princess trying to do? She clearly isn't sick but insists on having you check her pulse." Su Ruojin tossed the money pouch to Yan Luo. "Who cares what she wants? If someone offers money, we shouldn't refuse. Use this to treat Hu Qing to a meal."
Ah.
Yan Luo was confused about why they were treating Hu Qing. Su Ruojin didn't believe Wei Yinxuang would create trouble for no reason, but she wasn't worried. She would handle whatever came her way. It wasn't like they were in the Duke's residence. What more could Wei Yinxuang do? "Yan Luo, it's almost time for lunch." "Miss, I'll go right away." Yan Luo hurriedly changed clothes and headed to the kitchen. After the morning court session, Xiao Yanchu was kept in the palace by the emperor to discuss details about welcoming the northern princess and couldn't return home for lunch. After having lunch, Su Ruojin planned to take a short rest before checking on Xiaobao. Suddenly, loud noises came from the courtyard. Yuan Luo had not returned yet, and a young maid rushed in with a worried expression. "Miss Su, Granny Li has come with some people. She says the princess lost her jade pendant and wants to search the courtyards the princess visited today." Su Ruojin sighed. Wei Shuang really wasn't very clever. She was still using such a foolish method to frame others. She should have suggested that she eat more walnuts to help her think better. "Let them in," Su Ruojin said, not wanting to argue. This was the regent's residence, not her own home. If they wanted to search, they could go ahead. If they messed something up or broke something, it was not her concern. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Li and her group rushed in, clearly not caring whether Su Ruojin agreed to the search. "Miss Su, the princess lost a jade pendant, and I must search to avoid the princess's anger. We can't bear the consequences," Granny Li said. Before Su Ruojin could respond, Granny Li waved her hand. Search thoroughly in every corner. Su Ruojin recognized Granny Li as the one who had accused her of being a human trafficker before. When Granny Li had confronted her back then, she had retaliated, and their feud was settled. Now that they were in the royal residence, as long as Granny Li didn't bother her again, Su Ruojin wouldn't hold a grudge. For now, she wasn't in a hurry. She sat to the side, sipping tea, curious to see what Granny Li planned to find in her courtyard. Before long, Yunwu courtyard was in complete disarray, and Granny Li's face darkened as it seemed she found nothing. "Go search the courtyard," Granny Li ordered, and the maids began rummaging through the area.
Granny Li casually nadito su ariwoyin.
"Miss Su, nothing was found inside, so I will check the courtyard." At that moment, Yuan Luo returned in a new outfit. Seeing the mess in the room, she was about to question it, but Su Ruojin stopped her with a glance. If they wanted to make a scene, let it be a big one. That would be more entertaining, wouldn't it? She didn't believe Granny Li had come with such fanfare just to make a mess of Yunwu courtyard. That was no different from children playing house. At first, Su Ruojin thought Granny Li would throw the princess's jade pendant into any corner of the room and accuse her of stealing it, which would be a serious charge. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Things were getting more interesting. "Granny, I think I found something," a maid exclaimed. Madam Li's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction as she hurried over, asking, "What is it?" "Madam, the base of this tree has been disturbed, and it seems something is buried underneath. Dig it up." "I want to see," Madam Li commanded sharply. A young maid fetched a hoe and began to dig up the soil. When they saw what was inside, everyone gasped in shock. Madam Li picked up 2 cloth dolls tied together with a red string and shouted in horror, "Voodoo dolls? These are voodoo dolls." In any era, the practice of voodoo is considered a taboo. To find voodoo dolls in the Yunwu courtyard is a serious matter. The 2 dolls were tightly bound together with a red thread, each having a yellow talisman attached to its back, inscribed with a person's birth date. Madam Li's expression changed drastically when she recognized one of the birth dates as the prince's, while she did not recognize the other. "May I ask, Miss Su, were you born in July of the 26th year of Xingping?" Madam Li asked Su Ruojin, who had come to see the commotion. A hint of mockery flashed in Su Ruojin's eyes. So this was the tactic being used, slightly more clever than using a jade pendant to frame someone. Just slightly, a difference that could easily be overlooked. Feeling playful, Su Ruojin's gaze became unpredictable, as if she had been caught revealing a secret. "Madam Li, why are you asking about this?" "Miss Su, if you dare to do such a thing, you should know the consequences of being discovered." "Someone, tie her up," Madam Li said fiercely. 2 or 3 maids rushed towards Su Ruojin with ropes in hand. Su Ruojin cried out in fear, "Madam Li, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." Yan Luo had already noticed the secret glance her young mistress gave her and stood by, watching the drama unfold with some sympathy for Madam Li. Whenever her mistress played around, someone was bound to suffer. "Quickly tie her up," Madam Li urged. She needed this little troublemaker to admit that she had placed the voodoo dolls before the prince returned. Even if the prince was soft-hearted and willing to spare this little troublemaker, he would not allow her to stay in the palace any longer. Madam Lin believed that Princess Fingxi was still kind-hearted, using love dolls instead of deadly ones. If she had used deadly dolls with the intent to harm the prince, Su Ruojin would have faced certain death. Wei Yinxian also wished to see Su Ruojin meet her end, but she knew that Su Ruojin had no grudge against the prince and had no reason to harm him. Using deadly dolls would be too obvious and could easily expose their scheme. If Su Ruojin is infatuated with the doll, then it makes sense that she wants to use witchcraft to win the prince's heart. If Su Ruojin is driven out of the royal residence and loses the prince's protection, it would be easy for her to meet her end. Don't come any closer. As the maid approached, Su Ruojin shouted, and her body began to move. In a quick dodge, she accidentally slapped the maid, who felt dizzy and fell to the ground. She then kicked the maid's knee, causing her to kneel down, unable to get back up. A turn led to her elbow accidentally hitting the maid's chest, making her clutch her chest in pain and unable to stand. In just a few moments, the three maids trying to catch Su Ruojin were all down. One maid fell near Yen Luo, who couldn't help but secretly sprinkle some powder on her, making her experience the same panic as before. Li Momo was stunned by the scene. Everything happened too quickly for her to see how the maids fell. You. All of you, get her. Bind her, Li Momo pointed at 5 maids, ordering them to catch Su Ruojin. Fortunately, she was clever and had brought extra people, knowing Su Ruojin was a bit strange. She couldn't believe so many couldn't handle one girl. Those pointed at by Li Momo dared not disobey her. A temporary doctor and a nurse who cared for the young master knew how to choose. Just as the 5 were about to approach Su Ruojin, a loud voice came from the entrance. "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, all the maids were startled and quickly knelt down, saying, "We greet the prince." Seeing Xiao Yanqu return, Su Ruojin clapped her hands, feeling a bit disappointed. "Oh, the main character is here. The fun is over." Li Momo knelt on the ground, holding up 2 witchcraft dolls. "Your Highness, we found these dolls in Dr. Su's courtyard. This doll is a love charm. The caster just needs to place their birth dates on the doll and tie it with a red thread dyed with cinnabar to win the heart of their beloved. Your Highness, our great Chu strictly prohibits witchcraft, and these dolls have the birth dates of you and Dr. Su written on them. We ask for your judgment." A love charm? Xiao Yanqu's gaze turned cold, and Hu Qing, standing behind him, felt the temperature drop, sending chills down his spine. Hu Qing looked at Li Momo as if she were foolish. How could someone who usually seemed so sharp make such a mistake? Su Girl cast a love spell on the prince? What a joke. It would be more believable if the prince cast a spell on Su Girl. "Who sent you to Yunwu courtyard?" Xiao Yanqu asked calmly. Hu Qing looked at Li Momo with sympathy, hoping the prince would be lenient because of her care for the young master. Li Momo, not as familiar with the prince, thought he believed her when he showed no anger and quickly said, "Princess Fingxi came to visit the dowager this morning. After returning, she found that the jade pendant bestowed by the emperor was missing, so she asked me to help look for it. The princess only visited Ilan Courtyard and Yunwu Courtyard, so I brought people here to search and found this. The pen has been found." Xiao Yanqu coldly glanced at Li Momo and asked back,
"No, not yet."
"It might be in another place." "I will continue to search," Li Momo replied, feeling a bit guilty. The pendant was indeed with her. The princess had given it to her earlier. Li Momo had planned to deal with Su Ruojin first, and then pretend to find the pendant in some corner of the estate to cover her tracks. Xiao Yanqu looked at Su Ruojin, who was leaning against a pillar with her arms crossed, showing no sign of panic, only watching the situation with amusement. This girl. Xiao Yanqu felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Despite being targeted, she seemed completely unfazed. He wondered if she was simply carefree or truly fearless. Or perhaps she completely trusted him. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Yanqu felt a little better. Hu Qing inexplicably sensed the temperature around the prince rise slightly. What was going on? Xiao Yanchu instructed Hu Qing, thoroughly interrogate everyone who entered Yunwu courtyard in the past 2 days to see who buried this doll here. Su Daifu and her maid do not need to be questioned. Yes, Your Highness. Li Momo was stunned. This was not what she had expected. Why was the prince questioning them instead of Su Ruojin? Thinking of the guard's interrogation methods, Li Momo shivered involuntarily. Your Highness, this is unfair. I was only following the princess's orders to find the missing jade pendant. Why must you question us? Su Daifu, the doll has her birth date. She is the one who should be questioned. Please see the truth, Your Highness. The maids who came with Lady Li were now scared and begged for mercy, saying, Your Highness, we only followed Lady Li. We don't know anything, Your Highness. Xiao Yanchu looked at the people kneeling on the ground and said calmly, The palace does not need traitors. Hu Qing shook his head. Whether these people had done anything wrong or not, they could no longer stay in the palace. For the sake of a Princess Fingxi, they had stirred up trouble just by following Lady Li, forgetting that this was the regent's palace, not the duke's residence. Xiao Yanchu ignored them and walked over to Su Ruojin, saying, You don't seem worried at all. Su Ruojin glanced at him and replied, Your Highness, do you think so little of yourself? If he couldn't see through such a clumsy scheme, she would really start to doubt his reputation as the regent. Your Highness, the Princess Fingxi isn't very clever, Su Ruojin remarked. The trouble started with the search for Princess Fingxi's jade pendant. Su Ruojin didn't believe that there wasn't some involvement from the princess. Xiao Yanchu chuckled. Of course, no one is as clever as a Jin. Your Highness, why do I feel like you're insulting me? I'm not. I'm praising you. Xiao Yanchu followed Su Ruojin back to her room. I heard you went to check on Mother today. How did it go? Can her illness be treated? Xiao Yanchu had wanted Su Ruojin to check on the Dowager Empress, but there had been many matters in the palace lately, and since Su Ruojin had just arrived, he hadn't mentioned it. He didn't expect Mother to call Su Ruojin first. Her cold from her youth can be treated slowly, but the lingering poison from the soul-devouring shadow needs to be cured with the right herbs and your poison together. Are you saying Mother's illness can be treated? Xiao Yanchu asked, his voice filled with excitement. It was already difficult for Mu Jingshan to control Mother's condition, and he had said that a cure was hard, something he couldn't achieve yet. Now Su Ruojin was saying it could be treated. There are 5 types of materials, and Xiao Yanchu currently only had one soul-snatching grass. He was still searching for the others. He had no idea what Hien soil was or where to find it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yanchu's initial excitement slowly faded. But having hope was better than having none. Ajin, my people are already searching for those herbs in the Jiuzhou continent. They will send them to the capital as soon as they find them. Okay, Su Ruojin nodded and didn't say anything more. Once Xiao Bao was almost recovered, and after bringing back her grandmother, she decided to travel far and wide to find these medicinal herbs. She understood medicine, so it would be much easier for her than for Xiao Yanchu. Keeping promises was her principle. Your Highness, Hong Shan confessed. She said Cui Ping told her to bury the items under the tree in Yunwu courtyard. At this moment, Hu Qing entered the room to report on the interrogation situation. They were just ordinary servants of the royal household and could not withstand the guards' interrogation methods. Just seeing those tools was enough to scare them. Before any punishment could be carried out, a maid named Hong Shan confessed. Bring her in, I will interrogate her myself, said Xiao Yanchu. Su Ruojin glanced at him. He wanted to clarify everything in front of her. This way, he could show his stance to everyone in the household. Once this matter was settled, no one in the regent's residence would dare to look down on her again. Even if Xiao Yanchu did not intervene, Su Ruojin could still protect herself in the royal household, but having someone stand up for her occasionally felt
Quite nice.
Before long, Hong Shan, Cui Ping, and Granny Li were brought to Yunwu courtyard. Speak, Xiao Yanchu said calmly, looking at the 3 kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Hong Shan repeatedly knocked her head on the ground, her forehead already bruised and bleeding. Your Highness, please spare me. This doll was given to me by Sister Chui Ping, who told me to bury it under the tree in Yunwu courtyard. She even gave me 10 taels of silver, which I kept under my pillow. I can't read, so I didn't know it was a cursed doll. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to do this. Please spare me. Chui Ping turned pale when she heard Hong Shan confess her involvement. She never expected that Su Ruojin, just a doctor, would receive such protection from the prince. From the moment she heard her mother was captured for questioning, Chui Ping knew something had changed. In a panic, she wanted to leave the residence to seek help from Princess Fengxi, but before she could leave, she was brought here. Xiao Yanchu only looked at Chui Ping without saying anything. Just a calm glance felt like countless mountains were pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She couldn't think of resisting or defending herself. Her mind felt out of her control, and she found herself begging for mercy. Your Highness, please spare me. Granny Li made me do all this, saying it would drive Dr. Su out of the royal household. Granny Li looked at Chui Ping in disbelief. Li Mama never expected that her daughter, whom she had raised with great care, would sell her without discussing it first. She forced a smile and thought, well, she is still my daughter. If it came to a choice between the two of them, Li Mama would do everything to protect her daughter. With that thought, she took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, it is because I envy Dr. Su. I feared that if the young master had her, he would no longer need me, so I did this to frame Dr. Su. Please punish me alone. Chui Ping was forced by me. Hearing this, Chui Ping felt relieved. Her mother took the blame, so even if the prince punished her, it would likely just be a fine, and she wouldn't be kicked out of the palace. As long as she could stay, when Princess Fengxi married in, she would surely remember her mother's sacrifice and ask the prince to keep her. Where did the voodoo doll come from? Xiao Yanchu asked. Li Mama was taken aback. The doll was given to her by the princess. Otherwise, how would she know the prince's and Su Ruojin's birth dates? But she knew she couldn't reveal the princess, or her daughter would suffer too. As long as she took the responsibility, the princess would treat Chui Ping kindly. It was made by me, she said. Xiao Yanchu replied with a long, Oh, I didn't realize a mere servant in the palace could learn the birth dates of me and Dr. Su. Li Mama, it seems I underestimated you. You would be wasted not working in the Imperial city. Li Mama's back was already soaked with sweat as she stammered. I learned the prince's birth date by chance, and I paid someone to find out Dr. Su's. Having been in the palace for many years, it was believable that she could learn the prince's birth date by accident, and Su Ruojin was not an important figure, so it was possible to inquire about her.
Ruojin smiled quietly.
She had a birth date, but it wasn't the real one, and she wasn't sure about it. When the Lin family brought her back, she was still young, so whatever they said about her birth date was what she accepted. The birth date written on the doll was the one she used in the Lin family. Xiao Yanchu slowly turned the jade ring on his left hand. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Someone, wait, Your Highness, I have a question, Su Ruojin said. Xiao Yanchu nodded, indicating for her to go ahead and ask. Li Mama, when did you and Chui Ping start withholding the young master's meals? Su Ruojin asked. Just now, Yan Luo had already told her that most of the food for Xiao Bao at noon was intercepted by Chui Ping. It seems they had long gotten used to it, and it was done very naturally. Hearing Su Ruojin's words, Xiao Yanchu raised his gaze towards Mama Li and Chui Ping, his dark eyes seeming to be filled with ink. Mama Li froze in place, feeling a chilling fear run through her body, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. If it was about framing Su Ruojin, she could sacrifice herself to protect Chui Ping, but if the matter of intercepting the young master's food came to light, neither of them would escape. Mama Li was filled with regret for opposing Su Ruojin. If she hadn't rushed to drive Su Ruojin out of the residence, none of this would have happened. She and Chui Ping could have lived well in the royal residence. What Mama Li didn't know was that even without the matter of the cursed doll, she and Chui Ping would not escape this trouble.
Chui Ping trembled all over, steeling herself.
Since her mother had already taken on the previous responsibility, whether it was 1 or 2, It was the same. Your Highness, I didn't know about this. Whatever my mother gave me, I just ate. At this moment, Mama Li didn't care about her daughter shifting all the blame onto her. She hurriedly defended herself. Your Highness, it's not like that. The young master has a poor appetite and often throws up whatever he eats. He can't handle greasy or unappetizing food. After every meal, there's a lot left uneaten. I thought it would be a waste, so I took it back to my room to eat. I only ate the leftovers from the young master. According to the rules, if the master does not grant permission, servants are not allowed to eat leftovers, as it would be considered stealing. If a servant truly did eat leftovers or unwanted food, it wouldn't be a serious crime, and a kind master wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Mama Li hoped this explanation would lessen her blame. Hu Qing, Xiao Yanchu called out. Hu Qing understood immediately and quickly left the room. After a while, Hu Qing returned with a few young kitchen maids. Upon seeing them, Mama Li collapsed to the ground. It was over, completely over. With so many affairs in the royal residence, she never expected the prince would personally inquire about the young master's food. A little boy eating and throwing up was common. He wouldn't complain, and these young maids, trying to make a living under her, wouldn't dare say anything either. Mama Li had dared to act this way because nothing had gone wrong over the years. But why was it that with Su Ruojin's arrival, nothing could be hidden anymore? Mama Li glared fiercely at Su Ruojin. She was a wicked woman, a harmful witch. She wants to protect Cui Ping, and her daughter will definitely seek revenge for her in the future. Your Highness, it's all my fault. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I promise I won't do it again. Please give me another chance, and I will serve the young master well. Madam Li cried, her face covered in tears and snot. Su Ruojin looked at her coldly. When I was in Yenyang, I noticed some bruises on the young master. If I'm not mistaken, you did that, didn't you? Harming the young master is a serious crime. Madam Li panicked and shouted, Su Ruojin, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to ruin me? You're an evil woman with a cruel heart. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Xiao Yanchu's gaze was icy, and his seemingly calm voice held anger. Investigate this matter. Ear, who is just a bit slow, has been bullied by a wicked servant. Soon, Hu Qing returned to report. Your Highness, the young master does have some bruises, mainly on his waist, thighs, and upper arms. The doctor confirmed they were caused by someone squeezing. Ear is usually bathed and dressed by Madam Li, and he always wears long clothes, so outsiders can't see anything. Xiao Yanchu smiled, his eyes as cold as ice. Very well, I didn't know there were such wicked servants in my household. It seems I have been too lenient. Bring Madam Li to me and throw her into the snake pit. Cui Ping will receive 100 strikes, and the others involved will receive 30. Those who survive will be sold. The punishment varies in severity. Even 30 strikes can be life-threatening, and heavier punishments mean no one survives. In the face of the prince's fury, who would dare to show mercy? Those involved are doomed. Cui Ping couldn't believe what the prince said and pleaded, Your Highness, please don't treat me this way. I only have you in my heart. I promise to serve you well in the future. Before Cui Ping could finish, the guards who entered covered her mouth and dragged her out. Madam Li fainted when she heard she would be thrown into the snake pit. Hu Qing shook his head at the scene. Madam Li was truly seeking her own doom. No one could stop her. The prince had 2 previous taboos, the late Empress Jiang and the young master. Now, with Miss Su, there were 3. Touching 2 of them meant she was asking for death. When Li Mama was taken away, a jade pendant fell from her clothes, and Hu Qing picked it up. Your Highness, this doesn't seem to belong to the residence. It looks more like something from the palace. Xiao Yanchu glanced at it and said, Isn't Princess Fingxi looking for her jade pendant? Send it to her. And remember to include a generous gift. Wei Yinfang was still waiting for news from Li Mama and was in a good mood, so she took Lin Wanting out to buy some cosmetics. When they returned to the carriage with the cosmetics, they found a delicate sandalwood box inside. Out of curiosity, Wei Yinfang asked Qingyun to open the box. Then, Qingyan screamed and threw the box away, and a bloody head rolled out. Wei Yinfang and Lin Wanning screamed in shock, their faces pale as they backed away, pressing against the carriage. Along with the head, a jade pendant and a pair of voodoo dolls also rolled out. The head was pale, eyes tightly closed, and it was Li Mama. Wei Yinfang was terrified and, once she regained her composure, slapped Lin Wanning across the face. Lin Wanning's fair face instantly swelled, with clear fingerprints visible. You said this plan would work. How did Li Mama end up dead? After the slap, some of Wei Yinfang's fear faded. Seeing the items in the box, Wei Yinfang realized the plan had failed. These items were definitely a warning sent by the regent. Lin Wanning covered her face, looking down, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. She clenched her fists to control her expression, and when she looked up, she appeared pitiful. Princess, this isn't my fault. Perhaps Li Mama revealed something, or did something else wrong that the prince discovered. If this little troublemaker wasn't somewhat useful, Wei Yinfang would want to get rid of her right now. Lin Wanning, I warn you, if your cousin's matter isn't resolved, don't expect to return to Yenyang alive. Lin Wanning took a deep breath and lowered her head. Yes, princess. Lin Wanning had heard from Zhao Jiao that she had a distant cousin who proposed to Su Ruojin, but Zhao Jiao had rejected him. Now, Zhao Jiao just needed to make this happen. Marriage is usually arranged by parents and matchmakers, so how could Su Ruojin refuse? But what if something went wrong? Wei Yinfang would definitely not let her off then. Lin Wanning's mind raced. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Huh, how can a modern person like me be outsmarted by this foolish Princess Fingxi? Just wait. One day she will pay back the humiliation she received today. After the punishment of Li Mama and others, everyone in the regent's palace understood that Dr. Su, who lived in Yunwu courtyard, was someone the prince valued, and no one dared to show her any disrespect. Recently, a light rain fell in the capital, and to the surprise of the Dowager Jiang, she found that she was not in pain and could get out of bed despite the gloomy weather. Previously, she could only rely on the medicine prescribed by Mu Jingshan to ease her discomfort, but it never completely relieved her pain. Dr. Su truly has remarkable skills. The Dowager Jiang also heard from Aunt Su Lan about the events in Yunwu courtyard. She coldly remarked, "These bold servants really deserve what they get." Aunt Su Lan had seen too many servants who flattered some while belittling others during her time with the Dowager in the cold palace. The Dowager had suffered a lot from those servants, so she held a deep hatred for those like Li Mama. Aunt Su Lan continued to massage the Dowager's shoulders, saying, "I heard this might have something to do with Princess Fingxi." Such foolishness is indeed something she would do. She thinks that by getting rid of all the women around Chuer, he will notice her. She's simply dreaming, the Dowager Jiang scoffed. Unlike others, she clearly understood her son. Not to mention that Wei Yingshuang was the daughter of the Wei family, which made her marrying into the regent's palace impossible. With Wei Yingshuang's mindset and character, it would be a miracle if Chuer liked her. After spending time together, the Dowager Jiang grew fonder of Su Ruojin. If she truly wanted to marry into the regent's palace as a concubine, the Dowager would be pleased. However, she also noticed that while her son was interested, the girl hadn't given him much thought at all. "Oh, son, you need to step up your game." With Li Mama gone, Du Mama took her place. Du Mama was much smarter than Li Mama. Seeing how the prince and heir valued Dr. Su, she treated her as a master. For anything related to the heir, she would consult Dr. Su first before taking action. Eventually, Su Ruojin began to have meals with Xiaobao in Yanji courtyard. During this time, with Su Ruojin's company, Xiaobao smiled more and even ate more. In just a few days, it was noticeable that Xiaobao had gained some weight. Whenever Xiao Yanchu had time, he would come to Yanji courtyard to share meals with the two, and it was the most relaxing time of his day. One day, Xiao Yanchu was delayed by some matters and left the palace a bit late. As he got into the carriage, he said to Hu Qing, "You have the time of a tea break." Hu Qing. He understood what the prince meant. After a tea break, it would be time for the heir and Miss Su to have their meal. Normally, It took about the time of an incense stick to return to the Wangfu, but now he only had the time of a tea break, which was less than half the usual time. Hu Qing didn't dare to say anything and hurried the carriage towards the Wangfu, hoping there would be fewer people on the road today. Clearly, his prayers were not heard, as there were unusually many people on the streets today. Not only did he not arrive early, but he was also a bit late compared to usual. Oh no! Hu Qing's face looked very worried. When the carriage stopped at the Wangfu gate, Steward Zhang hurried over and said, "Prince, you're back." Miss Su has already returned to Yunwu courtyard. Xiao Yanchu sensed something was off. At this time, Ajin and Yi should still be having their meal. Even if they had finished, Ajin would stay in Yunji courtyard with Yi to help him digest. She wouldn't return to Yunwu courtyard so early. Even if she did return, there was no need for Steward Zhang to wait at the gate to tell him this. His expression darkened. What happened? Steward Zhang looked a bit awkward and stammered. "A few people came to the residence just now, saying they are Miss Su's mother and a man who is engaged to Miss Su." Steward Zhang, being older, could see the prince's feelings for Miss Su and had already regarded her as the future princess in his heart. Today, while Miss Su and the young heir were having their meal, the gatekeeper reported that Miss Su's family had come to visit, saying it was her mother and her future in-laws. This surprised Steward Zhang. The mother was one thing, but what was this about in-laws? In the Great Chu Kingdom, being engaged was almost the same as being married. If Miss Su was engaged, then what about the prince? Steward Zhang didn't dare to make decisions on his own, and quickly reported this to Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin was taken aback at first. Where did this mother and fiancé come from? If she hadn't known her true background, she might have thought her biological parents had come to find her. But now that she knew who her real parents were, who are these people pretending to be them? Since they dared to come to the regent's residence, they must have some backing. She wanted to see who was bold enough to impersonate her parents and fiancé. Su Ruojin calmly wiped Xiaobao's mouth and said, "Let them wait at Yunwu courtyard. I will go over shortly." Butler Zhang took the people to Yunwu courtyard, arranged for their care, and then waited at the entrance of the Wangfu for the prince. Xiao Yanchu heard the butler's words and his expression darkened. "Let's go to Yunwu courtyard." Hu Qing was unsure whether to be relieved for escaping a disaster, but seeing the prince's face, he thought it was better to choose to arrive late and face a punishment. When Xiao Yanchu arrived at Yunwu courtyard, he heard a man's voice. "Sister Ruojin, this is the jade pendant you promised me. You can't deny it. Su Ruojin, don't think that just because you've gotten close to the regent you can break off the engagement. I tell you, once engaged, you are a member of the Yao family in life and in death. Jin heir, marriage is a serious matter, traditionally decided by parents and matchmakers. Your mother asked for your opinion back then, and you agreed. We must keep our promises. Sister Ruojin, my brother thinks of you all the time. Don't worry, once you marry into our family, he will treat you well." Xiao Yanchu frowned slightly. It sounded quite lively. He quickly walked into Yunwu courtyard, and Butler Zhang announced, "The prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone except Su Ruojin quickly knelt down. "Commoner greets the prince." Xiao Yanchu did not let them rise and walked straight to Su Ruojin's side, slightly reproaching her. "You are too easygoing, letting anyone into the residence." Su Ruojin smiled slightly and replied, "Curious and fun." Hearing this, Xiao Yanchu understood, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. If she wanted to play, so be it. He turned to the kneeling Yanluo and said, "Yanluo, bring a cup of tea." "Yes, prince." Yanluo stood up and left, knowing that the prince had allowed her to rise. Seeing the prince could stand, Yanluo did not dare to remain kneeling. Xiao Yanchu sat in the main seat and coldly scanned the kneeling people. "Speak, what happened?" With just a few words, Zhao Jiao and the others felt an invisible pressure, and sweat broke out on their backs. The previously arrogant Yao Zhang family now appeared tense and trembling. Yao Zhang had only seen the village head as the highest official and her cousin Lin Jingshan, who was just a local governor. She had never had the chance to meet someone as high-ranking as the regent. The situation was so complicated that even Mrs. Yao Zhang didn't know what rank of official it should be considered. Previously, Zhao Jiao arrived in Yuzhou, saying she agreed to her son marrying Su Ruojin, but she wanted them to go to the capital immediately to bring Su Ruojin back to Yuzhou for the wedding. At first, Mrs. Yao Zhang disagreed, thinking that a wild girl who had been driven out by the Lin family didn't deserve her son, Feng'er, who is not someone to be taken lightly. However, when she heard that Su Ruojin had connections with the regent, she became anxious. The regent held a high position, and with his support, Feng'er's talents could surely help him become a high-ranking official in the capital. When Yao Qingfeng heard he could marry Su Ruojin and meet the regent through her, he was thrilled. He always believed that failing the scholar exams 5 times was due to the examiners not recognizing his abilities. If he got a chance to meet the regent, his talents would surely be appreciated, and he could achieve great things in the capital. Yao Huihui, upon hearing that her mother was taking her brother to the capital, also became restless. She had only heard about the capital's prosperity and dreamed of seeing it. She cried and begged Mrs. Yao Zhang to take her along. Unable to refuse, Mrs. Yao Zhang brought her along, especially since Zhao Jiao mentioned that the Lin family would cover the travel expenses. Moreover, with Hui's intelligence and beauty, if a wealthy young man in the capital took an interest in her, she might marry into a prominent family, which could benefit the Yao family. The more Mrs. Yao Zhang thought about it, the more excited she became. She discussed some details with Zhao Jiao and quickly packed her things, bringing her son and daughter to the capital. The next day in the capital, they entered the regent's mansion. The grandeur and luxury they saw were like a dream for the 3 members of the Yao family. When they finally faced the regent, they were all so nervous that they were sweating, unable to lift their heads or say a word. Zhao Jiao first met Lin Wanqing in the capital and learned how Su Ruojin had offended Princess Fengxi. Su Ruojin was too overconfident to try to connect with the regent and deserved the anger of Princess Fengxi. Now, facing the regent, she felt scared, but remembering Lin Wanqing's words about whether the Lin family could connect with the Duke of Dinghua, she suppressed her fear and spoke up. Your Highness, I am Lin Jingshan's wife from Yanyang County. Su Ruojin is a girl from our Lin family. Previously, she was engaged to my cousin's eldest son, Yao Qingfeng. Now, the Yao family has come to find her to return for the wedding. Oh, so it's Mrs. Lin. I have heard that the Lin family has already driven Miss Su out of the Lin mansion, so she cannot be considered a member of your family anymore, said Xiao Yanchu. Zhao Jiao was slightly surprised. She didn't expect the regent to know about such a small matter. It must have been Su Ruojin who told him. That girl is so eager to cut ties with the Lin family. It's as if all those years of raising her were for nothing. Your Highness, we did not intend to drive Jinming out of the house. We have found her biological parents and cannot bear to separate her from them. We want her to return to her real family, Zhao Jiao quickly replied. Su Ruojin chuckled lightly. I remember Granny Zhang saying that from now on, I have no ties to the Lin family, right, Granny Zhang? Granny Zhang, who was kneeling beside Zhao Jiao, trembled. She didn't expect Su Ruojin to approach her first. Granny Zhang came to the capital with Zhao Jiao and had been serving her. After hearing Zhao Jiao's words, she understood the meaning and quickly said, Second young lady, I only meant to kindly inform you of your biological parents' whereabouts so you could reunite with them. There was no other intention. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, surprised at being called the Lin family's second young lady. She was unaware that this title had been agreed upon by Zhao Jiao and Lin Jingshan, with Lin Wanqing as the eldest lady and Su Ruojin as the second. Since she is not part of your family, why should you concern yourselves with Su's marriage? Xiao Yanchu would not listen to their excuses. Your Highness, it's not like that. Although Jinming has biological parents, I have raised her with great effort and still consider her my own daughter. Moreover, her marriage to my nephew Qingfeng was arranged earlier, and both families have exchanged tokens, Zhao Jiao defended. Indeed, the Yao family had proposed a marriage before, and although she had not agreed at that time, it was not too late to accept now. Zhao Jiao was quite clever with her timing, but whether it would go as she hoped remained to be seen. To prove her point, Zhao Jiao took out a silver hairpin from her pocket. Your Highness, look, this is the token given by the Yao family. Yao Zhongshe also quickly took out a jade pendant that was not of good quality. This is the token from the Lin family. At that moment, Yao Qingfeng looked up, gazing affectionately at Su Ruojin. Sister Ruojin, I have already prepared the betrothal gifts. Once we return, we will get married. Don't worry, for the rest of my life, you will always be my main wife, and no matter how many concubines I take, you will be the one to guide them. Yao Zhongshe also forced a loving smile. Jiner, once you marry into the Yao family, I will treat you like my own daughter. If you like the capital, after you and Qingfeng marry, you can also settle here. I don't mind following you all to the capital, said Su Ruojin, lifting her chin slightly and sneering. With both families involved and a token presented, they seemed well prepared. She leaned closer to Xiao Yanchu and quietly asked, Hey, do you believe this? As she leaned in, Xiao Yanchu couldn't help but notice the faint herbal scent coming from her. Her question calmed the anger he had been holding in. It seemed she didn't take these people seriously, so he decided not to worry either. He looked at Su Ruojin gently and smiled. Do they even deserve to be taken seriously? Su Ruojin gave him an affirming look, proving her trust in him. Leave it to me, Xiao Yanchu said, not wanting these chaotic people to affect her mood. Su Ruojin waved her hand. No need, just watch. Seeing her determination to handle it, he said nothing more, trusting her to take care of things. Su Ruojin coldly glanced at the group, a mocking smile on her lips. Are you done? Now it's my turn to speak. Yenyue, go to the Shuntian prefecture and report that someone is impersonating my parents, forging a marriage certificate and forcing me to marry. Yes, miss, Yenyue replied, turning and leaving without hesitation. Zhao Jiao and the others were stunned. What was Su Ruojin's reaction? They had thought she would never admit to this marriage for the sake of her reputation and would try to deny it at all costs. They had prepared their responses and even written the marriage certificate. But why was Su Ruojin going straight to the authorities? Zhao Jiao panicked. What do you mean, Su Ruojin? We've raised you all these years in the Lin family. Is that not true? Su Ruojin looked at Zhao Jiao and smiled faintly. Madam Lin, we will meet at the Shuntian prefecture. Steward Zhang, please see them out. Yes, Miss Su, please follow me. Steward Zhang said sternly, looking at the people still kneeling on the ground. Zhao Jiao wanted to say more, but seeing Xiao Yanchu's cold expression, she dared not speak further and got up to leave. She needed to quickly find Wanqing to discuss what to do next. Yao and Zhang noticed Zhao Jiao's obedience and hurried to follow her, fearing they would be punished by the regent for being late. Once outside the royal residence, Yao realized her daughter had been silent and seemed lost in thought. Had she been scared into silence? Hui, what's wrong? Yao asked. But Yao Hui seemed not to hear her mother's question. Her eyes were unfocused as she blankly followed along, almost as if in a trance. Yao Zhongshe stopped and grabbed Yao Hui, who was still trying to move forward. Hui, what's wrong with you? Seeing her daughter was not acting normally, Yao Zhongshe raised her voice, which finally brought Yao Hui back to reality. Mom, what's wrong? Yao Hui replied, a bit dazed and confused. What's wrong with me? I'm asking you what's wrong. You've been acting like you're not all here since we left the Wangfu. Did you see a ghost? Upon hearing this, Yao Hui's face suddenly turned a shade of red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Mom, I'm fine. She truly was fine, but after seeing Xiao Yanchu, her mind had gone blank. She had never imagined there could be such a handsome man in the world. Dressed in a dark-colored robe, he had an extraordinary presence, with clear features and a noble demeanor in everything he did. Just one glance had left Yao Hui unable to think of anything else. If she could be the woman of the regent, Yao Hui felt she would have no regrets in life. Seeing Su Ruojin sitting beside the regent, their close relationship and the gentle look Xiao Yanchu had for her, Yao Hui wished she could be the one sitting next to him. Su Ruojin was just a wild girl driven out by her family. Why did she deserve to sit next to the regent? Yao Hui was the eldest daughter of the Yao family and the beauty everyone in the village praised. She couldn't believe her looks wouldn't capture the regent's heart. All the way, Yao Huihui was lost in these thoughts until Yao Zhongshi called her name, snapping her back to reality. No, she had to find a way to stay in the capital. Only by staying could she find a chance for the regent to notice her. At that moment, Yao Huihui was determined not to return to Yuzhou. She wanted to be the regent's woman. Seeing her daughter back to normal, Yao Zhongshi felt relieved. She turned to Zhao Jiao, a bit anxious. Cousin, do you think Su Ruojin will really report us? What should we do? The Shuntian prefecture was a significant government office, and Yao Zhongshi had never even heard of it before. But the capital's government office was certainly different, and just thinking about it made her scared. It was true that Su Ruojin had once been part of the Lin family, but the Lin family had long severed ties with her. Any engagement between the two families had only been arranged after Zhao Jiao arrived in Yuzhou. What if they really pursued this? Zhao Jiao was also feeling a bit flustered by Su Ruojin's threat. Why worry? She's just trying to scare us. She is a young girl who hasn't married yet. If this matter reaches the authorities, what will happen to her reputation? You all go back to the inn. I will step out for a moment. After saying this, Zhao Jiao hurriedly went to the Duke of Dinghua's residence with Granny Zhang. The Duke of Dinghua's residence is not a place Zhao Jiao can enter easily, especially just to see an aide of Princess Fingxi. No one would announce her arrival, and she was stopped outside the gate. Previously, she had to pay a lot of silver to meet Lin Wanqing. Now, feeling reluctant to spend, Zhao Jiao decided to wait outside the residence in hopes of running into Cuiju. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, no one came out of the Duke's residence. Finally, when an old woman came out, Zhao Jiao gritted her teeth and handed her 10 taels of silver, asking her to help announce her presence. The old woman weighed the silver in her hand and glanced at Zhao Jiao, saying, "Just wait here." Before long, Lin Wanqing came out with Cuiju. Upon seeing Zhao Jiao, she quickly signaled and moved to a secluded spot. "Mother, has everything been arranged?" Lin Wanqing asked nervously. If anything went wrong this time, Wayne Shuang would not let her off easily. Zhao Jiao hurriedly explained what had happened at the regent's residence. "Qing'e, what if she really goes to the authorities?" Zhao Jiao had previously told Yao Zhang that Su Ruojin wouldn't report them, just to comfort her. But knowing Su Ruojin, that stubborn girl might actually do it. After hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt relieved. Thankfully, things were still under control. As long as the regent knew about this, it would be half the battle won. Men, especially in this era, care deeply about a woman's purity and reputation. Not to mention the powerful regent, who could have any woman he wanted, would not be interested in a girl who is already promised to someone else. Once this news spreads, Su Ruojin should prepare to be expelled from the regent's residence. Lin Wanqing said to Zhao Jiao, "Mother, don't worry. Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement and a matchmaker's words. You are indeed Su Ruojin's mother, and no one can deny that. You arranged her engagement with the Yao family, and no one can find fault with it." Lin Wanqing knew very well that in Dechu, as long as the parents are involved, an engagement can be made without the bride's consent. Once an engagement is established, if the other party does not agree to break it, the marriage must proceed. Even if Su Ruojin goes to the authorities, we have nothing to fear. We have the bride price, marriage certificate, tokens, and parental consent. All in order. In court, we are in the right. If she dares to make a scene in court, it will only ruin her own reputation, Lin Wanqing continued. A woman who hasn't married yet dares to take her future in-laws to court. Once she gets married, how could she expect to be treated well? Lin Wanqing not only wanted to ruin Su Ruojin's reputation but genuinely wanted her to marry into the Yao family. She knew that Yao Qingfeng had high ambitions but lacked real ability, and Yao Zhongshi was a sharp-tongued woman. If Su Ruojin married into that family, her life would be over. As long as both sides firmly agreed to the engagement and Yao Qingfeng liked Su Ruojin, she would have no choice but to marry. After hearing her daughter's words, Zhao Jiao also made up her mind. Yes, as long as she was once Su Ruojin's mother, even for just a day, the engagement she arranged would count. Even if it went to the emperor, she would be in the right. Mother, you should return to the inn. I'll send Sueju to find you every day at dawn, Lin Wanqing said, feeling a bit pained after hearing Zhao Jiao spent 10 taels of silver just to see her. She needed money to live well in the duke's residence, and the small monthly allowance from Princess Fingxi was hardly enough. Now that the Zhao family had fallen, it was impossible for the Lin family to support her. This time, Zhao Jiao brought her 1,000 taels, but that amount was hardly enough in the capital. She would have to rely on herself. Inside the regent's residence, Xiao Yanqiu understood the key to the matter and asked Su Ruojin, "What do you plan to do?" He couldn't believe Zhao Jiao's words. The young girl had no feelings for him, so how could she be interested in someone like Yao Qingfeng? He was simply curious about how she would handle this situation, which was clearly aimed at her. Zhao Jiao had been her foster mother, and if she claimed to have arranged an engagement, Su Ruojin couldn't deny it from a moral standpoint. If the other party refused to break off the engagement and took it to the authorities, it would be useless. However, knowing Su Ruojin, he was sure she had a backup plan and likely wouldn't need his help. Su Ruojin casually took a sip of tea, showing no signs of panic. "I told Yanluo to report to the Shuntian prefecture, not just to scare them. They will definitely go to report. Zhao Jiao is the county magistrate's wife and knows some procedures. She can withstand questioning from the Shuntian prefecture without changing her story. But can Yao Zhongshe handle it?" With her words, Xiao Yanqiu understood. The engagement was arranged after Su Ruojin was kicked out of the Lin family, so it didn't really count. If Yao Zhongshe revealed the truth, then the so-called engagement would naturally be invalid. Yao Zhongshe had lived in Yuzhou her whole life and was quite the bully. This was her first time in the capital city, and facing a government office like Shuntianfu, with her knowledge and courage, it was only a matter of time before she confessed. Moreover, Su Ruojin added, Zhao Jiao forgot something very important. Xiao Yanqiu was not in a hurry to ask what Zhao Jiao had forgotten. Looking at Su Ruojin, who had a teasing expression, he raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. "So you did it on purpose?" It was clear that Su Ruojin had intentionally reported to the authorities. Otherwise, she would have mentioned this point earlier, which might have prevented the current situation. Su Ruojin smiled. "I can't just let someone treat me like this for no reason." Impersonating someone's parents and forging a marriage certificate was enough to get Zhao Jiao and Yao Zhong in trouble. Putting down her teacup, Su Ruojin stood up. "It's almost time. We should go see the show. No need for the officials at Shunyanfu to come and invite us." Xiao Yanqiu also stood up. "Can Jin wait for me to change my clothes?" Su Ruojin looked at him in confusion. "Where are you going? You haven't even eaten yet." For a minor case, if the governor of Shuntianfu saw the regent prince present, it was hard to say how he would react. Xiao Yanqiu casually replied, "I'm not hungry." All right, he was just someone who enjoyed watching the show. Su Ruojin had no choice but to tell Hu Qing, "Prepare something for the prince." "Yes, Miss Su." Hu Qing quickly followed his master to help him change. Once Xiao Yanqiu was dressed and left the residence with Su Ruojin, they happened to see the officials from Shuntianfu coming to invite them. The officials hurriedly knelt and greeted. "We greet the prince." Xiao Yanqiu nodded. "Get up. I will go to Shuntianfu with Miss Su now. You may return." The officials all sighed in relief. They had been nervous about being sent to the regent prince's residence, fearing they might not be allowed to take anyone away. Now that they heard Miss Su was willing to go to Shuntianfu on her own, it was certainly a good thing. When the carriage from the regent prince's residence arrived at Shuntianfu, Zhao Jiao was just being brought over. After saying goodbye to Lin Wanqing, Zhao Jiao returned to the inn and learned that Yao Zhong and Yao Qingfeng had been taken to Shunyanfu, leaving 2 officials to wait for her at the inn. This bold girl really dared to report to the authorities. However, with Lin Wanqing's earlier analysis, Zhao Jiao was no longer anxious. She planned to make that little girl pay in court. Xiao Yanqiu got off the carriage first and naturally extended his hand to Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed her hand in his palm. His hand was broad and warm, and once their hands touched, he tightly enveloped her hand. Su Ruojin felt her heart racing for no reason, and her ears turned slightly red. After taking the little girl's hand, Xiao Yanchu tightened his grip to better support her as they got off the carriage. When they arrived at the court, the governor of Shuntian thought he was seeing things. How could the regent prince be here? He knew the plaintiff was a doctor invited by the regent's residence, but he never expected the regent to come in person for such a minor matter. The governor quickly stepped down from his seat. "I greet you, your highness. Please take a seat." He gestured for Xiao Yanchu to sit in the main seat. Xiao Yanchu shook his head. "Minister Su, I am just here to observe." "You are still in charge of the trial," Minister Su hurriedly instructed. "Quickly, bring a chair for His Highness." 2 chairs. Minister Su paused for a moment, then ordered, "Bring 2 chairs." Immediately, some officials brought in the chairs. Xiao Yanchu sat down and gestured for Su Ruojin to sit as well. Su Ruojin felt no burden and, after bowing to Minister Su, sat down beside him. Minister Su looked a bit troubled. "Your Highness, this." He had been promoted to governor because of his integrity, treating everyone equally regardless of their status during trials. Although Su Ruojin was a doctor from the regent's residence, she was still just a commoner, and sitting like this was indeed against the rules. Xiao Yanchu glanced at Minister Su. "Our laws state that those who have made significant contributions to the country and the people may be exempt from kneeling in court. Dr. Su has donated 10,000 taels of silver to the disaster victims of Qingyang. It is perfectly fine for her to have a seat here." Minister Su quickly nodded. No problem. With the regent's words, Minister Su had no reason to doubt and couldn't help but glance at Su Ruojin a few more times. He had only heard that Princess Feng, she donated 10,000 taels to the Qingyang disaster victims. Who was this young girl that she could also donate such a large sum? Could she be the daughter of a hidden noble family? Otherwise, an ordinary doctor wouldn't have easy access to the regent's residence, let alone have the regent accompany her to court. However, during the recent snow disaster in Qingyang, although many kind-hearted people donated, he had heard that only one person had donated over 10,000 taels. Previously, the Empress Dowager said that it was Princess Fengshi's donation, so this Dr. Su's donation was. Minister Su didn't dare to think further. Some matters were beyond the concern of a small governor like him. Su Ruojin did not expect that by donating a fire spirit ginseng, she could have a seat in court. Previously, she thought it was because Governor Zhong favored her, but it turns out there is such a rule. So, according to this, she will always have a seat in court from now on. That's good. Su Fuyin didn't have time to think much and returned to his seat, striking the gavel to begin the hearing. Zhao Jiao and Yao Zhongshe took the initiative to reiterate what they had said at the regent's residence, presenting the marriage certificate that Yao Qingfeng had written later, along with the exchanged tokens. Upon seeing these pieces of evidence, Su Fuyin glanced at Xiao Yanchu with a troubled expression. Since the regent accompanied Miss Su, it showed his stance. However, the evidence presented by the defendant was quite detailed, indicating that Su Ruojin was indeed in the wrong. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yanchu did not pay attention to him and appeared indifferent. Su Fuyin had no choice but to turn to Su Ruojin and ask, "Miss Su, do you have any explanation?" He hoped Su Ruojin could provide new and strong evidence to ease his predicament. Su Ruojin calmly replied, "Your Honor, I have never seen these tokens and the marriage certificate. However, I have 2 points that I need Mrs. Lin and Yao Zhongshe to clarify. First, since Mrs. Lin claims I am her adopted daughter, can you tell me if my name is on the family tree? If not, how can it be proven that I am from the Lin family? Second, I request that you verify whether the ink on this marriage certificate was written a year ago or recently." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiao, Yao Zhongshe, and Yao Qingfeng all showed signs of panic. Whether the Lin family had added Su Ruojin to the family tree was unknown to Yao Zhongshe, but she knew that the marriage certificate was written by Feng not long ago, and the ink would not lie. If this were to be discovered, Feng's reputation would be ruined, and how could he participate in the Imperial examination then? Yao Zhongshe desperately signaled Zhao Jiao to think of a solution quickly. Zhao Jiao was also flustered. Although Su Ruojin was an adopted daughter, Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao had never considered adding her to the Lin family tree. According to the laws of the Great Chu Kingdom, Whether through adoption or fostering, one must be listed on the family tree for the relationship to be recognized. Having waited too long, Zhao Jiao had completely forgotten about this matter. Su Fuyin had been an official for many years and had observed countless criminals, paying close attention to people's facial expressions. Seeing the reactions of Zhao Jiao and Yao Zhongshi, he felt relieved. Great. He wouldn't have to be in a difficult position. Bring someone to verify the ink. A court official took the marriage certificate and handed it to the clerk for record-keeping. The clerk, who held a respected position, was skilled at identifying ink marks, which was a simple task for him. As the clerk examined the ink, the official looked at Zhao Jiao and said, "Lin Zhao, you claim that Su Ruojin is your adopted daughter. Is she listed in your family registry? Think carefully before you answer, as lying could lead to serious consequences." Under the official's questioning, Zhao Jiao began to sweat. Her earlier confidence vanished. She opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know how to defend herself. At that moment, the clerk stood and bowed to the official, saying, "Sir, I have determined that the ink on the marriage certificate was written only in the last couple of days. However, the date on the certificate indicated that Yao Zhong had brought her children to the Lin family on that day." The official's tone turned cold. "Yao Zhong, you claimed this marriage was arranged earlier. Why was the certificate written so recently? If you do not tell the truth, you will face severe punishment." With years of authority, the official's presence was intimidating, and Yao Zhong, an ordinary village woman, could not withstand it. The threat of punishment made her cry out, "Sir, I confess. It was I who wanted Su Ruojin to marry my son, and I devised this plan. I had someone write the marriage certificate. This was all my doing, and my son is innocent. Please show mercy and spare him." Yao Zhong was willing to take all the blame for her son. In that moment, Zhao Jiao wished she could silence Yao Zhong, who was making everything worse with her foolishness. It was easy to say the certificate could have been written at any time, but the crime of forging a marriage certificate was serious. As she anxiously thought of a solution, the official turned to her and asked sternly, "Lin Zhao, does Su Ruojin appear in your family registry or not?" The official suddenly raised his voice, causing Zhao Jiao to turn pale and stammer. "Sir, I am not sure. It was my husband who handled everything. I need to return to Yanyang to check the family registry before I can inform you. Please give me some time." As long as she could return to Yanyang, she could persuade Lin Jingshan to add Su Ruojin's name to the family registry, and everything would fall into place. The official sneered, "Lin Zhao, do you think this court is a joke? Or do you think we are fools? As the matriarch of the Lin family, you should know whether your adopted daughter is in the family registry. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Bring Lin Zhao down and give her 10 strikes. Yes." 2 officers stepped forward to drag her away. Zhao Jiao panicked. 10 strikes would be too much for her to bear. She kept bowing her head. "Please spare me, my lord. Please spare me. I remember now. At that time, I lost my own daughter and was in a daze, forgetting to add Su Ruojin to the family tree. But I have raised her for over 10 years, and that is a fact. I will add her name to the family tree when I return to Yanyang. Please, my lord, consider this." Su Ruojin looked coldly at Zhao Jiao. "When I was young in the Lin family, I ate food that even dogs wouldn't eat and wore rags in winter. If it weren't for my grandmother's help, I would have starved or frozen to death. Is this what you call raising me? Lord Su, if you don't believe me, you can send someone to the Lin family to investigate. If I tell one lie, I will accept 50 strikes. 50 strikes for a weak woman could mean death." Su Ruojin was swearing with her life to prove her words were true. Hearing this, Xiao Yenshu looked at Su Ruojin with pity, realizing how hard her childhood had been. When he turned to Zhao Jiao again, his eyes were filled with frost. The Lin family very well. Yao Zhong also sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "My lord, this is all Zhao Jiao's doing. She came to Yuzhou and forced us to pretend to have a marriage agreement with the Lin family, putting on this act. My lord, we are just ordinary people. How could we dare to go against the county magistrate's wife's words? We were also deceived. Please help us." After saying this, Yao Zhong secretly pinched her son. Yao Qingfeng, who had been silent until now. Yao Qingfeng quickly responded, "My lord, this marriage document was forced upon me by my aunt. As a junior, I couldn't go against my elder's wishes. Please see this, my lord." Zhao Jiao trembled with anger. She never expected Yao Zhang and her son would turn against her at this moment. It was a fact that Su Ruojin had lived in the Lin family for many years. If both families stuck to their claims, the worst that could happen was the marriage being annulled. But with Yao Zheng's betrayal, the nature of the case changed. Yao Zheng's change of heart was clearly an attempt to shift all blame onto her. Zhao Jiao couldn't hold back, pointing at Yao Qingfeng and scolding, "You, Yao Qingfeng, were the one who wanted Su Ruojin and insisted on marrying her. When I refused, you held a grudge and waited for revenge. With someone like you, you think you can marry a daughter of the Lin family? Dream on." Yao Zhangshi saw Zhao Jiao scolding her son and got angry. "Zhao Jiao, if it weren't for your cousin, why would we come all the way to the capital to suffer? Now you've caused Feng'er to get into trouble. If Feng'er is affected, I won't let you off." Yao Zhangshi was afraid of the local magistrate but not of Zhao Jiao. So, what if she was the county magistrate's wife? She still had to call her cousin sister. Besides, Lin Jingshan was just a small county magistrate. He couldn't control them in Yuzhou. The two started arguing in the hall. "Oh, this is like dogs fighting each other." Su Ruojin watched happily from the side. The magistrate Su slammed the wooden table and shouted, "Stop your shouting. Each of you will receive 5 strikes." After the 3 were punished and knelt back in the hall, glaring at each other but too scared to say anything more, Magistrate Su quickly declared, "Lin Zhao, Yao Zhang, and Yao Qingfeng, for forging a marriage certificate, you are each sentenced to 15 strikes and fined 300 taels of silver. You may leave, having just received 5 strikes." Now they faced another 15. Zhao Jiao and the others turned pale. On this trip to the capital, Zhao Jiao had brought only 1,200 taels, giving 1,000 to Lin Jiao, leaving her with just over 100. How could she pay 300 taels in fines? Yao Zhangshi was even worse off. She and Yao Qingfeng had to pay a total of 600 taels. The Lin family had covered their travel expenses, so where would they find 600 taels for the fine? Even if they emptied the Yao family, they couldn't come up with that amount. According to the laws of the Great Chu, if the fines were not paid within 10 days, those unable to pay would be exiled to a remote land. Given Zhao Jiao and the others' condition, it was uncertain if they could survive the journey. Desperate, Zhao Jiao turned to Su Ruojin, crying, "Xiao Jin, the Lin family has taken care of you for over 10 years. You can't just stand by and watch us suffer." Yao Qingfeng, disregarding everything, crawled over to grab Su Ruojin, hoping she would help him. But before he could get close, Hu Qing pointed a sword at his chest, making him turn pale with fear. He dared not take another step forward but shouted, "Ruojin, I truly like you. If you help me and my mother, we can get married right now. I swear you'll be my only wife, no concubines, Ruojin." Oh. Before Yao Qingfeng could finish, Hu Qing stuffed a rag in his mouth and had him taken away by 2 officers. Then came the sound of slaps echoing in the hall. Once it was over, Su Ruojin stood up and bowed to Magistrate Su, saying, "Thank you, Magistrate Su, for standing up for me." If Su Fuyin still couldn't see that Xiao Yanchu had special feelings for Miss Su, then he had wasted many years in the official world. He didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly replied, "Miss Su, you flatter me. I am just doing my duty." After Xiao Yanchu and Su Ruojin left, a trusted officer approached Su Fuyin and quietly asked, "Sir, why did the regent come personally for such a small case?" Su Fuyin glared at the officer and said, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Remember to be polite to Miss Su from now on and help her if you can." The officer quickly agreed. Outside the courtroom, Yao Huihui was stunned by what she saw. Her brother liked Sister Ruojin, and their cousin also approved. Shouldn't this be a smooth process? Why did their mother, brother, and cousin end up punished and fined so much? Yao Huihui had never seen her usually proud cousin in such a miserable state. After the 3 were punished and could barely walk, Yao Huihui and Granny Zhang couldn't help them, so they had to pay a coachman to take them back to the inn. Yao Qingfeng was burdened with the blame and, according to the law, would not be able to take the Imperial exam for the next 3 years. He couldn't catch his breath and developed a high fever upon returning to the inn. Yao Zhongshi, furious, insisted that Yao Huihui take her to Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao, if you don't pay the fine for Feng'er and me, I will expose all the dirty deeds you encouraged me to do, and then let's see how Lin Jingshan can advance. Zhao Jiao, much weaker than Yao Zhongshi, fainted from the stress of the situation. She regretted ever teaming up with such a foolish person. When Zhao Jiao woke up, it was already the next day. She opened her eyes to find Lin Wanqing anxiously waiting by her bedside. Seeing Zhao Jiao awake, she rushed over, full of complaints. "Mother, how did things end up like this?" Zhao Jiao was both anxious and angry. It's all that foolish Yao Zhongshi's fault. She messes things up more than she helps. "Qing'er, what should we do now? Yao Zhongshi wants us to help pay the fine, or she'll make it known all over the capital, and your father's future will be ruined." This morning, Ju came to the inn to gather information and learned about the incident. She hurried back to the Duke's residence to inform Lin Wanqing, who never expected things would turn out this way, and rushed to the inn. The fine for the 3 of them was 900 taels, and Lin Wanqing felt overwhelmed. If she paid it, her recently acquired 1,000 taels would be nearly gone. But if she didn't pay, Yao Zhongshi was unpredictable and could cause serious trouble if pushed. If things escalate, not only will Lin Jingshan have no hope for promotion, but we also don't know how Princess Fingxi will treat her. Zhao Jiao, no matter what, is still my mother. If she has a bad reputation, it will be impossible for me to marry into a good family. I can't let things get out of hand now. Lin Wanqing is extremely frustrated with the Yao and Zhang family, but she has no choice and grits her teeth, saying, "Mother, I will pay the fine. I've hired a doctor for you. Once you recover, you should take Yao and Zhang and leave the capital as soon as possible." Zhao Jiao is a bit worried and asks, "Qing'er, what about you? With things like this, how will you explain to the princess?" Lin Wanqing tightens her grip on her handkerchief. "I will find a way. Mother, when you get back, ask father to send me some money so I can handle this." "All right, I'll tell your father to sell the estate and send you the money. As long as Qing'er is doing well with the princess, money won't be a problem." Lin Wanqing secretly sends Ju to pay the fine and returns to the Duke of Dinggua's residence first. Entering through the side door, Lin Wanqing is deep in thought about what to do next and doesn't notice someone in front of her, accidentally bumping into a person, startling her. "Oh, isn't this Miss Wanqing? What are you so lost in thought about?" A man's voice comes. Lin Wanqing, in a hurry to leave, isn't wearing her veil. Startled by the voice, she looks up and sees a pair of seemingly affectionate eyes. She quickly steps back, flustered, and greets. Miss Wanqing pays her respects to the second young master. "Miss Wanqing, you've bumped into me, and now my chest hurts.
How will you compensate me?"
Wei Xueqing pretends to touch his chest, smiling mischievously. Lin Wanqing repeatedly apologizes. "Second young master, I truly didn't mean to. Please forgive me." She has heard that a maid in the residence was killed for accidentally bumping into Wei Xueqing. While he may not kill her, he could easily make things difficult for her in the Duke of Dinggua's residence. Wei Xueqing lifts Lin Wanqing's chin, looking at her flustered face, and smirks. "Don't be afraid, Miss Wanqing. If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm bullying you. Rest assured, I'm someone who cherishes women. Wei Yinfang is the most beautiful woman in the capital. Although Wei Xueqing and she are not full siblings, he has inherited some of the handsome looks of Duke Wei Qiming. In modern times, with his looks, he could easily become a popular star. In her past life, Lin Wanqing was plain and overweight, rarely attracting the attention of any man. Nowadays, being watched so closely by Wei Xueqing made Lin Wanqing's heart race, and her ears turned red without her realizing it. Wei Xueqing, who had seen many women, could easily notice Lin Wanqing's change. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he leaned closer to her and whispered, "Miss Wanqing, you look beautiful today." Lin Wanqing seemed to snap back to reality and pushed Wei Xueqing away. What was happening to her? Wei Xueqing was handsome, but he was known as a reckless playboy, and no woman who fell into his hands had a good ending. Wei Xueqing was not angry at being pushed away. His smile remained. Miss Wanqing is afraid of me, he stated confidently. No, that's not true. Lin Wanqing quickly waved her hands. I heard you are helping Sister Shuang. Would you consider helping me instead? I can offer you the same conditions she does. Lin Wanqing was stunned. She never thought Wei Xueqing would want her to work for him. Or perhaps his intentions were not what they seemed. She dared not agree. Thank you for your kindness, but the princess is waiting for me, so I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Lin Wanqing tried to leave. Wei Xueqing grabbed her wrist, and the touch was so warm that Lin Wanqing wanted to pull away, but couldn't. He drew her closer and whispered enticingly, Miss Wanqing, I mean what I say. Whenever you are ready, come find me. I can give you what Sister Shuang cannot. After saying this, Wei Xueqing released her hand. Startled, Lin Wanqing ran away without looking back. Once she left, a guard appeared beside Wei Xueqing. Young master, Lin Wanqing is nothing special. Why do you? Wei Xueqing smiled. It's nothing. I just want to have some fun. As long as it belonged to the main family, he wanted to take it. A woman was just a plaything. Once he got bored, he could discard her. Lin Wanqing returned to the princess's courtyard, still shaken. Qingyun approached her. Miss Lin, the princess wants to see you. Lin Wanqing collected her thoughts and followed Qingyun to Princess Fengxi's room. Wei Yinshi was trimming a begonia flower when Lin Wanqing entered. She had just cut off a wilted bloom. I heard your mother and cousin have arrived in the capital. How did it go? Wei Yinshi asked without looking up. Lin Wanqing's heart sank. After the disturbance with Wei Xueqing, she hadn't thought about how to explain the situation to Wei Yinshi. Now that she was being asked, she didn't know what to say. Lin Wanqing hesitated to speak, and Wei Yinfang stopped her actions, looking up at Lin with a hint of impatience. Are you deaf? Lin Wanqing suddenly knelt down, hitting her knees hard against the floor, causing her to cry out in pain. Your Highness, please calm down.
I underestimated Suruine's cleverness.
She actually dared to cause a scene in court and twisted the truth, claiming the marriage contract was fake. My mother and cousin were punished by the government with 20 lashes and fined 900 taels of silver. My mother is now lying in the inn with a high fever. Lin Wanqing cried, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. Unfortunately, she was not facing a man, but Princess Fengxi. What did you say? Wei Yinfang angrily cut off the most beautiful cluster of begonia flowers with her scissors. She then threw the scissors at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing did not dodge, and the scissors grazed her forehead, causing blood to flow into her eyes. All she could see was red. But she dared not say anything, and could only bow her head and plead for mercy. You useless girl, go kneel in the courtyard. Don't get up until 4 hours have passed, Wei Yinfang said angrily. The courtyard was paved with uneven stone slabs and small pebbles. Kneeling for 4 hours would surely ruin Lin Wanqing's legs, even if she survived. Lin Wanqing trembled slightly, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Wei Yinfang. She had come to help Wei Yinfang, and this outcome was not what she wanted. How could Wei Yinfang decide to ruin her legs with just a few words? Seeing Lin Wanqing's dissatisfaction, Wei Yinfang sneered. What? You disagree with my punishment? If that's the case, balance a water basin on your head. Qingyun, keep an eye on her. She can't get up until the time is up. Qingyun approached, her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. Miss Lin, let's go. Lin Wanqing knew she was not in a position to confront Princess Fengxi. If she dared to defy Wei Yinfang today, her body would be sent back to Yanyang tomorrow. A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Wanqing.
Why? Why?
She had traveled here with 1,000 years of wisdom, yet she still had to endure such suffering. But if she wanted to survive, she had no choice but to kneel in the courtyard. As soon as she knelt down, pain shot through her knees from the stones pressing into her skin, and she couldn't help but gasp. Qingyun placed a basin of water on Lin Wanqing's head. Miss Lin, just hold it up. Considering that Lin Wanqing had treated her illness before, Qingyun only filled the basin halfway. She was just a servant and could only help Lin Wanqing so much. Lin Wanqing took the basin of water and placed it on her head, feeling the pain in her knees intensify and a soreness in her hands. She gritted her teeth tightly. Wei Yinshuang and Qingyun, just wait. When I, Lin Wanqing, gain power, I will definitely take revenge for today. Just as Lin Wanqing's hands trembled and she dropped the basin, fainting, she saw a man approaching her in a blur. When she slowly woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room with a young maid she had never seen before applying medicine to her knee. Seeing Lin Wanqing awake, the young maid set down the ointment and brought a bowl of porridge from the table. Miss, you're awake. Please eat something. Lin Wanqing looked confused and asked, Who are you? Where am I? You are in my Pine Wave courtyard. The door opened, and a man entered. He waved to the young maid, who quickly bowed and left, closing the door behind her. When Lin Wanqing recognized the man, her face turned pale. How could it be Wei Xueqing? Now there were only the two of them in the room, a man and a woman. With her injured knee, lying in bed, she felt powerless to resist if he intended to do something. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. Why, young master? Why are you here? So the man she saw just before fainting was Wei Xueqing? Why, seeing me makes you so scared, Miss Wanqing. You should know that if I hadn't come to save you today, you might have been in serious danger. To rescue you, I even offended my princess sister. Wei Xueqing sat in a chair not far from Lin Wanqing, looking at her with a mischievous smile. My princess sister appears kind and gentle in public, but she can be quite ruthless in private. I believe you have experienced that firsthand. Lin Wanqing knew Wei Xueqing was not lying. The Duke and Duchess of Dinghua would not care about such small matters. With the eldest and third sons not in the residence, the only one who could rescue her from Wei Yinshuang was the second son. Lin Wanqing tried to sit up to thank him, but as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her knee, causing her to cry out and fall back onto the bed. Miss Wanqing, just stay here and rest. My sister won't bother you for a while. Don't worry, Wei Xueqing, never force women. With that, Wei Xueqing stood up to leave. Lin Wanqing called out to him, Young master, why did you save me? Lin Wanqing understood well that there is no hatred without reason, and there is also no kindness without cause. Wei Xueqing saved himself, so he must have a plan. But she wasn't sure what Wei Xueqing wanted from her. Wei Xueqing smiled. Miss Wanqing, I told you, you are very beautiful. After saying this, he turned and left the room. Lin Wanqing was stunned on the bed. So, he really is interested in her beauty. The door was pushed open again, and Lin Wanqing instinctively thought it was Wei Xueqing returning. She gasped and pulled the blanket to her chest. Miss, it's me. Seeing it was Cui Ju, Lin Wanqing sighed in relief. Cui Ju, what is going on? Cui Ju came over to help Lin Wanqing lie down and said, I'm not sure what happened. I just returned to the Duke's residence, and a maid sent me to Songtao courtyard, but Cui Ju paused, listening for any sounds outside. After confirming there was no one, she lowered her voice and said, But I heard from another maid that after you fainted from kneeling as punishment, the second young master carried you back to Songtao courtyard. The princess sent someone to take you, but the second young master stopped them. Lin Wanqing was a bit stunned. Did Wei Xueqing really like her? With someone like Wei Xueqing, how could he be worthy of her? But Lin Wanqing understood that if she didn't align herself with Wei Xueqing, Wei Yinfang would definitely not spare her. She could not become just one of the many women in Wei Xueqing's courtyard. She needed to find a way for him to treat her differently. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and whispered something in Cui Ju's ear. Cui Ju looked confused. Miss, why do you want to find out about this? Just do it, Lin Wanqing said, handing Cui Ju a pouch of silver. Yes, Mississippi. By the next noon, Wei Xueqing still hadn't appeared, and Lin Wanqing felt relieved. Fortunately, she fainted early, and her knee injury wasn't too serious. After a night of rest, plus whatever medicine Wei Xueqing had given her, she felt much better. As long as she didn't force herself to walk, her knee didn't hurt as much. Ju returned and quietly said, "Miss, the second young master's mother is the third concubine in the household. It's said she was a well-known courtesan and died after giving birth to him. Because of her background, the second young master isn't favored in the Duke's residence. However, he is the only illegitimate son of the Duke and owns some shops, though their business isn't very good." Ju didn't understand why the miss wanted to know this. She spent 50 taels of silver for this information and felt a bit pained. After all, the miss had already paid a fine and didn't have much money left. Now that the young lady has left Princess Fingxi and the situation with the lady has become difficult, how will they manage without money? Lin Wanqing smiled when she heard what Ju said. Her opportunity had come. She knew how to stay safely by Wei Xueqing's side and also make him useful to her. Wei Xueqing appeared in front of Lin Wanqing again 3 days later. By then, Lin Wanqing was able to walk, though her knees still hurt a bit. When she saw Wei Xueqing, she greeted him warmly. Wanqing greets the second young master. "Thank you for saving my life." This time, it was Wei Xueqing who looked surprised. "Miss Wanqing, are you not afraid of me anymore?" Every time Lin Wanqing saw him, it seemed like she was terrified. However, Wei Xueqing enjoyed this feeling, like a cat playing with a mouse. Her fear kept him from doing anything to her for now. "Please have a seat, second young master." Lin Wanqing invited him to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. "Second young master, please enjoy the tea." She then naturally sat across from him, holding her teacup. "I have never been afraid of you, second young master. You saved my life, and I have yet to properly thank you. So, I offer this tea in place of wine to express my gratitude." After drinking the tea, Wei Xueqing held his cup but did not drink, looking at Lin Wanqing with interest. "Miss Wanqing, you seem different today." Lin Wanqing smiled gently. "Of course, I am different because I can help the second young master make big money. I wonder if you're interested?" "Oh, I would like to hear more," Wei Xueqing said, surprised by her statement and curious about how a young lady could help him make money. Meanwhile, while Lin Wanqing was explaining her money-making plan to Wei Xueqing, Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu were leading a group toward Xinyu Mountain. Mu Jingshan often ventured deeper into Xinyu Mountain than regular herbalists to gather rare herbs. He always brought a signal arrow for emergencies, though he had never needed to use it before. Xinyu Mountain is located next to Xinyu City, which is named after the mountain. Yesterday, a guard reported that the people assigned by the royal residence in Xinyu City had seen Mu Jingshan's signal arrow and immediately went into the mountain to search for him. However, after 3 days and nights of searching, they still hadn't found him. The situation was urgent, so the people in Xinyu City sent a message back using a carrier pigeon. Although Mu Jingshan was officially the royal physician, he was one of the few friends Xiao Yanchu had. When a friend is in trouble, how can he just stand by? He immediately set off for Xinyu City, but was stopped by Su Ruojin. "Your Highness, I want to go too." Xiao Yanchu refused without thinking. "No, Xinyu Mountain is too dangerous and Xiaobao needs you." Su Ruojin's eyes were firm. "That's exactly why I want to go. Xinyu Mountain has steep terrain and a complex environment, with some areas filled with miasma and countless poisonous plants. I understand medicine, and no one is more suited to go than I am. You don't need to worry about Xiaobao. I will manage the medicine and food, and we can leave Yanluo to take care of him." Seeing Xiao Yanchu still hesitating, Su Ruojin said firmly, "I don't want to be waiting around, not knowing if Mu Jingshan is safe. If you trust me, let me go with you." Xiao Yanchu was shaken. She was worried about him. "Besides, if I really want to go, can you stop me?" Su Ruojin added. Xiao Yanchu. In the end, the two of them set off for Xinyu Mountain with Hu Qing and several guards. It took more than 10 days on horseback to reach Xinyu Mountain from the capital. To save time, they rode almost non-stop, changing horses when the current ones got tired. When they were too exhausted, they would camp by the roadside to rest for a bit. Xiao Yanchu felt sorry for Su Ruojin and wanted her to rest at an inn in a town along the way, but she refused. "If Mu Jingshan is really in danger on Xinyu Mountain, every minute we arrive earlier gives us more hope. This little hardship is nothing," Su Ruojin said. This wasn't her showing off. She had often traveled with her master since childhood, so camping and traveling were nothing new to her. Hu Qing and the other guards who traveled with them admired Su Ruojin. They were just rough men, and this journey was easy for them. But Su Ruojin was a delicate young lady, and she hadn't complained even once during the trip. She even offered them some pills to help boost their energy. After taking the pills, everyone felt less tired. Under Hu Qing's influence, most of the guards in the royal residence began to see Su Ruojin as the future princess. On the 11th day, they arrived at the camp on the outskirts of Shanyu Mountain. This camp was set up to search for Mu Jingshan. Gao Zhen, who was in charge of the search, hurried to report to Xiao Yanshu. Your Highness, our people go into the mountain every day to search, but so far, we have not found any trace of young Master Mu. The terrain of Shanyu Mountain is too complicated. I'm afraid. Gao Zhen paused and gritted his teeth, saying, I'm afraid Master Mu is in grave danger. Xiao Yanshu knew Gao Zhen was right. If Mu Jingshan was injured and stranded for so many days without food or water, it would be hard for an ordinary person to survive. But he would not give up so easily. Keep searching. If he's alive, we must find him. If he's not, we must find his body. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Zhen turned to organize the search. Looking at the fog-covered Shanyu Mountain, Xiao Yanshu asked the young girl beside him, Jin, what do you think? Su Ruojin took out her handmade backpack and began to pack things inside. What else can we do? We just need to go in and take a look. Xiao Yanshu was very interested in Su Ruojin's backpack. Jin, your bag is quite special. Can you make one for me next time? Sure, I'll make one for you when we get back. Xiao Yanshu added, Jin, I listened to your advice and put away that sachet. Now I don't have one to use. Could you also make me one of those? Su Ruojin checked her bag again to ensure everything was complete and casually replied, Okay. Xiao Yanshu smiled slightly. Let's go. After confirming everything was in order, Su Ruojin put on her backpack and led the way into Shanyu Mountain. Xiao Yanshu stepped forward to take the backpack, but she refused, saying, This bag has many medicines, and you wouldn't know how to use them. It would waste time if you had to search through it. Xiao Yanshu thought about it and decided not to insist, entering Shanyu Mountain alongside Su Ruojin. Hu Qing and the guards quickly followed. Once inside the mountain, the noise from outside was immediately cut off, and the fresh scent of earth filled the air, with the temperature dropping a few degrees. Occasionally, they could hear birds chirping nearby, and the only sounds left were their footsteps on the wild grass. At this point, they were still on the outskirts of the mountain, following paths made by herbal gatherers, which were not too difficult to navigate. After walking for about an hour, the paths became less frequent, filled with wild grass and bushes. Hu Qing and the guards used machetes to clear the tall weeds in front, making it easier for the prince and Miss Su to walk. Following the general direction Gao Zhen indicated for signaling Mu Jingshan, they walked for another hour when Su Ruojin suddenly called out, Wait! Everyone stopped in response. Su Ruojin pointed at the suddenly thickening fog ahead and said, This fog is different from the white mist outside. It has a greenish tint and contains toxic gas. She opened her bag and took out 2 vials, tossing one to Xiao Yanshu. Take this medicine, one for each of you. It will protect you from the toxic gas for 2 hours. When the time is up, take another. The other is an ointment. Apply it to any exposed skin to ward off insects and toxins. Xiao Yanshu followed her instructions. After everyone took the medicine, Su Ruojin was about to lead them into the thick fog when someone grabbed her hand. She turned to see it was Xiao Yanshu holding her. Xiao Yanshu explained, The fog is too thick here. I'm afraid we'll get separated. Su Ruojin glanced at the fog ahead and nodded. Hu Qing, you all be careful too. Don't get lost. Yes, Miss Su, Hu Qing replied, understanding the seriousness of the situation and not in the mood to enjoy the prince's antics. After all, it was only natural for the prince to hold Miss Su's hand. Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanshu stepped into the thick fog first, and Xiao Yanshu tightened his grip, feeling that her hand was small and soft. The fog carried not only moisture, but also a foul smell. However, since they had taken the medicine beforehand, aside from the strange odor, everyone felt relatively fine. Stay close and be careful. Seeing the fog grow thicker, Su Ruojin called out.
Yes.
Yes. The guards responded. Su Ruojin knew her medicine could protect against insects and toxins, but it wouldn't guard against the fierce beasts in Shenyu Mountain. The deeper they went into the mountain, the more likely they were to encounter dangerous creatures. There's movement. Xiao Yanqiu raised his hand, and everyone stopped, holding their breath to listen. They heard a rustling sound, as if something was approaching from a distance. As the sound got closer, it changed to a thudding noise, like something heavy was stomping on the ground. Not good. It's a wild boar, Xiao Yanqiu reacted quickly. From the sound, the wild boar was quite large. With so many of them, they could handle a wild boar, but it would take some effort, and if anyone got hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Let's climb a tree. Su Ruojin turned and prepared to climb the nearest tree, thinking that hiding and letting the boar pass was the best option. In the next moment, she felt a hand around her waist, and Xiao Yanqiu's voice came close. Ajin, hold on tight to me. Su Ruojin instinctively hugged Xiao Yanqiu's waist. Xiao Yanqiu pushed off the ground for leverage, turning to lift Su Ruojin onto a thicker branch. Once they were stable on the branch, Xiao Yanqiu kept his hand on Su Ruojin's waist, saying, I'm afraid Jin might fall. Before she could respond, a wild boar charged at them. Ordinary wild boars weigh around 200 kilograms, but this one looked to be about 500 or 600 kilograms, resembling a small moving hill. Its massive size blew away much of the nearby mist as it approached. The wild boar had black-brown fur that looked like countless steel needles, and its limbs were thicker than the branch Su Ruojin stood on. Its eyes glowed red, and its tusks gleamed ominously even in the fog. The wild boar seemed to have caught their scent, suddenly stopping and snorting as it searched for the source. Then it charged toward a tree. Hu Qing and another guard were caught off guard and nearly fell from the tree, but they managed to cling to the trunk to steady themselves. Thud! 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 The boar crashed into the tree with increasing force, and the trunk began to splinter. If this continued, the tree would eventually break. Realizing they couldn't sneak away, Hu Qing took out a crossbow and shot at the wild boar. The bolt hit the boar but fell to the ground as if it had struck a hard rock, failing to penetrate at all. Aim for its eyes, Su Ruojin shouted. But as soon as she spoke, the boar turned and charged toward her and Xiao Yanqiu's tree. Get back, Xiao Yanqiu shouted, drawing his sword and leaping into action, aiming for the boar's left eye as it approached. The boar seemed to sense the danger and quickly stepped back, avoiding the strike. Then it accelerated toward Xiao Yanqiu. Your Highness, Hu Qing cried out, jumping down from the tree to shield Xiao Yanqiu. Several guards arrived, surrounding Xiao Yanqiu with their swords drawn, ready to fight the boar. Everyone move aside, Su Ruojin shouted. Xiao Yanqiu, catch me. At the moment the boar charged, Su Ruojin timed her jump from the tree perfectly, throwing a powder at the boar. Xiao Yanqiu furrowed his brow and leaped up to catch Su Ruojin as she fell. After circling in the air a few times, Su Ruojin finally managed to release the impact of her fall and landed safely. Nice catch. Before Xiao Yanqiu could scold Su Ruojin for being too reckless, she praised him first, leaving him speechless. Su Ruojin knew a bit of lightness skill, just enough to run faster than an average person. However, jumping down from such a high tree, she couldn't guarantee her safety and had to rely on Xiao Yanqiu. He could use his skills to lift her up the tree and catch her when she fell, especially since she had warned him in advance. Get back! As soon as she steadied herself, Su Ruojin pulled Xiao Yanqiu and ran backward quickly. Everyone move away. Stay back, it's blind. Get up the trees and find a higher one, Su Ruojin shouted. Everyone reacted immediately, quickly retreating and climbing up higher trees to hide. Naturally, Su Ruojin was lifted up the tree by Xiao Yanqiu again. The wild boar had gotten Su Ruojin's powder in its eyes and was bleeding, completely unable to see. It let out a terrible scream and began to charge at everything around it without care. The agitated wild boar was much stronger now, and when it crashed into thinner trees, they fell easily. Finally, the boar seemed to tire out and, with a roar, ran off into the distance, gradually disappearing. Everyone climbed down from the trees, panting. Anyone who had hesitated for even a moment would have been in serious danger from the boar. Fortunately, everyone who had come along was carefully chosen. They all had great skills and quick reflexes. "Sue, you're amazing," Hu Qing said, giving her a thumbs up. "Let's check for injuries." "If everyone's fine, we should move deeper into the mountain," Su Ruojin said. Wild animals have their own territories, and encountering a wild boar here could mean running into another one soon. If they could handle one strong boar, facing 2, 3, or even more would be very dangerous. The deeper they went into Shenyu Mountain, the more mysterious it became. Su Ruojin had noticed that even though the boar was injured, it ran away from Shenyu Mountain instead of charging deeper, indicating it was scared of what lay inside. Why did Mu Jingshan go so deep just to collect herbs? On their way here, Su Ruojin had already seen many rare herbs but hadn't had time to collect them. Wasn't that enough? After checking, everyone was fine, and they continued deeper into the mountain for another hour. Xiao Yanchu stopped. This should be the spot where Mu Jingshan signaled for help. Looking around, the trees were lush and the area was quiet, showing no signs of danger. "Hu Qing, search the area with your team." "Yes, Your Highness." There were some footprints, likely left by those who had come to search earlier. Xiao Yanchu approached Su Ruojin and handed her a water pouch. "Have some water and take a break." Su Ruojin took the pouch and drank, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Do you see anything?" Xiao Yanchu asked. Su Ruojin shook her head. "No, it looks even quieter here than outside. I can't see any signs of danger." But this was where Mu Jingshan had sent a distress signal. Did he encounter some kind of beast like they had? If it was a beast, there should be signs of a struggle or blood nearby, yet the previous searchers reported seeing nothing. "Mu Jingshan, what did you encounter?" Su Ruojin hoped Mu Jingshan had not faced any beasts. Although Xiao Yanchu claimed he was skilled in martial arts, likely on par with her, he would have no problem dealing with ordinary troublemakers. But if they faced a master or a fierce beast like the wild wolf before, his skills might not be enough. At that moment, Hu Qing approached. "Your Highness, Miss Su, there's a stream ahead where you can freshen up." After traveling this way and encountering wild boars, they were covered in dust, so washing up would be good. The two arrived at the stream, where the water was clear and the small stones at the bottom were visible. Su Ruojin washed her face and scooped up some water to drink, finding it very sweet. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Su Ruojin's expression changed, and she quickly stood up, moving upstream along the water. Seeing her unusual behavior, Xiao Yanchu followed closely. Su Ruojin made a gesture, as if listening for something. Xiao Yanchu also stopped, focusing intently. A faint sound of a baby crying reached them. They exchanged glances, both puzzled. In this deep forest, where could a baby come from? Following the sound, the crying grew louder. Of course, it was only louder compared to when they first heard it. In this dense forest, the baby's cries were still relatively soft and could easily be overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. They walked further away from the guards and arrived at a yellow tree by the cliff. This yellow tree should be hundreds of years old. It would take nearly 10 adult men to surround it. Hearing the sound, the crying of a baby came from the middle of the tree, which was quite strange. Xiao Yan initially felt a sense of alertness and drew his sword, holding it in his hand. Su Ruojin carefully walked around the tree and gasped when she saw a golden grass, dragon scale grass. She had seen descriptions and pictures of it in ancient books and never expected to see it in person today. "What is dragon scale grass?" Xiao Yan asked, knowing less about herbs than Su Ruojin. According to the Taigong herbal records of the Great Shu Kingdom, dragon scale grass is entirely golden, with stems and leaves resembling dragon scales. It grows in famous mountains, and if you obtain it, wounds will heal completely. I thought it was extinct, but I can't believe I found it here today. This Shenyu mountain truly lives up to its reputation, Su Ruojin explained. Xiaoyan stepped forward to take a closer look, but Su Ruojin pulled him back.
Step back.
I know what that baby's crying is. Seeing Su Ruojin's serious expression, Xiaoyan quickly took a few steps back. Then Su Ruojin took out a bottle of medicine from her bag and poured the red powder at the entrance of a tree hole behind the dragon scale grass. There were some weeds growing around the dragon scale grass, and it was also covered by many dry branches. If Su Ruojin hadn't cleared the grass, no one would have noticed the hole behind it. After sprinkling the powder, Su Ruojin handed a bag to Xiaoyan and carefully instructed, "No matter what comes out of this hole, you must quickly cover it with the bag. Be careful not to let it bite you." Xiaoyan nodded, took the bag, and stood guard at the hole. Su Ruojin approached the dragon scale grass, carefully digging out the soil around its roots. Once she slowly removed it, she quickly jumped back, as if afraid of encountering something. In just a moment, something flew out of the tree hole at high speed. When it touched the red powder, it hesitated slightly.
Now.
Xiaoyan quickly covered it with the bag, just managing to trap it inside. He tightened the bag's opening, and the creature inside struggled wildly, making a wah-wah-wah sound like a baby crying. At such a close distance, the sound was louder and sharper than what they had heard before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xiaoyan would have thought there was a real baby nearby. Su Ruojin sprinkled more of the red powder on the bag, and soon there was no more movement inside. The creature was too fast. Xiaoyan hadn't even had time to see what it was. Seeing the confusion in Xiaoyanchu's eyes, Su Ruojin put away the bottle and lifted her chin, saying, "Open it and take a look." Xiaoyanchu opened the bag and was shocked by what he saw inside. Inside was a small snake, entirely golden, about the thickness of an adult man's thumb. It had two small horns on its head, and most strangely, it had a human-like face that looked like a little old man. However, the eyes on this face were closed, and it lay limply in the bag, as if it were dead. "Ajin, what is this?" Xiaoyanchu couldn't help but ask. "It's a human-faced snake. According to records of the Taigong herb, wherever there is dragon scale grass, there will be human-faced snakes. They make sounds like a baby and are particularly attracted to the scent of dragon scale grass. They live only near this grass. They are incredibly fast. Just now, I used a tranquilizer to slow it down for a moment. Otherwise, it would be hard to catch it. Oh, and if it bites you, the paralysis will start from the wound, spreading throughout the body until you become as hard as stone and die." Su Ruojin stepped forward to pick up the human-faced snake, causing Xiaoyanchu to drop it in fright. "Why are you touching it?" Su Ruojin smiled. "It's okay. It's already unconscious and won't wake up for a while. Without it, I couldn't bring the dragon scale grass back intact." Su Ruojin took out a white jade box from which a cold aura emanated. Condensed ice jade. Xiaoyanchu recognized the material of the box. Condensed ice jade, found at the bottom of the ice sea, absorbs its essence and is naturally cold. It can preserve everything in the world forever. Even if a person dies, placing them on condensed ice jade will keep their body from decaying for thousands of years. Because it is rare, it is extremely valuable and hard to find. The condensed ice jade box that Su Ruojin casually took out is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. She placed the dragon scale grass inside the jade box, along with the human-faced snake. The human-faced snake is most afraid of the cold. In a low-temperature environment, it will remain in a state of deep sleep. Its skin secretes a special slime that keeps the dragon scale grass from rotting, even if it is removed from the soil. If the dragon scale grass wilts, it loses its medicinal properties. After saying this, she closed the jade box tightly and put it back in her bag. The human-faced snake is also a rare medicine for treating paralysis, and she couldn't bear to part with it. Even if she didn't need it, giving it to her master for research would likely excite him so much he wouldn't be able to sleep. "Be careful." Just as Su Ruojin finished adjusting her bag, she saw Xiaoyanchu lunging toward her. Xiaoyanchu moved too quickly, and Su Ruojin didn't react in time, getting caught off guard. The two of them fell to the ground and instantly lost their balance, rolling down the cliff. From the edge of the cliff came the angry cries of a baby. Su Ruojin felt herself being held in a warm embrace as they continued to tumble down. Ajin, hold on tight, Xiao Yanqiu said, using his left arm to hold Su Ruojin while his right hand plunged a sword into the rock at the cliff's edge to slow their fall. Finally, they both landed heavily at the bottom of the cliff and lost consciousness. When Su Ruojin woke up, it was already dark. Seeing Xiao Yanqiu lying motionless beside her, her heart tightened, and she hurried over to help him. After checking his pulse, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was just temporarily unconscious and not seriously hurt. After some time, Xiao Yanqiu opened his eyes. Xiao Yanqiu, are you okay? Su Ruojin asked anxiously. I'm fine, he replied, sitting up. Only then did Su Ruojin notice the blood stains on both the front and back of his clothes, likely from being scraped by rocks during the fall. Take off your shirt. I need to apply medicine, Su Ruojin said, rummaging through her bag for ointment. Xiao Yanqiu's expression stiffened, and his ears turned a bit red. It's just a small injury. I'm fine. There's blood everywhere, and you still say you're fine? Hurry up and take it off. Don't hesitate. Su Ruojin found the ointment, but noticed Xiao Yanqiu hadn't removed his shirt yet, making her a bit anxious. Did you hurt your hand? Let me see. No, my hand is fine, Xiao Yanqiu said, a little flustered. Last time, he had been unconscious when Su Ruojin took off his shirt, but now he was awake. Su Ruojin seemed to understand something and looked at him teasingly. You're not shy, are you? Don't forget, I'm a doctor. I don't see gender differences. Besides, I've seen your body before. If you don't take it off, I'll do it for you, Xiao Yanqiu. Seeing that Su Ruojin was really going to help him take off his shirt, his face turned even redder. No, I'll do it myself. Once Xiao Yanqiu took off his shirt, the teasing look in Su Ruojin's eyes disappeared, replaced by concern. Xiao Yanqiu's injuries were much worse than she had thought. His chest and back were covered in cuts from the rocks, some deep enough to see flesh. In contrast, she only had a few minor scrapes that weren't serious. Clearly, Xiao Yanqiu had protected her with his body during the fall, taking on the brunt of the injuries. A wave of indescribable feelings surged in Su Ruojin's heart, and her eyes felt a bit warm. Xiao Yanqiu smiled gently. Ajin, I'm fine. This little injury is nothing. Su Ruojin took a few deep breaths to calm herself and picked up the ointment to gently apply it to Xiao Yanqiu's wound. The surroundings were so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. The young girl's hands softly rubbed the ointment on Xiao Yanqiu's chest, and her unique scent enveloped him, making him feel a pleasant tingle. Xiao Yanqiu felt warmth spread through his body, his eyes fixed on the girl in front of him. His gaze was filled with endless affection, as if he wanted to draw her in, to be connected forever. When Su Ruojin lifted her gaze slightly, she met Xiao Yanqiu's tender eyes, which reflected only her image, shining with warmth and love. Even though she had never been in love in her 2 lifetimes, Su Ruojin understood the meaning behind Xiao Yanqiu's gaze. Ajin, after we go out, will you be my princess? I don't know how long I will live, but I swear that as long as I, Xiao Yanqiu, am alive, I will protect you for a lifetime. You will be the only one for me. Su Ruojin's hands froze. The last time Xiao Yanqiu asked her to be his princess was just for convenience, but what about this time? She was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest, her mind going blank. Was this a confession? Looking at the girl so close to him, with a rare innocent expression, Xiao Yanqiu smiled wider, lowered his head, and slowly leaned closer to Su Ruojin. Just as their lips were about to touch, Su Ruojin seemed to suddenly wake up. Seeing his enlarged face, she panicked and pushed him away.
Ouch!
Xiao Yanqiu was caught off guard and fell to the ground, hitting his wound and involuntarily gasping in pain. Hearing his pain sound, Su Ruojin blushed and hurried to help him up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing the girl's face turn red, Xiao Yanqiu smiled even more. She wasn't as indifferent as she seemed. If she was shy, what harm would it do for him to be a little more forward? After checking, Xiao Yanqiu confirmed that his wound was not affected, and Su Ruojin finally relaxed, quickly trying to ease the awkwardness. What just happened? We caught the human-faced snake, so why is there still a baby crying? Su Ruojin had fallen when Xiao Yanqiu tackled her and hadn't seen what happened. Xiao Yanqiu replied seriously, "There is another human-faced snake, which is twice the size of the one we caught. Perhaps we caught its baby." Su Ruojin realized. That makes sense. Human-faced snakes are hard to breed. They can only have one baby at a time. If it lost its child, it definitely won't give up easily. The cliff is steep, and it will take some time for them to find us. We should find a way to get up there quickly. Hu Qing should have noticed that the two of them were missing, and will likely send a signal to find them soon. "I'll send a signal flare," Su Ruojin said as she took out the flare, but was stopped by Xiao Yanqiu. "No, we can't do that now. The creature with a human face and snake body might be nearby. If we send the flare, it could come looking for us. Let's wait until morning. By then, it should be gone." Su Ruojin thought about it and agreed. Looking around, she felt there was no immediate danger, so she put the flare away. "I'll go find some dry wood to start a fire." Just as Su Ruojin turned to look for wood, Xiao Yanqiu pulled her back and made a shushing gesture.
Su Ruojin froze, feeling tense.
Could the creature be chasing them already? She had managed to catch that small creature before because she was prepared with a tranquilizer. But facing it directly, she wasn't sure she could handle the speed of the creature. Xiao Yanqiu pointed in a direction and silently indicated, "There's movement." Su Ruojin gripped her poison needle tightly, holding her breath and focusing on the direction Xiao Yanqiu pointed. "Help! Help! Someone!" It was a person. The voice was very faint. If it weren't for the quiet night and Xiao Yanqiu's keen hearing from his martial arts training, they might not have heard it.
Su Ruojin felt relieved.
In this situation, a person was much safer than the creature. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Could it be Mu Jingshan? Xiao Yanqiu understood the look in Su Ruojin's eyes and took her hand. "Let's go check it out." They went around a large boulder and discovered a cave behind it, with a voice coming from inside. Having learned from their previous encounter with the creature, Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanqiu were hesitant to enter the cave. With a creature that could mimic a baby's cry, it wouldn't be surprising if another strange beast could speak simple human language. "Help! Help!" The voice came again, clearer now that they were closer. "Jingshan." Xiao Yanqiu recognized Mu Jingshan's voice and quickly entered the cave with Su Ruojin. It was dark and cool inside the cave. Su Ruojin lit a fire stick and discovered that the cave was quite large. It was so big that there was even a pool of water inside, with stalactites hanging above it, dripping water into the pool below. Su Ruojin held a torch and turned the light around the cave, finally noticing someone lying by the water pool. Xiao Yanqiu, with sharp eyesight, recognized it was Mu Jingshan right away and rushed over to pick him up. In Xiao Yanqiu's arms, Mu Jingshan was wearing tattered blue clothes, his hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his lips were slightly purple and peeling. His head, hands, and feet were covered with many silver needles, and he was in a semi-conscious state, burning with fever, mumbling, "Help! Help! Ajin, come quickly and see what's wrong with Jingshan." Su Ruojin quickly checked Mu Jingshan's pulse. "What happened to him?" Xiao Yanqiu asked anxiously, seeing that Mu Jingshan didn't have much time left. "He's been poisoned." "What kind of poison?" Su Ruojin shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen this kind of poison before." "Pull up his pant leg and take a look." Xiao Yanqiu did as instructed, and when Mu Jingshan's pants were pulled up, they saw his calf. Not only Xiao Yanqiu, but even Su Ruojin, who had seen many patients, was stunned. Mu Jingshan's calf was completely swollen, covered in various sizes of blisters, which were oddly colorful: red, yellow, white, and blue. Some blisters had already burst, oozing pus that was also different colors. This made Mu Jingshan's calf look very strange. Even more unusual was that typically, wounds that fester for a long time emit a foul smell. However, Mu Jingshan's calf had no odor. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Perhaps this fragrance attracted ants and other small insects, as there was a swarm of ants and various small bugs surrounding Mu Jingshan, but they were all dead. Upon closer inspection, some ants were trying to climb onto Mu Jingshan's leg, but after a short while, they all fell to the ground dead. Clearly, they had been poisoned by the pus leaking from Mu Jingshan's blisters. This kind of poison was unheard of to Su Ruojin, let alone seen. She instructed Xiao Yanchu to move Mu Jingshan to the side, then took out some insect repellent and sprinkled it around him to keep more bugs away. She removed the needles from Mu Jingshan's body, reinserted some needles, and gave him some pills to take. Although she couldn't cure the poison, she could suppress its effects. Fortunately, Mu Jingshan was a doctor himself, and when he realized he was poisoned, he used silver needles to stop the poison from spreading to his heart, saving his own life. He might have known he couldn't hold out much longer, so after sending a signal, he found this place with a water source to wait for help. Mu Jingshan brought some food into the mountains, and with the water source, he managed to last this long. However, in his condition, if Su Ruojin and the others arrived 2 or 3 days later, Mu Jingshan wouldn't have made it. Xiao Yanchu gathered some dry wood from the cave entrance and started a fire inside. Su Ruojin touched Mu Jingshan's forehead. His high fever had temporarily subsided, but they needed to find a way to get him back to the capital soon. Tomorrow morning, we'll send a signal to let Hu Qing and the others come for us. Mu Jingshan needs to return to the capital quickly. Okay, Ajin, you've had a long day too. Let's rest for a bit, Xiao Yanchu said, carefully laying some branches on the ground and inviting Su Ruojin to rest. Su Ruojin rummaged through her bag and handed a piece of bread to Xiao Yanchu. Have a little something to fill your stomach. Xiao Yanchu looked at Su Ruojin's bag in amazement. Ajin, your bag is like a treasure chest. It has everything. Su Ruojin sat down and took a bite of the bread. I'm used to it. Years ago, I often traveled with my master and carried a bag like this, always stocked with survival supplies. Master?
Did you travel a lot as a child, Ajin?
But didn't you live in the Lin residence then? Xiao Yanchu naturally sat beside Su Ruojin and asked. Su Ruojin thought for a moment and felt there was nothing to hide. She replied, after I was taken in by the Lin residence, Zhao Jiao was nice to me at first, but a year later, she got pregnant, and I became a burden to her. No one cared for me anymore. It was my grandmother who saved me when I was just 5 years old and raised me in her little courtyard. One time, I was curious and sneaked out of the Lin residence, where I accidentally met my master. He insisted that I become his disciple and even offered a large sum of money. I couldn't refuse the offer, so I agreed. In the Lin residence, besides my grandmother, no one cared about me. Later, my master approached my grandmother, and I don't know how he convinced her, but she agreed to let me travel with him. Since then, I spent about half of each year traveling with my master. He said I was destined to become a great doctor and shouldn't be stuck in that small courtyard. Eventually, I met my 2nd, 3rd, and 4th masters, and they all settled in Muin Village to be with me. Muin Village became my second home. There's also Grandpa Xiao in the village, who writes beautifully. After I met him, he made me practice writing every day, which was quite a struggle. During my travels, I picked up Yuan Hong, who almost got burned by the villagers because of her unusual eyes. So Yuan Hong, my grandmother, and I became a family. Although we are not related by blood, we are closer than some who are. Because of this, I have lived better than many people over the years. As Su Ruojin talked about her past, the firelight danced in her eyes, filled with warmth. Xiao Yanchu had never seen this side of Su Ruojin before. She was no longer as fierce as usual, yet she was not weak either. Instead, she radiated calmness, happiness, and determination. She had a unique charm that always attracted people to stay by her side. How could he not be drawn to her? She never forced anyone to do anything, but she always tried her best to protect everyone around her. She was simple, yet not simple at all. It seemed like there was endless energy within her small frame. As long as she wanted to do something, nothing was impossible. How could he bear to let go of someone like her? As they talked, Su Ruojin leaned on Xiao Yanchu's shoulder and fell asleep. Xiao Yanchu gently laid her down, resting her head on his lap for a more comfortable sleep. He took off his outer shirt and covered the young girl with it. Watching her beautiful face illuminated by the firelight, He raised his hand and gently touched her cheek with his finger, wiping away the dust that had settled there. Where his finger touched was so soft and warm. Xiao Yanchu had never felt such a strong desire to live before. For her, he must strive to survive. Su Ruojin, you are destined to be my princess. When Su Ruojin woke up, it was already bright outside. She looked around and noticed that Xiao Yanchu was not there. Thinking about the strange snake, she panicked and prepared to get up and search for him. Just then, Xiao Yanchu walked in through the cave entrance, carrying some fruits. Where did you go? The food was finished, so I want to pick some wild fruits. Here, have this sweet one to fill your stomach, Xiao Yanchu said, handing her a fruit. Su Ruojin was a bit surprised. How does a prince know about wild fruits? Xiao Yanchu smiled. When leading troops in battle, the conditions are not always good. Sometimes when food runs out, we would pick wild fruits to satisfy our hunger, so I got to know them over time. Su Ruojin understood and took a bite of the fruit. She glanced at Mu Jingshan and was relieved to see that his condition had stabilized. After returning, I will use a special stone to remove the poison and then slowly study the antidote. We will surely find a cure. It just takes time. I'll go release Mingdai, Su Ruojin said, as she stood up to leave the cave. I've already released him. Just wait a bit longer. Hu Qing and the others should arrive soon. Oh, you're quite quick, Su Ruojin replied, sitting back down. Since there's nothing to do right now, let me change your bandages. Su Ruojin took out the ointment, preparing to change Xiao Yanchu's bandages. Xiao Yanchu's expression stiffened, and a hint of red appeared on his ears. Jin, it's fine. We can wait for Hu Qing and the others to arrive before changing them. Su Ruojin thought for a moment and agreed, not insisting further. Hey, Xiao Yanchu, since we have some time, why don't you tell me about your childhood? Su Ruojin asked as she sat beside him. Perhaps because of the cave, which felt like a secluded place away from the world, it was easier for them to let their guard down. In this setting, Su Ruojin naturally saw Xiao Yanchu not as a prince, but more like a friend. Seeing Su Ruojin's curious expression, Xiao Yanchu smiled slightly and began, My childhood wasn't as wonderful as others might think. You could say I was an unblessed child even before I was born. Prince, Miss Su, where are you? At that moment, Hu Qing's voice came from outside. We're in here, Su Ruojin called out loudly. Footsteps approached. Hu Qing and the others knelt before Xiao Yanchu. We are late. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Yesterday, when Xiao Yanchu and Su Ruojin went to the stream, Hu Qing had not allowed other guards to come near to give them some privacy. But after an hour with no sign of them, Hu Qing felt something was wrong and went to the stream, finding no one there. He hurriedly led the guards to search everywhere, but found nothing. Worried, Hu Qing thought something must have happened to the prince and Miss Su. He began to widen the search area, but after a whole night, there was still no news. It wasn't until he saw the signal from the prince that they rushed over. Seeing the injuries on Xiao Yanchu, Hu Qing felt guilty. I failed to protect the prince. Please punish me. Xiao Yanchu waved his hand dismissively. This isn't your fault. Besides, if we hadn't gone through this incident, we wouldn't have found Mu Jingshan. Hearing this, Hu Qing's eyes lit up as he looked to the side and spotted Mu Jingshan.
Great.
We found Dr. Mu. He's seriously injured. We need to take him back to the capital for treatment immediately. Yes, Your Highness. You all come with me, Hu Qing called to several guards, and they carefully lifted Mu Jingshan. Perhaps Su Ruojin's medicine took effect. After all the commotion from Hu Qing and the others, Mu Jingshan slowly opened his eyes. With blurry vision, he saw Xiao Yanchu and couldn't believe it. Your Highness. Hearing his voice, Xiao Yanchu hurried to Mu Jingshan's side. Jingshan, you're hurt. Don't speak for now. Once Mu Jingshan heard Xiao Yanchu's voice, he realized the prince had come to save him.
Yen.
Toad.
Has.
Volcano. Mu Jingshan, exhausted, said these few words before his head tilted, and he fainted again. Su Ruojin, not far from Mu Jingshan, also heard this. Volcano toad? What is that? Could it be a volcanic toad? Su Ruojin looked at Xiao Yanchu, who had the same thought, both of them sharing a look of disbelief and shock. But a volcanic toad, as the name suggests, can only live in extremely hot places like volcanoes. Shinyu Mountain did not seem like a suitable habitat for a volcanic toad. Su Ruojin recalled the injury on Mu Jingshan's leg. It looked more like a burn with blisters than poisoning. If Mu Jingshan had encountered a volcanic toad and got splashed with its venom on his calf, it could explain such a peculiar wound. After all, volcanic toads are rare. While they are known to be poisonous, ancient texts do not clearly describe the effects of their venom. If there are volcanic toads here, it would explain why the wild boar they encountered earlier did not dare to come near. The boar's hide could withstand swords and crossbows, but not the venom sprayed by a volcanic toad. Whether it is true or not, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Su Ruojin did not want to miss it, and neither did Xiao Yanchu. When Hu Qing heard that the two wanted to stay, he immediately said he would stay too, to escort Mu Jingshan back to the capital, stating that they didn't need so many people. For safety's sake, Xiao Yanchu did not refuse. He also assigned 2 guards to stay with Hu Qing, while the others were responsible for taking Mu Jingshan back to the capital. Su Ruojin returned to the previous location to look for clues, but found nothing, and went back to the cave. Mu Jingshan must have been poisoned when he sounded the alarm, but if he was poisoned in that place, how could he have made it to this cave? After all, the place where he sounded the alarm was separated from this cave by a cliff. Once Xiao Yanchu arranged everything, he came to the cave and walked over to Su Ruojin, asking, "Did you find anything?" Su Ruojin looked around the cave and shook her head. "Not for now. How did Mu Jingshan manage to escape to this cave after being poisoned? If it weren't for Xiao Yanchu's skills, they both could have fallen to their deaths from the cliff. If Mu Jingshan had made a sound after being poisoned and then fell, he would have surely died." Xiao Yanchu also glanced around and said, "Let's keep looking. Maybe there's something we've missed." For now, that was all they could do. Hu Qing and the 2 guards returned to the spot where Mu Jingshan signaled to continue searching. Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu stayed in the cave. Suddenly, wah wah wah, the familiar sound of a baby crying echoed again. Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu paused and exchanged glances. This guy, he really doesn't give up, does he? The two quickly stood back to back, one holding a sword and the other a needle, watching their surroundings. Wah wah wah, the sound grew closer and louder. Then, a snake with a human face, about the width of a baby's arm and glowing slightly yellow, slithered into the cave. The snake raised its upper body and locked eyes with Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu. The face on the snake resembled an old woman, with red eyes that looked extremely eerie. "Wah!" the human-faced snake called out to them. Su Ruojin wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt the snake's eyes turned even redder upon seeing them. In the next moment, the human-faced snake lunged directly at them. Xiao Yanchu dodged quickly and thrust his sword at the human-faced snake. The snake skillfully avoided the attack and turned to bite Su Ruojin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Su Ruojin launched 3 needles. The snake twisted its body and evaded all of them, then lay against the stone wall, watching the two. Su Ruojin saw mockery in its eyes, and it seemed to taunt them by making more wah-wah sounds. This annoying snake. After its cries stopped, it lunged at them again. After several rounds, it seemed to realize that Su Ruojin was easier to bully. It changed its strategy, ignoring Xiao Yanchu and charging directly at Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin had nearly used up all her silver needles and was forced back to the edge of the pond by the human-faced snake. She threw her last 3 needles, but the snake twisted away as usual, leaping towards Su Ruojin's face with a loud cry. It moved so fast that even Xiao Yanchu, just 2 steps away, couldn't intervene in time. In that moment, Su Ruojin had no choice but to fall backward. Splash, her whole body fell into the pond. What seemed like shallow water turned out to be deep as Su Ruojin kept sinking. As she fell, all she felt was cold. It was colder than falling into a pool full of ice. This cold didn't seep in through her clothes or skin. It pierced right to her bones, then spread outwards, combining with the cold outside for a double chill. In an instant, Su Ruojin felt her hands and feet go numb. Yesterday, they had taken water from this pond and hadn't noticed how cold it was. Only after she fell in did she realize the pond had layers. The top layer felt like normal stream water, but below was extremely cold, as if it had absorbed all the chill from the cave. Seeing Su Ruojin fall into the pond, Xiao Yanchu jumped in without thinking. The snake with a human face, unable to stop itself, also fell into the water. The cold water instantly paralyzed it, making it sink like a dead snake to the bottom. Su Ruojin struggled to swim, trying to avoid fainting from the cold. Xiao Yanchu wrapped his arms around her and swam up, breaking the surface. Unlike Xiao Yanchu, Su Ruojin had no inner strength. Her lips turned purple from the cold, and she trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak. Xiao Yanchu quickly took off his outer shirt to wrap around her and gathered dry wood to start a fire. After everything was done, he held the shivering girl tightly, warming her hands, which were also turning purple, by breathing on them and rubbing them together to help her warm up. After about half an hour, Su Ruojin slowly recovered and stopped shaking. She looked at the worried Xiao Yanchu and said, "I know where the volcanic rock toad is." Xiao Yanchu was taken aback. Su Ruojin continued, "I need to go back into the water." "No, that's not happening." Xiao Yanchu firmly disagreed. The water was so cold, and she had just recovered from being frozen. There was no way she could go back in. "I'm fine, really. The volcanic rock toad is at the bottom. I have to go." Su Ruojin stood up to head toward the pond, but Xiao Yanchu pulled her back. "Ajin, if anyone goes, it should be me. Just tell me how to find the volcanic rock toad. It won't help you. The bottom has a complex formation. You can't solve it." As soon as Su Ruojin fell in, she vaguely saw a red light in the water and noticed 8 stone pillars. At first glance, it seemed like just ordinary stones in the water, but after Su Ruojin got to shore, her mind was filled with the layout of these 8 stones. In the water, she was so cold that she couldn't think clearly and only instinctively noted what she saw. Once she regained her senses and remembered the arrangement of the 8 stones, Su Ruojin realized it was actually a formation. The Qianquan Guardian Formation. The legendary protective array. This pool was essentially a gateway. Her second master had told her about this formation, but it was so ancient that no one could rebuild it. They only knew how to break it. After all, breaking it is much simpler than constructing it. Su Ruojin didn't know what kind of powerful being set up this formation, but she knew it had existed for at least several hundred years. It took centuries for the formation to weaken and show a flaw. Otherwise, the Qianquan Guardian Formation would have an illusion effect, making it impossible for someone to see the red light at the bottom or the 8 stones unless they accidentally touched them. She couldn't clearly see what the red light at the bottom was, but Su Ruojin's intuition told her it was definitely related to volcanic rock toads. So she had to go back into the water. "Then let me have someone drain the water before you go down," Xiao Yanchu said. Since they were at the bottom, draining the water would naturally reveal it. If the water is drained, it will trigger a mechanism that either floods everything or sets off firestones that could explode everything. At that point, no matter what is below, we won't be able to get it, Su Ruojin said urgently. If this formation could be easily broken, it wouldn't have been used here. But Xiao Yanchu was still reluctant to let Su Ruojin take that risk. "Xiao Yanchu, we might only have this one chance to find the volcanic rock toad. I don't want to miss it. I promised I would help you, trust me, okay? I will be fine." Seeing the determination in Su Ruojin's eyes, Xiao Yanchu stopped opposing her and said, "I will go with you." Since she was going, he would do everything he could to protect her. Su Ruojin didn't waste any more time. "All right, once we're in the water, you take care of the 4 stones on the left, and I'll handle the 4 on the right. Follow my lead." Xiao Yanchu nodded. "Take this medicine, it will help for a while." Su Ruojin handed the medicine to Xiao Yanchu. It was originally for promoting blood circulation, which could help resist some of the cold. Going back into the water, having taken the medicine and mentally prepared herself, it was still cold, but a bit more bearable. To speed up, Su Ruojin and Xiao Yenshu followed their prior agreement and walked towards the water stone separately. Su Ruojin had already figured out how to break the formation while on the shore. She was now signaling to Xiao Yenshu, directing him on which way to turn each pillar. 1, 2, 3, 4. When Su Ruojin finished turning the 8th pillar, she felt the water around them start to shake, bubbling and noticeably warming up. Confused, the two were about to swim upstream when they felt a powerful force pulling them down, too strong for them to resist. With a loud crash, they both lost consciousness. Hu Qing and the others heard the loud noise. When he and the guards arrived at the cave, they were stunned. The cave had completely collapsed, leaving only ruins. Hu Qing's lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. The prince and Miss Su were still inside. No, he couldn't believe that the prince and Miss Su were gone like this. He rushed forward, frantically searching through the rubble, shouting, "Your Highness, Miss Su." The two guards joined him in the search. But with such a large cave-in, it was impossible for 3 people to search through it easily. After Hu Qing's voice grew hoarse and his nails were bloodied, he found no trace of the prince or Miss Su. With red eyes, he looked at the ruins and gritted his teeth, return to the capital and bring people to rescue the prince and Miss Su. Su Ruojin woke up to something licking her. She opened her eyes to see a creature that looked like a mouse, no, a rabbit, but it had deer ears. In short, it was a strange little creature licking her face. Seeing that Su Ruojin was awake, the little creature seemed startled and took a few steps back, holding its tiny front paws and staring at her with big eyes, tilting its head curiously. Su Ruojin slowly sat up, feeling a pain in her head, likely from hitting it when she fell. Xiao Yenshu. Once she regained her senses, she quickly looked around for Xiao Yenshu, ignoring the little creature. The creature was startled by her sudden call, flicked its big tail, and jumped to the side, still watching her. "Ajin, I'm over here." Not far away, Xiao Yenshu also woke up and responded to her. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Xiao Yenshu sat up, holding his head. Once Su Ruojin confirmed that he was okay, she felt relieved and began to observe her surroundings. This place was completely different from the previous pool. It resembled a stone cave, empty all around and quite hot. Su Ruojin looked up and saw that the hole above them was blocked by a large rock, likely from the water pool they had encountered earlier. She turned her gaze to a little creature nearby. The creature was completely white, resembling a mouse but with the appearance of a rabbit, featuring pointy ears like a deer and a long fluffy tail. Seeing the little creature's cute and silly demeanor, Su Ruojin reached out her hand and said, "Come here, little one." The creature tilted its head as if considering her words. Then, it lifted its tail and flew toward her. Yes, it really flew, using its tail to propel itself. Whoosh! The little creature landed in Su Ruojin's arms, looked up at her with big eyes, and then made a sound. Bof bof, shuruojin. She never expected such a small creature would bark like a dog. It's called an ear mouse, a legendary creature. It's said that eating its meat can cure bloating and make one immune to toxins. According to records, ear mice have been extinct for a long time, so it's surprising to find one here, Xiao Yenshu explained. "How do you know?" Su Ruojin asked, petting the little creature in her arms. "I read about it in books when I was young. This creature is very intelligent and only stays with pure-hearted people." Seeing the ear mouse snuggling closer to Su Ruojin, Xiao Yenshu frowned and picked it up by the scruff of its neck. The little creature waved its tiny hands in the air, staring at Xiao Yenshu, but it was helpless. Su Ruojin found the little creature even cuter and snatched it back from Xiao Yenshu. "It won't be comfortable for it if you hold it like that." The little creature pressed its head tightly against Su Ruojin, looking at Xiao Yenshu. Xiao Yenshu surprisingly sensed a challenge in its gaze. "This guy? Just throw it away. It's too much trouble to carry," Xiao Yenshu suggested. He had only wanted to see if the ear mouse was male or female, but before he could tell, Su Ruojin had taken it back. Now, judging by its behavior, it was definitely a male. "Woof woof," the little creature barked at Xiao Yenshu. Su Ruojin didn't understand ear mouse language, but she could guess its meaning from its expression. It was protesting against Xiao Yanchu. Su Ruojin smiled. It's so small. It's not a hassle to carry. Little one, let me give you a name. Since you're so white and fluffy, I'll call you Fluffy, Xiao Yanchu. From now on, Su Ruojin should never be allowed to name the children. The little creature immediately drooped its ears when it heard the name, clearly not liking it. Xiao Yanchu glanced at it and smiled, saying, Mao Mao, that's a nice name.
Right?
I think so too, Su Ruojin said, petting Mao Mao's small head. Let's go explore. There was a passage in the cave, but it was unclear where it led. For safety, Xiao Yanchu took the lead with his sword, while Su Ruojin followed behind. As they were about to exit the passage, a wave of heat rushed in, and they could faintly hear crackling sounds. When they emerged from the passage, they found themselves in a huge circular cavern. In the center was a round stone platform, surrounded by a ring of red lava, which was the source of the heat. What surprised Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu was not just the lava, but the hundreds of red rock frogs resting on the platform, varying in size. The larger frogs were about the size of a toddler's head, while the smaller ones were the size of ordinary frogs, but all were bright red and glowing. These rock frogs occasionally jumped into the lava to swim and then hopped back to the platform. The lava was extremely hot. Most things thrown in would melt instantly. Yet these frogs seemed unbothered, swimming as if it were a regular pond. Volcanic rock toads. This was the volcanic rock toad. Ancient texts recorded that volcanic rock toads loved flames and high temperatures, which is why they lived around volcanoes. However, the lava pool around the platform was about 8 feet wide, making it impossible for them to reach the frogs. It was like seeing food but not being able to eat it. Let's sit and wait. Maybe 1 or 2 will jump out, Su Ruojin suggested, which was the best idea she could think of. Okay.
The two found a spot to sit down.
After sitting, Su Ruojin pulled out her backpack and took out 2 soaked flatbreads. Before entering the water, she had tied her backpack securely to her body in case of emergencies, and it turned out to be useful. She handed one to Xiao Yanchu, saying, Let's make do with this. Xiao Yanchu didn't mind and took it to eat. The soaked flatbread didn't taste great. It was sticky and mushy. Mao Mao seemed to have never seen such food before, holding out its little paws to Su Ruojin, asking for some. Amused, Su Ruojin broke off a small piece and placed it in Mao Mao's paws, saying, Do you want to try it? Without hesitation, Mao Mao stuffed the wet flatbread into its mouth. The next moment, it spat everything out, making a gagging motion, strongly protesting that it was too awful to eat. Su Ruojin couldn't help but poke its little head with her finger, saying, It's great that there's food here and you're still picky. Mao Mao jumped off Su Ruojin's lap and tugged at her clothes with its little paw. At first, Su Ruojin thought Mao Mao wanted to play, so she playfully squeezed its tiny paw. But Mao Mao kept pulling at her clothes. Xiao Yanchu noticed something was off. It seems like it wants to take us somewhere. Su Ruojin looked at Mao Mao and asked, Where do you want to take us? She was just asking casually, but to her surprise, Mao Mao nodded. Can it understand human speech? This realization shocked Su Ruojin. Xiao Yanchu explained, Legend says that highly intelligent ear mice can understand human words. Since it seems eager, we might as well follow it and see where it leads us. Su Ruojin picked up Mao Mao and said, You lead the way. Wong Wong. Mao Mao barked twice as if responding to her, then raised its little paw and pointed ahead. However, the cave was clear, and there was no path ahead. Though Su Ruojin was puzzled, she followed Mao Mao. When they reached the cave wall, Mao Mao jumped out of Su Ruojin's arms and kicked a corner of the wall with its hind leg. Boom! The wall moved back, revealing a secret chamber. Su Ruojin and Xiao Yanchu exchanged glances. If it weren't for this little creature leading them, they would never have noticed the secret chamber. Where Mao Mao kicked, there was a stone the size of a man's fist, deeply embedded in the wall. Su Ruojin didn't expect this little creature to have such strength. Following Mao Mao into the secret chamber, a cool breeze rushed in, instantly relieving them from the heat near the lava pool. The contents of the chamber surprised both of them. It was spacious, with stone bookshelves, a stone table, stone chairs, and even a stone bed. There was also a patch of land filled with bright red grass, blooming with white flowers. A stream of spring water flowed from the wall above, perfectly watering the patch of land. Wong Wong. Mau Mau barked in front of the red grass, signaling them to come over. Then, Mau Mau plucked a piece of grass with its little paw and started eating it, looking very satisfied. Soon, it finished one piece and flew over to Su Ruojin, offering her another. Was this for her to eat? What kind of grass was this? Su Ruojin had never seen it before and naturally wouldn't eat it. However, she couldn't refuse Mau Mau's kind gesture and bent down, ready to take it. Wow, wow. Be careful, Ajin. Xiao Yanchu jumped in front of Su Ruojin, and a strange snake suddenly bit him on the right chest. Xiao Yanchu let out a muffled groan and slowly fell to the ground. Damn it! It was that persistent snake. It must have followed them down after the formation was broken. The temperature here was high, and the snake, which had been cold and unconscious, was starting to wake up. Maybe it had learned to be quiet. It crawled up silently and suddenly attacked. After biting Xiao Yanchu, the snake turned to attack Su Ruojin again. At such a close distance, Su Ruojin had no way to escape. In the next moment, a small creature rushed in and bit the snake, gripping its face tightly with its tiny paws and dragging it to the ground. Then, it began to nibble on the snake, as if it were a tasty treat. Su Ruojin couldn't pay attention to the creature. She was focused on Xiao Yanchu, whose wound was making her eyes red. The snake's poison had no cure. Xiao Yanchu, hold on. I will treat you right away. Just hang in there. The poison will be gone soon. Su Ruojin tore open Xiao Yanchu's shirt and saw that aside from 2 bite marks, there was no blood. The flesh around the bite marks had turned a grayish-green color and felt as hard as a stone. The color was slowly spreading outward. Su Ruojin took out a silver needle from her bag and began to treat Xiao Yanchu. Her hands trembled as she worked, and she had to wipe her tears with her sleeve after each needle, but the tears kept falling, landing on Xiao Yanchu's chest and face. Xiao Yanchu's pale lips held a faint smile as he slowly raised his hand to touch Su Ruojin's face, gently wiping away her tears. Ruojin, don't cry. I'm fine. You've seen me like this, so you have to take responsibility. Cough, cough, okay? I'll take responsibility. Just don't talk. Save your strength. Su Ruojin choked up as she emptied her bag, searching for all the antidotes and pouring them onto Xiao Yanchu's wound. Ruojin, if we can get out of here, will you promise to marry me and be my princess? Xiao Yanchu's eyes were filled with affection, reluctance, and worry for Su Ruojin. They had finally found each other, but he could only accompany her this far. Without him, who would take care of her? Xiao Yanchu, why are you so foolish? Why did you stand in front of me? You silly boy. Su Ruojin's tears flowed endlessly, no matter how much she tried to wipe them away. For you, I am willing to do anything. Ajin, you haven't answered. Will you be my princess? He was about to leave and wanted to know if he held a place in Ajin's heart. This was his last wish. Yes, I am willing. Xiao Yanchu, did you hear me? I am willing to be your princess. You must live well. Live on. Once we get out of here, I will marry you. You can't break your promise, or I will marry someone else and tell everyone you are a big liar. Did you hear that? Su Ruojin shouted, her heart feeling like it was pierced by a sharp, thorny knife, twisting inside her and making it hard to breathe. At that moment, she realized that Xiao Yanchu had unknowingly taken hold of her heart. Why was fate so cruel? Just as she understood her feelings, she had to watch Xiao Yanchu die in her arms. Xiao Yanchu's eyes were full of light. His Ajin truly liked him too. That was enough. Ajin, after I go, please bury me in Yanyang. I want to always be with you. If Ajin didn't like the capital, he would leave with her. No, you won't die. I won't allow it. If you die, I will never forgive you. No, I will save you. I will definitely save you. Su Ruojin suddenly noticed the red grass. Mau Mau was a spirit beast. It could eat things that might have miraculous effects. She rushed over, pulled up some red grass, crushed some to apply on Xiao Yanchu's wounds, and chewed some to feed him the juice mouth to mouth. Their lips barely touched, and Su Ruojin didn't have time to think about anything else. She just held Xiao Yanchu's hand tightly, watching the wounds closely. There was no change. The gray-green color continued to spread. It didn't work. It really didn't work. Despair surged in Su Ruojin's eyes. Jean, I'm feeling a bit cold. Xiao Yanchu's voice grew weaker. Okay, I'll hold you. You won't be cold in my arms. Su Ruojin gently embraced Xiao Yanchu. Jean, I'm so tired. We'll sleep for a bit. Xiao Yanchu leaned against Su Ruojin's chest, half closing his eyes, his face turning pale, his voice barely audible. No, you can't sleep. Xiao Yanchu, you can't sleep. Can I tell you my secret? Actually, I am not the real Su Ruojin. I come from another world. In my world, everyone is born equal, and no one has to kneel to anyone else. We have flying machines that can travel thousands of miles in a day, and sightseeing boats that can go down to the depths of the ocean. I tell you, the underwater world is beautiful, but some of the fish down there are really ugly. Su Ruojin's voice grew softer as tears streamed down her face. Xiao Yanchu had his eyes tightly closed, unable to speak, his chest still rising and falling slightly. Su Ruojin knew that Xiao Yanchu didn't have much time left. Woof woof, this snake with a human face was a bit too thick for Mao Mao, who took a long time to finish it. Its little belly visibly swelled up, and it let out a satisfied burp, barking twice. It was hard to believe how such a small body could hold all that snake. Seeing Su Ruojin in tears, Mao Mao looked at her with big, confused eyes. It jumped over and saw Xiao Yanchu with his eyes closed in Su Ruojin's arms. After a moment of thought, it seemed to understand something. It jumped onto Xiao Yanchu and began to lick his wounds with its tiny, pink tongue. Seeing this, Su Ruojin suddenly sat up straight, her eyes fixed on Mao Mao. Mao Mao was a legendary beast, known as the ear mouse. The ear mouse could detoxify. Since Mao Mao could eat the human-faced snake, it meant it wasn't afraid of its poison. Could it possibly? Hope ignited in Su Ruojin's eyes. Mao Mao continued to lick, but then it seemed unsatisfied and bit into the flesh between the two bite marks on Xiao Yanchu's chest, starting to suck. As Mao Mao sucked, Su Ruojin was amazed to see the bluish-green color on Xiao Yanchu retreating towards the wound, as if the poison was being drawn out. Su Ruojin trembled slightly, her hands tightly clutching Xiao Yanchu, her knuckles turning white. She didn't dare to move, fearing that she might disturb Mao Mao and shatter her hopes. Meanwhile, Mao Mao's fur changed from white to a slightly grayish-green, and its belly grew even larger. Once all the bluish-green color disappeared from Xiao Yanchu, Mao Mao had swollen into a ball. It rolled off Xiao Yanchu and landed on the ground. It really rolled. Its belly was so big that its front paws couldn't touch the ground. After rolling onto the ground, Mao Mao patted its belly and rolled towards a patch of red grass. It pulled off a white flower from the red grass, intending to fly to Su Ruojin, but it was too heavy and fell to the ground as soon as it tried to take off. Bark, bark, it seemed to complain as it called out twice, then rolled back to Su Ruojin's side, handing over the white flower and pointing at Xiao Yanchu's wound. Bark, bark, Su Ruojin understood its meaning. She took the white flower, crushed it, and applied it to Xiao Yanchu's wound, tearing a piece of her skirt to bandage it. Xiao Yanchu's face was still pale, but it was no longer the grayish-green from before. Su Ruojin anxiously checked his pulse, and tears fell again. This time, they were tears of joy. The poison was gone. The poison from the snake was gone. That's wonderful. Su Ruojin hugged Xiao Yanchu tightly, pressing her small face against his cheek. Xiao Yanchu, the poison is gone. The poison is gone. You won't die. You won't die. Xiao Yanchu was still unconscious. Su Ruojin gently placed him on the ground and gave him a restorative medicine. Fortunately, the cave was warm due to the magma, so she didn't have to worry about him getting cold. Mao Mao lay beside Xiao Yanchu, pulling his clothing over its belly, closing its eyes as its round little belly rose and fell with each breath. While waiting for Xiao Yanchu to wake up, Su Ruojin curiously examined the stone chamber. She walked to the stone table and saw a book lying on it. This was not an ordinary paper book, but a jade book carved on thin jade. The cover of the book had 4 characters. Xian Yuan Miscellaneous Records. Su Ruojin sat down and opened the book, realizing the origin of this place. It was written by a master named Xian Yuan 600 years ago. When Master Xian Yuan came to Xinyu Mountain to gather herbs, he accidentally fell into a cave and discovered a pair of dying volcanic toads. Even 600 years ago, volcanic toads were already legendary creatures. Xian Yuan knew that this pair of volcanic toads was likely the last of its kind in the world. With compassion, the master could not bear to see the volcanic toads become extinct. He searched all over Xinyu Mountain and found a suitable location to guide the magma into the cave, creating a suitable living environment for the volcanic toads. The book did not explain how the master managed to guide the magma into the cave. Su Ruojin speculated that Xinyu Mountain must be a dormant volcano. The master must have used some method to bring the magma from below to this place, creating a magma circulation system to ensure the volcanic toads could thrive here. Volcanic toads had a very difficult time reproducing. Although they looked like frogs, they were viviparous. Each birth produced only 1 toad, and it was very hard for the newborn to survive. Master Xian Yuan had no fixed home and stayed behind for the sake of the volcanic toads. Later, a little ear mouse appeared to keep him company, and together with a pair of volcanic toads, they made a home here. The red grass in the cave is called feeding grass, which can fill your stomach. The flowers of feeding grass can help wounds heal faster. Seeing this, Su Ruojin looked up at the little ball of fluff sleeping soundly against Xiao Yanchu. It turns out this little creature has lived for at least 600 years and has been with Master Xian Yuan for many years. No wonder it is so intelligent. Su Ruojin continued to look down, wanting to know how to catch the volcanic toads and how to get out of here. She frowned at the thought. Master Xian Yuan did not say how to catch the volcanic toads, but he wrote that he set up a protective array to guard this place, and that he entered and exited through the bottom of a pond. However, the pond's bottom is now blocked by a large stone, and with her and Xiao Yanchu's abilities, it is impossible to move it. Could they really be trapped in this cave? Although there is feeding grass and spring water introduced by Master Xian Yuan, survival is not a problem, but there are many people outside who care about her. If her grandmother knew she was missing, she would be heartbroken. At the back of the book, there are records of Master Xian Yuan's cultivation insights. Each entry is dated, and from the dates, it can be inferred that Master Xian Yuan lived in this cave for over 30 years before leaving for unknown reasons and never returning. Su Ruojin got up to check the bookshelf, which was filled with bamboo slips, mostly scriptures, along with some of Master Xian Yuan's annotations. She noticed a bamboo slip titled, Divine Yu Herbal Annotations. As a doctor, she was naturally interested in such books. Opening it, she found descriptions of rare herbs from Mount Xinyu, their effects, detailed growth locations, picking routes, and nearby dangers. For example, the previous dragon scale grass was described as follows. Dragon scale grass, initially green, turns golden after 100 years. It is effective for treating wounds. It likes water and grows near trees. The human face snake loves it. If bitten, one turns to stone and dies, with no remedy. It often lurks nearby, so be cautious. This is essentially a medicinal map of Mount Xinyu. With this bamboo slip, she could collect any herbs found on the mountain. As Su Ruojin flipped through the pages, eager to discover more unknown magical herbs from Mount Xinyu, she widened her eyes when she reached the back. Crane rock soil. The bamboo slip actually mentioned crane rock soil. Haiyantu, the name does not match the reality. It is neither soil nor rock, but rather. After reading Master Xuanyuan's notes, Su Ruojin couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. Who would have thought that Haiyantu would be this thing? She felt that perhaps everything is predetermined in some way. It seems that Xiao Yanchu's fate is not meant to end here. Although Haiyantu is not what its name suggests, it is not something that can be easily found. In fact, it is the hardest to find among the 5 medicinal materials. Su Ruojin put the scroll of Shinyu herbal annotations into her bag. After thinking for a moment, she also placed Master Xuanyuan's notes into her bag. If she could get out, she would take them to the temple. The master's work should not be buried. It should be seen by more people. Woof woof, the little dog, who should have been asleep, suddenly barked twice. Su Ruojin looked up and noticed that Xiao Yanchu had moved slightly. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she rushed over and hugged him. Xiao Yanchu, you're awake? Xiao Yanchu slowly opened his eyes.
Ah, Jin.
Seeing his dry, cracked lips, Su Ruojin gently set him down and found a stone bowl in the cave to fetch some spring water for him. After drinking the water, Xiao Yanchu regained some strength. I'm not dead? Su Ruojin's eyes turned red as she sniffled. You're not dead. You're not dead. It was the little dog that saved you. Xiao Yanchu turned his head and saw the little round dog lying beside him, which was also looking at him. He noticed the proud look in its eyes and managed a faint smile, saying, "Thank you." Woof woof, the little dog barked lightly in response, then pulled Xiao Yanchu's clothing to cover his belly and closed its eyes to continue sleeping. Turning his head, Xiao Yanchu raised his hand to wipe away Su Ruojin's tears. Silly girl. Why are you crying? I'm fine now. I'm just happy. Let me help you sit up and take a look. Su Ruojin was worried that there might still be remnants of the poisonous snake in Xiao Yanchu's body, which could cause paralysis. With Su Ruojin's support, Xiao Yanchu sat up. As he moved, the little dog lost its blanket. The little dog half opened its eyes, seemed displeased, and turned over to continue sleeping. Su Ruojin found it amusing and tore off a piece of her skirt to cover the little dog. Fortunately, ancient skirts had plenty of fabric. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where to find so much material for bandaging and making blankets. Xiao Yanchu raised his hand and moved his feet without any issues, but he still felt weak and couldn't stand up. Su Ruojin finally felt relieved. Suddenly, loud croaking sounds came from outside, as if all the volcanic toads were calling out together. It seemed like something was happening. Su Ruojin helped Xiao Yanchu lean against the wall and said, "I'll go take a look." Xiao Yanchu nodded. "Be careful." When Su Ruojin stepped out of the secret room, she saw hundreds of volcanic toads gathered in a circle on the stone platform, croaking loudly towards the center. From a distance, she couldn't see what the toads were doing, so she cautiously moved closer to the stone platform, afraid of startling them. She couldn't afford to mess with these poisonous toads. Fortunately, the toads seemed distracted by something and didn't notice her approach. As Su Ruojin got closer, she saw that the toads were surrounding one that was lying on its back, apparently already dead. Was this a funeral? Then, the croaking suddenly stopped, leaving only the sound of bubbling lava in the cave. You wouldn't guess that there were hundreds of toads just by listening. Next, 4 toads lifted the dead toad's limbs and moved towards the edge of the stone platform. The surrounding toads made way, clearing a path. Finally, they placed the dead toad into the lava, and the croaking started again. The toads' calls were sharper than regular frogs, and now they were even louder. Su Ruojin was close enough to feel a sharp pain in her ears and quickly covered them with her hands. The toad thrown into the lava bobbed up and down with the flow, but it wasn't melting. Suddenly, Su Ruojin's eyes lit up. Live toads were hard to catch, but a freshly dead one could work. She moved closer to the lava, and a few toads glanced her way, seemingly unaware of any threat from her. Watching the toad floating in the lava, she realized she needed to act quickly to retrieve it before it sank. But what could she use to reach into the lava and grab it? Su Ruojin quickly turned and ran back to the secret room, picked up Xiao Yanchu's sword, and rushed towards the lava. Xiao Yanchu's sword was made of special metal, and if she remembered correctly, the lava's temperature wasn't enough to melt it. This time, she took off her outer shirt, tore off a large piece, and soaked it to wrap around the sword's handle and her hand to avoid burning herself. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. Su Ruojin's face was reddened by the heat from the lava, and beads of sweat dripped down. instantly turning into steam as they hit the lava. Just a little more, just a little more. In the next moment, Su Ruojin prepared her timing, and with a strong flick, she finally managed to lift the toad out of the lava, and it fell to the ground. She stumbled and almost fell into the lava pool, but a large hand caught her just in time and pulled her back. It was Xiao Yanchu. He looked scared, still worried. He forced himself to stand and walked out. When he saw Su Ruojin about to fall into the lava, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he dashed over and pulled her back. After saving Su Ruojin, Xiao Yanchu felt all his strength leave him. He swayed and was about to fall when Su Ruojin caught him. "Why did you come out?" she asked. "I couldn't just leave you," he replied. Su Ruojin didn't say anything else. If it weren't for Xiao Yanchu, she might have been melted away. "For a rock toad, you risked your life? If you died, do you think I could go on living?" Xiao Yanchu said, his tone a bit scolding as he recalled what had just happened. He was so scared, he almost lost her. Su Ruojin understood that Xiao Yanchu was worried about her and wasn't angry. She soothed him by patting his chest. "I'm fine now. I promise I will be more careful in the future." "There's a future?" Xiao Yanchu was so upset he could hardly breathe. Su Ruojin quickly reassured him. Okay, no future talk. Just breathe. "Look, I'm fine now, and we got the volcanic rock toad. Ajin, your face." Once he caught his breath, he looked at Su Ruojin and was horrified to see her face was bright red, almost like it had been dyed, and there were many blisters on it. She had been too tense to notice before, but now, thanks to Xiao Yanchu's reminder, she felt a burning pain on her face. She reached up to touch her face, but as soon as her hand made contact, she winced in pain. Ouch, it really hurt. Without needing a mirror, Su Ruojin knew her face had been too close to the lava and had been burned. Though Xiao Yanchu wasn't a doctor, he knew that such burns could leave scars. He grabbed Su Ruojin's arm and rolled up her sleeve. Sure enough, her right hand was also burned, with even more and larger blisters than on her face. Su Ruojin quickly pulled her hand back. "It's fine, I just need to put on some medicine." She opened her backpack and took out a brown burn ointment to apply to her face. "This ointment looks so ugly. Next time, I'll see if I can find a clear one," she complained while applying it. Xiao Yanchu took the ointment from her and gently applied it for her. "Let me help you. It's not ugly. No matter what, Ajin always looks beautiful." She looked up and met Xiao Yanchu's beautiful peach blossom eyes again. His gaze held a deep, warm amber light, filled with unspoken feelings, like a galaxy or an ocean, tightly binding her within it, never to let go. Su Ruojin felt her heart racing and her mouth dry. Maybe I should just do it myself." "Don't move, it will be quick," Xiao Yanchu said gently, afraid of hurting her. After applying the ointment, Su Ruojin felt her face was probably even redder than before. Luckily, the ointment helped hide it. The brown ointment wasn't so bad after all. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly took out a smaller ice jade box and carefully placed the volcanic rock toad inside with a black iron sword. This creature had toxic skin, so she didn't dare touch it directly. "Alright, now we just need the crane rock soil. We can get that later," Su Ruojin said, glancing at the still sleeping Mao Mao. Xiao Yanchu was a bit surprised. "Ajin, do you know what crane rock soil is?" "Is it also in Xinyu Mountain?" Su Ruojin nodded. "Yes, it's currently in Xinyu Mountain, but I don't know where it'll be later." "What exactly is this crane rock soil?" Xiao Yanchu asked, intrigued. Su Ruojin teased him. "You'll find out soon." Xiao Yanchu had no way to press her further. "Now that we have the soul-snatching grass, volcanic rock toad, and crane rock soil, we just need the 1,000-year blood-sealing tree leaves and the dream fruit flower. I've already sent people to look for them. These should be easier to find." Su Ruojin organized the items in her backpack. Yes, it was quite full. She had indeed collected a lot. If she hadn't been in a hurry to save Mu Jingshan, she would have gathered many rare herbs on the way up the mountain. But with Master Xuanyuan's Xinyu herbal annotations, she could always come back for them later. She casually said, "No need to search. I have the last two. Once we return to the capital, I can start helping you with the antidote." Xiao Yanshu paused, a bit in disbelief. His people had been searching for so long without success, yet Su Ruojin claimed she had them, speaking as if they were easy to find. Noticing Xiao Yanshu's surprise, Su Ruojin realized she had let something slip and quickly explained, I came across them years ago while traveling with my master and bought them as collectibles. I didn't expect to need them now. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Yanshu found it reasonable and didn't think much more about it. Ajin, you are truly a blessing sent to me by heaven. Once we get out, I will take you to Yunqi to bring back Grandmother Lin. Su Ruojin waved her hand. There's no rush. Grandmother hasn't been back to Yunqi for many years. Let her stay a bit longer. If the old lady doesn't come back, how can I propose? Xiao Yanshu became anxious.
Propose?
What kind of proposal? Su Ruojin looked at Xiao Yanshu with confusion. Xiao Yanshu said seriously, you promised me that after we get out, you would marry me and become a princess. Ajin, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Su Ruojin. That was just something said in a moment of panic. Even if she now realized her feelings for Xiao Yanshu, it still seemed too early to talk about marriage. She clenched her fist and coughed lightly. Ahem, that was just a temporary measure. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. You don't need to take it to heart. Xiao Yanshu's eyes darkened, and he lowered his head, his voice filled with sorrow. Ajin, so the words you said don't mean anything? You've seen me at my worst, yet you don't want to take responsibility. Su Ruojin. Hey, aren't you the regent of Dichu? Why do you look like a sad little puppy abandoned by someone? Su Ruojin thought. She must be imagining things. Did the poison from the snake face turn people to stone and also change their personalities? Su Ruojin glanced at Mao Mao and thought maybe she should let Mao Mao lick Xiao Yanshu's wounds again. Let's talk about this after we get out, Su Ruojin said, quickly walking towards the place where they fell. Xiao Yanshu watched the young girl and knew she was shy. Since she had already promised, he wouldn't let her easily avoid it. But right now, the priority was to get out of this stone cave. Xiao Yanshu felt his strength returning a bit, picked up his sword, and followed Su Ruojin to the spot where they fell. Su Ruojin was looking up at the large stones blocking the bottom of the pool. These stones were too big. With just the two of them, they couldn't move them, let alone get out. Xiao Yanshu, it seems we can't go up from here. We need to think of another way. Xiao Yanshu nodded and thought for a moment, or we could try to widen the water inlet and get out that way. Su Ruojin shook her head. If we do that, the spring water will completely flood the cave, and these volcanic toads won't survive. Master Xianyuan had spent over 30 years alone in this cave to protect these volcanic toads. She couldn't ruin his hard work. Forget it. We'll think of a way later. For now, let's focus on healing you. We can also practice like Master Xianyuan did. Okay, Xiao Yanshu nodded, looking at Su Ruojin. Ajin, wherever you are, it's not hard. The two of them drank spring water when they were thirsty and ate wild herbs when they were hungry. Su Ruojin found a book on formations written by Master Xianyuan. During her free time, she read the book and studied the herbs of Xinyu Mountain, which kept her from getting bored. Xiao Yanshu meditated to restore his energy, hoping to recover quickly, so he could find a way out. He was just a bit curious about why Su Ruojin had collected Mao Mao's droppings in her bag. When he asked her, she only said it had its uses. After a few days, Mao Mao's belly gradually shrank, and its fur returned to its normal white color, looking even shinier than before. It always wanted to stick close to Su Ruojin, even sleeping in her arms at night. Whenever Xiao Yanshu shot it a cold glance, it would stick out its tongue at him and snuggle back into Su Ruojin's embrace. Time passed, and Xiao Yanshu's body was mostly healed. Next, they needed to find a way out. They couldn't dig through the spring entrance, so the only option was to break through the stone wall of the cave. The secret room where Master Xianyuan lived was surrounded by stone, so breaking through there wouldn't work. Su Ruojin suddenly thought of a question. Hey, Xiao Yanshu, where do you think Mu Jingshan encountered the volcanic rock toad? He couldn't have fallen down here, right? If that were true, how did he get out? Xiao Yanshu dismissed her idea. He couldn't have fallen here. Master Xianyuan said there's only one exit, and he doesn't understand formations, so he couldn't break through. Then how did he get poisoned by the volcanic rock toad? Su Ruojin looked over at the stone platform, where the rock toads were still resting or swimming in the lava. As she watched, her eyes narrowed. One little rock toad actually swam out of the lava and onto the shore, not on the stone platform but on the outer edge of the lava. Then the little toad looked back at the stone platform, as if checking to see if it had been noticed. Then it started hopping toward a corner. Su Ruojin pulled Xiao Yanshu and pointed at the little rock toad, whispering, "Follow it." Xiao Yanshu immediately understood her meaning, nodded, and quietly followed Su Ruojin out of the secret room, keeping a distance from the little toad. They watched as the little creature hopped to the corner behind a stone, where it hadn't emerged for a long time. As the two approached, they discovered a hole behind the stone. It seemed this little creature had slipped out to play through that hole. To confirm their guess, they took turns watching the hole. After an unknown amount of time, and after 6 shifts, Xiao Yanshu saw the small creature come back through the hole, swim across the lava, and return to the stone platform. So, this hole led outside. Although the hole was too small for them to exit, they could dig from there, and eventually they would break through. The rock toad chose a spot to dig that should be relatively close to the outside. When they finally made a way out, they could block the hole afterward to keep this place hidden, allowing the rock toad to continue thriving. With this understanding, Xiao Yanshu and Su Ruojin began taking turns using their iron swords to dig. As they expected, the wall outside was made of dirt. Though hard, it could be dug through, just taking some time. Just as they were about to make a hole big enough for a person to crawl through, they suddenly felt the cave shake. An earthquake? They exchanged worried glances. If it was an earthquake, they might be trapped. Fortunately, the shaking stopped after a moment. As Su Ruojin prepared to continue digging, they heard faint voices.
Wang. So.
The voices were not very clear. Xiao Yanshu also heard them and moved closer to Su Ruojin. They held their breath and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard the voices again, this time clearer. Wang Yi.
Shuheuniang.
It was Hu Qing. The voice seemed to come from the bottom of the pool, and they hurried over. Looking up, they noticed the stones above were shaking. Someone was prying at the large stone overhead. Hu Qing, we are here. Xiao Yanshu called out with his internal energy. Before long, they heard Hu Qing's excited voice. Wang Yi, it's you. I heard your voice.
Hurry, de.
Wang Yi is still alive. Hurry. The noise grew louder, and after an hour a smaller stone blocking the bottom of the pool fell, revealing a hole. Wang Yi, can you hear me? Hu Qing shouted through the small opening. I can hear you. Be careful. There's a cave down here, Xiao Yanshu replied. At that moment, a female voice came through, filled with urgency and a hint of tears. Wang Yi, Su Gunyang. Is she okay? Is she with you? Su Ruojin was very surprised to hear the voice. It was Madam Su's voice. How did she come to Shinyu Mountain? Miss Su is with me and she is fine. Brother Feng, did you hear that? Miss Su is okay. That's great. Miss Su is okay. Then they faintly heard sounds of crying. Your Highness, please step aside. We need to move the stones, came Hu Qing's voice. Xiao Yanshu and Su Ruojin quickly moved to the side. With the sound of stones rolling, the cave entrance opened. Hu Qing was the first to jump down, anxiously looking around. Hu Qing, Xiao Yanshu called out to him. Hu Qing turned around, saw Xiao Yanshu, and his eyes turned red. He ran over and knelt before Xiao Yanshu, saying, Your Highness, I am late. Please punish me. Xiao Yanshu helped Hu Qing up and noticed his unkempt appearance and bloodshot eyes. He knew Hu Qing had been searching for him tirelessly. You've worked hard. It's nothing. As long as your Highness is safe, everything is worth it, Hu Qing said, feeling emotional. It had been a month. They had searched for a whole month. There were already various rumors in the capital, with many saying the regent was dead. Only Hu Qing firmly believed that the prince was still alive. With not enough people searching for the prince, he sought help from General Su. Finally, hard work paid off, and he found the prince. When they reached the surface, a figure rushed towards Su Ruojin and tightly embraced her.
Jinming, you're okay.
That's wonderful, you're okay. Madam Su held Su Ruojin tightly, crying and trembling. Su Yunfeng also approached, saying, "Miss Su, it's good that you're fine. My wife heard you were in trouble and had nightmares all night, unable to sleep. She insisted on coming to find you. I couldn't refuse her, so I brought her to Xinyu Mountain." At first, Su Yunfeng had opposed Madam Su coming to Xinyu Mountain. But after hearing that Su Ruojin was in trouble, Madam Su couldn't eat or sleep, growing weaker by the day. The doctor said her heartache needed healing. If this continued, Madam Su's health would completely deteriorate. With no other choice, Su Yunfeng had to accompany Madam Su to the mountain along with 100 soldiers from the Su family army to help search for the prince. Seeing Madam Su crying while holding her, Su Ruojin felt a deep pain in her heart. The bond of family is truly one of the most profound things in the world. Madam Su, originally a woman of the inner chambers, had come all the way from the capital to Xinyu Mountain for her own sake. She looked like she had been in the mountains for many days and had lost quite a bit of weight. Su Ruojin felt a wave of sadness. She lowered her voice and gently comforted, "Madam Su, I'm fine.
I'm okay.
Can we talk outside?" Madam Su realized the situation and quickly replied, "All right, let's go outside first." She held Su Ruojin's hand tightly, as if afraid that letting go would make her disappear. Seeing Madam Su like this, even Su Ruojin's hardened heart softened. When they arrived at the temporary camp set up for rescue, Madam Su looked at Su Ruojin with concern. "Jeaner, what happened to your face?" During their time resting in the cave, the burns on Su Ruojin's face were slowly healing. However, her face was still red, with some areas starting to peel, revealing tender new skin, which looked quite alarming. Su Ruojin saw her reflection in the mirror and remained calm. She smiled and reassured Su Jinming, "It's nothing. I just have a little injury on my face. I'll be fine once we get back to the capital." Madam Su was still worried. A girl with a disfigured face would surely face difficulties. But not wanting to upset Su Ruojin, she comforted her instead. "It's okay, Jeaner. Don't worry. Once we return to the capital, I'll ask the royal physician to take a look at your face. They will definitely help you." Su Ruojin knew that no matter what she said, it wouldn't change Madam Su's mind, so she went along with her words, "Thank you, Madam Su. Don't worry, my face will be fine." She had the dragon scale grass with her, so she wasn't too worried. However, the conditions in the cave were limited, and she didn't dare to use the dragon scale grass hastily, fearing it might not work as well. Plus, she only had one plant, and using it directly would be a waste. Once they returned to the capital, she could refine it to maximize its effects and help more people. The regent returned to the capital. This news shook the entire city. Wei Shuang was overjoyed, while Empress Wei smashed a set of colorful glass cups in frustration. Upon returning to the palace, Xiao Yanchu first went to visit the Dowager Jiang. Worried that Dowager Jiang would become anxious and affect her health, Hu Qing and Steward Jiang strictly prohibited anyone in the household from speaking about it, or they would be expelled from the palace. They only told Dowager Jiang that the prince had been temporarily assigned by the emperor to inspect Jiangnan. However, as time dragged on, Dowager Jiang sensed that something was wrong. No matter where Chuer went, he would always say goodbye to her. This time, not only did he not say goodbye, but he also hadn't sent any letters to reassure her. A mother and son share a deep bond, and Dowager Jiang felt her right eyelid twitching intensely during this time. Just as she was about to send Su Lan out to gather news, she heard Su Lan report, "Your Highness, the prince has returned. The prince has returned." Upon hearing this news, Lady Jiang finally felt relieved. Xiao Yan knelt down as soon as he entered the room and greeted Lady Jiang. "Son pays respects to mother. Get up, get up. Let me see if you've lost weight," Lady Jiang said joyfully upon seeing her son. "Mother, this time the situation was urgent, and I couldn't say goodbye in time. I hope you can forgive me," Xiao Yan replied. "Don't say that. Official matters are important. Did you have a hard time out there? You look thinner," Lady Jiang said with concern. Xiao Yan took Lady Jiang's hand and said, "I'm fine, mother. You don't need to worry. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing her son's serious expression, Lady Jiang became curious. It seemed this matter was important to him. What is it? You can tell me, she encouraged. Mother, I want to marry Su Ruojin as my princess, and I hope you will support me, Xiao Yan stated directly. Lady Jiang was momentarily taken aback. She knew her son liked Miss Su, but she didn't expect him to want to marry her so soon. Miss Su is a good person. If you want to marry her, I have no objections. Your courtyard is still empty. Having a secondary wife to take care of you would be good, Lady Jiang said with a smile. Although Miss Su's background was a bit low, as long as her son liked her, it was fine. She wasn't stubborn about such things. Xiao Yan shook his head. No, Mother. I want to marry her as my main wife, and I will only have her as my wife in the future, without taking any concubines. Lady Jiang's smile froze. Most mothers think their sons are exceptional, and Lady Jiang was no different. It was common for men to have multiple wives, and she was willing to let her son marry whoever he liked, but having only one wife was unacceptable. Xiao Heir, you are the regent of Dechu. How can there be only one princess in your courtyard? I agree to you marrying Miss Su, but with her background, it would be better for her to be a secondary wife, Lady Jiang advised. Xiao Yan looked at Lady Jiang and said earnestly, Mother, if my princess is not Su Ruojin, I would rather not marry at all. Lady Jiang was momentarily speechless. She understood her son too well. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. Let me think about it, Lady Jiang sighed. All right, Mother, you rest first. I will come to see you another day, Xiao Yan said before taking his leave. Aunt Su Lan came over to massage Lady Jiang's temples. The Dowager Jiang, with her eyes closed, said, I have agreed to let him marry Su Ruojin as a secondary wife, but why doesn't Xiu Heir understand my intentions? As a mother, she knew how hard it was for her son, the regent. Outside, the northern countries eyed the great Chu with hostility, and inside, Empress Wei and the Emperor saw him as a thorn in their side, wanting to remove him quickly. If Xiu Heir could marry a well-connected princess, it would help him gain support and make the Emperor think twice before acting against him, ensuring his safety for life. Your Highness, the prince may not yet understand your good intentions. Why not help him find a suitable princess? Then he might understand, suggested Aunt Su Lan. She had always been by the Dowager's side, even when the former emperor had cast her into the cold palace. She knew the Dowager's thoughts very well. The Dowager had no issue with Miss Su herself, but she worried that Su's low background would not provide the support the prince needed. She feared that instead of helping him, Su would require his attention to protect her. The Dowager had urged the prince to marry before, but he always found excuses to avoid it. Now that he was finally willing to take a wife, she wanted to choose the best for him. Well, let's do this. Please find suitable young women in the capital and bring me their portraits, the Dowager Jiang said. Yes, Your Highness. In Yunwu courtyard, Yan Luo saw Su Ruojin's face and couldn't hold back her tears. Wu, miss, where have you been? Boo, if something happens to you, I won't live either. Miss, your face, your face. Oh, what happened to you? Yan Luo had wanted to follow Hu Qing to Xinyu Mountain when she learned something was wrong, but Hu Qing stopped her. At that time, Mu Jingshan was still unconscious, and Xiao Bao needed care. What would happen if she left? Reluctantly, Yan Luo stayed in the palace, waiting for news about her miss. Finally, when her miss returned, she looked like this, and it broke Yan Luo's heart. Su Ruojin, seeing Yan Luo so upset, felt both amused and pained. She lifted Yan Luo's small face and wiped away her tears. My dear Yan Luo, please don't cry. Don't worry, your miss's face will be fine. Yan Luo didn't believe her. During her time at the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, she had seen many girls who had come seeking help for their disfigurements, but none looked as frightening as her miss. All right, prepare a tub of water for me. I will take a bath first. Once I'm clean, I will show you something good that will make you stop crying, Su Ruojin said with a smile. Yan Luo thought the young lady was just trying to comfort her, wiping away her uncontrollable tears. Okay, I'll get the bath ready for you right away. After Su Ruojin finished her bath, Luo saw her take out a dragon-scale herb and a small head peeking out from her bag, with a mouth big enough to fit an egg. Indeed, when Su Ruojin left the cave, the little creature had clung tightly to her neck, so she had no choice but to put it in her bag and bring it back. As for the cave, Su Ruojin instructed Hu Qing to seal it up again and cover it with dirt. After some time, plants would grow from the buried soil, eventually forming a small hill. This way, no one would discover the cave below, allowing the volcanic rock toads to live there peacefully. This is dragon-scale herb, which can heal all kinds of skin problems. With this, you don't need to worry about your young lady's face anymore. As for this little one, it's called Mao Mao. Just think of it as a squirrel, my pet, Su Ruojin explained. Luo felt relieved knowing the young lady had the dragon-scale herb and began to take an interest in Mao Mao. Almost every young girl has a weakness for such fluffy creatures. She reached out to touch Mao Mao's little head, but it stuck out its tongue at her and jumped onto Su Ruojin's head. Su Ruojin then took out a pile of dark soil with a hint of green and handed it to Luo. Have someone deliver this to the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion and tell them it's crane rock soil. Ask them to study it and see if they can create any new medicine. Crane rock soil, Luo exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. This was something that only existed in legends, yet the young lady had found it. If Xiao Yanqi were present, he would surely recognize what this soil was. Su Ruojin went to see Xiao Bao, who burst into tears upon seeing her. Although everyone in the house told him that Sister Jean had urgent matters to tend to and would return once everything was settled, Xiao Bao felt deep down that Sister Jean no longer wanted him, and he had not spoken a word since. Seeing Xiao Bao like this made Su Ruojin's heart ache. She picked him up and wiped away his tears.
I'm sorry, Xiao Bao.
I really had urgent matters to leave this time and didn't get to say goodbye properly. Next time I go somewhere, I will make sure to get your permission first, okay? Xiao Bao leaned on Su Ruojin's shoulder and gently nodded. After spending some time helping the little one practice writing, Su Ruojin went to Mu Jingshan's courtyard. After a period of rest, Mu Jingshan was gradually recovering. As soon as he saw Su Ruojin enter the room, he immediately bowed deeply to her, saying, "Thank you, Miss Su, for saving my life." He had been poisoned by a volcanic toad, and if Su Ruojin hadn't been there to control the poison, even if someone had found him later, he wouldn't have survived to return to the capital. After returning, it was also thanks to Su Ruojin's medicine that he was able to get better. "Young Master Mu, there's no need to be so formal. Can you tell me how you got poisoned?" Su Ruojin was very curious about this. Mu Jingshan smiled wryly and shook his head. "It's just my bad luck. I didn't plan to go too deep into the Xinyu Mountain. That day, while searching for herbs, I suddenly heard a baby crying. When I looked for the source of the sound, I saw a bright red frog by the roadside, its color shimmering like gold. I chased after it, but I don't know how long I followed. When the red frog stopped, I tried to get closer, and it sprayed red liquid at me. My pants were instantly full of holes, and I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I knew something was wrong, and after making a signal, I continued to chase it. My leg hurt more and more until it ran into a cave and disappeared, and I collapsed inside." As Mu Jingshan spoke, Su Ruojin understood. The signal had a range, so it seemed Mu Jingshan had taken a different path, which is why he could still enter the cave after being poisoned. Mu Jingshan suddenly looked nervous and asked, "Miss Su, that frog looks strange, and my leg injury is also unusual. It resembles the volcanic toad I read about in books. Did you find it?" It was precisely because that creature looked like the volcanic toad that Mu Jingshan had pursued it so relentlessly after being injured. It was something that could save the prince's life.
Su Ruojin nodded.
"Don't worry, we found it." Mu Jingshan felt a bit anxious. "Is it the volcanic toad?" "Yes." Mu Jingshan was overjoyed. "That's great. We only need 3 more materials, so it should be quick." Su Ruojin looked at him and shook her head. "No, we have everything. Get ready to help me prepare the antidote for the prince." Mu Jingshan's eyes widened in disbelief.
All.
"All of it?"
Su Ruojin nodded firmly.
"All right, I will do my best to help." Mu Jingshan's eyes were visibly red. After so many years, he had almost lost hope, and he never expected his wish to come true so suddenly. Mu Jingshan secretly pinched his leg.
Ouch.
That really hurt. The next day, Xinyu heard the news and rushed to the Wang residence. After listening to Xiao Yanchu's brief account, Xinyu exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are truly fortunate to have returned safely from such a life-threatening situation." Xiao Yanchu smiled gently. "It's because I have a gene, my lucky star." "Wow, how noble," Xinyu said, glancing sideways at Xiao Yanchu. Xiao Yanchu shot a look back at Xinyu. "I pity you, Xinyu." Then Xiao Yanchu added, "Has the heir's wife been chosen?" Xinyu sighed. "My mother has nearly filled my room with portraits of all the young ladies in the capital. You know my heart isn't in this. Marrying someone just to keep me in line would be so boring." Xiao Yanchu sighed lightly. "I actually wish a gene would take care of me. Xinyu. Can't bear to look." Xinyu didn't want to discuss this further, so he changed the subject. "While you were away this month, the capital has been quite lively." Xiao Yanchu took a sip of tea. "With my return, some people must be disappointed. The lady from Xi'an Palace just returned not long ago and has been in a bad mood, breaking many things and even harming several palace servants. Well, it's tough for her. She clearly wishes for my downfall but has to pretend to be kind." Xinyu remarked, "Not long ago, this mother and son treated you with utmost respect and gratitude, and in just 2 years, they see you as an enemy. Power really can corrupt hearts." Xiao Yanchu smirked. "Isn't that how it is with royal people?" "True. Besides the 2 who are struggling in the palace, I also heard there was some trouble at the Duke of Dinggua's estate. The steward, Zhou Rinjiang, has gone missing. The Duke sent people to search everywhere in the capital and surrounding areas, but found nothing. In the end, guess what? A foul smell from Zhou Rinjiang's room led them to find his body under the bed, already starting to decay. It seems he was poisoned, but we don't know who did it. Truly a service to the people. The Duke is secretly investigating the murderer, but there's been no news yet." Xiao Yanchu's dark eyes flickered, hiding a hint of satisfaction. "His gene is indeed impressive." Xinyu continued, "There's also something related to the Duke of Dinggua. Recently, Wei Xueqing's cosmetic shop has become very popular, attracting noble ladies from the capital who send people to line up daily for soap, lipstick, and perfume. The soap is for bathing and lasts a long time, leaving a pleasant scent. The lipstick comes in a small wooden tube, similar to lip balm, making it easy to carry. Perfume is something that can be sprayed on the body to add fragrance, and there is a limit to how much you can buy. The store also has a membership system. If you deposit 5,000 silver coins, you can have priority to purchase new items at a discounted price. As far as I know, almost all the noble ladies in the capital have deposited money in this store, so Wei Xueqing must have quite a bit of silver now."
Oh.
Xiao Yanchu raised an eyebrow, surprised by this information. Can someone like Wei Xueqing really manage all this? Who is behind him? Xinyu took a sip of tea and replied, "Officially, Wei Xueqing hired a Persian merchant to run the store, but I have investigated and found that a veiled woman often enters and exits the back of the shop. She might be connected to this matter. Every time she visits, she is picked up by a carriage. My people followed her but lost track, so she seems to be cautious." "This fool is getting clever," Xiao Yanchu said dismissively. "Has Wei Qiming reacted?" "Not yet. He is probably busy investigating Zhou Rinjiang's case. Besides, if Wei Xueqing can make money, it's not a bad thing for the Duke's residence." "Well, it depends on whether Wei Xueqing is willing to share his earnings," Xiao Yanchu instructed. "Let our people promote Wei Ergongzi's business to make it even more successful. By the way, how did you manage when the poison acted up this month?" Xinyu suddenly asked. Xiao Yanchu paused, realizing that since he fell into the cave with Su Ruojin, the poison in him had not acted up again. At that time, both of them were focused on dealing with the human-faced snake's poison and finding a way out, so they completely forgot about it. Now, reminded by Xinyu, Xiao Yanchu recalled it. If there was any difference from before, it was that he had been poisoned by the human-faced snake and had been eating the food from the Ying grass every day. Could it be that these 2 things suppressed the poison? While Xiao Yanchu was puzzled, Su Ruojin, preparing detoxification materials for the next day, suddenly realized the same issue. Since returning to the Wang residence, they had both been busy, and she hadn't seen Xiao Yanqu yet. She stood up, intending to find him to check his pulse and see what was going on when Yan Luo walked in. "Miss, Aunt Sulan is here. She says the Grand Dowager wants to see you." Su Ruojin thought it was time to check the Grand Dowager's pulse. Once Xiao Yanqu's poison was resolved, she would attend to the Grand Dowager. "Okay, I'll go right away." Arriving at Elan Courtyard, as soon as she entered the room, Su Ruojin saw the Grand Dowager standing by the desk, carefully examining something with her head lowered. Seeing Su Ruojin, the Grand Dowager Jiang was momentarily surprised. "Dr. Su, your face." Su Ruojin bowed and replied, "Greetings, Your Highness. I accidentally came into contact with some toxic herbs, but I'll be fine in a while." Grand Dowager Jiang sighed in relief. "That's good." Then she smiled and waved her hand. "Dr. Su, come here and help me decide." Su Ruojin complied and walked over, noticing the table was filled with portraits of young women, each accompanied by detailed background information in the bottom right corner. Grand Dowager Jiang was looking at a portrait of Mou, the daughter of a minor official. At 15, her mother was the daughter of a high-ranking official, well-educated and graceful, and she was not yet married. In the portrait, the girl held a round fan, sitting under a tree with a smile, looking delicate and charming. Grand Dowager Jiang brought the portrait closer to Su Ruojin. "What do you think of this girl?" Su Ruojin maintained her composure and replied politely, "Miss Mo is beautiful and dignified." Grand Dowager Jiang nodded. "Yes, I think she is quite nice, but unfortunately, her background is a bit low." After saying this, she set aside Mou's portrait and picked up another one. "This is a little princess from the Yeoman Marquis family, age 16. I think she looks quite good. Don't you agree, Dr. Su?" Su Ruojin nodded in agreement. "The princess is certainly lovely." Grand Dowager Jiang sighed again, shaking her head slightly. "She is nice, but I wonder if Chu would like her." Su Ruojin's eyes flickered, and she did not respond. "Oh dear, look at me. Busy having Dr. Su help me with portraits and forgetting the main issue. Dr. Su, come sit here. You've been away from the palace for over a month. Have you returned to Yanyang?" Grand Dowager Jiang kindly took Su Ruojin's hand and sat her down on the couch, smiling as she asked. Hearing this, Su Ruojin realized that the people in the palace had not informed Grand Dowager Jiang of the real situation, likely out of concern for her health. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, there are some matters at the Yanyang clinic that I need to handle. As a young lady, managing a clinic is not easy. Have you considered finding a husband to help you, so you don't have to work so hard?" Grand Dowager Jiang took a sip of ginseng tea from Aunt Sulan and sighed. "The clinic isn't too busy, and I can manage." Su Ruojin lowered her gaze, sensing that Grand Dowager Jiang had called her over for more than just a simple checkup today. "Your Highness, may I take your pulse now?" "Sure. Thank you for your trouble." Aunt Sulan handed over the pulse pillow, and Grand Dowager Jiang naturally placed her hand on it. Su Ruojin was checking the pulse when Lady Jiang casually said, "Yesterday, Chuer came to see me and told me he wants to marry a princess." I was very excited. Chuer has always had his own ideas since he was young. Once he decides something, nothing can change his mind. I have long advised him to marry a princess to manage the royal residence, so he wouldn't have any worries and I could feel more at ease. Unfortunately, no matter how I persuade him, Chuer says he hasn't met the person he wants to marry yet. Sigh, there aren't that many mutual feelings in this world. After being together for a while, feelings can develop, don't you think, Dr.
Su?
Lady Jiang didn't wait for a response and continued, "It's rare that Chuer wants to marry a princess now, so as his mother, I must plan for him. I had Sulan find me pictures of suitable girls in the capital. Soon, Chuer can choose a princess, then 2 secondary wives and 3 concubines. That way, the royal residence will be livelier." "Your Highness, please switch hands," Su Ruojin said calmly, indicating for Lady Jiang to change hands. Aunt Sulan observed Su Ruojin's expression closely. After checking the pulse, Su Ruojin said, "Your Highness, your health has been improving. I found some special herbs in Yanyang that need preparation. In a few days, I should be able to completely cure your ailment.
What?
Lady Jiang and Aunt Sulan exchanged surprised glances. Dr. Su, is what you said true? Can the princess really be cured? Aunt Sulan asked, her voice filled with excitement. Yes, the ailment can be treated, but it will take some time for recovery. After that, the princess should be fine. Just as Su Ruojin was about to take her leave, Lady Jiang called her back. Dr. Su, could you spare some time to chat with this old lady? With that request, Su Ruojin couldn't refuse and sat back down. Lady Jiang looked at Su Ruojin and said, I won't beat around the bush. I know Chuer likes you, and I am quite pleased with you. Would you be willing to marry into the regent's household as Chuer's secondary wife? If you agree, you could marry on the same day as the princess. Being a secondary wife marrying on the same day as the princess would elevate her status in a way. Even as a secondary wife, she would not be looked down upon in the royal household. This was Lady Jiang's biggest concession. If Su Ruojin were wise, she would certainly agree. Su Ruojin raised her eyes slightly. Since she entered the room, Lady Jiang had been subtly hinting, wanting to convey that her status was too low to aspire to be a princess. She smiled lightly and said, Your Highness, you are overthinking. The regent is like a star in the sky, and I am just a wildflower in this world. How can I be with the stars? Please rest assured, once the young master is well, I will leave the royal residence. Lady Jiang was taken aback. Initially, she worried that Su Ruojin would use the young master's affection to demand the position of the princess and had prepared many arguments. Unexpectedly, Su Ruojin directly refused to marry into the royal family, leaving her momentarily speechless. Did Su Ruojin not understand what being a side consort to the regent meant? It was a chance for great fortune. Dr. Su, if you marry into the regent's residence, you will enjoy endless glory and won't have to struggle to manage the clinic anymore, Aunt Sulan advised from the side. Su Ruojin shook her head. I am used to my freedom and do not fit the life of the royal residence. Even if I were to marry, I would never think of sharing my husband with anyone else. After saying this, she stood up and bowed. Your Highness, please do not worry too much during this time, as it may affect the treatment. I need to prepare the medicinal materials, so I will take my leave now. After Su Ruojin left, Lady Jiang angrily knocked on the table. How ungrateful. Sulan, do you think she knows about the young master's feelings for her and is just pretending to refuse the position of princess? Aunt Sulan shook her head. I don't know either. Dr. Su is too composed. I couldn't figure out what she truly thinks even after observing her for a while. Aunt Sulan had been in the palace for decades and had seen all kinds of people, so her judgment was sharp. If even she couldn't see through Su Ruojin, Lady Jiang fell silent for a moment before saying, Send the portrait to the young master and convey my intentions to him. Yes, Your Highness, Aunt Sulan replied, taking the portrait and leaving the courtyard. As soon as Su Ruojin returned to Yunwu courtyard, she heard from Yan Luo that Xiao Yanchu had come. She frowned and said, Close the door and tell him I'm asleep. We can talk later. She didn't want to see him right now. After the commotion with Lady Jiang, Su Ruojin appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she felt a bit annoyed. She had realized her feelings for Xiao Yanchu on Xinyu Mountain, but that didn't mean she couldn't live without him. She hadn't even decided if she truly wanted to marry Xiao Yanchu, and now Lady Jiang had called her over and said all that. Who wouldn't feel a bit upset? This made Su Ruojin feel unwanted, as if she was rushing to marry Xiao Yanchu. A side consort? She wasn't even sure if she wanted to be the main consort, let alone a side consort. Su Ruojin understood that in this dynasty, it was normal for the Empress Dowager Jiang, as a mother, to think this way. Not to mention the powerful regent, even families with some wealth often had multiple wives. She was just a doctor for Yenyang, and the Empress Dowager allowed her to be a secondary wife and enter the palace on the same day as the main wife, which was quite generous. However, she felt uncomfortable about it. Since she couldn't vent her feelings on the Empress Dowager, she took it out on Xiao Yanchu. Xiao Yanchu was surprised when Yan Luo told him that Su Ruojin was sleeping, as it wasn't the time for sleeping. But he thought that Su Ruojin might be tired after returning from Xinyu Mountain, so it was reasonable for her to rest. "Tell your young lady that I will visit her later," Xiao Yanchu said, preparing to leave when Yan Luo stopped him. "Wait, Your Highness," Yan Luo said, looking hesitant. Noticing her expression, Xiao Yanchu sensed something was wrong. "What happened to your young lady?" Yan Luo quickly waved her hand. No, she's fine, it's just that." Hearing that Su Ruojin was okay, Xiao Yanchu felt relieved and waited for Yan Luo to continue. After thinking for a moment, Yan Luo took a deep breath. "Your Highness, when the young lady returned from the Empress Dowager, she seemed a bit off, like she was upset. The young lady came to the palace to help the young master, not to be treated poorly. If the Empress Dowager upset her, the young lady wouldn't complain to the prince." But Yan Luo couldn't hold back her frustration. Whether it was the Secret Alliance or the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, the young lady had never been treated poorly. If she couldn't speak up, then Yan Luo would. If the prince didn't protect the young lady, then she would just advise her to leave the palace since the young master was almost better anyway. Xiao Yanchu nodded. Understood. After saying that, he turned to leave. It seemed he needed to visit Elon Courtyard and talk to his mother again. Before he reached Elon Courtyard, he encountered Aunt Sulan. "I greet the prince. This is what the Empress Dowager asked me to bring for you to choose from. She hopes you understand our intentions," Aunt Sulan said, bowing and holding a stack of scrolls. Xiao Yanchu casually picked up a scroll and opened it, understanding immediately. It seemed his mother still didn't fully grasp his intentions. "I will go talk to her." Your Highness," a sharp voice called out. Xiao Yanchu turned around to see Li Yuanxing approaching him. "What brings him here?" Li Yuanxing walked up to Xiao Yanchu and bowed, saying, "I have come to see you, Your Highness. The Emperor knows you have returned safely and has sent me to invite you to the palace for a meeting." By the time Xiao Yanchu returned from the palace, it was dark, and he figured his mother should be asleep by now. He decided to head to Yunwu Courtyard. Yan Luo told him that the young lady was preparing medicine and was too busy to see him. Xiao Yanchu took out a small, exquisite box about 2 fingers wide from his pocket and handed it to Yan Luo, saying, "Please give this to your young lady. I will come to see her again tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness," Yan Luo replied, taking the box and entering the room. Just as Xiao Yanchu was about to leave Yunwu Courtyard, Yan Luo ran after him, saying, "Your Highness, please wait. The young lady requests your presence." Following Yan Luo into the room, he saw Su Ruojin sitting at the table, staring intently at a small round wooden tube in her hand, as if lost in thought. This wooden tube was the item Xiao Yanchu had just asked Yan Luo to deliver. On the way to the palace, Xiao Yanchu noticed a long line outside the beauty pavilion and had Hu Qing join the queue. However, when it was Hu Qing's turn, only lipstick was left. Seeing Xiao Yanchu enter, Su Ruojin immediately asked, "Where did this come from?" Xiao Yanchu replied, "I bought it at the beauty pavilion." "Do you like it, Ajin?" Su Ruojin did not answer but instead asked, "What is it called?" "I think it's called lipstick." "Yes, lipstick. They also have soap and perfume. If you like them, I can ask Hu Qing to buy some more tomorrow." Wei Shueching may be useless, but if the things he made could make Ajin happy, Xiao Yanchu thought he might have some value after all. Lipstick, soap, perfume. Su Ruojin frowned. These items belong to a later time and should not exist in the current Great Chu Kingdom. Noticing Su Ruojin's unusual expression, Xiao Yanchu quickly asked, "Is there a problem with this?" Su Ruojin shook her head, unsure how to explain to Xiao Yanchu. The items were fine, but their appearance in this time was not. Could there be another person from the future besides her in this world? "I will go to the beauty pavilion tomorrow to check it out," Su Ruojin decided. "Okay, I will go with you. No need, Your Highness. You are busy with official matters and should not be troubled by such small things." Xiao Yanchu awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that Ajin was still upset. He exchanged a glance with Yan Luo, who looked between the young lady and the prince, unsure of what to do. Hucking, who was waiting outside the door, saw this scene and rushed into the room, pulling on Yan Luo's arm. "Miss Yan Luo, I need your help. Can you come out for a moment?" With that, Hucking pulled Yanluo out of the room and closed the door behind them. The room fell silent. Su Ruojin twirled the lipstick in her hand, showing no interest in Xiao Yanchu. "Ajin, are you upset with me?" Xiao Yanchu broke the awkward silence. Su Ruojin did not look up. "How could I? You are the regent, and I wouldn't dare to be upset with you. I feel honored that the regent would visit my humble home." "Oh, she seems quite upset." Xiao Yanchu sat down across from Su Ruojin, sounding a bit hurt. "Ajin, I don't know what my mother said to you, but you must believe me. My heart is only for you. You will be my only wife, and there will be no other women in the palace." Su Ruojin paused her actions, looked up at Xiao Yanchu, and said seriously, "Xiao Yanchu, have you considered that we might be from two different worlds? I admit I like you, but I don't want to be trapped in the palace for you. The world is vast, far beyond your imagination. I want to travel, see different cultures, taste various foods, find rare herbs, and create more remedies. Your mother wants me to be your concubine, and I don't blame her. To her, or to the world, a small doctor like me marrying you as a concubine is a great honor, something many dream of. I know you're not lying. You truly want to marry me as your wife, and with your abilities, you could make it happen. But Xiao Yanchu, that's not what I want." Su Ruojin didn't know how Xiao Yanchu would react to her words, but she felt it was better to be honest than to let misunderstandings grow and cause more pain. Some things are better faced directly than dragged out. She didn't want to compromise herself, and Xiao Yanchu had his own responsibilities and life. Knowing they came from different worlds, forcing a union might bring temporary joy, but after that initial happiness would come endless suffering. Xiao Yanchu looked into Su Ruojin's eyes, which were filled with determination and confidence, shining brightly and reaching deep into his heart. He never imagined a woman would speak such words to him. From birth to his current position as regent, he has encountered countless women. Without exception, they all followed the teachings of obeying their fathers at home, their husbands after marriage, and their sons after their husbands' passing. From commoners to princesses, their only hope since childhood has been to marry a suitable partner and rely on him for the life they desire. Who among them has truly thought about what kind of life they want? Who can express what a Jean has said? With someone like a Jean, how could he not love her? Moreover, a Jean said she likes him. She likes him. That alone is enough. He will take care of everything else. Xiao Yanchu smiled, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Ajin, how do you know we are not from the same world? Let me tell you a story." Xiao Yanchu slowly began. Once, a child was born into a large family. Because of his mother's low status, he was forced to be separated from her from the moment he was born. Without a mother to care for him, who would pay attention to the child, the household servants bullied him, and going hungry was common. One winter when the child was 4, he could no longer bear the hunger and sneaked out to find food, accidentally falling into a lake. If his older brother hadn't happened to pass by and rescued him, he would have already left this world. After that, with his brother's care, the child's life improved a bit. At least he wouldn't go hungry anymore. When he turned 8, his father, who had never cared for him, suddenly remembered his existence and sent him to Qinghua Mountain to learn martial arts. The child knew this was his only chance. While others practiced at 7 in the morning, he woke up at 5. While others practiced 10 times, he practiced 20. He understood that only by becoming strong could he protect those he wanted to protect. At 19, he heard that his brother's family had been slaughtered. When he arrived at his brother's home, he found only blood and saw his brother with a sword in his chest, his eyes wide open. That sword belonged to his younger brother. The child avenged his brother, eliminating those who claimed to be his siblings, and grew weary of the conflicts within the large family. His deepest wish was to leave the family, travel far and wide, and escape all worldly disputes. He once thought that after everything settled, he would find a picturesque place, build a small courtyard, and wait for the end of his life. Now, a girl has given him hope to live, and his small courtyard now has one more person. Ajin, can you still say we are not from the same world? Ajin, please don't reject me anymore, Xiao Yanchu said, looking at Su Ruojin. His amber eyes were filled with deep affection, completely unmasked, overwhelming like a tide that one could not escape. Su Ruojin never imagined that the high and mighty regent had such a past. She remembered Xiao Yanqiu mentioning that little Bao was his older brother's child, and now she realized that little Bao had gone through such a tragedy. Watching his parents die in front of him, not even an adult could bear such pain, let alone a 3-year-old child. Thinking about the despair of a 4-year-old falling into an icy lake, Su Ruojin felt a wave of suffocation in her heart. He had suffered so much. "Can you really leave everything in the capital behind?" Su Ruojin asked. "That is my wish," he replied. "What about your mother and little Bao? My mother has also endured a lot. She will understand. If she wishes, I can take her with me. Little Bao will grow up and have his own path to follow. Ajin, give me some time. The great Chu cannot be in chaos, or it will be the common people who suffer. Once I can confidently hand over the throne, I will travel the world with you." Xiao Yanqiu's eyes held both hope and fear. He feared that Ajin would not wait for him, as he did not know when that day would come. "Fine, I agree, but you have to take this medicine. If you ever go back on your word, you will suffer the consequences," Su Ruojin said, taking out a pill. Without hesitation, Xiao Yanqiu took the pill and swallowed it, his eyes filled with joy. "Great. Ajin finally agreed to me. Are you not afraid that I might really poison you?" Su Ruojin said, both annoyed and amused. "It was not poison, but just a health supplement. I would willingly die by Ajin's hands." Su Ruojin felt goosebumps. The serious regent spoke such sweet words without missing a beat. "Ajin, don't blame my mother. The north is threatened by the northern Li, and the south is not peaceful either. The Empress and the Emperor see me as a thorn in their side. My mother hopes I can marry a powerful princess for my family to support me." Hearing what Xiao Yanqiu said, Su Ruojin showed confusion and then asked a crucial question. "Was it you who led the troops to restore order in the capital? How did the current emperor ascend to the throne?" Su Ruojin asked. Xiao Yanqiu was the son of a late emperor and had quelled the rebellion. It should have been him who ascended the throne. Xiao Yanqiu smiled and said, "Ajin, I have no interest in that position. It only leads people to become obsessed with power, ignoring the most precious things in life like family, friendship, and love. It's no different from being a walking corpse. The only reason Xiao Qinyu ascended to the throne was that he was the only suitable royal bloodline left besides me. As for why this mother and son wanted to get rid of Xiao Yanqiu, Su Ruojin understood without needing to be told. Power is indeed captivating. The Empress Dowager wants to marry Wei Yinfang to me to control my actions. Ajin, only if you marry into the regent's house can we put an end to their plans. Please help me," Xiao Yanqiu said, looking pitiful. Su Ruojin rolled her eyes at him. "Let's talk about it later. Ajin, you're not keeping your word. You promised in the cave, but now that we're out, you're backing out. Don't you want to be responsible for me?" Su Ruojin. "Xiao Yanqiu, you're a regent. Why are you acting so spoiled? Marrying him? That doesn't seem impossible. Let's wait until grandmother comes back. All right, let's set off tomorrow to pick her up," Xiao Yanqiu said. "Shuruhin. Are you serious? Grandmother just left a few days ago, and you want to bring her back already? Is your poison cured? Is Xiao Bao's illness treated?" Xiao Yanqiu looked disappointed. Fine. He knew it was impossible to set off for Yunqi tomorrow, but teasing Ajin felt great. Ajin agreed to marry him. Hu Qing watched the prince smile all the way back to Yunqi courtyard and worried he might hurt his face from smiling too much. Hu Qing, start preparing the betrothal gifts. As soon as grandmother returns, we'll send the proposal. Hu Qing. Huh? Betrothal gifts? Grandmother? The prince is moving fast. Impressive. The next day, Su Ruojin still refused Xiao Yanqiu's company and went to Marin Pavilion with Yan Luo. As expected, there was a crowd. At the entrance, the line split into two. One side was for those buying goods with cash, and the other was for those using silver notes to apply for membership. When Su Ruojin reached the entrance, her face was already healed thanks to the dragon scale grass. Seeing her dressed nicely, the attendant warmly approached and asked, "Miss, Would you like to apply for a membership or buy goods? Yen Luo replied, buying goods. Upon hearing this, the attendant's enthusiasm faded. If you're buying goods, please queue over there. I must inform you that our stock is limited, and even if you wait a long time, you might not get what you want. So don't come to us for explanations later. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Yen Luo was so angry that she wanted to curse, but Su Ruojin stopped her. Even if you don't buy anything, it's always fine to just look around the store. Once inside, Su Ruojin saw rows of products displayed like in a modern self-service supermarket, with 2 young maids at each counter explaining how to use the items and helping customers try colors. When Su Ruojin reached the soap counter, a maid eagerly introduced, "Miss, this is our newly launched rose soap. It can whiten your skin after bathing and has a lovely rose scent. It's our bestseller. Would you like to try it?" Su Ruojin nodded, and the maid brought over a basin of water, first letting Su Ruojin wash her hands, then lathering the soap and rinsing it off. "Miss, look how clean your hands are. Now smell it. Isn't there a lovely rose fragrance?" The maid was very enthusiastic, clearly confident in the products her store sold. Su Ruojin moved to the lipstick counter, where another maid introduced the lipstick colors and offered cotton swabs for customers to try on their lips. After leaving the beauty section, Su Ruojin was certain that there was another traveler from another time in the Great Chu Kingdom. However, this traveler seemed to be from a period several hundred years later than her own. In her time, bathing didn't require soap anymore. There were automatic cleaning devices that could clean the whole body in one go. Almost no one knew how soap was made hundreds of years ago. If Su Ruojin weren't the head of a family of ancient medicine and interested in traditional methods, she wouldn't know how to make it either. But regardless, these products shouldn't exist in Great Chu. After her rebirth, Su Ruojin held countless new technologies in her hands, but she only dared to use some slightly advanced medical techniques in limited ways. For example, making alcohol or surgical blades, mostly applied in medicine, without promoting them widely. Not for any other reason, but to avoid affecting the course of history. In her time, people could travel between different universes and knew that each universe had its own unique worlds. Each world developed its technology and civilization differently, with its own rules. If one were to recklessly disrupt the balance and force technological advancement in a world, it could lead to the destruction of that civilization. So, Su Ruojin could only adapt to this era and dared not speak of change. Meanwhile, this traveler was boldly using their knowledge to make money. If it were just selling lipsticks, soaps, or perfumes, it might not be a problem. But people's hearts can never be satisfied. Who can guarantee that this traveler won't create more disruptions in the course of history, leading to chaos in the world? Su Ruojin turned to leave, and as she did, a gaze was fixed on her. At Fenghua Pavilion, Yunyang was applying lipstick in front of a mirror. When she saw Su Ruojin, she smiled and walked over, saying, "Xiao Jin, did you miss me? Don't you think this lipstick color suits me perfectly? Send someone to keep an eye on Marin Pavilion and find out who is behind it," Su Ruojin said directly, without beating around the bush. Seeing Su Ruojin's serious expression, Yunyang also put away her joking demeanor and said earnestly, "Marin Pavilion belongs to Wei Shuecheng. I had someone investigate, and it turns out a Persian merchant is managing it. They say these products are made by that Persian merchant. Persians are known for creating clever little gadgets, so Yunyang didn't think much of it. That Persian often visits our Fenghua Pavilion and is quite generous, but he refuses to give me anything from the shop. Marin Pavilion doesn't do business with courtesans. They don't sell to them at all. This lipstick was actually stolen from the wife of the left assistant minister and given to me." Su Ruojin understood. This person was indeed clever. If they catered to courtesans, Marin Pavilion wouldn't be as popular as it is now. Noble ladies wouldn't look down on courtesans, nor would they want to use the same products. Marin Pavilion strictly prohibits courtesans from purchasing, which perfectly suits the tastes of noble ladies, so they flock to spend money there. Moreover, most courtesans come from poor backgrounds, and after years of hard work, They might not even save enough for their freedom, let alone afford a membership card costing 5,000 taels of silver. They are simply not the target customers of Marin Pavilion. Women like Yun Nyang, who don't lack money, are indeed rare. This traveler is not simple. Next time that Persian comes, find a way to make him tell the truth about who made these products. She didn't believe that Persians in this era could create such items. Even if they could, they might not come up with such a business concept. Okay. In a nondescript courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, many older women were busy, and among the crowd, a young girl was pointing out something. Ju hurried into the courtyard and quietly said to Lin Wanqing, "Miss, Su Ruojin has come to Marin Pavilion." Lin Wanqing smiled gently. "What's so strange about it? Any woman would find it hard to resist what I create. It's odd if she doesn't come." "What did she buy?" Ju shook her head. "She didn't buy anything." "Oh, there must have been too many people in line at the store, so she couldn't get anything," Lin Wanqing said casually, directing someone nearby. "Hey, you, grind this petal a bit finer. Be careful, don't spill the powder everywhere." Ju thought that made sense. "Didn't she sign up for a membership?" Lin Wanqing asked again. Ju shook her head once more. "No, but there were many people signing up for memberships today. Maybe she didn't want to wait in line." Lin Wanqing was very interested in earning money from Su Ruojin. This would prove she was better than Su Ruojin. Just wait. Once more new products are launched, she'll eventually sign up. In the face of modern technology, these ancient people were nothing. She had only shown a little skill, and they were eager to spend money. After Lin Wanqing showed lipstick, soap, and perfume to Wei Xueqing, he was thrilled and promised that as long as she worked hard to help him make money, she could set her own conditions. Lin Wanqing moved out of the Duke's residence and had Wei Xueqing buy a farm in the suburbs to start production. They employed elderly women who had signed strict contracts, so there was no fear of them leaking the formulas. As expected, the products were very popular after their launch, and Lin Wanqing happily received a share of the profits. She knew that without Wei Xueqing's support, even if she could open a store in the capital, it wouldn't last long no matter how good the business was. So she only took a small share of the profits. She needed to bide her time before she could soar. Having money was the first step. She sent Zhao Jiao back to Yenyang, saying she would find a way to help Lin Jingshan get promoted. But before she could think of a way to assist Lin Jingshan, Zhao Jiao wrote to say that Lin Jingshan had suddenly been demoted to a county clerk. The county magistrate was at least a 7th-rank official, while the county clerk was a 9th-rank official. This was a serious downgrade. Lin Wanqing was so angry that she tore up the letter. How did she end up with such foolish parents? But she couldn't give up on them. She needed to rise high, and her parent status was crucial. Lin Wanqing looked at the newly produced lip balm in her hand and said to Ju, "Call for Shirda and Shir-Er. We need to find Wei Xueqing." Yes, Mississippi. Shirda and Shir-Er were brothers sent by Wei Xueqing to protect Lin Wanqing. She was now his lucky charm, and nothing could go wrong. In a private room at Yuhua Tower, Lin Wanqing had just arrived when Wei Xueqing came in right after her. "Sister Wanqing, I heard you have new products. Show me." Since Wei Xueqing made money from the beauty pavilion, he gave part of it to his father, who became much kinder to him. The people in the house looked at him with more respect than before. Lin Wanqing took out a lip balm and said, "This is lip balm. It can be used by anyone, young or old, day or night, to keep lips from drying out. Young master can try it first." Wei Xueqing eagerly applied a little and immediately felt his lips become much more moisturized. Great. Wanqing, you are amazing. The beauty pavilion will make a lot of money now. I can also make some perfumes suitable for men. Wonderful. I look forward to your creations. Wanqing, have you ever thought about marrying me? Wei Xueqing looked at Lin Wanqing intently. Lin Wanqing chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Young master, you're joking. The Duke's family is too high for me. I am of low status and cannot aspire to it. You will surely find a better match. I only want to help you earn money." Wei Xueqing withdrew his gaze and smiled. "All right, I won't push you. Wanqing has a favor to ask. I wonder if young master can help." "Oh, Please tell me, since my father became the governor of Yanyang, he has worked diligently and responsibly. However, because he is honest, he has offended many people and has faced emotions, now being just a small county official. I am far away in the capital and cannot be by my parents' side to show filial piety. Hearing this news makes me quite sad. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing took out a handkerchief to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Wei Xueqing understood immediately. Don't worry, I will take care of this. You just focus on helping me earn money. Lin Wanqing gracefully curtsied. Thank you, young master. I will do my best. After Lin Wanqing left, Wei Xueqing's trusted aide approached him. Young master, are you really going to help her? Isn't it just a minor official? I can help him get a promotion. To make a horse run, you have to feed it some grass. Wise words, young master. But why not bring her into the household? Then she would be more devoted to you. There's no rush. She will eventually belong to me. Otherwise. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wei Xueqing's eyes. Since the day Lin Wanqing started working with him, she had only two choices: to marry him and belong to him forever, or face dire consequences. Wei Xueqing would never let this money-making opportunity become someone else's. As Lin Wanqing stepped out of the Yuhua Tower and got into the carriage, she heard Shi say quietly, Miss, we are being watched. Lin Wanqing nodded. Let's proceed as usual. Yes. Lin Wanqing's carriage turned into a dark alley. When it came out again, it was empty, and the carriage continued to circle the capital. She had already switched to another carriage and returned to the outskirts of the capital. Regent's Palace. Xiao Bao could now speak simple sentences. Su Ruojin had made up some nursery rhymes and easy tongue twisters to help improve his speech. Every time Xiao Bao got it right, Su Ruojin rewarded him with a piece of dried apricot. Xiao Bao had started to enjoy dried apricots and, like Su Ruojin, only wanted those from Yueji. After Xiao Bao fell asleep, Su Ruojin returned to Yunwu Courtyard. Yen Luo quietly said, Miss, Yunyang sent word that the Persian man, after drinking too much, said that the things at the beauty pavilion are led by a woman. This woman always wears a veil and a hood when she visits the pavilion and deliberately lowers her voice. He doesn't know what she looks like. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, quite cautious. Have Rong Qizhou keep an eye on her. We must find out who she is. Yes, Mississippi. At that moment, a young maid's voice came from outside. Miss Su, Hu Qing requests an audience. Hu Qing entered and bowed. Miss Su, the Princess of Bailey will arrive in the capital tomorrow. The prince will be late returning home, so he asked me to inform you. Su Ruojin nodded. She also had some personal matters to attend to tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiao Yanchu entered the palace. Su Ruojin sent Yen Luo back to the beauty pavilion for another look and went to the general's residence. When the doorman announced Su Ruojin's arrival, Mrs. Su excitedly came out to greet her. Gina, you're here. Come in, come in. Following Mrs. Su was Su Yao, who stared intently at Su Ruojin, but Su Ruojin pretended not to see. Mrs. Su, I came to check on you and General Su's health. Gina is so thoughtful. Please come in. Mrs. Su took Su Ruojin's hand and led her inside. Mrs. Su showed no hesitation in expressing her affection for Su Ruojin. After checking General Su's pulse and confirming he was in good health, Su Ruojin gave him some medicine before heading to Mrs. Su's courtyard. After finishing the pulse check and acupuncture and confirming that Mrs. Su was doing well and her hysteria had not returned, Su Ruojin felt relieved. Mrs. Su, I should have come to thank you earlier. This time, we owe much to you and General Su for the help at Shinyushan. Su Ruojin stood and bowed respectfully to Mrs. Su. Gina, please get up. Madam Su quickly pulled Su Ruojin close. From the moment I first saw you, I felt you were like my daughter. Ever since I heard you were in trouble, I couldn't sleep all night. Every time I fell asleep, I dreamed of my little girl crying and searching for her mother. My heart has been uneasy until I see you. As she spoke, Madam Su's eyes turned red. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Su Ruojin shook her head. What could she say about a mother's love for her child? She only felt warmth in her heart. I'm just glad you're okay, Madam Su said, feeling a bit shaken. Su Ruojin opened her mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. She still wasn't ready to return to the general's residence as the young lady. Madam Su, please rest well and remember to take your medicine. I'll come to see you again in a few days, Su Ruojin said as she stood to leave. Yes, Yao Yao, please see Dr. Su out, Madam Su replied. Having just received acupuncture, it wasn't good for Madam Su to be exposed to the cold wind, so she asked Su Muyao to escort Su Ruojin. Once outside, Su Muyao spoke coldly. Dr. Su, it seems you didn't take my words to heart. My mother went to Shinyu Mountain for you, disregarding her health, and returned with a high fever for a whole day. Every time she sees you, something bad happens.
Dr.
Su, I know you are treating the young master at the regent's residence. I hope you can heal him soon and return to Yanyang. The capital is not a place for someone like you. Until then, don't come back to the general's residence or I won't hold back. Su Ruojin stopped and turned to look at Su Muyao, her eyes cold. Miss Su, since you care for Madam Su, I won't hold it against you. But I don't like being bossed around. Whether I stay or leave depends on my mood. If you want to be rude, go ahead. I'm ready for it. With that, she ignored Su Muyao and walked straight out of the Su residence. In her eyes, Su Muyao was like a spoiled child, not worth her time. But if Su Muyao dared to do something, she was ready to face it. Watching Su Ruojin leave, Su Muyao's face turned pale. Back at the residence, Yen Luo had returned. Miss, the beauty pavilion has new products today, a lip balm suitable for everyone, priced at 2 taels of silver. I bought one. Yen Luo handed the lip balm to Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin took it, looked it over, and scoffed. Such a low-cost item, and they dare to sell it for 2 taels of silver? That's quite greedy. 2 taels of silver was more than enough for an ordinary family's monthly expenses. A small lip balm can have such high profits. Wei Shueching has quite the appetite. Come on, bring Mao Mao, let's go to Yunji courtyard to keep Little Bao company. She had planned to help Xiao Yanchu with his poison today, but with Princess Bailey arriving, it seems there won't be time. However, after all these years, with shurrying grass around, a day or 2 won't matter. Previously, she and Xiao Yanchu studied it and found that shurrying grass seems to suppress the poison of the soul-devouring shadow. To ensure Mao Mao has enough to eat, Su Ruojin brought some shurrying grass back from the cave and planted it in Yunwu courtyard, taking care of it carefully. When they arrived at Yunji courtyard, Little Bao was reading a new nursery rhyme that Su Ruojin had made for him. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Mao Mao blinks at me. When he read this, Little Bao looked up and saw Su Ruojin and Mao Mao on her shoulder. Sister Jean, Mao Mao, Mao Mao. Little Bao put down his book and ran excitedly towards Su Ruojin. In the past few days, Little Bao has gained quite a bit of weight and grown taller. Su Ruojin can no longer lift him easily. Woof woof, Mao Mao barked at Little Bao and jumped from Su Ruojin's shoulder into Little Bao's arms. Little Bao happily patted Mao Mao's head, saying, Mao Mao, let's go eat mung bean cake. Woof woof, Mao Mao nodded its little head. Su Ruojin noticed that Mao Mao eats everything and is easy to care for, but its favorite is still shurrying grass. If it goes a few days without shurrying grass, its fur noticeably dulls. When the shurrying grass was first planted, it looked very wilted. Yen Luo even thought it wouldn't survive. But once Mao Mao relieved itself under the shurrying grass, the plants perked up. At that moment, Su Ruojin realized that Mao Mao's waste was fertilizer for the shurrying grass. One eats the other? Well, that makes a perfect cycle. Mao Mao, let me tell you a story. Little Bao began to take out his little notebook and read the words to Mao Mao one by one. Mao Mao happily munched on the mung bean cake, and whether it was listening or not, only it would know. Yen Luo watched the scene and smiled, saying, Miss, Little Bao's illness seems to be cured. Should we prepare to return to Anyang? Su Ruojin shook her head. We're not going back to Anyang. Once the prince's matters are settled, we'll go to Yunqi to bring grandmother back. Yen Luo's eyes brightened. She had heard many interesting stories about Yunqi from the old lady and was eager to see it for herself. Su Ruojin called out to Mao Mao. Mao Mao, eat well, and then practice swordplay with Little Bao. Woof woof, Mao Mao barked back at her as a response. Since the last time Xiaobao practiced swordsmanship, Mao Mao rushed over, jumping around in the middle of Xiaobao's moves, making it impossible for Xiaobao to hit it. They were having a great time. Su Ruojin suddenly discovered a better way to practice swordsmanship, which was both educational and fun. To avoid any accidents, she switched Xiaobao's sword back to a wooden one, wrapped it in cloth, and let Xiaobao spar with Mao Mao. As Xiaobao thrust the sword, Mao Mao kept dodging, occasionally barking playfully, its eyes half closed, clearly enjoying the game. Gradually, Su Ruojin noticed something remarkable. At first, Xiaobao was using the sword techniques she taught, but later it seemed that Mao Mao was guiding Xiaobao's movements. Each strike had a rhythm, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a complete and intricate sword technique. Su Ruojin was astonished. She thought of Master Xianyuan in the cave. Although she hadn't seen any sword manuals there, who could say that Master Xianyuan wasn't skilled in swordsmanship? Perhaps, during those 30 years in the cave, Mao Mao had been practicing swordplay with Master Xianyuan as well. In the palace, Princess Yaolong walked barefoot along the red carpet in the center of the hall, accompanied by her maidservants. The red, waist-cinched dress accentuated her graceful figure, and the red veil on her face added an air of mystery. She approached Emperor Sheng'an and gracefully knelt, her voice soft. "Yaolong pays her respects to your majesty." As she knelt, the bells on her wrists, waist, and ankles jingled, sparking curiosity about her beauty hidden beneath the veil. Xiao Chen had never seen such a charming woman and asked with interest, "Why does Princess Yaolong not remove her veil?" "Please forgive me, your majesty. Yaolong has come to Daichu to seek her husband. According to the customs of our Bei Li, only her husband can unveil her. I hope your majesty understands. Since that is the case, I will not insist on you removing your veil. Attendants, prepare a seat for Princess Yaolong." "Thank you, your majesty." Once Yaolong was seated, she clapped her hands, and 6 Bailey guards brought in 3 boxes, followed by 10 young women from Bailey. "Your majesty, this is a small token of goodwill from our ruler. I hope you will accept it." The Bailey guards opened the boxes. One contained various jewelry, another had dried meat, and the last one held some scrolls. "Your majesty, the northern weather in Bailey is often very cold, and we produce high-quality yak meat. This box contains the finest dried yak meat from Bailey for you to taste." Princess Yaolong finished speaking and signaled the guard to open the scroll. "There are 10 scrolls in the box, each depicting the 10 fine horses we are sending." "Very well, the ruler of Bailey is thoughtful." The gifts from Bailey, including jewelry and dried meat, were ordinary, but the 10 fine horses truly pleased Xiao Chenyu. "Your majesty, these 10 young ladies from Bailey are talented in singing and dancing. They can help relieve your fatigue while you manage state affairs." Princess Yaolong continued with a smile. These 10 young ladies were a gift to Xiao Chenyu, and he could choose to keep them in the palace or share them with the princes and ministers as he wished. "Thank you, Princess Yaolong. Please convey my gratitude to the ruler of Bailey. Tonight, I will host a banquet to welcome you. Please take some time to rest and recover from your journey." Princess Yaolong stood and bowed, saying, Yaolong takes her leave. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Xiao Chenyu then went to the Xian Palace and informed Empress Dowager Wei of everything that happened. "Mother, I believe Bailey sincerely wishes to form an alliance." After a moment of silence, Empress Dowager Wei replied, "If that is the case, it is indeed best. The Great Chu has just experienced turmoil, and you have not yet fully taken control of the military. It is not wise to provoke Bailey at this time. What do you think of Princess Yaolong?" Xiao Chenyu recalled seeing Princess Yaolong today. She was graceful, and a smile appeared on his face. "I think she is quite good." Empress Dowager Wei understood her son's feelings. The letter from Bailey states that the princess can choose her partner. "If you are interested, you might as well make an effort. Princess Yaolong is the most beloved sister of the ruler of Bailey, Wanyenda. Having her with us would make Wanyenda think twice before acting." Xiao Chenyu was puzzled. "Mother, Bailey has always eyed Great Chu, looking for opportunities to strike. Why would Wanyenda send his most cherished sister to us?" Empress Dowager Wei could not answer his question, as she had not figured it out either. But regardless of the reason, it was ultimately beneficial for Great Chu. Yaohua Palace. This was the palace where Princess Yaolon was temporarily staying, fitting her name. Everyone in the palace knew that Yaohua Palace was reserved for the 4 main consorts. Xiao Chenyu had only been on the throne for 2 years, and the number of consorts was not large. There was currently 1 empress, 2 consorts, 2 noble ladies, and 2 attendants, totaling 5. Seeing Xiao Chenyu arrange for Yaolon to stay in Yaohua Palace, everyone understood the emperor's intentions. In Kunning Palace, Nurse Su brought in the medicine and said, "Your Highness, it's time to take your medicine." Empress Su coughed lightly, put down her book, and drank the medicine in 1 gulp. The head maid, Yuaner, quickly handed her a box of candied fruit, saying, "Your Highness, have a piece of candied fruit to ease the bitterness." Empress Su waved her hand. "No need. This medicine isn't bitter." Nurse Su set down the bowl with a sigh. She had cared for the Empress since she was a child and understood her feelings well. What medicine isn't bitter? But no bitterness compares to the sorrow in Empress Su's heart. "Your Highness, the royal physician said your illness is due to overthinking. You should think of happier things." Empress Su smiled faintly. "Nurse, a bird trapped in a cage all day has no happy thoughts to think of. It can only dwell on memories, but how many happy memories can one have?" After speaking, she looked at the birdcage nearby, which held a magpie that Xiao Chen had specially brought to cheer her up. Though she was only in her 20s, she felt like an old woman, lifeless and weary. Nurse Su looked at her with concern, her eyes slightly red. The young lady used to be so lively and cheerful, climbing walls and trees with the eldest son of the chancellor, often scolded by her father for lacking the grace of a noble lady. She once replied to her father, "I don't want to be a noble lady. I want to see the beautiful sights of Dichu and marry a great general to ride into battle and protect the people." But before she could see the world's beauty or find her general, a royal decree confined her to the palace. Being a queen is a position many noble ladies dream of, yet she treated it as a burden. In just 2 years in the palace, the once adventurous young lady had developed a heart ailment. Yet, Nurse Su felt helpless. Perhaps this was her fate, as her father was the left chancellor, able to assist the new emperor, and her elder brother was a mighty general with command over 100,000 troops. All she could do was encourage the young lady to accept her fate. "Miss, I heard that the new Princess Yaolon has been arranged to stay in Yaohua Palace by the emperor." Nurse Su changed the subject, hoping to divert her attention. Normally, where Princess Yaolon stayed would be managed by the Empress, but Empress Su had handed over the management of the palace to Empress Dowager Wei due to her health issues. Empress Su slightly curled her lips. "That's just perfect. With another concubine in the palace, it will please the emperor and provide him with more support." Yuana hurriedly stepped forward to pat Empress Su's back. "Your Majesty, the welcoming banquet for Princess Yaolon is about to begin. Let me help you change your clothes." As the Empress of the nation, Empress Su always had to attend the welcoming banquet for a foreign princess. At this moment, she had no idea that tonight's banquet would unfold a grand drama. Back at Yaohua Palace, Princess Yaolon lay on the noble concubine couch.
Aya knelt beside her, gentimassaging her legs.
"Princess, these people from Daju have truly never seen the world. They can't take their eyes off you." Yaolon picked up a grape and ate it, her eyes sparkling. "How they see me is of no concern. I only care for him." Aya, being the princess's personal maid, understood her feelings well. "With your beauty and dancing skills, what man in the world could resist? I wish you success in your heart's desire." Yaolon smiled. "You have such sweet words. Make sure to do my makeup carefully later." "Yes, princess." At the welcoming banquet, nearly all eligible young nobles from the capital attended. Everyone knew that while it appeared to be a welcoming event for Princess Yaolon, it was actually an opportunity for her to meet the young nobles of Daju and choose a suitable husband. Halfway through the banquet, Princess Yaolon gracefully stood up. "Your Majesty, taking advantage of today's beautiful scenery, I would like to perform a dance." Xiao Chen also applauded. "I have heard that Princess Yaolon is a gem of Dolly, with exceptional dancing skills. It is a privilege to witness it today. Traditional music from Bailey began to play, and Princess Yaolon, holding a sword, started her sword dance. As the rhythm changed, her movements became faster and more dynamic. Even some military generals watched with great interest. Without real skill, ordinary ladies could never dance with such presence. Wonderful. Excellent. Truly, Princess Yaolon. Compared to the scholars, the military generals were much more straightforward. If it was good, they would express it, and they all applauded for Princess Yaolon. A hint of pride crossed Yaolon's face as she finally leaped onto a drum, soaring into the air, and aimed her sword directly at Regent Xiao Yanqiu, who had not looked at her once.
Ah. Princess, no.
Protect the prince. Everyone was stunned in that moment. Some military generals stood up, but their weapons had already been confiscated upon entering the palace. What could they use to block the sword? Moreover, Princess Yaolon's sudden strike caught everyone off guard. Xiao Chun was initially surprised, but then a glimmer of anticipation and excitement shone in his eyes. Xiao Yanqiu held a wine cup in his hand and turned his head slightly, coldly watching Princess Yaolon's sword aimed at him, showing no sign of movement. The sword stopped just 3 inches from Xiao Yanqiu's forehead. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while Xiao Chunyi hid his disappointment and angrily asked, Princess Yaolon, what do you mean by this? How dare you attack the regent of our great Chu? Are you trying to say we have no one to defend us? Yaolon sheathed her sword and knelt before Xiao Chunyi, saying, Your Majesty, our northernly has always admired strong-willed men. I only tested the regent and meant no harm. The regent showed no fear or panic in the face of my sword. He is indeed a brave man. I wish to marry the regent, and I ask for your approval. Upon hearing this, the entire banquet fell silent. Xiao Chunyi did not expect Yaolon to choose Xiao Yanqiu. He could never allow her to marry him. Now that Xiao Yanqiu held military power in Great Chu, many officials looked to him for guidance. If he married Princess Yaolon, Northern Li would become his ally. At that point, how could Xiao Chunyi still have any control over him? Wouldn't Xiao Yanqiu be able to take the throne whenever he wanted? As an emperor, he could not allow such a threat to hang over him. Xiao Chunyi concealed his shock and maintained a calm demeanor, smiling at Princess Yaolon. Princess Yaolon, while a gentleman should support a worthy cause, I cannot decide for the regent. This matter depends on his wishes. In this situation, Xiao Chunyi could not outright reject Princess Yaolon's proposal, as the treaty with Northern Li stated that she must choose her husband herself. But if Xiao Yanqiu agreed, as long as Princess Yaolon stayed in the palace, wouldn't there be a way to make her change her mind? Xiao Yanqiu slowly drank from his cup, and in the next moment, a sword was pressed against Princess Yaolon's chest. The movement was so quick that many did not see how the regent drew his sword. Others were not allowed to bring swords into the palace, but the regent was exempt from this rule. Facing the sword at her chest, Yaolon initially felt a moment of fear but then smiled, even reaching up to touch the sword's hilt. My lord, do you also wish to test my resolve? I wonder if you are satisfied. After saying this, she deliberately leaned her chest against the sword's tip, smiling at Xiao Yanqiu. She was confident that Xiao Yanqiu would not dare to harm her. As the princess of Northern Li, if he acted against her, it would affect the relationship between Great Chu and Northern Li. Xiao Yanqiu coldly replied, Princess Yaolon, you ask if I would marry you? This is my answer. Xiao Yanqiu suddenly thrust his sword into Princess Yaolon's chest without any hesitation. Ugh. Yaolon clutched her chest, blood trickling from her mouth as she looked at Xiao Yanqiu in disbelief. He really dared to attack her. The sword pierced her chest but would not take her life. Xiao Yanqiu pulled out the sword and tossed it to Hu Qing, who stood behind him. Have this melted down, he said, turning to leave the banquet. Yes, Your Highness, Hu Qing replied, quickly following him. For the first time, a twisted expression appeared on Yaolon's face. He stabbed her and still thought she was unworthy. She had traveled all the way from Bailey to Dezhou just for him. After seeing him on the battlefield 2 years ago, she could not forget him. She had even threatened to die to convince her brother to let her come to Dezhou for a marriage alliance. She never expected Xiao Yanqiu would treat her this way. Xiao Yanqiu, how could you betray my feelings for you? The hall fell silent. No one knew how the welcoming banquet had turned into this, and no one dared to speak. Xiao Qinyi secretly sighed in relief. With Xiao Yanqiu treating Princess Yaolong like this, she would surely not choose him anymore. Xiao Qinyi spoke up. Someone, help the princess down and quickly call for a doctor. Aya stepped forward to support the princess. Your Highness, let me help you back to the palace to treat your wounds. Yaolong stood up, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yanqiu's retreating figure. One day, Xiao Yanqiu, I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for forgiveness. With the main event gone, the banquet naturally dispersed. After the doctor examined her, it was confirmed that the princess was not seriously injured and would recover in a few days. Soon, a stream of gifts from Xiao Qinyi arrived at Yahua Palace to comfort Princess Yaolong. Whenever he had time, he would visit her. Even Aya noticed how attentive Xiao Qinyi was. Your Highness, it seems the Emperor of Dezhou has taken a liking to you? Yaolong could see through Xiao Qinyi's intentions. She scoffed, he's just a useless person. Without Xiao Yanqiu, could he even hold this position? Now he wants to cut ties. Once I marry into the regent's household, with Bailey and the regent's power, it will be easy to bring Xiao Qinyi down. This was also the main reason her brother agreed to let her go to Dezhou for the marriage alliance. Once she became the queen of Dezhou, resources would flow steadily to Bailey, making it powerful enough to conquer Dezhou in no time. When Xiao Yanqiu returned to the royal residence, he was summoned by the Dowager Empress Jiang. Chuer, I heard you rejected the Bailey princess? The Dowager Empress Jiang asked. Xiao Yanqiu injured Princess Bailey, and this caused quite a stir, so it's not surprising that the Empress Dowager Jiang received the news quickly. Yes, mother, Xiao Yanqiu replied. Child, you are being foolish. Empress Dowager Jiang said, feeling a bit of a headache. If you marry Princess Bailey, it means Bailey will be behind you, and that mother and son will think twice before trying to deal with you. Xiao Yanqiu calmly said, Mother, if I need my wife to protect me, I would have died hundreds of times already. Empress Dowager Jiang felt frustrated. Child, while that may be true, if your wife can be your support, what's wrong with that? Mother, I don't know what you said to Su Ruojin before, but I want to make it clear again that my only wife can be Su Ruojin. Mother, it's getting late. You should rest early. I will take my leave now. Xiao Yanqiu bowed and left the Elon courtyard. Empress Dowager Jiang rubbed her temples. Sulan, why doesn't he understand my feelings? I'm not against him marrying Su Ruojin. Is being a secondary wife really such a disgrace? I know he has no interest in that position, but if he marries Princess Bailey, the Wei family might think twice. Sulan approached and gently massaged Empress Dowager Jiang's temples. Your Highness, since the prince is so determined, perhaps you should consider supporting him. The storms have passed. Isn't your wish now for the prince to have a smoother life? Empress Dowager Jiang sighed and said nothing more. In Yunwu courtyard, Su Ruojin had finished bathing and was leaning against the headboard reading. Yen Luo entered. Miss, the prince has been standing in the courtyard for quite a while. Su Ruojin looked up at Yen Luo. Why is he here? Wasn't there a welcome banquet in the palace today? The banquet should still be going on. Yen Luo shook her head, unsure. In fact, Yen Luo had noticed the prince standing outside. It was Hu Qing who couldn't bear to see it and secretly found her to tell her. I'll go take a look, Su Ruojin said, putting on a cloak and heading outside. Xiao Yanqiu stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, seemingly gazing at the moon. As Su Ruojin approached him, she caught a faint scent of alcohol. What brings you here? Xiao Yanqiu paused at the sound of her voice and turned around. Did I disturb you? It's nothing to disturb. I haven't slept yet. What happened in the palace? Su Ruojin asked. If nothing was wrong, Xiao Yanqiu wouldn't have returned so early or come to Yunwu courtyard at night. Xiao Yanqiu smiled gently and said, You really can't hide anything from you. He paused and continued, I hurt the northern princess. Shu Ruojin. The northern princess traveled a long way to marry, and after just one welcoming banquet, she was attacked. Did she offend you? She pointed a sword at me and demanded that I marry her. Xiao Yanchu looked at Su Ruojin with wide eyes.
Shuruhin.
She didn't find it strange that the northern princess liked Xiao Yanchu. What felt odd was Xiao Yanchu's tone and expression. He seemed like a little puppy that had been wronged, coming back to complain. Hey, you are the regent. Since the cave, Su Ruojin felt that Xiao Yanchu was like a different person in front of her. Before she could respond, he continued, Ajin, see, I told you that if I don't get married, I'll always be watched, and it's annoying. How about we get married first? We can have another ceremony when grandmother returns, Su Ruojin. So he was waiting for her. Xiao Yanchu, even if we get married, there are still many women who want to marry you. You can still have concubines or servants, Su Ruojin teased. Hey, Ajin, that's unfair to me. I promise to marry only you. Xiao Yanchu looked down at her, a smile on his lips, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Su Ruojin was momentarily lost in thought, staring at him. Xiao Yanchu narrowed his eyes, slowly lowered his head, and gently brushed his lips against Su Ruojin's cheek. It was so soft and gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting something precious. A tingling sensation spread across her face, making Su Ruojin's breath momentarily stop, her expression dazed. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yanchu smiled even more. He pulled her into his arms, rested his chin on her head, and murmured, I really want to marry you tomorrow. Su Ruojin regained her senses and said, Xiao Yanchu you. Ajin, I'm calling you Ajin now. Can you use a different name for me? Xiao Yanchu's voice was low, mixed with the scent of wine, sounding more alluring. Su Ruojin swallowed hard and uncertainly said, Yanchu?
Mumos, Xiao Yanchu replied softly, holding sunultai råd finkujetle.
Ajin, please don't leave me, okay? Su Ruojin responded softly. Then can you make me a sachet? I'll carry it with me every day, so others will know I belong to someone. Su Ruojin was speechless for the fourth time tonight. It wasn't that she didn't want to make a sachet for Xiao Yanchu, it was just that she didn't know how. Her master had tried to teach her embroidery before, but after seeing her hands covered in pricks and knots, and the finished product being unrecognizable, he gave up completely. Su Ruojin quietly admitted, I can't embroider. What I make looks really bad. No matter how it turns out, I'll wear it. Besides, you promised to make me a sachet when we were at Xinyu Mountain. Su Ruojin recalled that she had indeed said that, but it was just a casual response. She sighed. All right, I'll give it a try. I know you can do it. After Xiao Yanchu left, Su Ruojin sat in her room, lost in thought. Yun Luo gently called out, Miss, what's wrong? Since the prince left, the miss had been like this, and Yun Luo didn't know what had happened. Su Ruojin snapped back to reality and smiled. It's nothing. Please find me a simple embroidery pattern for a sachet. I want to make one for the prince. Su Ruojin understood why Xiao Yanchu was acting this way tonight. He was scared. After 21 years of poison, he was finally going to be cured, but no one knew what would happen afterward or if the poison could really be removed. After all, no one had ever truly cured the soul-devouring shadow poison before him. Su Ruojin knew that Xiao Yanchu wasn't afraid of dying. He had been waiting for this day since he learned he was poisoned. What he feared was dying and never seeing her again. That's why he came to Yinwu courtyard and dared to seek her out directly. She had to finish the sachet tonight to give him some confidence. Yun Luo had never seen her miss embroider a sachet, but with her intelligence, she could handle anything. When Yun Luo finally saw the sachet Su Ruojin worked on all night, she understood what it meant to be imperfect. Yun Luo saw that the sachet made by her miss was a complete mess of tangled threads, impossible to untangle. It was just a ball of chaos, with no patterns at all. The only saving grace was that the sachet was filled with carefully chosen herbs, giving off a unique scent that was refreshing and could repel insects and toxins. But would the regent really wear something that looked so ugly? When Yun Luo saw the regent hanging the sachet made by Hermes prominently at his waist, with a hint of pride on his face, she couldn't help but marvel at Hermes's charm. Hu Qing also saw this. He bit his lower lip hard to hold back his laughter and leaned closer to Yen Luo. Yen Luo, why don't you make one for me too? Hearing this, Yen Luo's ears turned slightly red. The regent prince and the young lady were clearly fond of each other, just a step away from formalizing their relationship. She and Hu Qing were nothing, so why would she make him a sachet? Yen Luo shot Hu Qing a glare. Dream on. Hu Qing, who had wanted to laugh at his prince, couldn't anymore. During their time together, Hu Qing had developed feelings for Yen Luo. He naively thought she could sense his special feelings for her. But he didn't expect to be turned down so directly. No matter how ugly the sachet made by the future princess was, at least she had made one for the prince. Since Yen Luo wouldn't even make one for him, Hu Qing felt like a failure. Maybe he should ask the prince for advice one day. Su Ruojin watched Xiao Yanchu proudly display the sachet she had made as he left. A warm feeling surged in her heart. He truly cared about everything she did. During the morning court session, the officials noticed the sachet at Xiao Yanchu's waist and froze, their hands turning purple from holding back laughter. As the regent prince, he could have any beautiful sachet made by the palace embroiderers. Why would he carry this ugly thing? Su Jiuan passed by Xiao Yanchu and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Regent Prince, that sachet is very unique." Xiao Yanchu shot him a glare. "Of course. May I ask who made it?" Others wouldn't dare to ask, but Su Jiuan wasn't afraid of Xiao Yanchu. Xiao Yanchu replied, "Don't think about it. She won't make one for you." Su Jiuan. He hadn't even said he wanted one. Su Jiuan certainly didn't expect that soon he would be begging for a similar sachet. From Xiao Yanchu's words, Su Jiuan guessed it was likely made by the girl he liked. The woman favored by the regent prince was indeed very special, just like the sachet. It was rare to find a woman in Dechu with such poor embroidery skills. With a beloved woman, it was no wonder he rejected Princess Fengxi and Princess Yaolan. Su Jiuan smiled slightly. Congratulations to the regent prince. Xiao Yanchu walked away without responding. Wei Yinshuang knew that Princess Yaolan had chosen the regent prince, and it felt like a dagger had pierced her heart, leaving her quite pleased. Finally, she wasn't the only one losing face in front of the regent prince. After a moment of happiness, Wei Yinshuang began to feel uneasy. After all, she was the northernly princess, and her status was not lower than her own. What if the regent prince agreed later? Wei Yinshuang felt increasingly uneasy and went directly to Duke Dingua, pulling on his arm and saying, "Father, you have to help me. If the regent marries Princess Yaolan, I don't want to live anymore, father." Duke Dingua, who cared deeply for his daughter, quickly comforted her. "All right, Shuanger, stop shaking. You're making me dizzy. Don't worry, even if the regent agrees, your aunt won't let him marry Princess Yaolan." Wei Yinshuang paused, a bit confused. Why not? Isn't it said that Princess Yaolan can choose her husband freely? A princess marrying a regent seems reasonable. Duke Dingwa smiled. Marrying Princess Yaolan means gaining the power of her country behind her. Do you think your aunt would allow the regent to have more support? Wei Yinshuang understood and sighed in relief, but then asked, "Father, can the regent really listen to my aunt? If that were true, why would her aunt be worried about Xiao Yanchu and go through so much trouble to place her in the regent's residence? What if Princess Yaolan doesn't choose another man? How will she form an alliance?" Duke Dingwa smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, your aunt will have a way. Princess Yaolan will definitely stay in Daju, but won't marry the regent. Just wait and see." In Yahua Palace, Io reported, "Princess, Lord Fei Malong requests an audience." Yaolan was taken aback. That fool hasn't returned to Bailey yet? Her cousin had come to Daju to stop her from marrying Xiao Yanchu after hearing about her feelings for him. After failing, he had shouted about wanting to kill Xiao Yanchu and left Bailey. Her brother didn't bother with him, letting him play outside until he was ready to return. She didn't expect him to still be in Daju. Yaolan felt a bit of a headache but nodded, let him in. After all, he was her cousin, and it wouldn't be good to make a scene in a foreign land. "Lena, I miss you so much." Fei Malong's voice came in before he arrived. "Fei Malong, Don't say I didn't warn you. This is Daju, not Bailey. If you keep shouting, you won't see me again, Yaolon said sharply. Fei Malong laughed carelessly, sitting down boldly. What's there to fear? Can Bailey really be afraid of Daju? If it comes to it, I'll just go back and bring an army to fight Daju. What's the harm? Fight? Fei Malong, have you forgotten how you were defeated by Xiao Yanchu? You nearly lost an ear, Yaolon said mockingly, looking at Fei Malong. Upon hearing this, Fei Malong became angry. Xiao Yanchu is just a sneaky person, hiding behind and attacking from the shadows. What kind of hero is that? Lanner, come back to Bailey with me now and be my princess. I will make you the happiest woman on the grasslands. Fei Malong, I, Yaolon, will only marry a hero. You need to defeat Xiao Yanchu first. The spies in the capital reported that your previous ambush on him failed. Fei Malong grumbled. You can't blame me for that time. I was so close to succeeding. Xiao Yanchu is really tough. He survived even with poison on the arrow. If I find out who saved him, I will deal with that person for ruining my plans. Enough with the excuses. Let me tell you, don't ruin my chances. I am determined to marry Xiao Yanchu. If you dare to harm him, I won't let you off. Yaolon glared coldly at Fei Malong. Fei Malong felt a chill down his spine when he met Yaolan's gaze. His cousin seemed delicate, but he knew her methods well. She could back up her words. He rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, Lana, I'm just worried about you. I don't want you to be bullied into Chu. I want to protect you. At that moment, a maid from Bailey entered and whispered something to Aya, who waved her hand to dismiss her. Aya then leaned closer to Yaolon and whispered, Princess, the regent wore a sachet embroidered by a woman today. Oh, Yaolon said, twisting the tassels of her veil and smiling lightly. Someone actually dares to compete with me for a man. Go investigate, Yaolon said lightly. Yes, princess, Aya replied and left. Fei Malong hurriedly said, Lanner, do you want me to help? Yaolon chuckled softly and gently touched Fei Malong's face with her delicate hand. Cousin, don't rush. There will be a time when I need your help. Fei Malong took her hand and kissed it. Lana, you truly are a charming little fairy. Just then, he leaned in closer, but Yaolon pushed him back with her foot, lightly touching his chin and teasingly said, Cousin, why the rush? We are in the Chu Palace right now. Fei Malong grabbed her foot and kissed it again. What a bother. You won't be my princess, and now I can't even be affectionate. All right, cousin, you should leave the palace for now. I will have someone contact you if needed. Fei Malong left in frustration. Aya returned and asked, Princess, are you not worried about the prince ruining your plans? Yaolon took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and tossed it aside. He doesn't have the brains for this. I'm still trying to establish myself into Chu, and he's somewhat useful. Have the people gone to investigate? Aya nodded. The news has already been sent out. We should have results soon. In the regent's palace, Yunshi courtyard. In the middle of the room, there were two large wooden tubs. One tub was filled with steaming hot water, heated by a fire underneath to keep the temperature up. The other tub was filled with ice. On the table beside the tubs were various items: soul-snatching grass, dream flower, blood-sealing tree leaves, a small bowl of blood, and a greenish-black substance. There was also a row of silver needles of different sizes and several colored porcelain bottles. Mu Jingshan entered first, followed closely by Xinyu. Knowing he had to help Xiao Yanchu with the poison today, Xinyu made sure to come, and Xiao Yanchu didn't say anything against it. Over the years, he knew Xinyu had been secretly searching for an antidote for his poison, and now Xinyu was worried about him. After a while, Xiao Yanchu and Su Ruojin came in together. Seeing their serious expressions, Su Ruojin smiled and said, What's with the serious faces? Are you worried about my medical skills? The two quickly shook their heads. No, Xinyu added. I was just thinking, if someone is acting like a fool from the poison, will they fly after the antidote? Mu Jingshan silently gave Xinyu a thumbs up from behind. Young master, I respect you for being brave. With the prince's vengeful nature, once the poison was cured, Xinyu wouldn't have it easy. Xiao Yanchu slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at Xinyu. A gene, if I remember correctly. These materials can create the soul-devouring shadow. Let's see how Xinyu handles it. Xinyu shot Xiao Yanchu a glare. You heartless person. Su Ruojin smiled but stayed quiet, knowing Xinyu was trying to ease the tension. She carefully instructed Mu Jingshan, I will administer the needles, and you follow my instructions for the medicine. Okay. She then turned to Hu Qing, who had just entered. Is the water ready? It's ready, Miss Su. Keep someone outside the door. I won't come out, and no one is allowed in. Remember, no one. Su Ruojin didn't need to say more. Everyone understood this meant even if the dowager came, she couldn't be let in. With Xiao Yanchu's life at stake, no one dared to be careless. Understood, Hu Qing replied, stepping outside and nodding to the night watch. At the entrance, it seemed like he was the only one guarding, but in fact, the hidden guards of the palace were nearby. Not even a fly could enter Yunqi courtyard. Let's begin. Yanchu, take off your clothes and lie down inside, Su Ruojin said. She gently took his hand and added, Don't be afraid. Xiao Yanchu nodded. Okay, I trust you. He removed his shirt and stepped into the wooden tub over a fire. Su Ruojin first took a porcelain bottle, opened the lid, and poured some clear liquid into the tub. Before long, Xiao Yanchu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a painful sound. The soul-biting shadow poison was acting up. In a flash, Su Ruojin quickly grabbed a silver needle and began to insert it into the top of Xiao Yanchu's head, shoulders, chest, and back. Xinyu was truly amazed by Su Ruojin's medical skills, his eyes wide in shock. While others would insert needles directly, Su Ruojin was doing it through hot water, ensuring each needle landed in the right spot. Not only that, but she was also quick about it. He thought that the term, divine doctor, couldn't even describe this young girl's skills. She must be extraordinary. Now, if someone said Su Ruojin could insert needles with her eyes closed, Xinyu wouldn't doubt it. As Su Ruojin continued to insert needles, she called out different herbs. Root. Mu Jingshan quickly took out the root of the soul-seizing grass and placed it in the water. Flower. The flower of the dream fruit was added to the water. Mu Jingshan swiftly crushed the petals and put them in the water. Although there were only a few petals, once they hit the water, it instantly turned a light blue. Leaf. The leaves of the 1,000-year blood-sealing tree were added to the tub. Soil. The soil from Crane Rock was added. With all the materials in the tub, Su Ruojin finished inserting the needles. Heated up, Xinyu frantically fanned the fire. The detoxification of Xiao Yanchu couldn't be known by too many people, so they didn't involve any other maids or servants. It was all up to them. Cloth strips. Mu Jingshan quickly handed cloth strips to Su Ruojin, who took them and stuffed one into Xiao Yanchu's mouth. At this moment, Xiao Yanchu's face was pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyelashes, eyebrows, and lips were visibly covered with thin ice, which was increasing. He felt as if thousands of ice needles had suddenly formed inside him, piercing every inch of his skin, each prick sending a wave of bone-chilling cold through him. Cold. Freezing. Extreme cold. In that moment, Xiao Yanchu felt like he was about to freeze to death. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. With both hands gripping the edge of the wooden tub tightly, Xiao Yanchu endured the pain from the extreme cold inside him. Ugh. He bit down on a cloth, unable to suppress a muffled groan of pain. Cracks appeared along the edge of the tub, as if Xiao Yanchu might crush it. Seeing him like this, Su Ruojin felt a wave of sympathy, and her nose tinged with sadness. Towel. After receiving the towel, she wiped the sweat from Xiao Yanchu's forehead. Yanchu, just hold on a little longer.
Yin, I'm fine.
With the last word, Xiao Yanchu couldn't help but cry out. The water he was soaking in changed from blue to black. Strangely, even though there was a strong fire burning beneath the tub, the water inside was getting colder. Add more fire. Xinyu was already sweating profusely, not bothering to wipe it off as he grabbed some firewood and added it to the flames. Su Ruojin kept a close watch on Xiao Yanchu's condition. She noticed his face slowly changing from pale to red, and it kept getting redder without any sign of stopping. The water temperature in the tub gradually began to rise. Change tubs. Xiao Yanqiu was in a semi-exhausted state. He could feel the coldness inside him dissipating. The coldness from the earlier poison had returned to his body, but this time, he could clearly sense that it was truly leaving, completely dispersing into the tub.
Come, help me.
Su Ruojin and the others worked hard to lift Xiao Yanqiu into another tub. At that moment, Xiao Yanqiu felt a bit hot. Sitting in the icy tub felt very comfortable, so much so that he couldn't help but groan. But before he could enjoy it for long, he felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. Every part of him felt like it was ignited, desperately releasing heat, as if it wouldn't stop until he was reduced to ashes. Xiao Yanqiu's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. Su Ruojin prepared to give another injection, directing Mu Jingshan to add herbs, but this time, the process was completely different from before. Xiao Yanqiu's forehead was now bulging with veins, and the veins all over his body were popping out, as if they might burst at any moment. Add ice. Buckets of ice were poured into the tub, quickly melting and overflowing onto the floor. Su Ruojin's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yanqiu's chest. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Lady, you can't go in." Mu Jingshan and Xinyu exchanged glances. Lady Jiang had arrived. Jiang Taifei felt uneasy today, perhaps because of the bond between mother and child. She asked Su Lan to check if there was anything wrong with Xiao Yanqiu. When Su Lan arrived at Yunqi courtyard, she found it strangely quiet, with no maids or servants around. As she tried to get closer, she was stopped by a hidden guard who appeared out of nowhere. Unable to force her way in, Su Lan reported everything to Jiang Taifei. Jiang Taifei was puzzled and worried that something might have happened to her son. She insisted that Su Lan help her hurry over, needing to see that he was safe before she could relax. The guard did not dare to confront Jiang Taifei. She reached Xiao Yanqiu's door, but was stopped by Hu Qing. "Hu Qing, how dare you stop the Taifei?" Su Lan exclaimed angrily. Hu Qing quickly knelt down, saying, "I wouldn't dare, Taifei. The prince has ordered that no one may enter without his permission. Please forgive me, I am the mother of Chewer. What kind of mother cannot enter her son's courtyard? Hu Qing, step aside. If you stop me again, I will not spare you," Jiang Taifei said, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Hu Qing will accept any punishment from the Taifei," he replied, resolutely refusing to budge. "You." Jiang Taifei was furious that a mere guard would dare to block her. "Su Lan, open the door for me. I want to see who dares to stop me." "Yes, Taifei." As Su Lan prepared to push the door open, Hu Qing stood up and blocked her, holding a sword to her neck. "Apologies, Su Lan." Both Jiang Taifei and Su Lan were stunned. They never expected Hu Qing to act so boldly against them. "Bold Hu Qing, put down the sword at once," Jiang Taifei said, trembling with anger. "Please, Taifei and Su Lan, leave. I will lower my sword afterward," Hu Qing insisted. At that moment, a muffled sound came from inside the room, along with Su Ruojin's voice, which was not very clear through the door. But Jiang Taifei, having experienced such things before, recognized the meaning behind those sounds. Her face turned pale. She could not believe that the usually serious Dr. Su would behave in such a way. In broad daylight, she was openly trying the prince, saying something about leaving once the air was better, then immediately acting in such a disgraceful manner. Was she trying to force her hand by making things difficult? Not a chance. As long as she was alive, such a woman would never enter the regent's residence. "Su Lan, let's go." As soon as she turned around, Lady Jiang felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Seeing this, Hu Qing became anxious and quickly helped the lady back to the side hall with Su Lan. The doctor was on leave today, and Miss Su and Dr. Mu were busy treating the prince, leaving them in a difficult situation. Hu Qing didn't dare to inform anyone in the room about the lady's condition, fearing it might upset the prince and cause trouble. "Su Lan, I will send someone to fetch a doctor right away," he said. Su Lan, worried and in tears, thought it strange that the lady had been feeling much better lately. So why did she suddenly faint? She had no better ideas and could only nod in agreement. Hu Qing sent a guard to fetch the doctor while he stood at the door to keep watch. Inside, Su Ruojin was focused on the situation at hand. She noticed that the black spot on Xiao Yanchu's left chest, which had started as a small, was rapidly expanding. When it grew to twice the size of a copper coin, she decisively took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the black spot. As she pulled the dagger out, black blood gushed from the wound. Xiao Yanchu let out a muffled sound, and black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Mao Mao crawled out from Su Ruojin's collar and jumped onto Xiao Yanchu's chest, eagerly sucking up the black blood. Its fur began to change from white to gray. Mu Jingshan and Xinyu, who had never seen Mao Mao before, were startled. "What is that?" Xinyu even drew his sword, ready to attack Mao Mao, but Su Ruojin stopped him. "Don't harm it. It's helping Xiao Yanchu absorb the poison." Xinyu was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he saw that the black mark on Xiao Yanchu's chest was indeed shrinking, and the redness on his face was slowly fading. When Mao Mao finished feeding and jumped off Xiao Yanchu, it barked twice at Su Ruojin before collapsing and falling asleep. Its fur had completely turned black, resembling a large black rat. Su Ruojin picked up Mao Mao and placed it aside, covering its belly button with a small towel. She noticed that Mao Mao liked to cover its belly button while sleeping. If nothing was available, it would even use a leaf. Suddenly, a noise came from the wooden tub. Xiao Yanchu had already fainted and slid down into the tub. The water inside was as dark as ink. The three hurried over to lift Xiao Yanchu out and placed him on the bed. Su Ruojin administered acupuncture and gave him a few pills. Once she confirmed that Xiao Yanchu's pulse was gradually stabilizing, she finally felt relieved. As soon as the tension in her nerves eased, Su Ruojin felt her hands and feet go weak, and her head started to spin. This time, the acupuncture had drained all her energy. She said, "Young Master Mu, please help the prince clean up and take care of him. I need to rest for a while." When she opened the door, she saw Hu Qing looking worriedly into the room. She forced a smile and said, "The prince is fine now." Hu Qing's eyes filled with tears, and he felt a lump in his throat. Over the years, he had witnessed how much the prince had suffered from the poison, and as the prince's personal guard, he knew it all too well. He wished he could take on that suffering for the prince. Now the poison was gone. The poison was gone. The prince would no longer have to suffer. Hu Qing wiped his tears with his sleeve and immediately knelt down, choking back his emotions. "Thank you, Princess Su Ruojin." At that moment, Hu Qing had completely accepted Su Ruojin as his princess. No one else was more suitable to be the prince's wife than her. The prince had already asked him to prepare the betrothal gifts. He was just calling her that a bit early. Su Ruojin, too tired to argue about it, was about to leave when Hu Qing called her back.
"Princess,
The dowager consort Jiang has fainted in the side hall. The court doctor is on leave, and the doctor we called from outside hasn't returned yet. What do you think?" "Okay, I'll go take a look." The dowager consort Jiang was Yanchu's mother, so Su Ruojin couldn't ignore her. Aunt Su Lan wanted to say something when she saw Su Ruojin enter the room, but held back. Su Ruojin performed acupuncture on the dowager consort and gave her some medicine. Before long, the dowager consort woke up. Seeing Su Ruojin writing a prescription nearby, the dowager consort looked displeased and said with anger, "Why is she here?" Aunt Su Lan explained, "Your Highness, Dr. Su is here to treat you. Tell her to leave." "I don't need her to treat me." At that moment, Su Ruojin just wanted to go back to sleep and didn't have the energy to think about why the dowager consort's attitude had changed so drastically. She handed the prescription to Aunt Su Lan. The fainting was caused by anger. "There's no serious issue now. Take this medicine 3 times a day for 3 days and she'll be fine." Watching Su Ruojin leave, the dowager consort spat. "Humph, shameless person." Hu Qing wanted to say something but held back. Some matters were not for a guard to interfere with. It was better for the prince to handle them. Su Ruojin slept for a whole day and night. When she woke up, it was already the next evening, and she felt very hungry. Just as she got out of bed to find something to eat, Yan Luo came in. Seeing Su Ruojin awake made her very happy. "Miss, you're awake. Wait a moment. I'll bring you a bowl of porridge." She knew the miss was really tired this time and just wanted her to have a good sleep, but she didn't know when the miss would wake up, so she kept the porridge warm. Soon, Yan Luo brought in a bowl of lean meat porridge and a bowl of chicken soup. "Miss, eat while it's hot. You've slept for a whole day and night. Don't let yourself go hungry." As Su Ruojin ate, she asked, "How's the prince?" Yan Luo replied, "The prince is still unconscious, but young Master Mu is taking care of him. Well, he won't wake up quickly." What did Yun Yang say? Yesterday, they received a message from Yun Yang saying she found a lead on the Mayrin Pavilion. Since Su Ruojin couldn't go, she sent Yan Luo to follow up. Yan Luo took out a note and handed it to Su Ruojin. Yun Yang said that the girl is very alert and has guards from Wei Shuiqing protecting her. If she notices she's being followed, she will go into an alley, change carriages, and even has a decoy that looks like her. Our people lost her a few times, but later, Rongzhua found the location, which is here. Su Ruojin put down her spoon, took the note, and opened it. The note was a map marking the hiding place of that person in a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Su Ruojin folded the note and said, "All right, let's go check it out. I'm done eating. I'll go see the prince." She arrived at Yunqi courtyard. Xiao Yanchu was still in a coma, and Mu Jingshan was using a cloth to moisten his lips. Seeing Su Ruojin enter, he quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "The princess has arrived. What's going on with these two? Yesterday, it was Hu Qing, and now it's Mu Jingshan. What is happening?" Mu Jingshan had already noticed Xiao Yanchu's feelings for Su Ruojin. He didn't understand what Su Ruojin's title for Xiao Yanchu meant yesterday. He was just confused. With Hu Qing spreading the word, now not only Mu Jingshan but even the hidden guards were calling Su Ruojin the princess. Cough, cough. Su Ruojin cleared her throat. "Young Master Mu, don't call me that," Mu Jingshan said. "It's only a matter of time. After yesterday's events, the princess can't just ignore her responsibilities to our prince, right?" Su Ruojin. "What happened yesterday? Why is she responsible? Wasn't she just helping Xiao Yanchu with the poison? How did it turn into responsibility?" Seeing Su Ruojin's confusion, Mu Jingshan gently reminded her, "The prince wasn't wearing clothes during the treatment yesterday." Su Ruojin felt quite helpless. Mu Jingshan was just like Xiao Yanchu. She was a doctor, a doctor. There should be no distinction of gender in a doctor's eyes. If others didn't understand, Mu Jingshan, being a doctor himself, should know better. Besides, what did he mean by not wearing clothes? He was still wearing a pair of undergarments. Did they not consider undergarments as clothing? Before she could say anything, Mu Jingshan added, "Princess, don't worry. He wouldn't be called that in front of others." "Fine, let them be." Su Ruojin didn't want to argue about this anymore. "What did you tell the Empress Dowager?" The Empress Dowager had no idea that Xiao Yanchu was affected by the soul-devouring shadow. If she insisted on visiting while he was unconscious, it would expose everything. "We said the prince needs to accompany the envoy from Bailey recently. This way, even if the Empress Dowager came looking for him, she could easily say he wasn't back yet." Su Ruojin nodded and said to Mu Jingshan, "You must be tired too. Go rest for a while. I'll keep watch." Mu Jingshan didn't refuse and took his leave. The man on the bed lay quietly, his face still pale, a few strands of hair falling over his forehead, making him look messy. His eyelashes fluttered slightly with his breathing, lacking the sharpness he usually had, resembling a gentle, tamed creature. Su Ruojin squatted by the bed, unable to resist poking his face. It felt soft and a bit cool. "Xiao Yanchu, should I really marry you?" In this new life, Su Ruojin had no intention of marrying. In this era, men having multiple wives was common, and she couldn't accept that. Now that she had met Xiao Yanchu, who was willing to be with her for a lifetime, his sincerity and intentions did touch her. But marrying him meant becoming one with him, and as the princess consort, she would have to face the center of royal power. Looking at the man on the bed who showed no reaction, she sighed. "Well, one step at a time. When that day comes, There's nothing to fear. Su Ruojin didn't realize that her words were already the best answer. As she stood up, she didn't notice the slight smile at the corner of the man's mouth. She glanced at the little creature, Mao Mao, who was sound asleep on the couch. After consuming the poison, Mao Mao would sleep for a long time, seemingly using this method to break down the toxins in its body. It would wake up naturally once its fur returned to its white color. After waking up, I would have a big meal of herbal grass. If it weren't for the rapid growth of the herbal grass due to the special soil, there wouldn't be enough for Mao Mao to eat. Su Ruojin had not told Xiao Yanchu that the special soil was actually Mao Mao's droppings. This was because, besides adding the soil to the medicinal bath, the pills he took were also made from 5 different herbs. In a way, Xiao Yanchu was consuming Mao Mao's droppings. Even if Mao Mao was a legendary beast, it would probably hurt his pride to know this. Su Ruojin would never admit that she did it on purpose. She wanted to see Xiao Yanchu's reaction when he learned the truth. Su Ruojin had just woken up and wasn't very sleepy. She casually flipped through a book while sitting beside Xiao Yanchu. The moon rose, and the soft moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the 3 of them. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight came through the window, and Su Ruojin, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, felt a tingling sensation on her face. She instinctively waved her hand and murmured, "Mao Mao, stop messing around." "Huh? That doesn't feel right." Su Ruojin opened her eyes wide and met a pair of gentle eyes filled with joy and affection. "Yanchu, you're awake?" Su Ruojin quickly grabbed Xiao Yanchu's hand to check his pulse. He woke up earlier than she expected. Thankfully, aside from feeling a bit weak, everything else was normal. "Congratulations, the poison is gone, but you need to rest for a few more days." Su Ruojin smiled at Xiao Yanchu, feeling relieved. In the next moment, Xiao Yanchu pulled her into his arms, startling her. She instinctively tried to break free, but his arms held her tightly. Xiao Yanchu gently rubbed his face against her head, his voice hoarse and charming. "Ajin, don't move, let me hold you." With her head resting on his chest, the steady and strong heartbeat brought her a sense of calm. She stopped struggling and leaned against him, slowly closing her eyes.
Creak.
The door opened. Mu Jingshan walked in with medicine and was taken aback by the scene before him. He quickly closed his eyes and turned around, saying, Sorry, I didn't see anything." "You too continue." He turned away with a pained expression. This cannot be blamed on him. He didn't expect the prince to wake up so soon. He just brought the medicine at the time the princess instructed, not thinking he would interrupt the prince's good fortune. "Please, I hope the prince will overlook this and not hold it against him later," he thought. "Wait a moment," Su Ruojin called out to Mu Jingshan. Seeing Xiao Yanchu's displeased expression, she smiled helplessly and said, "It's time for you to take your medicine." She took the medicine from Mu Jingshan, gently cooled it, and brought it to Xiao Yanchu's lips. His unhappy expression eased, and he cooperatively finished the medicine. In truth, Xiao Yanchu was just weak. He could still take care of himself. But patients deserve to enjoy some privileges. After taking the medicine and some porridge, Xiao Yanchu couldn't fight off his sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep again. Su Ruojin tucked him in and quietly left the room. Mu Jingshan was still standing outside. "Princess, how is the prince recovering?" "He's fine. He just detoxified, so he will be very weak for a while and needs to rest. You keep an eye on him. I have to step out of the palace for a bit." "Understood, princess." Su Ruojin returned to her room to tidy up and, along with Yan Luo, disguised themselves as 2 young gentlemen to leave the palace. Following the map provided by Rong Qizhou, they arrived at a village on the outskirts of the capital. The village looked quite large, with a tightly closed gate and a few people coming in and out. When someone entered, they could see many soap molds drying inside through the open door. Su Ruojin knew they had found the right place. The 2 of them hid behind a tree, and soon a carriage stopped at the gate, and a girl wearing a veil got out. Although her face was not clear, Su Ruojin felt the girl's figure was very familiar. She signaled Yan Luo to stay put and climbed the tree. Though the tree was a bit far from the courtyard, She could still see the people inside busy making various soaps and lipsticks, with the veiled girl occasionally directing them. It seemed she was the person Su Ruojin was looking for. Besides the workers, there were more than 10 guards in the courtyard, constantly patrolling the area and watching the workers. It appeared that Wei Xueqing took this place very seriously. After all, the process for making these items wasn't complicated, and if competitors saw it, they might quickly become rivals, so it needed to be monitored closely. As Su Ruojin pondered how to get a better look at the girl's face, a maid came out from the house and walked over to the girl, saying a few words. Seeing the maid, Su Ruojin was a bit surprised. She finally recognized who the woman was. No wonder, she felt so familiar. Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was also a traveler like herself. It was unclear whether Lin Jingshan was very lucky or very unfortunate, having 2 travelers in his home. The maid who just came out was Cui Ju. Lin Wanqing was always careful, afraid others would recognize her. Cui Ju was just a maid, so not many people would pay attention to her. Since she was in her own courtyard, she didn't need to be too cautious and wasn't wearing a veil. This allowed Su Ruojin to recognize Lin Wanqing. Who is it? Suddenly, a group of guards patrolling around the courtyard noticed someone and rushed over. Mississippi, Yan Luo urgently called from under a tree. Su Ruojin quickly jumped down and pulled Yan Luo to run. They couldn't be discovered yet. The guards chased for a while but lost sight of them and hurried back to report to Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, we found 2 suspicious people nearby. Lin Wanqing was inspecting a piece of soap when she looked up and asked, were they men or women? From their figures, they appeared to be 2 men. Men? Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and said, go tell the second young master to find out who they are. Eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, her business had just begun, and Lin Wanqing wouldn't allow anyone to steal her craft or ruin her plans to make money. After being chased into a small alley, Su Ruojin and Yan Luo quickly changed out of their men's clothes and threw them into a dry well. When they emerged, they had returned to their female forms, and the guards naturally lost track of them. Yan Luo patted her chest. That was close. Luckily, the miss was so thoughtful. Let's head back first, Su Ruojin said as they hurried toward the city. Just then, a carriage with the Su family emblem passed by nearby. Inside were Madam Su and Miss Su, who had just returned from offering incense at Fuhua Temple in the suburbs. Hey, madam, isn't that Dr. Su? What is she doing here? Granny Deng happened to lift the curtain and looked outside, inadvertently spotting Su Ruojin. Madam Su quickly asked Granny Deng to lift the curtain further. When she confirmed it was indeed Su Ruojin, she stopped the carriage. Getting out, Madam Su hurried towards Su Ruojin. Jeaner, what are you doing here? Su Ruojin was also surprised to see Madam Su and quickly bowed. Greetings, Madam Su. I had some free time today, so I thought I'd take a stroll in the suburbs. I didn't expect to run into you here. Madam Su was delighted. Isn't this fate? It's still a ways from the capital. Come back with me in my carriage. Su Ruojin saw Su Madam behind her, with Su Mu Yao glaring angrily at her. She smiled and said, Su Madam, it's fine, I want to leave. Jeaner, be careful. Before Su Ruojin could finish her sentence, Su Madam's expression changed dramatically, her voice sharp with tension. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air. Su Madam stepped forward and hugged Su Ruojin, turning around. Thud! The arrow struck Su Madam's back, blood flowing from the wound and staining her dress. Mother! At this sudden turn of events, Su Mu Yao turned pale and screamed. Su Ruojin caught the falling Su Madam, who looked pale and managed a faint smile at Su Ruojin, saying, Gina, don't worry, I'm fine. After saying this, Su Madam's head tilted and she fainted. At that moment, a second arrow came, and Su Ruojin sidestepped to avoid it. Protect the madam. The guards escorting Su Madam rushed toward the direction the arrows came from. After the third arrow missed, it seemed the attackers stopped, and no more arrows were shot. Su Ruojin supported Su Madam, but Su Mu Yao pushed her away and took Su Madam into her arms. Su Ruojin, you bad luck charm, stay away from my mother. Get out. Just go, Su Mu Yao shouted, her eyes red as she looked at her mother, who had lost all color and was unconscious. She knew it. Every time her mother encountered Su Ruojin, something bad happened. Su Ruojin, pushed aside by Su Muyao, felt no anger. She simply stood there, watching Su Muyao cry while holding Su Madam. Just moments ago, when Su Madam had shielded her from an arrow and smiled to reassure her, Su Ruojin's mind went blank. In that instant, the faces of this life's Su Madam and her own mother from her past life merged together. Tears streamed down Su Ruojin's face as she whispered, "Mother." Yunluo came over to support her, saying, Miss, what's wrong?" Yunluo's calls brought Su Ruojin back to her senses. She couldn't panic now. Her mother needed her help. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, Su Ruojin approached Su Madam and checked her pulse. Su Muyao, with swollen eyes, pushed her again, saying, "Su Ruojin, get out." "My mother doesn't need you." Su Ruojin looked up at Su Muyao and said coldly, "If you want to hate me or settle scores, do it later. Right now, if you want Su Madam to live, be quiet." Su Muyao looked at Su Ruojin's red eyes, which seemed sharp and cold, leaving her momentarily stunned and speechless. Su Ruojin ignored her, took a pulse, and checked the wound, feeling a tightness in her chest. The attack was aimed at her left side, but Madam Su had blocked it with her back, getting hit in the right side, just missing the heart. This was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. However, Madam Su was poisoned. The arrow was toxic. She took a pill from her bag and put it in Madam Su's mouth, saying, "This pill will protect her heart. Quickly, lift her onto the carriage. Hurry up." "Why are you just standing there?" Su Ruojin shouted at the still-dazed Su Muyao. "Oh, okay. Su Muyao snapped back to reality and instinctively helped Su Ruojin lift Madam Su. Nanny Deng and Yunluo also came over to help, and together they lifted Madam Su onto the carriage. It was then that Su Muyao realized why she was following Su Ruojin's orders. But she still had a bit of reason left, knowing this wasn't the time to argue with Su Ruojin, especially since she was the only doctor present. Su Ruojin initially wanted to remove the arrow, but then remembered she hadn't brought a surgical knife and there were no disinfectants here. Removing the arrow carelessly could cause severe bleeding. "Back to the regent's residence, quickly," Su Ruojin commanded, and the driver urged the horses to race toward the capital. Upon arriving at the residence, Su Ruojin dismounted and rushed inside with Madam Su in her arms. Steward Zhang recognized Madam Su and hurried over, asking, "Miss Su, what happened to Madam Su?" Su Ruojin instructed, "Steward Zhang, have someone prepare hot water and bring it to Yunwu courtyard." "Hurry." "Yes." Steward Zhang did not hesitate and quickly arranged for it. When they reached Yunwu courtyard, Su Ruojin looked at Yunluo and said, "Yunluo, guard the door. No one is allowed in." After saying this, she carried Madam Su into the room and kicked the door shut. Su Muyao and Nanny Deng tried to follow, but were stopped by Yunluo. "You can't go in." Su Muyao was furious and shouted, "That's my mother in there. She's the lady of the general's residence. Why can't we go in?" "Su Muyao, if you want your mother to die, keep making a scene." Su Ruojin's angry voice came from inside. Su Muyao immediately fell silent, regretting how much she was listening to Su Ruojin. Frustrated, she pulled at a branch at the entrance to vent her anger. Nanny Deng, understanding the seriousness of the situation, came over to comfort her. "Miss, Dr. Su is very skilled. Let's wait and see." Inside, Su Ruojin took off Madam Su's top and carefully examined the wound again. The area around the wound had started to turn black. It was actually a heart-corroding powder. Su Ruojin quickly took out a scalpel, disinfected it with alcohol, and cut open the flesh around the wound to remove the arrow. Glancing at the sleeping Mao Mao she had brought back, Su Ruojin decided against letting Mao Mao suck out the poison. Fortunately, the heart-corroding powder was not a difficult poison for her to handle. It would just be faster if Mao Mao helped. After administering a few injections, she saw black blood flowing from the wound. She changed the method several times until the blood turned bright red. After sprinkling some medicinal powder and bandaging the wound, Su Ruojin gave Mrs. Su a pill to clear the remaining poison, and that was done. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see 6 or 7 people outside, all from the Su family. After receiving the news, except for Su Wenzhou, who was stationed outside, and Su Yiting, who was away on business, General Su and the 3 sons of the Su family had all come. Seeing Su Ruojin come out, General Su looked anxious. "Dr. Su, my wife." "Please don't worry, General Su. Mrs. Su is fine now." Hearing this, the Su family visibly relaxed. "Thank you, Dr. Su," Su Yunfeng said. "No, General Su. Mrs. Su was injured while protecting me." "I should be the one to thank you," Su Ruojin replied, feeling guilty. "As long as you understand," Su Muyao muttered softly. Su Yunfeng glanced at her, and Su Muyao quickly closed her mouth, looking quite wronged. Su Ziang gently shook his head at her in a comforting manner. Su Ruojin handed a prescription to Yen Luo. "Yen Luo, please prepare the medicine." "Yes, miss." At that moment, the maidservants also brought in boiled water, and Su Ruojin instructed them to take it into the room. "General Su, please wait a moment while I tidy up Mrs. Su. You can come in to see her soon." "All right. Thank you, Dr. Su." Su Ruojin returned to the room and gently wiped Mrs. Su's body, softly saying, "Mother, you must be well. Your Jinming is back." When Su Ruojin came out again, she nodded to the Su family. "You can go in now, but be gentle and don't disturb her." "Thank you, Dr. Su." Su Yunfeng was the first to enter. As Su Muyao passed by Su Ruojin, she shot her a glare. Su Ruojin wasn't angry. She found it a bit amusing. Su Muyao was acting this way because of Mrs. Su's injury. At least her concern for her mother was genuine. After a while, the 3 sons and 1 daughter of the Su family came out. Su Juan said, "Dr. Su, Mother has woken up. She wants to see you." Just then, Yen Luo also brought medicine, and Su Ruojin took the medicine bowl, saying, "I just happened to bring medicine for Madam Su." After Su Ruojin entered the room, Su Muyao said angrily, "Eldest brother, why are you being so nice to her? If it weren't for her, Mother wouldn't have been so badly hurt." Su Juan reached out and tapped Su Muyao's forehead, saying, "It's not Dr. Su's fault that Mother got hurt. We should blame those bad people. Yuan Chuan, you and the Ministry of Justice need to help with this." Su Yuan Chuan nodded. "Eldest brother, don't worry. I will find the real culprit for Mother. I will head back to the ministry now." As the Deputy Minister of Justice, he felt it was his duty, especially since it involved his mother. Su Ziang stood next to Su Juan, saying, "A doctor from Yenyang has just arrived in the capital and is already targeted for assassination. This Dr. Su is quite impressive." Su Juan looked into the room and said calmly, "I heard the heir has returned to normal and is just like an ordinary child now." Su Ziang didn't respond. After a long pause, he sighed. The situation in Chu cannot be chaotic any longer. Su Juan looked towards Yunqi courtyard, saying, "With him here, it won't be chaotic. You should go back now. The palace needs you. The envoy from Bailey hasn't left yet, so keep an eye on things." Su Ziang nodded. For now, they seem to be behaving. How can they behave? The princess was injured on her first day here. Su Juan smiled slightly and continued, "He didn't just attack to refuse a marriage proposal. Our regent is very clever. Sometimes I feel I can't see through him." After Su Ziang left, only Su Juan and Su Muyao remained outside the door. Inside, Madam Su had just woken up. Seeing Su Ruojin enter, a smile appeared on her face. "Jinming is here." Her voice was weak, but her complexion had improved a bit. Su Ruojin sat beside her and gently said, "Madam Su, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Dr. Su, I don't know why, but whenever I see you, I think of my lost daughter. If my daughter is in trouble, how can a mother just stand by?" "Okay, let me help you drink your medicine." "All right." Su Ruojin fed her the medicine while Su Yunfeng watched from the side. For a moment, looking at the 2 similar faces, he felt a bit dazed, as if he were really seeing his own daughter return to feed the medicine to Jinming. He probably was influenced by Jinming too. After Madam Su finished her medicine, Su Ruojin put down the bowl and looked at her mother on the bed, assessing her injuries. She gently spoke, "Mother." Madam Su seemed shocked, turning her head to look at Su Ruojin. "Jinming, what did you call me?" Mother, Su Ruojin repeated softly. Su Yunfeng anxiously looked at Su Ruojin, wondering if Madame Su's condition had worsened. He was worried that he would have to pretend to be his own daughter again. With both injuries and a possible episode, what could they do? But Su Yunfeng saw that his wife seemed fine, not like someone having an episode. Su Ruojin slowly got up, knelt on the ground, and respectfully bowed 3 times to Su Yunfeng and Su Jingying. Father, mother, please forgive your daughter for being unfilial and not recognizing you both sooner. Su Yunfeng was too shocked to speak. What did this mean? But Madame Su reacted quickly, reaching out to grab Su Ruojin, almost falling off the bed. Su Ruojin quickly stepped forward to support her. Madame Su was in tears. Gina, you really are my Gina, right? Su Ruojin's eyes turned red. Yes, mother, I am your Gina. After helping Madame Su settle down, she reached behind her ear and removed the covering from her birthmark. A butterfly-shaped birthmark appeared behind her ear, though it was slightly lighter than the painting Su Yunfeng had shown Su Ruojin. Madame Su trembled as she touched the birthmark. Gina, you are my Gina. Gina, I have searched for you so long. Ignoring her injuries, she hugged Su Ruojin tightly and cried. Su Yunfeng couldn't believe his eyes. His daughter, whom he had searched for all these years, was now right in front of him and had become a doctor. Nearby, Nurse Deng, after her initial shock, began to wipe her tears. Over the years, Madame Su had endured so much to find her daughter, and Deng had witnessed it all. When the girl first went missing, Madame Su had fainted from crying. Whenever there was news related to her daughter, no matter how far, she would go to search. After all that running around, Madame Su's health had suffered. Truly, heaven had seen fit to reunite the mother and daughter at last. In fact, from the first moment she saw Su Ruojin, Nurse Deng had felt a fondness for the girl. Now, knowing she was her own miss, she was even happier. Mother, please don't cry. Be careful with your wound, Su Ruojin said, wiping her tears and comforting Madame Su. Deng Mama also came over with red eyes and advised, Madam, you're still hurt. It's a good thing that Miss has returned. You should be happy and stop crying. Su Yunfeng held back the tears in his eyes. Gina, how have you been these years? Su Ruojin briefly shared her life in Yenyang but left out the details about the Heavenly Medical Pavilion and the Dark Alliance. Madame Su, who had finally managed to hold back her tears, couldn't stop them from flowing again. Why did her daughter have to suffer so much? She was clearly a wealthy young lady, yet she was treated so poorly. Su Yunfeng's eyes flashed with anger. That Lin Jingshan. How dare he mistreat my daughter? Su Ruojin didn't want her father to carry hatred for her sake, so she said, Dad, without Lin Jingshan, I might still be in the Tsigu courtyard. I don't know what would have happened next. Without him, I wouldn't have met grandmother and my masters. With their care, I've actually been doing well. Look, I even learned medicine. Su Yunfeng understood his daughter's meaning and felt proud. Good, good. You truly are my daughter, Su Yunfeng. We'll take your mother home now. If your grandfather hears this news, he'll be so happy. Su Ruojin hesitated and said, Dad, I don't want to reveal my identity just yet. Su Yunfeng was puzzled. Why? Su Ruojin's expression turned cold. I can't let Mom suffer for me.
Su Yunfeng understood Su Ruojin's intention.
If she returned to the Su family now, her enemies would be afraid of her identity and wouldn't dare to act against her, making it hard to find them later. Madame Su understood as well, and quickly said, No, I don't agree. Gina, I can't let you take risks. You have so many brothers. Can't they protect you? Su Yunfeng added, Yes, Gina, it's better to be safe than sorry. Su Ruojin held Madame Su's hand. Dad, Mom, it's not that I don't trust you and my brothers. Before, I was in the open while the enemy was in the dark. Now, I will work with my brothers to lure the enemy out, turning the tables. Just like you said, with Dad and my brothers protecting me, Mom doesn't need to worry.
But
Madame Su wanted to say more. After hearing this, Su Yunfeng thought about it and realized it made sense, siding with Su Ruojin.
Madam, Gina is right.
If we don't expose the people behind this, your injuries will have been for nothing. Besides, Jinner might be in danger at any moment. We can't just sit back. Don't worry, I and Jiao and will protect Jinner well. Madam Su could only nod in agreement, then let Xiang keep a closer watch. However, Jinner, you must promise me that once we catch the real culprit, you will move back to the general's residence. It's not proper for a young lady to stay at the regent's palace every day. People will talk. Also, you should return home with me today so that your grandfather and brothers know about this matter. Okay, Su Ruojin nodded obediently, as this was the right thing to do. She just wondered what expression Xiao Yanchu would have when he learned about this. At the general's residence, when Old Master Su found out that Su Ruojin was his own granddaughter, he was overwhelmed with tears of joy, thanking the ancestors of the Su family for their blessings. He immediately opened the ancestral hall and took Su Ruojin to pay respects to their ancestors. The three elders discussed and agreed that since Jinner was already used to the name Su Ruojin, there was no need to change it. They simply updated the family tree, changing Su Qingjin to Su Ruojin. Thus, Su Ruojin officially recognized her roots and became the legitimate young lady of the Su general's household. Not long after returning to the palace, Su Xiang and Su Yuanchuan were urgently summoned back, thinking something had happened to their mother. When they entered her room and learned that their sister had been found, including Su Juan, the three brothers were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Su Ruojin. Is the little doctor our sister? Su Yunfeng glared at his 3 days sons. Are you all in a daze? Don't you recognize your sister? Su Xiang was the first to run out, followed closely by Su Yuanchuan. Although Su Juan didn't run, he left quickly as well. The brothers' reactions left Su Ruojin confused. What was wrong with them? Did they dislike her? But soon, the three returned, each carrying a large box. They opened the boxes one by one. Each box was filled with various toys for little girls, from small rattles and dolls to large lanterns, along with many pieces of jewelry. Upon closer inspection, the contents of each box were slightly different. Su Juan's box had more books. Su Xiang had some small swords and crossbows suitable for little girls, while Su Yuanchuan had more scrolls of paintings. These items clearly had some age to them and were not collected recently. Madam Su, lying on the bed, smiled and said, Jinner, these are all gifts your brothers have collected for you since you were little, just waiting for this day to give them to you. As she spoke, Madam Su couldn't help but wipe away her tears. She had waited so long for this day, so long that she had almost lost hope. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon them and returned Jinner to the Su family. Upon seeing the 3 boxes and understanding their origin, Su Ruojin felt touched. Although these little items were not worth much, they represented her brother's longing for her. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, Su Ruojin bowed gracefully to her 3 brothers, saying, Thank you, brothers. Hey, don't. Little sister, please get up, Su Xiang said, reaching out to help her, but then hesitating due to the difference between genders, pulling his hand back. Su Juan stepped forward confidently to help Su Ruojin up. Little sister, we are all family. No need for formalities. In the past, we didn't treat you well, and you suffered outside. Now that you are back, I will make it up to you. Yes, and I will too, added the second brother. Little sister, just tell us what you need, and I will get it for you right away, said the fourth brother. Madam Su laughed at her son's antics. You little rascals. Su Ruojin felt warmth in her heart. This was the feeling of having family. Su Muyao had been in a daze since the beginning. She had once been an unloved daughter in the family, only accepted because she resembled the lost Miss Su, adopted by the general's household to comfort Madam Su after losing her beloved daughter. Over the years, everyone in the general's household had treated her well, and the servants regarded her as a true member of the Su family. Yet deep down, Su Muyao harbored a fear. She was afraid that when the real Miss Su returned, she would be cast aside and lose everything she had. Having spent so many years by Madam Su's side, she had come to see her as a mother. Watching her mother suffer from the longing for her daughter made Su Muyao feel reluctant. For this reason, she had prayed in front of the Buddha for her mother to find her biological daughter soon. But when that day finally arrived, Su Muyao realized she didn't know how to face it. Moreover, the person was someone she disliked, Su Ruojin. Madame Su glanced at Su Muyao, who had been standing silently, and smiled, waving her over. Yao Yao, come here. Su Muyao walked over as instructed. Madame Su said, Yao Yao, you are 2 months younger than Ruojin, so you will call her sister from now on. Ruojin is the eldest daughter of the Su family, and you will be the second daughter. The second daughter of the Su family? Did her mother mean for her to stay in the Su household and not send her back? As for being the eldest or second daughter, Su Muyao didn't care. She just wanted to stay by her mother's side. A hint of excitement flashed to her eyes, and her gaze toward Su Ruojin softened. She slightly bowed to Su Ruojin. Muyao greets you, sister. You don't dislike me anymore? Su Ruojin smiled and said. Su Muyao's little face turned slightly red. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. Su Ruojin helped her up. I was just joking with you. I know you didn't mean it. You were just worried about our mother. Every time Su Muyao got angry with her, it was because of their mother. She was just concerned about their mother's health, and Su Ruojin understood that. Su Muyao was a bit stunned and blurted out. Sister, you don't blame me? Why would I blame you? As children, we should prioritize our parents' health. I should thank you for being there with our mother all these years and taking care of her, Su Ruojin said sincerely. Faced with such a Su Ruojin, Su Muyao didn't know what to say for a moment. She just felt. Having a sister seemed pretty nice. After having dinner at the Su residence, Su Ruojin returned to the regent's palace. Before she left, Madame Su repeatedly reminded her to stay away from the regent, as she didn't want her daughter, whom she had just found, to be taken away. Su Ruojin promised and assured her that she would visit Madame Su every day, which made Madame Su reluctantly let her go. As soon as she returned to Yunwu courtyard, Hu Qing came in. Princess, the prince has woken up. Please come over. Okay. She was also ready to check on Xiao Yanchu's recovery and discuss the Su family's matters with him. In Yunqi courtyard, in the room, Xiao Yanchu was already able to sit up and read by the head of the bed. When he saw Su Ruojin come in, a smile instantly appeared on his originally cold face. You're back. How is Madame Su? Su Ruojin walked to the bedside and checked his pulse, confirming that he was recovering well, even better than she had expected. She was quite amazed at how strong Xiao Yanchu's body was. Yes, she's fine. Compared to last time, this treatment was timely and the poison didn't have a chance to spread, so recovery will be quicker. Poisoned. Xiao Yanchu raised an eyebrow slightly. What exactly happened? But Steward Zhang only told him that Miss Su encountered Madame Su getting injured while out and brought her back for treatment, then accompanied her to the general's residence. However, he wasn't clear on how Madame Su got injured. Su Ruojin left Yan Luo at the palace to take care of Xiao Bao and to prepare medicine, while also helping Xiao Yanchu with his recovery. Yan Luo was too busy to specifically discuss this matter with Xiao Yanchu. Su Ruojin also told him about her investigation into Wei Xueqing's estate, discovering that Lin Wanqing was behind it and that someone had attempted to assassinate her, with their mother blocking the arrow for her. So, I just took a nap, and you got into all this trouble. Xiao Yanchu felt a mix of helplessness and admiration for Su Ruojin. Even while injured, she managed to find time to investigate Wei Xueqing. Couldn't you wait until I was better to look into this? Xiao Yanchu said, not blaming her, but thinking that his future princess just couldn't sit still. How could he bear to keep her cooped up in the mansion all day? Su Ruojin smiled a bit shyly. Well, you needed to rest after taking your medicine, and I had nothing to do, so I just went out for a walk. Oh, just a casual stroll, and you found Wei Xueqing's estate in the suburbs? Ajin, you are really impressive, Xiao Yanchu teased. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence. Shuruhin. Today had been overwhelming, and her mind was a bit jumbled, causing her to slip up. Actually, I paid someone from the Dark Alliance to find out for me, Su Ruojin quickly explained. This wasn't entirely untrue. Rong Qizhou was part of the Dark Alliance, and the monthly payment was issued by her as the leader, so it could be considered that she paid for the information. You actually know how to contact the Dark Alliance, Xiao Yanchu was curious. The Dark Alliance operated discreetly in Dechu, and while they did take money to help people, it wasn't easy for an ordinary person to reach them. Su Ruojin was just a doctor. She shouldn't have much connection to them. Yes, when I was in Yenyang, Kai Fanzhou tried to hire someone from the Dark Alliance to kill me. I found out later and got their contact information from his partner. Of course, I used a few tricks, Su Ruojin said seriously. A true expert would mix truth with a bit of falsehood. Xiao Yanchu looked at the young girl with concern, wondering what she had gone through while he was away. He couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. You never mentioned this to me. It's all in the past. There's nothing to say. I'm fine, and Kai Fanzhou has been exiled. We don't even know if he'll survive, Su Ruojin replied nonchalantly. Then she thought of something. By the way, the poison on Madame Su's arrow is the same as the one you were affected by, heart-corroding powder. While it's not a rare poison, it's not something just anyone can get. Are you saying that the poison we both had might come from the same group? Xiao Yanchu caught on to the key point. Su Ruojin shook her head. It's hard to say. Have you found any leads on that group? Xiao Yanchu shook his head. No, after that incident, those people seemed to disappear. It's quite strange. At first, I thought it was Empress Wei's doing, but later I tested her reaction and it didn't seem like it. Su Ruojin was confused. If the same group tried to assassinate both her and Xiao Yanchu, what reason would they have? She, a doctor, had no real connection with him, except for ear. But Xiao Yanchu had already tested the Empress and said it didn't seem like her. If she couldn't figure it out, she decided to set it aside for now. Sometimes, clues would reveal themselves when you weren't focused on them. Su Ruojin changed the subject. By the way, Xiao Yanchu, I have something to tell you. Don't be surprised and promise to keep it a secret for now. What is it? Xiao Yanchu raised an eyebrow. He had just taken a nap, and now Su Ruojin had so much going on. What could be more surprising than her assassination attempt? I found my biological parents. Xiao Yanchu immediately sat up straight. Did you find them today? Are they from the capital? Since Su Ruojin was telling him now, it was likely she found them today, and they were probably from the capital. If Su Ruojin's parents were from the capital, did that mean he could propose without waiting for his grandmother to return? He could ask Hu Qing to find a good day for the proposal tomorrow. Su Ruojin didn't expect Xiao Yanchu's reaction to be about proposing. You know them. This made Xiao Yanchu even more curious. He actually knew Su Ruojin's parents. In the capital, he didn't know many people outside of officials. Yes, it's General Su. Su Yunfeng is my father, and Su Jinging is my mother, Su Ruojin continued. Xiao Yanchu. So, Su Ruojin was the young lady the Su family had been searching for all these years. His mother's disdain for Su Ruojin's background was truly a joke. Seeing Xiao Yanchu staring at her in shock, Su Ruojin waved her hand in front of his eyes. Hey, Xiao Yanchu, are you okay? Xiao Yanchu grabbed her hand, his eyes bright, and asked, Can I go to the general's residence to propose tomorrow? Su Ruojin. She pulled her hand back and glanced at Xiao Yanchu. What are you thinking? I've already told my parents not to reveal my identity for now. We need to catch the bigger fish first. My mother said to keep my distance from you, and once everything is settled, she'll bring me back to the general's residence. You're going to propose at the general's residence now? I guess my father and brothers will throw you out. Xiao Yanchu. He might be able to handle others, but with General Su and his 5 sons, it was a different story. Xiao Yanchu suddenly felt that his path to marriage had become even more difficult. Thinking about what Su Ruojin encountered today, Xiao Yanchu felt a wave of fear in his heart. If Madame Su hadn't blocked that arrow for Su Ruojin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He hugged Su Ruojin tightly and whispered, Jin, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Su Ruojin let him hold her, resting her head on his shoulder. It's not your fault. Jin, I will find out who is behind this and bring you justice. Xiao Yanchu gritted his teeth, his eyes showing a hint of determination. Meanwhile, in Yahua Palace, Aya hurried into the palace and whispered a few words in Princess Yalan's ear. Anger surged in Yalan's eyes. Fei Malong is useless. He couldn't even kill a mere Su Ruojin and ended up injuring Madame Su. Yalan had previously received news from her spies. The sachet on the regent was embroidered by the female Dr. Su Ruojin. The female doctor came from Yenyang with no background and was in the residence to treat the young master. The regent valued her greatly, and everyone in the palace respected her. A female doctor thinks she can climb up to the regent? Yaolong would never allow such a woman to be near the regent, so she sent a message to Fei Malong to deal with Su Ruojin. But unexpectedly, Su Ruojin was fine, and instead injured Madam Su. Madam Su was a high-ranking lady of the court, the legitimate wife of the great general of Deju, and if she was hurt, General Su would not let it go easily. Things were getting complicated. Have Fei Malong return to Bailey quickly. This way, all clues would be cut off, and it would be impossible to trace her. As for Su Ruojin, she had other ways to deal with her. Aya replied, "Yes, princess." Yaolong reclined on the concubine couch, slowly sipping the grape wine from the glass, and looked at Aya. "Aya, your insects haven't been active for a long time, have they?" As Yaolong's trusted aide, Aya understood. "Princess, I will take care of it right away." "Good. Once it's done, I will make sure you reunite with your brother." "Thank you, princess." Aya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Yanchu's poison had been cured. He just needed a few days of rest to recover. Su Ruojin thought about clearing the remaining poison from the Empress Dowager's body in one go. She arrived at the Elon courtyard. The Dowager Jiang initially wanted to send her away, but Aunt Sulan advised, "Your Highness, you shouldn't let your body suffer because of anger. Even if you want to dismiss Dr. Su, it should wait until you recover." After thinking for a moment, the Dowager Jiang nodded. "All right, I will give her another chance." When Su Ruojin entered the room, the Dowager Jiang did not speak to her at all. Su Ruojin didn't mind. She was just fulfilling her promise. The Dowager Jiang's silence allowed her to focus on the treatment. The Dowager Jiang only had residual toxins in her body, so the treatment was not as complicated as for Xiao Yanchu. Su Ruojin just needed to clear the main meridians to speed up the absorption of the medicine. When the medicine took effect, she would use acupuncture to relieve the pain. By the end of the treatment, the Dowager Jiang had fallen asleep. Su Ruojin handed the medicine to Sulan, saying, "Aunt Sulan, if she takes this medicine for 2 more days, the Dowager's health will be fine." Sulan was very excited to hear this, but they would have to wait for the Dowager to wake up to know if it was true. As Sulan escorted Su Ruojin out of the Elon courtyard, she casually asked, "Dr. Su, now that the heir has mostly recovered and the Dowager is also feeling better, when do you plan to return to Yenyang?" The Dowager said she would prepare a generous gift for you. "Oh, is she trying to send her away?"
Shuruhin smiled slightly.
It was no surprise that someone from the palace would prioritize their own interests and want to dismiss her once she was no longer needed. "Aunt Sulan, please tell the Dowager that I will be leaving the palace soon, so there is no need for her to worry. If it weren't for catching the person behind everything, her mother would be eager for her to return to the general's residence right now." Seeing that Su Ruojin understood, Aunt Sulan stopped talking. When the Dowager Jiang woke up, she felt an unprecedented lightness in her body. Sulan, feeling uneasy, went to the palace to invite Dr. Wu to check the Dowager's pulse. After examining her, Dr. Wu looked shocked and asked, "May I ask, Your Highness, which doctor has treated you?" Seeing Dr. Wu's reaction, the Dowager Jiang's heart raced. "Dr. Wu, is there something wrong?" Dr. Wu shook his head. "There is nothing wrong. It's just that your long-standing illness has completely healed. You are only a bit weak. With careful nurturing for another month, you will fully recover." After speaking, Dr. Wu stood and bowed to the Dowager Jiang. "I congratulate you, Your Highness." The Dowager Jiang and Sulan exchanged excited glances. Others might not believe them, but Dr. Wu was the highest-ranking doctor in the Imperial Medical Institute, so his words were certainly trustworthy. "Your Highness, may I ask which doctor has been helping you with your health? I would like to learn from her." Wu Tiandian had seen the condition of the Dowager Jiang, but he could not offer a better treatment plan than Mu Jingshan. Dowager Jiang smiled slightly. "Wu Tiandian, it's not that I don't want to share, but this doctor is quite humble and prefers to keep a low profile. I hope you understand." Wu Tiandian understood well. There are many talented individuals in the world who prefer to stay out of the spotlight. The renowned doctor treating Dowager Jiang was likely one of them. Feeling a bit regretful, Wu Tiandian said, "In that case, I won't press further. I will take my leave now." After Wu Tiandian left, Dowager Jiang sighed. Su Ruojin has some skills. If she weren't so reckless and content to be a secondary wife to Chu Heir, she would be quite admirable. Aunt Sulan had nothing more to say. She had already expressed her concerns. Dowager Jiang still had reservations about Dr. Su's background. "Sulan, now that my health has improved, I want to host a banquet and invite Princess Yaolan to our residence," Dowager Jiang suddenly said. Aunt Sulan understood her meaning. "It's indeed a reason to celebrate your recovery, and I will prepare for it right away. Also, please select some good gifts from my storeroom to give to Su Ruojin when she leaves. After all, she has helped both me and Heir. We shouldn't be ungrateful, or people will say the regent's residence is heartless." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Yanshu learned that the dowager was inviting Yaolan for a banquet and quickly realized his mother had her own plans. He wanted to go to Elan Courtyard to persuade her to cancel the banquet, but he was stopped by Su Ruojin. "Yanshu, how can we let such a good opportunity slip away?" Xiao Yanshu immediately understood Su Ruojin's intention. The palace was usually heavily guarded, and no one could get in, let alone harm Su Ruojin. However, if a banquet was held, he would not miss such a chance if he were in her position. But Ajin. Xiao Yanshu still felt some concern. "Is there a better place in the capital than the regent's residence?" Su Ruojin said with a faint smile. After thinking it over, Xiao Yanshu finally nodded. "In that case, let's make the banquet even more grand." A grand event meant inviting more people, and with more guests, it would be easier for the other party to take the bait. Fei Malong looked at the letter from Yaolan in silence. Chun Fu quietly asked, "Your Highness, do we really have to listen to the princess and return to Bailey?" Chun Fu was originally from the capital of Daju, and although he had allied with Fei Malong, he truly did not want to go back to Bailey. Even a capital, Jingqiang, could not compare to the living conditions in Daju.
"No.
If I leave now, how can I prove to Lanner that I am better than Xiao Yanshu? I can't attack Xiao Yanshu. Can I not handle a woman? Last time was just an accident. Fei Malong could not accept this humiliation. He had already made 2 mistakes in Daju, and if he returned to Bailey, he would become a laughingstock. As the brave king of Bailey, he could not be mocked. "Yes, Your Highness."
Chen Fu felt relieved.
"Your Highness, I heard that the Grand Princess has recovered and will hold a grand banquet in 5 days, inviting all the noble families to the royal residence. What do you think?" Chun Fu spoke halfway, and Fei Malong understood. Recently, Su Ruojin had mostly stayed in the regent's residence and rarely went out. Even when she visited the general's residence, she was accompanied by many guards, making it impossible to act against her. Now that the royal residence was opening its doors to guests, it was a good opportunity. Everyone's attention would be on the Grand Princess, who would notice a doctor in the royal residence. "You go arrange it and find a chance to sneak into the royal residence that day. I will obey." Chun Fu accepted the order and left. In recent days, Xiao Yanshu had recovered and felt that Su's father and son looked at him strangely when he returned to court. After court, Xiao Yanshu took the initiative to greet General Su. "General Su, how is Madam Su's health?" General Su glanced at Xiao Yanshu and casually returned the greeting. "My wife is well. Thank you for your concern, Regent. However, I am quite worried about Dr. Su. I have matters to attend to at home, so I won't chat with you further. Farewell." After speaking, General Su left without looking back, followed closely by Su Jian and Su Yuanchuan, who also cast a cold glance at Xiao Yanshu. Xiao Yanshu helplessly touched his nose. He understood very well why the Su family treated him this way. Their daughter was staying in his residence without any title. Who would be happy about that as a father or brother? He felt conflicted. Given the current situation, once they caught the person behind this, even if Ajin did not return to Yanyang, she could not continue staying in the royal residence. It would be much harder to see Ajin then. Should he catch the person behind this or not?
Sigh.
With the help of Xinkeo, Madame Su's injuries healed quickly, and within just a few days, her wounds began to scab over. Su Ruojin did not let many people know about Mao Mao and Xinkeo. An innocent person can suffer for possessing something valuable. Sometimes, just knowing its whereabouts can be a burden. These two treasures, even just one, are enough to make people risk their lives to fight for them, not to mention having both at the same time. The Su family did not suspect anything and believed Su Ruojin was simply very skilled in medicine. Su Wenzhou was stationed at the border between Yunqi and Dazhong, and he could not return to the capital without orders. Even if he received news from home, he could only feel anxious and could not return to reunite with Su Ruojin. He could only send local specialties back to his sister through someone else. After receiving the news, Su Yiting hurried back to the capital, but the journey was long, and he could not return immediately. After changing Madame Su's bandages, Su Ruojin, along with Su Yunfeng, Su Jiuan, and Su Yuanchuan, went to the study. "Jiner, how are the arrangements going?" Su Yunfeng asked. Su Ruojin had already shared her plan with the Su family men to ease their worries and to ensure they could help if needed. Su Ruojin was never stubborn. With her father and brothers assisting her, the situation would be safer. If anything went wrong, they could minimize chaos and harm. "Father, everything is arranged with the prince. We just need to wait for the right moment. On that day, if mother hasn't recovered, let's not let her go. Have Mu Yao stay home to take care of her." Su Yunfeng nodded, understanding that Su Ruojin wanted to keep Madame Su and Mu Yao away from danger. "Don't worry, little sister.